Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Stop, boy. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the side. Natsu and Happy turned their heads suspiciously. What caught their eyes was a wooden golem that looked like something from Minecraft. What's needed in places where adults can have fun is a playboy. The sharp-edged wooden golem spoke calmly, a square and upright person. Natsu and Happy complained in unison. Boy, let me tell you something good. There are only two paths a man can take. The wooden golem held up two fingers. His body suddenly disintegrated. The blocks on the lower body turned into two shackles. Handcuff Natsu to the wall. Live like a playboy, or stop and die. The wooden golem's arm transformed into a gun. Bang. At the same time, the gambling table in the other direction. Why is it so noisy? Urza turned her head in confusion. Maybe the parade outside has started. The NPC doll beside him answered. Urusa is amazing. Another straight flush. Lucy cried out. It seems like I'm lucky today. I feel like no matter who comes, they can't be my opponent. Urza said with some pride. In that case, let's play a special game. The new dealer raised his lips slightly. 5 letter cards fell on the table. Death, death. Let's play this game with our lives at stake, Urza nay. The dark-skinned dealer grinned. Urza suddenly looked up. Looking at the dark-skinned boy in front of him, her eyes widened unconsciously. You are Shu? Is it Shu? Urza murmured absent-mindedly. Long time no see, Urza nay. The dark-skinned boy named Shu said. Are you okay? Urza's voice trembled slightly. Fine. No, wow. Darkness descends. The bright underground playground was suddenly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Darkness comes quickly and goes away quickly, next second. The darkness receded. The originally noisy amusement park suddenly became silent. All the tourists and waiters in the amusement park disappeared. Cries for help rang out, from the card in the dark-skinned boy's hand. Take a closer look. All the tourists have been trapped in the cards. Is this magic? Urza looked at the dark-skinned boy in surprise. Yeah, I can use it now, sis, the dark-skinned boy spoke proudly. Meow meow. A cute cat meow sounded, I don't know when. A cute little cat-eared girl appeared at the gambling table. The vitality is the strongest, the words fell. 2 magic circles appeared from under Lucy's feet. The tough cattail tied Lucy up. Miliana, can you use magic too? Urza recognized the little loli with cat ears. Long time no see, little Elu. Miliana, the girl with white silk cat ears, greeted. Let Lucy go quickly, she is my companion, Urza said anxiously. Partner? Miliana tilted her head. Weren't we partners before, sister? Until you betrayed us? The dark-skinned boy Zio spoke coldly. Don't scare Urza. A playboy should know how to hide his emotions, right? The building block man appeared behind the dark-skinned boy. Are you Wally? Urza said. It's not surprising if you don't recognize me. I'm a little more rounded than when I was called Mad Dog Wally. Building blocks are humane. Lucy was too exhausted to complain. You can do magic too? Nothing surprising. The voice sounded without warning behind Urza. Darkness surges. A tall figure then appeared. Once you get the hang of it, anyone can use magic? The man in the iron mask spoke calmly. Simon. You're Simon. Urza staggered a few steps. Urusa, what's going on? Why does he call you sister? Lucy asked anxiously. He's not my biological brother, he's my former companion. Urza's expression dimmed slightly. Companion? The expression on Lucy's face grew increasingly confused. Urusa, didn't you join Fairy Tail when you were little? Lucy asked. It happened before I joined. Urza clenched her fists. Ta-ta, footsteps were heard. I just left for a moment. How did it end up like this, Lucy? Lu Yu returned with Juvia and looked at the tied-up Lucy with a smile. Woo woo woo, Mr. Lu Yu, stop laughing at me, Lucy said pitifully. Yes. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Raise your hand and point. The magic cattail bound to Lucy was instantly released. Lu Yu's gaze then fell on Simon and his group. They're Urza's former companions. All in all, something seems to be wrong with them. Lucy introduced it briefly. What? It turns out she's my Xiao Ai's friend. A bright smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. Urza. Xiao Ai. Lucy. My home? When everyone was stunned, they saw Lu Yu step forward enthusiastically. Pat the cat ears of the girl with white silk cat ears. Tap the dark-skinned boy's head. Who the hell are you? Miliana, the girl with white silk and cat ears, angrily shook off Lu Yu's big hand. Simon and the other two subconsciously retreated one after another, keeping some distance from Lu Yu. Their intuition told them. The man in front of him was not in good shape. Who are you? Simon shouted. That should be my line. Lu Yu smiled. If you are really my Xiao Ai's friends, then of course I welcome you. So, tell me, what exactly do you want to do here? What? To take my sister back, of course, the dark-skinned boy yelled. Little Al, let's go home together, Miliana said eagerly. Miliana, without waiting for Urza to speak. What? Lu Yu waved his hand and interrupted. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If this is Xiao Ai's old home, I'd love to go see it with you too. You guys probably don't mind, Lu Yu said. Lu Yu, I. Urza still hadn't finished her words. Lu Yu took a step forward. He gently held Urza in his arms. Don't worry, I'll help you crush all your troubles this time. Lu Yu put his mouth close to Urza's ear and whispered softly. Alright, let's go back, Xiao Ai's former friends. I've already made an appointment with Urza. Let's go home together. Lu Yu smiled leisurely. Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy wanted to say something. Juvia quickly raised her hand to interrupt, shaking her head slightly. Lucy nodded in understanding. The other side. Simon, Miliana, Wally and Zio looked at each other. Finally nodded heavily, although I don't know who Lu Yu is. But this time their target is still Urza. As long as Urza follows me back obediently, that's all that's needed. As for Lu Yu, waiting to get to the place, there are countless ways they can solve it. Let's go. Lu Yu held Urza's little hand. Lucy, Juvia, you guys go explain things to Gray and Natsu. Just say Urza and I are going to run some errands. But I guess you won't listen to them. Lu Yu shook his head and said nothing more. He took Urza, Simon and the others away. On the endless sea, there stands a spire hundreds of meters high. Edge of the island, countless fully armed wizards guarding. There are also various ferocious monsters. This is the Tower of Paradise. Lord Jelal, news has arrived that Urza has been captured and they're heading this way. A man in a robe bowed respectfully to the blue-haired young man on the throne. But I don't understand why we still need to bring that traitor here. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just deal with him directly? Ha 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 ha. The blue-haired and blue-clothed young man on the demon throne smiled. That won't do. If she dies, this world will be meaningless. Gerald changed the subject. But now that the Tower of Paradise is complete, if she continues to live, she might become a problem for us. It's decided. The time has come. Become a sacrifice for my dream, Urza Scarlet. Chapter 313. Urzas touch the Sea of Karam. The stars are shining on the sea. On the boundless sea, a two-masted sailing ship sailed towards the depths of the sea. On the deck, the atmosphere was quiet. Lu Yu leaned against the railing of the boat, enjoying the long-awaited sailing. Next to him stood Urza, dressed in an evening gown. A cold night wind blew. Urza's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. What's wrong, Xiao Ai, are you homesick? Lu Yu smiled and joked. No, Lu Yu, you don't know anything. Urza's emotions suddenly became excited. His head, which was always held high, was now lowered. For a long time. Feel sorry, Urza apologized softly. Getting angry for no reason. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Lu Yu spoke calmly. He gently held Urza in his arms. If you can, could you tell me, Urza, about your past? Lu Yu asked softly. The hands holding Urza trembled slightly. No matter how calm it seems on the surface, when it comes to Urza's tragic childhood. However, Lu Yu could not remain absolutely calm no matter what. I'm sorry, but in this battle, regardless of whether I win or lose, I will disappear. This is a future I cannot resist. Urza whispered. I won't let you disappear, Lu Yu said. Urza didn't continue the topic. She looked in the direction the ship was heading. The tower we're heading to next is called the Tower of Paradise, also known as the R system. It was built over a decade ago by a magic cult that believes in black magic in order to unleash forbidden magic that can resurrect the dead. This requires a large number of living sacrifices. Immediately, Urza told everything about the Tower of Paradise and her own past. Regarding the past that Urza told, as a time traveler, Lu Yu naturally knew it very well, but even if he had known it for a long time. When hearing what Urza said about the past, Lu Yu's heart was still deeply touched. I felt angry for no reason. Anger towards the person who inflicted upon Urza a difficult childhood. At the same time, there is endless pity and heartache. I feel sorry for Urza who had such a difficult childhood but still grew up so optimistic and healthy. Accompanied by the howling night wind, Urza's story has come to an end. Inspired by Grandpa Rob's sacrifice, I awakened the power of the Magic Knight and liberated the Tower of Paradise with everyone else. A new peaceful life is right before my eyes, but I'm still one step too late. Jelal, who was trapped in that room like me, was overwhelmed by darkness. He has become a disciple of the dark mage Zareth. My magic is completely powerless against him. By the time I came to, I had left the tower, all alone. Urza's story ends. Tick, a tear fell from her left eye. Lu Yu unconsciously raised his big hand and gently stroked and soothed Urza's smooth and pretty face. The expression on Urza's face gradually became firm. The dazzling light of the night blooms. Urza changed into her usual armored combat outfit. This time, I'm going to fight Jelal. I'm going to put an end to him once and for all. I'm sorry, Lu Yu, this should have been my business, but I dragged you into this. Urza spoke. What are you talking about, Xiao Ai? We are partners in the same guild. Lu Yu smiled. Yes, Urza laughed, then please lend me your strength. Urza said. My power is yours, no matter how much you want. Lu Yu nodded. Still as reliable as ever, Urza subconsciously wanted to press Lu Yu's head against her breastplate. This was something she always did to Natsu, but think about it. In the end, she gently touched Lu Yu's heart with her forehead. Don't think about carrying everything on your own, Xiao Ai, you can rely on me more. This is the meaning of partners. Lu Yu said softly. Urza closed her beautiful eyes in peace. Feeling the breath of Lu Yu who was so close, she felt her inner uneasiness dissipate. This battle, there's nothing scary anymore. Wait a moment. The dark-skinned boy Hugh, the white-haired cat-eared girl Miliana, the blocky man Wally, and the iron-masked man Simon filed out of the cabin. Sister, what on earth? What's with all that you said earlier? This is completely different from what I know. Sister, what you said before is completely different from what I know. Don't lie. That's completely different from the truth. You knew we were listening, so you said it to us on purpose. The dark-skinned boy, Zio, shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. I couldn't accept the fact I heard from Urza. Urza, are you trying to elicit sympathy from your companions with these strange words? This is not playboyish at all. The block man Wally spoke. Didn't little Al blow up our ship 8 years ago and escape alone? Miliana, the lowly girl with white silk and cat ears, spoke weakly. If Jelal hadn't noticed his sister's betrayal, we would all have sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Jelal said this is the end of those who fail to learn the correct form of magic. The dark-skinned boy Zio shouted excitedly. Little Al, you're intoxicated by the power of magic and want to abandon our past. The expression on the cat-eared lowly Miliana's face became more and more aggrieved. Is the Urza we know really such a heartless person? A steady voice sounded. The dark-skinned boy Zio, the cat-eared girl Miliana, and the wooden golem Wari suddenly turned around. Look at the tall Simon, the man in the iron mask. Simon, what do you mean? The wooden golem Wally asked. Simon, the muscular man in the iron mask, stepped forward. Face 3 companions. Shu, Miliana, Wally, you've all been deceived. Jelal made up this lie to keep everyone in that tower. Simon said calmly. Simon, are you saying that what little Al said is the truth? Miliana's eyes suddenly turned red. That's right, everyone has been fooled by Jelal, including me. I've been pretending to be fooled until the time is right. Whether it was 8 years ago or now, I have always believed that Urza would never be a betrayer. Simon looked at Urza with deep affection, but when he saw Lu Yu next to Urza, Simon raised a bitter smile under his stern face. I heard the previous conversation between Lu Yu and Urza. He knew that he probably had no chance, but at least this time he can be Urza's strength. I'm truly happy to see you again, Urza. Simon spoke with relief. Simon Urza's face was also filled with emotion. She had already prepared herself mentally to be treated as a traitor and be treated as hostile by everyone. Suddenly there's another partner willing to believe in himself. This feeling is naturally very wonderful, little Al. The tears in the eyes of the white silk cat-eared lowly Miliana couldn't help but burst out. She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, jumped lightly, and threw herself into Urza's arms just like when she was a child. Miliana Urza looked at Miliana, who was like a younger sister to her, tenderly, and gently touched her little head with her slender hand. Woo woo woo, that's great, it's really great, little Al didn't betray us. Miliana sobbed with joy. Even if you say so, Simon, I can't accept it at all. So I'm reserving my opinion for now. I'll make my decision after I return to the Tower of Paradise and confront Jelal face to face. The building block man Wally said calmly, Can. Simon and Urza nodded in unison. Why? The dark-skinned boy fell to the ground. Why can you trust your sister so much, Simon? Why? Why can't I trust my sister? Damn it, what is the truth? What should I believe? The dark-skinned boy screamed in despair. It must be hard for you to accept everything now. But at least let me just say this, in these 8 years, I have never forgotten you. Urza spoke gently. I'm sorry, I was too weak before and couldn't protect you. But it's okay now, right? Simon took over. Urza nodded confidently. I have been waiting for this moment. The powerful wizards gathered together to launch a crusade against Jelal and end everything. The expression on Simon's face became more and more determined. Chapter 314. Assassination of the Skull and Bones Guild. Early morning. The light of dawn breaks through the darkness. The distance as far as the eye can see. A spire hundreds of meters high stands above the sea. It exudes an inexplicable aura of hatred. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu and Urza's sailboat was anchored at the port of the Tower of Paradise. Because of the cadre status of Simon and others, naturally, they would not be stopped by the guards. Lu Yu and the fully armed Urza successfully entered the Tower of Paradise. And there was no delay at all. 6 people and 1 cat. Their target was Gerard at the top of the tower. At the same time, just as Lu Yu and Urza landed on the Tower of Paradise, Jelal, who was at the top of the tower, also saw their arrival through the surveillance magic crystal. Immediately, Jalal's pupils on the throne suddenly shrank. A violent change appeared on his face, which was always confident of victory. Most people just know. Gerald of the Tower of Paradise and Zekrane, a young member of the Holy Ten Council, are twin brothers. Little did they know, from beginning to end, Jelal and Zekrane are the same person. In this world, there is only one Gerald. Zekrane is just a being created by Jelal. The purpose is for now, instigating the council to activate the satellite magic circle, magic spirit power Adelio. At the same time, the thought entity Zikline lurking in the council can also help him obtain a lot of information and provide countless conveniences. So even if you stay in the Tower of Paradise, Gerald knew it too. The Fairy Tale Guild joins a guild that rivals the 10 Holy Mages. No, he is a super rookie who possesses enough power to defeat the 10 holy mages. Now, that super newcomer actually came to this place. After years of preparation, is there going to be any unexpected changes? Master Jelal, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? A subordinate employed by Gerard, one of the strongest trio in the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. Three Crows, Udaludas bowed and asked, sight through the surveillance magic crystal. Udaludas also saw Lu Yu's presence. What's wrong with this man? If that's the case, please let your subordinates handle it. Udaludas spoke calmly and confidently. No, no, no. Gerald suddenly shook his head violently. Lord Jelal. Udaludas looked puzzled. Next second, he realized that Gerard's shaking of his head was not directed at his request. Starting from just now, Gerald has been immersed in his own world. So what if you're the variable? Adelio's launch is a fait accompli. Faced with that power, you will only have one way to go. Death. Thinking of this, a sinister and cruel smile appeared on Jalal's face. Master Jelal. Udaludas looked confused. Simon, Zio, Miliana, and Wally, these four can almost be considered traitors. There are 6 people on the other side now, and there are only 4 of us. As Gerald's voice fell, footsteps were heard again in the dim room. One is tall and the other is petite. 2 figures appeared. They are the same as Udaludas. They are all the strongest members of the Dark Assassination Guild, Skull and Bones Society. The other 2 of the 3 crows. A tall person has a sturdy build. The arms have bird feathers. Behind him is a rocket launcher. Even more striking than the rocket launcher is his head. It wasn't a human head, but Fukuru's. This is a strong man holding Fukuru's head. In comparison, the other petite figure was much more pleasing to the eye. Her sakura-colored hair was tied into a bow-like style. A graceful kimono perfectly outlines her hot body. She is the captain of the 3 crows, the assassination group of the Skull and Bones Society, Madara Dove. All participants are here. Now it's time to start the game. Games in Paradise. Jelal grinned. Hurry up and get as close to the top as possible before Jelal notices. Simon spoke solemnly, but everything in this Paradise Tower is under Gerald's control. I'm afraid that the moment we arrived, Jelal saw Urza's current liberated state. The building block man wore it out, as soon as the words fell. The announcement from the Paradise Tower suddenly rang out. Welcome everyone to the Tower of Paradise, Jalal's voice came from the radio. The white silk cat-eared lowly Miliana curled up in fear and hid in Urza's arms. Were you discovered after all, Jelal? Simon gritted his teeth. I am Jelal, the ruler of this Tower of Paradise. Both sides' chess pieces are in place, so let's begin, the Paradise game. The rules are simple. I want to use Urza as a living sacrifice and perform a ritual to revive Zareth. In other words, if the door to Paradise opens, I win. If you can stop it, you win. But that alone wouldn't be interesting at all, so we'll also deploy 3 warriors here. If you can't break through their defenses, you won't be able to reach me. One last thing. At this point, Jalal's voice paused. The council might attack here with a satellite magic circle, the ultimate destructive magic that can destroy everything, Adelio. Gerald said this. It's not just Urza and the others. Even the 3 crows of the Assassination Guild beside Jelal couldn't remain calm. I've never heard of such a thing before, Gerald. Udaludas's voice rose an octave. Udarudas, are you afraid? Captain Madara remained calm as always. What did you say? Scared? How is this possible? Udaludas opened his arms. The magic power around him is boiling. The originally gentle appearance changed drastically under the influence of magic. In an instant, one had a pale face and dark circles under his eyes. A new student named Udaludas, who looks and dresses like a rap rock player, appeared. This is his true attitude. On the contrary, exactly the opposite. I'm extremely excited. I've been waiting for this kind of dangerous job. Go to hell. Go witness hell. Udarudas, having completed his transformation, looked excited and shouted. Ho ho ho, justice is judged. Fukuru, the owl with a human head, turned its head 180 degrees and let out an excited cry. Withering may be the destination of love and life. Captain Madara, with her long sakura pink hair, looked intoxicated. Jelal smiled grimly. When Adelio falls, it means destruction. There will be no winner. The game is over. That's it, enjoy it. Jelal finished his game speech. What on earth was that B********* D Jelal thinking? Simon gritted his teeth and punched the wall. Adelio, the council, impossible. Urza shook her head in disbelief. What the hell is going on, Jelal? It's Adelio. If we get hit by that, then, we just want true freedom. The building block man Wally looked gloomy and fell into self-doubt. Did you really lie to us, Jelal? Little Al, I'm so scared. The cat-eared young girl, Miliana, trembled slightly. It hurts so much. In her embrace, the little blue cat Habib, who had been unconscious since last night, woke up and let out a cry of pain. Sorry, kitty. Miliana quickly apologized. The harpy spread its wings and broke free from her embrace. Who are you guys? Hey, Urza and Lu Yu, great, you're all here. Where's Natsu? And Gray, Kasumi, and Juvia, where are they now? The little blue cat Habib felt his head was a mess. The current situation is completely incomprehensible. Calm down, Harpy, it's okay. Urza raised her arms and hugged Happy. Give a concise explanation. Anyway, that's the situation. Could you please lend me a hand next, Harpy? Urza said. Issa, I'd be happy to. The Harpy raised his hands in a gesture of pleasure. Then I'll take the first step and go straight to the top floor. Lu Yu, please protect everyone. Chapter 315 Urza's Dependence. At Urza's request, the little blue cat Harpy spread his wings. A pair of kitten claws grabbed Urza's armor and tried to pull it up. However, Urza is so heavy, the armor is so heavy. The little blue cat Habibi reminded, feel sorry. Urza's body was shining, quickly change into daily JK uniform. Then I'll go first, I must put an end to this with Gerald. Urza spoke firmly. Go, Urza, Simon nodded, little Al, little kitten. Miliana, the white silk cat-eared girl, looked worried. No, don't. We've wronged my sister for so many years, now it's time for me to make amends. I'll defeat Jelal. The dark-skinned boy Zio took out a card. Use card magic to lock Urza in it. Stop it, Hugh, Simon and the blockman Wally both blocked it. Don't worry, Zio, my sister will be back soon. Urza smiled slightly. Soaring into the sky under the Harpy's flying power. And then, Urza's promise to come back soon came true. Lu Yu and his group at the entrance of the passage have not taken any action yet. Oh yow yow. Suddenly, a loud laughter like Fukuru's could be heard from the sky outside the tower. Wah, what's that? Fukuru with a bazooka, exclaimed the little blue cat Harpy, who hadn't flown far away. No, that's the owl from the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones, 3 crows. Urza recognized the muscular man with Fukuru's head. Compared to Fukuru, who is equipped with a bazooka, the Harpy's speed is much slower. Urza, without changing her clothes, doesn't have much combat power. No way, Harpy, let me go, Urza said. Well, Happy was stunned. I wanted to conserve as much strength as possible before fighting Jelal, but now is not the time to hold back. Urza took a deep breath. Change clothes, armor of the heavenly wheel. A sword armor woven from countless magical swords is attached to Urza. Urza had just finished changing her clothes and had no time to move. Fukuru, the muscular man, rushed over at high speed. With one punch, he sent Urza, who was blocking, back into the tower. Elder sister, Urza, little Al, Simon, Miliana and others all screamed in surprise. I'm fine. Urza stood up. Oh wow, Fukuru's laughter came again. Fukuru the strong man rushed into the tower. Face everyone present. No breaking of the rules allowed. I will punish you in the name of justice. Here comes the warrior of justice, Owl. The muscular man Fukuru posed several Chunibyo poses in succession. The Dark Guild Tan Hujung, who is engaged in assassination activities, is joking. Urza yelled angrily. Skywheel, dizzying sword. Countless magic swords formed a torrent of steel, strangling the strong man Fukuru. Oh ho ho, Justice Warrior Owl, today we will also defeat evil. Fukuru, the strong man, spoke with a mouth full of justice. The rocket propellers behind him were at full power. He brushed off Urza's attack as if it were a joke. Oh wow, I found a kitten that always looked delicious. The strong man Fukuru locked onto the cat-eared lowly girl Miliana. Miliana. Urza was secretly anxious, little Al. Facing such murderous intent for the first time, Miliana didn't even know how to use magic. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. You're always talking about justice and evil, how annoying. Lu Yu spoke softly. The moment the words fell, Roger threw a punch. The fist that is thrown later arrives first, hit Fukuru Muscleman in the face. Bang! This was the dull, thumping sound of a fist hitting flesh. Whoosh! This was the sound of the strong man Fukuru breaking through the wind while flying backwards at the speed of light. Boom! Rumble! This was the roar of Fukuru crashing down to the bottom of the tower. One hit. The battle is over, one of the aces of the notorious Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. The 3-feathered crow owl was defeated, this moment. The huge Tower of Paradise was completely silent. Simon, Wally, and the dark-skinned boy Hugh just stared blankly with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. The whole person was immersed in indescribable shock. No matter how you look at it, the previous scene was too scary. What kind of power is hidden in that fist? If they were hit by any of them, they would definitely die on the spot. You're not hurt. Lu Yu turned around and smiled as he extended a big hand to the cat-eared lowly Miliana. No, it's okay. Miliana subconsciously held Lu Yu's big hand and stood up again. Gudong, is this the strength of a fairy tale wizard? Simon's Adam's apple rolled hard. Are fairy tales wizards really that powerful? The building block man Wally was also dumbfounded. Isa. The little blue cat Harpy leapt over. Of course, and don't think that little trick can defeat Natsu. Natsu must be fine now. Habibi spoke with certainty. Thank you, Lu Yu, sorry to bother you again. Urza changed back into her usual armor and whispered a thank you. Don't worry about it. Xiao Ai's business is my business, we're partners. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Xiao Ai? When Urza heard Lu Yu call her this again, her pretty face was stunned. Immediately, he involuntarily flew up into a red cloud. She could feel it. Lu Yu's help to her was not just out of friendship. There's some deeper emotion involved. This feeling of being able to rely on others is really good. Come on, let's go to the top floor together, there's still time. Lu Yu smiled slightly and took the lead, at the same time. Just as Lu Yu and his party continued to move forward. The first floor of Paradise Tower, by the Dragon Slayer's nose. Natsu, Gray, Lucy and Juvia finally caught up, however, they received a welcome gift as soon as they arrived. All I heard was a loud bang. The Fukuru strong man who was knocked down by Lu Yu's punch fell down. A huge deep pit with a radius of 100 meters was smashed into the ground. Wow, what? What happened? Lucy was shocked. Is that a bird? Natsu tilted his head. No, it's obviously a human. Gray said. Juvia knows that Fukuru man. He's one of the 3 crows of the Dark Guild Skull and Bones. Juvia reveals Fukuru's identity, Assassination Guild. Lucy widened her beautiful eyes, but he can't stand up anymore. Lucy had just finished speaking. Justice, judgment, oh no. Fukuru strong man finished speaking the final justice. It seemed as if a soul was ascending to heaven in the dark. It seems that he can't get up anymore. If this wound is not caused by Urza's sword, then it must be caused by Big Brother Lu Yu. He really deserves to be called Big Brother. Gray exclaimed in admiration. Mr. Lu Yu? Lord Lu Yu? Lucy and Juvia's eyes lit up. Let's go. Natsu clashed his fists together, flames blazing. Natsu's team of 4 set off. At the same time, Lu Yu and his party climbed up several floors in succession. A room that looked like a ring appeared. In the middle of the room stood a wild man who looked like a rock singer. Here. You guys are really good at breaking through the owl so quickly, but... The 3 crows Udarudas of the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones swung his flowing hair. As he spoke, he swung the guitar in his hand, making a deafening noise. This made Urza and the others cover their ears in discomfort. Ta-ta, suddenly, clear footsteps were heard amid the harsh noise. Udaludas paused in strumming his guitar, in the dark. The shadow of death loomed over him, causing all the muscles in his body to solidify. Before you know it, a tall figure had already walked up to him. You're even more annoying than that Fukuru from before. Lu Yu raised his fist impatiently. Boom, rumble. The second place, 3 crows, failed. Chapter 316 Lu Yu's upper and lower limits. Flash sale. Another instant kill. Lu Yu threw a punch. The opponent fell to the ground. A deep pit with a radius of 100 meters appeared on the ground. The rockman Udaludas collapsed powerlessly into the deep pit. Little Al, this guy, are all your companions so powerful? Miliana asked weakly. I feel extremely fortunate. Last night in the casino, Lu Yu did not attack them. Otherwise, they probably won't survive standing here. Of course Naz and the others are also very strong, but Lu Yu is an exception. Urza forced a smile. To be honest, regarding Lu Yu's true strength. How strong is Lu Yu? She doesn't know either. Urza just knew. Lu Yu once beat up the Phantom Guild President Joseph with 1 punch. He knocked one of the 10 holy mages to pieces with 1 punch. And this seems to be just the lower limit, until now. Lu Yu has not yet demonstrated his maximum strength in front of them. Shao Ai, don't just stand there, hurry up, Lu Yu called out and stepped forward first. Right now, the top floor of Paradise Tower. Jelal, wearing a blue hoodie, tremblingly pushed down 2 of his own chess pieces. Finally, he simply pushed down the 3rd chess piece. Because he knows. Even Madarajima, the leader of the last 3 crows, could not stop that man. Now that the man has intervened, this game is no longer playable. Only, I just defeated Joseph, who was at the bottom of the Saint 10. My level is completely different from Joseph's. Now I'll show you the true terror of the Holy 10 Magisters. Jelal clenched his fist and crushed the chess piece in his hand. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu and his party came to a Japanese wooden bridge. 2 huge stone lions guard both sides. Pink sakura flowers flutter in the wind. Despair. Ta-ta. A woman in a kimono with long pink hair and holding a sword as long as her body slowly walked towards them. My name is Madara Dove, please take care of me. Madara, the last of the 3 crows assassins, greeted with a smile. On the surface, everything seems calm. In fact, her heart was already in turmoil. Because it's too fast, Fukuru Muscleman and Rockman were broken through too quickly. As for the strength of his 2 partners, Madarajima knows it best. However, it was still broken through so quickly, and the other side did not suffer any casualties. It can only mean one thing. There are absolutely powerful people in the opposing camp. Not the foursome from Paradise Tower, not the fairy queen Urza either. Then all that's left is... Madaraju's gaze fell on Lu Yu, and her pretty face became increasingly serious. Just look at it like this, she felt a huge pressure from Lu Yu. It was as if the person standing in front of her was not a person, but an unreachable mountain. If the opponent is using a sword, I will take on this battle. Urza put on her usual armor and prepared to go into battle. No, Lu Yu raised his hand to stop Urza. I've already said it before, I'll help you settle all these battles. Urza, all you have to do is focus on preparing for your final battle with Jelal. Lu Yu smiled slightly. walked straight towards Madara Dove. To be honest, I don't really want to be violent towards a lady, so could you please move aside? Lu Yu asked with a smile. You really love to joke. Madara Dove had a beautiful smile on her face. Clang. The long sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, waving several sharp cold rays in the air. I've finished chopping. Madara smiled confidently. What did you cut? Lu Yu smiled. Then the smile on Madara's pretty face froze. How is that possible? You've been hit by my moonless flow. Even if there's no damage on the outside, your internal nerves should have been severed. How are you still standing? Madarajima spoke in disbelief. How about you try chopping it again? Lu Yu invited with a smile. Don't look down on me. I don't know what you did to evade my sword before, but I'm sure it will hit you this time. Madaraju scolded harshly. A sword slash is about to reach ultimate. In an instant, he crossed paths with Lu Yu. There's nothing in this world I can't cut off. You've already. Madara's proud words came to an abrupt halt. Click. A crackling sound was heard due to being overwhelmed. But it does not come from the human body, but it's the sword in her hand. She was the only one who had ever cut off other people's swords, but now her sword broke because of cutting someone. This kind of thing, before Madara could recover from the shock. Next second, she only felt her body rising into the air. Lu Yu picked her up as if she were a chick. Let me go, you monster. What the hell is your body made of? Why can't even my sword cut it? Madara Dove struggled violently. You can't cut it down because you're too weak. Lu Yu grinned. There's no future in the Assassination Guild. If you survive, remember to find another job. What are you going to do to me? Madara was filled with panic. Lu Yu didn't say anything else. He threw her up casually. Then, volley, whoosh, boom. At this point, all three crows were defeated. Only Gerald is left. Whoosh, bang. A huge hole was blown open in the Paradise Tower. Madara Dove, the last and strongest killer of the three crows, was defeated. Gulp, gulp. Even if it's not the first time I've seen it. Simon, Wally and others still couldn't help but feel their Adam's apples rolling with difficulty. Maybe this time it will work. With my powerful partner, defeating Jelal is no longer a dream. The dark-skinned boy Zio spoke excitedly. This powerful, even against Jelal, I have a chance of winning. Simon clenched his fists excitedly. The other side. All obstacles have been cleared, now it's your turn, shall I? Lu Yu smiled slightly. Thank you so much, Urza thanked him solemnly. No need for thanks between us, go ahead and end it. Yes. Urza passed Lu Yu, his pace suddenly quickened. Running towards the top of the final tower, Oni-sama. The dark-skinned boy Shu noticed this and wanted to give chase. But Lu Yu raised his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Aren't you my sister's partner? Why are you letting my sister go up alone? Let's catch up quickly, I'm a little worried about little Al. Miliana, the lowly girl with white silk cat ears, said weakly. Mr. Lu Yu, what do you mean? Simon asked, confused. Lu Yu? The little blue cat Habby also tilted his head suspiciously. This is my promise to Urza. I'll give it to her sometime soon. Lu Yu said calmly, but Urza can't defeat Jelal. Simon spoke unwillingly. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. A voice as blazing as fire came from the entrance not far away. Natsu. The little blue cat harpy's ears twitched and he flew up happily. And Gray, Lucy, and Juvia are all okay too, that's great. Habibi's heart was finally at ease. Mr. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu, accompanied by two sweet cries. Lucy and Juvia both threw themselves into Lu Yu's arms. Finally caught up, so what's the situation now? Gray looked at Simon the Iron Mask warily. Last night at the casino. It was Simon who shattered his ice clone. Get out of the way. Natsu raised his fist and knocked the blockman Wally to the ground. Last night's revenge is now settled, and now it's your turn. Natsu's eyes were also locked on Simon. What makes you say Urza can't win? Don't underestimate her, you be ******. Natsu said indignantly. For Natsu, Urza is his greatest rival. He is also one of the people he respects, regarding Urza's strength. Natsu knew better than anyone. Therefore, he will never allow others to belittle Urza's strength. No, it's not about strength and magic. Urza, she's still thinking about saving Jelal. I know she can't hate Jelal. Jelal is a cunning man and will definitely take advantage of Urza's feelings. Simon tells the story. Little Al, the cat-eared girl, Miliana, helped Wally to his feet. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy nodded and raised her head slightly, looking at Lu Yu, her little face full of worry about Urza. If you don't want to help, please get out of the way. We have to help my sister. The dark-skinned boy, Shu, knelt on his knees and begged bitterly. Brother Lu Yu, please. Gray, Natsu, Simon and others all looked at Lu Yu pleadingly. Lu Yu. You seem to have misunderstood something. I just let Urza take the lead. Of course, we still have to take care of what we should take care of in the end. Chapter 317 Urza vs Jelal, the top floor of the Paradise Tower. Hey, is the game over already? It happened much faster than I thought. Jelal, wearing a blue hoodie, slowly stood up from the throne. Ta-ta. Urza took long strides and calmly walked up to Jelal. Does playing with other people's lives make you so happy? Urza questioned. Of course I'm happy. Life and death are the root of all emotions. On the other hand, there's nothing more boring and meaningless than life. Long time no see, Urza, Jelal grinned. Jelal, I want to free my old companions, Urza said calmly. It doesn't matter, we don't need them anymore. The Tower of Paradise is already completed. Gerard didn't care. Is it okay even if it's about to be destroyed? You're talking about Aelio, right? Humph. So calm, are you really bluffing? No, Edirio will fall, 15 minutes left. Everything will have its consequences. And you will disappear as a sacrifice for Zeref's resurrection. This is your fate, Urza. The expression on Jalal's face gradually became strange and ferocious. Then there's nothing more to say, change clothes. The magic light shines. Heavenly wheel, dazzling sword. Urza took out her best sword armor. Countless magic swords converged into a torrent of steel. Sweeping towards Gerald. Hee, ha 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 ha. Jelal covered his forehead and laughed wildly. With a wave of the hand, countless strange tentacles and magical power shot out, meeting Urza's steel torrent. A violent collision occurred. A dazzling light burst out. Under the cover of light, Urza quietly changed her clothes. The fastest black feather armor outfit. This caused Urza's figure to disappear in an instant. When he reappeared, he was in front of Jelal. The long sword in his hand swung mercilessly. However, regarding Urza's attack, Gerald had expected this. It's just a simple block, accompanied by a loud bang. A big hole appeared in the wall. You built the tower yourself, only to destroy it with your own hands. You're truly hopeless, Jelal. Urza dodged into the air and shouted in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, it's just one or two decorative pillars. Even if they're destroyed, it won't have any impact at all. Jelal sneered. The important thing is the R system. We spent 8 years on it, now it's finally done. The curve of Gerald's mouth gradually widened. He clenched his right hand suddenly. Countless red and black tentacles suddenly emerged from the ceiling and walls above Urza's head. It formed a circle, completely enveloping her. Your skills seem to have improved, but that's all. Jelal sneered smugly, confined in a strange spherical shape. Urza didn't give up, still struggling violently. She tried to put on the strongest purgatory armor and break the sphere. However, the strange magic suppressed her and she was unable to complete the higher level costume change. Is this the end? No, it's not over yet. Thinking of her friends who believed in her. I want partners I can rely on. Endless power surged from Urza's body. Change clothes. The black feather armor on her body faded away. What appeared instead was just a white corset and ordinary trousers that couldn't be simpler. Infuse all the magic power allocated to the armor into the sword. Oink. The knife flashed, shattered Jalal's confinement sphere. At this moment, Urza's sword is indestructible. How is that possible? Looking at Urza who had broken the seal, Jalal's eyes widened and his pupils suddenly shrank. I felt extremely surprised by this unexpected situation. I've already said it, I have nothing to fear now. Urza spoke. The last word fell. Her speed suddenly increased. The long sword in his hand slashed down on Gerald without mercy. On the body. Jelal spat out blood. His face was full of shock and horror. Clang. The blade was at Jalal's throat. Just half an inch would have cut his throat. Be honest, Gerald. Answer my question now. What is your real purpose? The real R system probably hasn't been completed yet. Urza asked majestically. I haven't been idle in the past 8 years. I've conducted extensive research on the R system. Indeed, its structure and principles are consistent with the original design. However, there's still a crucial point missing to complete the R system. I've already said that you will be used as a sacrifice, said Gerard. No, the problem is before this. What's missing is magic power. To activate this enormous magic requires a huge amount of magic power. Urza spoke with certainty. Even if all the wizards in the continent gathered together, they wouldn't be able to generate enough magic power. Not only a human being, but even this tower itself cannot possibly store such a large amount of magical power. And you knew the council would attack but didn't run away. What were you thinking? Answer me, Jelal, in response to Urza's question. The expression on Jalal's face remained as calm as ever. Jelal, your dream is over. Is it your wish to die like this? Urza shouted angrily. It's not so bad to end like this. My body has been taken over by Zeref's ghost. I'm just a puppet to revive Zeref's body, Jelal said with a lonely look on his face. Possessed? Urza was shocked. I can't save myself. No one, not myself or my friends, can save me. What paradise? What freedom? It doesn't exist anywhere. It's all over before it even begins. Jelal seemed to have given up all hope, but also seemed to have a change of heart. Then come with me, and freedom will surely come. Urza softened. As Simon said, she never thought of killing Jelal from the beginning to the end. It's useless. I know the R system is impossible, but Zeref's ghost won't let me give up. I can't stop it now, Urza. You win. Let's end it here. Jelal closed his eyes, preparing to accept his own death. Certainly. The premise of his action was that he calculated that Urza would not take action. Things turned out just as he thought. His final performance, which seemed to be a true expression of his feelings, completely touched Urza's heart. No matter what, Urza's sword couldn't fall. Boom. A huge wave of magical power appeared from the sky above the Tower of Paradise. That is the magical elf power of the transcendental time and space destruction magic that is accumulating power. A huge satellite magic array covered the entire sky, releasing this terrifying oppressive force. Bang! Just then, there was applause coming from the corridor. What followed was the sound of footsteps. Oni-sama, Little Al, Urza's former and current companions all rushed over shouting. 10 Seconds Chapter 318. Jellal is still alive. Simon, Miliana, even Natsu, Gray, and Lucy are here. The expression on Urza's face was stunned at first, and then extreme panic and fear appeared on her face. Why is everyone here? Lu Yu, didn't I ask you to take everyone away? Urza screamed in panic. Did I say that? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Lu Yu smiled slightly. No, now is not the time to talk about this. Something really bad is going to happen. You can see it too, Adelio is about to fall, everyone run. Urza said anxiously. Urza, Little Al, Lucy and Miliana held Urza's arms on either side. Don't worry, everything will be fine, you. This is what Mr. Lu Yu, that adult said, Lucy and Miliana said in unison. Lu Yu? Urza, believe in Big Brother's judgment and ability. Gray nodded solemnly. It's just a mere Edirio, come at me. Natsu roared with his head raised, full of momentum. Bang! Applause broke out again. Lu Yu came in front of Gerald. What great acting, Lu Yu teased. What do you mean? Gerald gritted his teeth. Under Lu Yu's gaze, he just felt that all his secrets were seen through. Whether it is the magic elf power Adelio or his own body. Stop pretending, Jellal. We heard everything you said before, you're lying to Little Al again. Simon was right. You've taken advantage of Urza's kindness once again. Miliana, Wally, and Zio shouted harshly. Stop pretending, Jellal. Simon shouted. Are we exposed? After his true identity was exposed, Gerard simply stopped pretending. Looking at Jellal, who had returned to his previous appearance, Urza's beautiful eyes couldn't help but stand upside down. We will settle the score with them again. Just then, a big hand fell. He patted her lightly on the head. Shao Ai, you've already won. Leave it to me from now on. Lu Yu smiled. But don't worry, Jellal will never be resurrected. I guarantee it. Lu Yu said with certainty. Ha, who do you think you are? How can you be so sure that Jellal won't be resurrected? Now that things have come to this, I've laid my cards on the table. Even if I have to be sacrificed myself, I will definitely bring Zareth back to life. Jellal laughed uncontrollably as if he had gone mad. However, what he received was only Lu Yu's pitying look as if he was looking at a fool. This look made Gerald feel extremely unhappy. What does that even mean? I don't need your pity, Gerald screamed hysterically. What a pathetic man. He doesn't even know who's controlling him. And the people who are manipulating you behind the scenes are equally pathetic. As followers of Zareth, they actually don't even know that Zareth is still alive. Lu Yu shook his head, as soon as these words were spoken. The whole audience was shocked. What do you mean? I'm not being controlled by Zareth. Then who is it? Jellal was in a state of confusion. Even the thoughts far away in the council were confused. The other side, Gray, Juvia and others were extremely shocked by the other news revealed by Lu Yu. Zerf. The dark mage Zareth is still alive, Lord Lu Yu. Brother Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu. It's true. Without waiting for Lucy and the others to ask further questions. The dazzling holy light shines across the heaven and earth. The ultimate space-time destruction magic spirit power, launch. Council of Representatives. The huge magic crystal rotated in the air. The terrifying magical power is surging. Adelio final launch preparations complete. The frog clerk of the council loudly announced. Satellite magic circle, deploy. Magic crystal for traction, no problem, coordinates locked. Attribute fusion has no rejection reaction, countdown begins. Pray to the holy light. All members of the council, including the members, closed their eyes and prayed. Suddenly, Zekrane, one of the council members, suddenly covered his head in pain. Zeke, what's wrong with you? Zeke, Urusha, a fellow council member, asked. Ultir, he said I wasn't being controlled by Zareth. What the hell is this? Zekrane spoke incoherently. Don't be influenced, Zeke. Urusha said in a deep voice. But, Jellal is actually still alive. Is this true? If so, then, what have I been doing all these years? Stop talking nonsense, Zeke. I don't know what you heard, but you're doing something great. Urusha soothed quietly. Right now, the old councilman Yujima, who was always paying attention to Zikline and Urusha, looked extremely ugly. Regarding the conversation between Zikline and Urusha, he caught it clearly. Zareth, control, resurrect, live. No matter which word it is so scary, because this involves the forbidden area. The source of all black magic, for a long while. Yujima finally recovered from his shock, just about to stop Adelio's launch. And the investigation of Chickline and Urusha, however, it was too late. The countdown for Adelio is over. The magic elf power enters the launch phase. Pray to the holy light, free Adelio, following the order from the speaker of the council. A dazzling magical light shines, crossing the barriers of time and space. All poured out on the Tower of Paradise. Everything is invisible. Adelio, hit the target. Was the destruction successful? Check it out. The concentration of Adelio fusion is increasing, and abnormal weather is predicted. There's an Adelio neutralizer in the center of the explosion. No, this. The concentration of the fusion body is rapidly decreasing, and other high magic energy sources have been discovered. The image has been restored, and the target still exists. It's a giant magic crystal. Did the magic crystal absorb Adelio's magic power? A great deal of magic power has gathered in the Tower of Paradise. The huge council chamber was in chaos at the moment. The instigator of all this, Zickline, disappeared quietly. At the same time, Urusha, the real mastermind behind the scenes, raised a smug smile. Lost magic. The Arc of Time, activate. Rumble. The entire council quickly aged and collapsed under the power of time. Right now, far overseas, Tower of Paradise, the true face of the R system is revealed here. The original strange towers collapsed completely. When Adelio's huge magic power is injected, it blends perfectly with the Tower of Paradise. A huge magic crystal tower then appeared. It sparkles in the moonlight. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Jalal's triumphant laughter echoed across the sky. Finally, the moment has finally arrived. This is the true face of the Tower of Paradise, a giant magic crystal. And he successfully absorbed a huge amount of magic power from Adelio of the council. Now, here, the R system is complete. Chapter 319. Gerald was stunned. On the endless sea, a huge magic crystal tower stands between heaven and earth. It sparkles in the bright moonlight. This is the Tower of True Paradise, the R system. Right now, the top floor of the park's crystal tower. The people who had closed their eyes due to the strong light from Adelio opened their eyes blankly and looked at the scene around them. Extreme shock and disbelief appeared on their faces uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? Lucis' eyes widened in shock. The Tower of Paradise has turned into a magic crystal. Juvia subconsciously covered her mouth. This is the true face of the Tower of Paradise. The block man Wally murmured in shock. I see, I understand. That's why Lu Yu said not to worry. The little blue cat Habib had a flash of inspiration, as if he had thought of something. I see, that's how it is. Natsu nodded in understanding. I don't know if I really understand or I'm just pretending to understand. Did the Tower of Paradise absorb all of Adelio's immense magical power? That's why it didn't cause any damage to us or the surrounding area. Urza looked shocked. Ha 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 ha. Jalal's triumphant laughter attracted everyone's attention. Finally, the moment has finally arrived. This is the true face of the Tower of Paradise, a giant magic crystal. And he successfully absorbed a huge amount of magic power from Adelio of the council. Now, here, the R system is complete. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I want to know what the purpose of your R system is. Jelal. Gray suddenly spoke. I've already told you, it's to resurrect the legendary Dark Mage, Zareth, of course. Gerald said as a matter of course. Well, are you not feeling well in the head? My elder brother said earlier that Jelal is still alive. How are you going to resurrect a living person? Gray asked with a smile. The words fell. The atmosphere in the field suddenly stagnated. Oh, that's right, Lord Lu Yu. Is it true what you said before that Jelal is still alive? Juvia asked with a look of shock on her face. That dark mage existed 400 years ago. It's unbelievable that he's still alive. Urza shook her head in disbelief. He's still alive. He never died. I met him last year. Lu Yu said casually. The meeting was fake. To be precise, before Lu Yu went to find him, Irene found him. A confusing exchange was directly transferred to the East Continent. However, as a time traveler, Lu Yu certainly knows Jelal best. He has always lived and never died. Ha 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 ha, the person you believe in is clearly still alive, yet you say he's dead. Is this faith or a curse? I can't tell the difference anymore. Natsu laughed. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Being ridiculed by Gray and Natsu, the expression on Jalal's face gradually became ferocious, and he shouted in frustration. Calm down. Without any warning, a young man in white clothes and blue hair appeared out of nowhere on the top of the tower. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Ah, Jelal. Here comes another one. There are two of Jelal. What on earth is going on? Lucy, Juvia, Natsu, Gray, Miliana and the others all screamed in shock. No, he's Zikrane, one of the council members, and Gerald's twin brother. Urza said. Ah, that's not right, Aisha. Zikrane grinned. Zickline. Why are you here? Urza asked loudly. I'm reminded of when we first met, Urza, Zikrane said with a look of nostalgia. It's time to submit a letter of apology to the council with Makarov. Gerald took over. You mistook me for Jelal and attacked me. We look the same, after all. There's nothing I can do about it. When you heard we were twins, you finally accepted it, but that still didn't eliminate your hostility. Zickline said. Of course. You're my older brother, but you agreed to what Jelal was going to do. No, not only that, you even spied on me. Urza spoke excitedly. Yes, it was my mistake. I should have told you then that I would find Jelal and stop him. But after finally getting into the council, meeting you was my biggest mistake. There's nothing more painful in this world than suddenly having to find an excuse. Jelal and Zikrane were talking back and forth. You two are indeed in the same group. Urza said. A group, so what we said was wrong, we were all alone from the beginning. Jelal and Zcrane spoke in unison. Zickline's body gradually became illusory. Then, in the shocked gazes of everyone present, he merged with Jelal. I'm alone again. Natsu's eyes widened. So they are not twins after all, Lucy said. I know, it's a thought body. Juvia thought of the former President Joseph, who often appeared before them in the form of a thought body. That's right, it's the thought body. Zickline is me. Jelal spoke calmly, after becoming one with the body of thought. His magic power and combat power have reached their true peak. He truly possesses the extraordinary combat power of the 10 Holy Magisters. Even when facing many opponents including Lu Yu, he is fearless. Jelal, you be *****D, how many people have you deceived so far? Urza yelled. My strength and magic power have all been restored. Now, no matter how many of you there are, it won't be a problem. Jelal grinned confidently. Jelal, Urza, overcome by rage, had her magic power boiling. Change clothes. Purgatory armor, the light shines. The strongest set of armor Urza had ever collected was now complete. Boom. The terrifying oppressive force spread out, causing the magic crystal ground to crack. Wow, Urza is angry. Natsu stepped back in fear. Not good, Urza is going to lose her temper. Gray also showed fear on his face. Then shouldn't we retreat a little? As Lucy spoke, she took a few steps forward and hid behind Lu Yu. This is Urza. This is my sister, true strength? Simon, Wally, Hugh and others were amazed. Come on, Urza. I won't lose to you this time, Jelal waved provocatively. Jelal. Urza stomped her jade feet on the ground. A hole exploded in the magic crystal ground. The powerful reaction force pushed Urza's body forward as if she were teleporting. Boom. The terrifying purgatory sword was swung. A huge gap appeared in the magic crystal ground. Swish. Jalal's body glowed slightly, just as Urza's purgatory sword was about to fall. His figure flashed by like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Urza. A kick, a ruthless kick. Boom. Chapter 320 Celestial Magic Meteor. Swish, oink oink, Jelal seemed to have turned into a shooting star. It appears and disappears, flickering unpredictably. Kick out. With the power of a falling meteor, relying on strong intuition. Urza sensed the danger lurking in the dark. Before Jalal's attack landed, he decisively drew his sword and returned to defense. Boom. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded. Jalal's meteor-like kick landed on Urza's purgatory blade. The terrifying impact still caused Urza to retreat dozens of meters. The 2 feet left 2 deep marks on the magic crystal ground. The heavy purgatory sword made a crackling sound as it was unable to bear the weight. Fine cracks appear on the surface. See, Urza, this is my true strength. This is my power as one of the 10 holy mages. You have no chance of winning. Ha 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 ha. Jelal laughed triumphantly. The 10 holy wizards. Is that Gerard one of the holy 10? Isn't at the same level as the president and Joseph? Lucy said in shock. I don't know about Gerald, but Zcrane of the council is indeed one of the 10 holy mages, and his strength is even above Joseph. Juvia spoke solemnly. An existence on the same level as the old man. Then this isn't the time to just sit around and wait, Mr. Natsu. Natsu and Gray looked at each other and grinned in unison. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Ice Make, Hammer. Natsu and Gray, 1 fire and 1 ice, attacked from both sides. Gerald took his time. He took Natsu's Iron Fist with his right hand. The left hand broke Gray's Ice Hammer. What followed was Natsu's violent attack. Fire Dragon's Wing attack, the Fire Dragon's Claw. The roar of the Fire Dragon, Natsu attacked repeatedly. The raging flames surrounded Jelal. Hey, Natsu Dragneel, son of Igneel, is this all he is after all? Jelal sneered. Natsu's onslaught didn't leave a single wound on him. I originally wanted to test the destructive power of the Dragon Slayer, but this level is nothing to be afraid of. What did you say? Natsu roared and charged forward. Don't ignore my existence, Gray, who had reached a high point at some point, cast an ice-shaping spell. Ice Make, Lancer, Ice Make, Ice Cannon, a terrifying blizzard mixed with sharp blades shot towards Jelal. Come back soon, Natsu, Gray. Urza seemed to have noticed something and spoke anxiously. However, it was too late. I'll turn you into dust of my celestial magic. Meteor. Jalal's body glowed brightly, truly transformed into a shining meteor. The speed is so fast that it cannot be captured by the human eye. In an instant, Gray's ultimate was dodge, then he was suddenly hit hard from behind and flew into the air. Gray Natsu was about to remind him, next second. The meteor light came behind Natsu. Natsu was also knocked flying. Ola ola ola. The dull sound of fists hitting flesh came one after another. Under the overwhelming speed of Jalal's celestial magic, Natsu and Gray, the 2 strongest members of Fairy Tail, were unable to fight back. Being unilaterally beaten by Jelal, and floating in the air with infinite combos. How about that? That's Natsu and Gray, Lucy whispered in disbelief. Natsu and Gray are completely defenseless, this kind of thing. The little blue cat Habby is also incredible. Those two fairy tale guys are quite powerful, but even so, they still have no power to fight back in front of Jelal. This is the level of the 10 holy wizards. Simon's face was filled with shock. Sure enough, it's only that person. Miliana weakly glanced at Lu Yu, who was watching the show calmly. I couldn't help but wonder how many punches Jelal would take if he faced Lu Yu. Let them go. Watching my partner being beaten unilaterally. Urza couldn't help but roar. The purgatory sword swung violently, bringing about a terrifying impact storm, cover the entire venue without distinction. This finally forced Jelal to retreat temporarily. Certainly, Natsu and Gray, who were also in the attack range, were also sent flying by the impact. It slammed heavily onto the magic crystal wall. Wait a minute, Urza, it's dangerous. Gray yelled in dissatisfaction. I was so scared, I thought I was going to be killed. Natsu wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth with lingering fear. Come to me quickly, Urza ordered majestically. Yes, Natsu and Gray didn't dare to complain anymore. Stand on the same front with Urza. At this point, I won't say such willful words as fighting alone anymore. Urza smiled slightly. That's the way it should be. Natsu clashed his fists together, and flames blazed above his fists. Then let's get started. Let's work together to defeat that B******D. Gray grinned, a chill running through his body. Let's go. Following Urza's order, Fairy Tail's strongest team attacks together. This time, after being prepared, even Jalal's meteor speed could no longer overwhelm Urza and the other two as before. So amazing, whether it's Little Al or the others, exclaimed the cat-eared girl Miliana. This is the wizard from Fairy Tail. The block man swallowed hard. I want to fight too, but I'm not qualified to join the fight. The dark-skinned boy clenched his fists unwillingly. Let's just wait and see, Simon nodded solemnly. You truly are the strongest team of Fairy Tail. Maybe this time we can succeed. Lucy said happily. Lucy, it seems you're also a member of the team. Aren't you planning on joining the battle? Said the little blue cat Habibi. Please spare me, how can I participate in this kind of battle? He will be killed instantly. Woo, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy looked at Lu Yu pitifully. But Lucy, you're not fighting alone. Lu Yu smiled. That's true. Lucy nodded. Then open it, Leo. No, Loki is still recuperating. It turns out to be you, the gate of Taurus Palace, Talos. Ding dong. A stargate opens. Moo, a black and white cow carrying a large axe appeared. Taros, go. Lucy commanded. Leave it to me, Moo. Talos swung his axe and attacked. Bang. The Minotaur Talos was kicked away by Jelal. Sorry, Moo, thanks for your hard work. Lucy wiped the sweat from her brow. Sure enough, I still can't do it, Mr. Lu Yu, if you say so, it will definitely work. Lucy didn't finish her words. No, I'm no longer confused. I must end things with Jelal today. Urza's shout rang out. We haven't lost yet. There's no need to bother with an opponent of this level, big brother. Natsu and Gray also spoke up. Look, Lu Yu spread his hands. The determination of the young boys and girls, he really didn't want to interrupt. Damn it. Urza, just how much do you think you underestimate me in the 10 holy wizards? Jelal was furious. Well, I'll show you some real destructive magic. Accept the sanctions of the 7 stars. 7-star sword Guren Sherion. Chapter 321 Celestial Magic Dark Paradise. Be prepared to accept the sanctions of the 7 stars. Jalal's figure suddenly rose taller. A huge magic circle formed between his fists. The dark night sky suddenly burst into light. 7 big stars lit up in a row. They are connected to each other and form a spoon-like shape. 7-star sword Guren Sherion. Jelal roared. He swung his hands down fiercely. The 7-star pattern in the night sky suddenly fell towards the earth as he moved. Boom. Rumble. The entire magic crystal tower trembled violently. For a long time, the terrifying fluctuations began to subside. Urza, Little Al, Natsu, Gray Lucy, Juvia, Happy, Miliana, and the others all widened their eyes. I couldn't believe it and didn't want to accept what I saw. Fairy Tail's strongest trio. Now, they were all knocked down at the same time by Jalal's attack. This is magic with the same destructive power as a meteorite. You're quite impressive for leaving a complete corpse behind. Jelal smirked. It's not over yet. Urza, whose purgatory armor was broken, clenched her fists and struggled to stand up. I'm fired up, my strongest fighting spirit yet. Natsu slammed his fist on the ground. That's so noisy, Mr. Natsu. Gray forced a grin. You're such a formidable fellow. In that case, I'll use this move to crush all of you to pieces. Jelal raised his hands. A bit of darkness emerged first. Then the dot turned into a circle. Eventually it turned into a sphere. Like a black hole, it releases endless and terrifying gravitational force. Pull everything around, even people's shadows, in the opposite direction. Woo-ah, this is not good, not good, not good. The little blue cat Habibi shouted anxiously. This is not a good move. If they eat it, Little Al and the others will really die. What should I do? What should I do? I'm the only one who can stop it. Simon was ready to die. Lu Yuxian. Lucy just turned her head. However, Lu Yu, who should have been in this location, had disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Celestial magic, dark paradise. Jell-El laughed with a broken expression. He swung his hands down fiercely. The terrifying sphere that looked like a black hole shot out. It was about to devour Urza, Natsu, and Gray. Just then, a figure suddenly stood in front of Urza. Simon immediately following. Another taller figure blocked Simon's way. Lu Yu. Brother Lu Yu, under the nervous gaze of the people. Lu Yu slowly raised his right hand. Boom! The sphere that looked like a black hole was blocked. No, to be more precise, he was grabbed by Lu Yu's big hand. So I said it long ago, everyone will go back safely today. Lu Yu turned his head and looked at Simon, who was ready to sacrifice himself. Feel sorry. Simon touched his head and walked away silently. The result is in the end, he didn't even have the chance to die for the one he loved. The competitors are indeed too strong. How is this possible? Gerard's loud cry filled with shock and disbelief woke Simon from his depression. After Jalal's black hole, that was powerful enough to destroy anything, was captured. This time, he was crushed to death by Lu Yu's big hand. Everything is calm. Everyone is okay, it's so great. The little blue cat Habibi breathed a sigh of relief. You are indeed Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy smiled. Lord Lu Yu is the strongest. Juvia cheered like a little fangirl. My dark paradise was actually cracked like this. How could this be possible? My dark paradise was actually cracked like this. How could this be possible? Gerard was still immersed in extreme shock. Lu Yu ignored him and turned around. Really? You've gotten yourself into this state without even noticing. You're such a troublesome kid. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Lu Yu, you're obviously not much older than me. Urza puffed up her face in anger. At my age, I'm more than qualified to be your father. Lu Yu thought seriously. Why, Dad? Urza complained. Lucy and Juvia were speechless for a moment. I thought Urza was another strong competitor. Unexpectedly, Urza turned out to be her daughter. Okay, stop talking and sit down. You can't even stand steadily now. Lu Yu tapped Urza's smooth forehead lightly. Urza whimpered in grievance, but still sat down obediently. And you, stop being so stubborn. Lu Yu looked at Natsu and Gray. Yes. The two of them responded in unison. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. The healing light of the Dragon King shone from his palm. The wounds on Urza and the other two healed instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long to fully recover. Yoshi, I've recovered. I can definitely fight another 300 rounds like this. Natsu shouted excitedly. Turn down. Lu Yu knocked the excited Natsu away with one finger. What are you doing, Lu Yu? Natsu was dissatisfied. Your turn is over, now it's my turn. Lu Yu turned around suddenly. Boom. An unprecedented terrifying oppressive force pressed towards Jell-El like a tide. Under Lu Yu's chi luck, Gerard couldn't help but feel infinite fear and horror in his heart. It was as if he was not facing a person now, but a dragon. Circling in the sky, below, there is an almighty dragon from the outer world. The atmosphere seems a little off. What on earth is going on? This breath is so terrifying. Miliana, Wally, and Zio hugged themselves in fear. Even if Lu Yu's energy was only directed at Gerald alone, they still felt the terrifying oppressive force from nowhere. This aura is the same as it was back then. The little blue cat Habibi shuddered. There's no mistake, it's the same as when we fought Joseph. Gray said solemnly. Mr. Lu Yu is angry, Lucy murmured dully. The last time was because of her. Lu Yu got angry and punched Joseph, the president of the Phantom Guild, who was ranked among the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land. This time, Lu Yu was angry again, no doubt about it. This time, the only person I'll be angry at is Urza. Even though I had said before that I would let Urza and the others fight first. But Lu Yu's heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. When I saw Urza being beaten all over by Jell-El, the anger in his heart was also constantly accumulating. Now, this anger is about to explode. A-hole, don't get carried away, I'm one of the 10 holy mages. Jell-El yelled. This will dispel the fear and anxiety in your heart. Whoosh, his figure rose into the air. A mysterious magic circle took shape from beneath him. That was the forbidden magic that the Phantom Giant had failed to perform last time, Purgatory Shattering. At this moment, it was easily handled by Gerard, who was at the Saint level 10. Take it, Purgatory Shattered. Jell-El casts forbidden magic. A terrifying and boundless beam of magic power shot out from the magic circle. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. Go straight towards the terrifying magic beam. Punch out. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Mountains and rivers flow backwards. The sea rolled up endless waves. The brilliant light covered the heaven and earth. Nothing is visible. Chapter 322 Urza's Kiss of Gratitude. Chaos Dragon God Lu Yu threw a punch. Heaven collapse. Earth crack. The water is flowing back. The world seemed to be collapsing at this moment. I don't know how long it has been. The world returns to clarity and brightness. The buzzing in people's ears faded away. There was no trace of Jell-El on the Tower of Paradise. Let's go back. Lu Yu smiled. Wool. Cheered the little blue cat harpy. It's over. Miliana, Wari and the others looked at each other. It's still just one punch. Whether it is the Three Crows or the Saint Ten Gerard. Under Lu Yu's fist, all beings are equal. All were knocked down with one punch. How powerful this is. Lu Yu, what's up? Jello. Dead. What? Really dead? I'm just kidding. I know. I'll just leave him a glimmer of hope. Lu Yu said with a smile. Really? Thank you. Urza jumped up excitedly and hugged Lu Yu with open arms. I owe you a favor this time. I really don't know how I can ever repay you. We are partners. Lu Yu didn't care. But then again, now that Jello is gone, what should we do with this magic crystal tower? Gray spoke uneasily. The magic power is starting to leak out. If this continues, it might explode. Juvia said. Explode. Lucy was so scared that she hung on Lu Yu. Leave this tower to me too. You guys go down first. Lu Yu said. Since Big Brother has said so, let's leave first and don't get in the way here. Gray said. Ice shaping magic is activated. Ice make. Slide. A beautiful ice slide hundreds of meters long connects the sea surface and the top of the tower. Juvia, go down first. Juvia said as she turned into a stream of water and rushed into the sea. Immediately following, Lucy, Natsu, Miliana and others slid down one after another. Near the sea, a huge ball of water suddenly rose up and caught everyone unharmed. As Gray slid down, only Lu Yu and Urza were left on the top of the tower. Aren't you going down yet? Such a long slide must be thrilling. Lu Yu smiled. No, I want to know how you plan to deal with this paradise tower. Urza looked at Lu Yu seriously. Jello previously revealed that this island must have someone comparable to the 10 holy mages as a sacrifice to prevent the explosion, so. Urza didn't finish her words. Lu Yu's index finger fell on her lips. Block the remaining words. Shall I? Who do you think I am? It's just a magic crystal tower. So what if it's the real Edelio? Lu Yu grinned confidently, his charm fully displayed. So you plan to. Urza didn't finish her words. Lu Yu suddenly stretched out his big hand, held her slender waist, and lifted her into the air. Shall I? Just watch. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The right foot gently stepped on the magic crystal tower. Chaotic colors sank into the crystal tower. Release the secret power that destroys everything and encompasses everything. There was only a slight bang. The huge magic crystal towers that were connected together exploded. It transformed into countless tiny magic crystals that were not even as big as dust. Dissipated between heaven and earth with the wind. After countless crystals, Lu Yu slowly descended holding Urza. They are like a couple of gods from the lower world. This scene. It is truly beautiful. It's really beautiful. Urza stared blankly at the small magic crystals all around her. An expression of intoxication unconsciously appeared on her fair and pretty face. Thank you, Lu Yu. Urza thanked him again. After saying that. Before Lu Yu could react, she leaned forward. The red lips pecked Lu Yu's cheek lightly. The previous ghost incident. The Fairy Tale Guild is in a semi-destroyed state. Take this opportunity. Under the leadership of President Makarov, everyone decided to tear everything down and start from scratch. Before Lu Yu and his group went on vacation, the basic structure of the guild has been completed. Now back from vacation, it has been completed. This is the efficiency of the fairy tale world with the assistance of magic. Compared to the monotonous guilds of the past, the new guild has added a lot of infrastructure. Open-air cafes, billiard arcades, street shops, open-air swimming pools, etc. The return of Lu Yu and his party immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. Welcome back, Lu Chan, Mr. Lu Yu, Urza, Natsu, Gray, and Happy. Didn't you enjoy your vacation? Lei Bai, who had neat short blue hair, smiled energetically. Lebi Chan. As a good friend, Lucy stepped forward and gave Rebecca a hug. You're back, boys. President Makarov, dressed in a circus clown costume, came with his hands behind his back. President, old man, oh my, you're really worrying. We're on vacation, never mind. Seeing Urza's lowered head, Makarov quickly waved his hand to interrupt himself. Speaking of which, Lu Yu, you said that Juvia also wanted to join Fairy Tale, so without further ado, come and register now. Makarov said. Lu Yu nodded. Let's go, Juvia. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Juvia happily followed Lu Yu and Makarov into the inner room. After arrival, Makarov just asked her to fill in a random name on the form. Then she was asked to go to Mirajan to get the stamp. Juvia went out in a daze. Only Lu Yu and Makarov were left in the room. Registration was just a cover. Makarov's real purpose was just to negotiate with Lu Yu. As for the content of the conversation, naturally, it is related to the recent Tower of Paradise incident. Not long ago, the council launched Edelio towards a certain paradise tower overseas. This incident should be related to you. Makarov asked bluntly. Lu Yu did not hide it either. I guess so. That paradise tower, Rob, and Urza. Never mind. Is Urza okay now? Have you resolved the 8 years of karma? Makarov asked. Don't worry, President, everything is fine now. Urza has been freed from the 8-year curse. Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. That's good. This time it's all thanks to you. You're such a reliable man. Makarov smiled and then changed the subject. If you were the guild president, I believe no one would object. Please don't make such jokes, President. I'm just a newcomer who has been joining for less than a year. Lu Yu declined. Oh haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Makarov waved his hand. Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked out. I've been the guild leader for too long. This guild needs new blood. What I said before wasn't all a joke. Makarov sighed softly. Although Lu Yu has only been a member of Fairy Tail for a short time. But Makarov could feel it. Lu Yu is also already a member of Fairy Tail. Besides, after the previous ghost incident and the 2 banquets, everyone in the guild developed an inexplicable trust in Lu Yu. Even Makarov himself was no exception. The strength, character, and steady personality displayed by Lu Yu make him an excellent choice to become the president. Just through the previous conversation, Makarov knew. Lu Yu doesn't want to be the president. He can't always force it. If Guildarts were here, we wouldn't have to worry so much. But that guy just happened to go and challenge the 100 Years quest. With Guildarts' king status, I'm not worried about him not coming back, but... Makarov shook his head in annoyance. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 323 New Member. Lord Lu Yu. Juvia, wearing a tight blue cheongsam skirt, turned around and came to Lu Yu. Master Lu Yu, do you want to know where Juvia's guild tattoo is? Juvia asked. Right thigh. Right, Lu Yu answered subconsciously. How did Lord Lu Yu know? Could it be that Lord Lu Yu's heart and Juvia's heart have become one? Juvia held her little face in her hands, twisting her body in ecstasy. Originally, Juvia wanted to get the tattoo in a more secret place where only Lord Lu Yu could see it, but Miss Mira said. Juvia spoke to herself. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. A big hand slammed down on Juvia's little head, waking her up from her beautiful fantasy. I'm sorry, Lord Lu Yu, Juvia was a little too excited. Don't worry about it, go take a look outside, there seems to be some noise. Lu Yu said. After saying this, he immediately returned to the guild hall. As expected, the originally cheerful atmosphere was now tense. The reason for this change was the iron-like man who appeared in the guild with a swagger. Gajiel, why are you here? Natsu asked cautiously. Gray was also ready for battle. HMPH, just watch over it yourself. From now on, this is my guild. Gajiel pointed to the black fairy tail tattoo on his arm. It means that he is also a member of the guild. Gajiel-kun, you've joined too. Juvia's face lit up with joy. When he was in Phantom, Gajiel always kept to himself. The worrying Juvia was also a little worried about him. If she saw Gajiel joining the same guild as her, she would feel relieved. However, next second, the heart that had let go was picked up again. Because she also knew that Gajiel had done something excessive to Fairy Tail. Juvia aside, this guy is the one who destroyed the guild. Urza cried softly. Oh, we've already met. I was going to tell everyone earlier. Makarov arrived upon hearing the news. President, why does this guy have the guild's emblem? Gray asked. Let's count it. Natsu, Urza, we don't need to do anything. As the old saying goes, yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Makarov mediated. Well, I don't mind at all. Levi, who had been injured by Gajiel and hospitalized, said this, but her body was hiding in the corner obediently. Stop joking. How can I possibly work with a guy like that? Natsu slammed his palm on the table in front of Gajiel. Don't worry, I have no intention of getting along with you. I just wanted to work, but I didn't expect to end up here. Gajiel said. It is also the mission of the elderly to guide young people who have strayed from the right path back to the right one. Makarov nodded. If this is the president's judgment, there's nothing we can do about it, but for now it's best to keep him under surveillance. Urza suggested. Brother Lu Yu, what do you think? Gray looked at Lu Yu. The time of the ghost incident. It was Lu Yu who dealt with Gajiel, although they did not see the scene with their own eyes. But they found out later. The vibration that caused half of the magic giant to collapse was Lu Yu beating Gajiel. It must be painful, I don't have any objection. Lu Yu smiled. Mr. Lu Yu, that person is looking at you with a very ferocious look. Lucy warned in a fearful whisper. Snort. Lu Yu still didn't care. Snap. Suddenly, the lights in the guild suddenly turned off. The spotlight fell on the stage in the middle. Then came Mirajan, a beautiful girl in a light yellow tube-top dress. Welcome back. Now, let me sing a song to celebrate the safe return of Lu Yu, Naz and the others and the establishment of the new guild. Mirajan smiled sweetly. The sweet singing instantly diluted the tense atmosphere. The song ends. There was thunderous applause. Mirajan waved and stepped down. The spotlight on the stage suddenly dimmed. Next second. Gajiel, dressed in a white suit, sat on the stage, holding an electric guitar in his hands. This is a song I wrote, please enjoy it, best friend. Gajiel's performance began. In an instant, the scene, including Lu Yu, caused most people to split apart. However, it was also well received by a few people such as Macau. This is the first time I've heard such a terrible song. Natsu covered his ears and kicked a stool onto the stage. Other people who were not disturbed also threw away the things in their hands. The peaceful fairy tale guild was suddenly in chaos again. Ha 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 ha, this is the fairy tale I know. Natsu yelled happily. Continue to fight and destroy. Night falls. The fairy tale guild's daily fighting routine has come to a temporary halt. Everyone went back home. But, one of the groups returning home was particularly large. It reached 9 people and 1 cat. Natsu, Gray, Happy and their cat have completely transformed the pet room in Lu Yu's mansion into their own home. Lucy, Juvia, and Urza of course lived in the main mansion. Tonight, Lucy's best friend, Rebby, was also invited to stay. Also, there is also an exclusive room in the house. That was the room Lu Yu promised to Mirajan. Most of the time, Mirajan still lives with her younger brother Elfman. But sometimes I come here to stay overnight. Just like today. After a noisy barbecue dinner. It was late at night. Natsu, Gray, and Happy returned to their pet houses. Lucy is with Levi tonight. Juvia waited excitedly in her room. Right now, Lu Yu was in Mirajan's room, having a long conversation. I see, this vacation wasn't easy for Urza either. Mirajan let out a long breath. Regarding the recent major events in the wizarding world. She had heard of it too. After learning that the center of the incident was not far from Arcane Resort. She was wondering whether this incident was related to Lu Yu and his group. That's why I came here to sleep tonight and ask a few questions. It's better than anything else that the incident ended successfully. It's all thanks to you. Miss Mira smiled and stood up. Well, I'm going to take a bath next. Want to join me? Hey, I won't be polite then. Lu Yu stood up. Ah, you shouldn't be shy and cover your face and run away at this time. Mirajan was stunned. I never expected that Lu Yu's face was even thicker than I imagined. He agreed without changing his expression. Why are you being shy? Wasn't it you who invited me, Mira? I never refuse a lady's invitation. As Lu Yu spoke, he was about to unbutton his clothes. No, not now. Mira, who was the first to tease, was defeated and hurriedly pushed Lu Yu out the door in a panic. It lasted for quite a while. The little heart that had been beating like a deer finally calmed down. Oh, if you want to tease me, you're still far away. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Just walk away on your own. Squeak. Just then, another door not far away opened. Urza lowered her head slightly, her face a little red. What's wrong, Urza? Lu Yu asked. Can you come over here for a moment? Urza bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth. Lu Yu nodded and went straight to Urza's room. Snap. Urza locked the door behind her. Then he walked quickly to the window. The bright moonlight shines through the window onto Urza's delicate body. The silence lasted for a long moment. Arusa, is something wrong? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Ah, that is. Urza's usually decisive face was now filled with panic. By the way, I was wondering what you think about Gajil joining the guild. Urza said, I don't have any special opinions. It's all the president's decision anyway. Lu Yu said, firstly, the grudge between him and Gajil had been settled last time. Secondly, he is not the president of the guild and has no say in adding members. What's more, Gajil is now the double agent of President Makarov. Naturally, Lu Yu couldn't interfere. Yeah, the president is always good at judging people. Maybe that guy will change in the future. Urza said awkwardly. After that, there was another period of unspeakable silence. If there's nothing else, I'll be out first. Good night. Lu Yu said this and prepared to go out. Etc. A cold little hand grabbed Lu Yu's wrist. Urza took a deep breath and tossed her wet hair that had a faint lavender scent. You do you like fairy tale? Chapter 324 Thunder Gods. Do you like fairy tale? Urza asked awkwardly. Certainly. Lu Yu smiled slightly. End of conversation. Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked out. Watching Lu Yu disappear outside the door, Urza's tense little face suddenly fell. Urza was no longer as calm and composed as usual. He threw himself on the bed in a rage. What the hell am I talking about? Why can't I say it? Am I not ready yet? Urza whispered softly. Never mind. In the end, Urza was still confused and couldn't figure anything out. I fell asleep soon. And rare. She had a dream tonight. A rare good dream. In a dream, the man said to her. I am his most precious treasure. Magnolia. The night is peaceful. Send peace and harmony. Right now, the neighboring town of Shalazme was not peaceful. Peaceful northwest part of town. There exists a guild. It's just different from ordinary guilds. This is a dark guild without an official license, the soul of the corpse. Screams echoed throughout the guild. You bastards, you're laughing at us, aren't you? A handsome young man with long green hair spoke coldly. Kill these bastards. Don't let them go. Let them see how powerful we are. The wizards of the corpse souls rushed forward. How disgusting. A guild hiding in the shadows dares to rebel against a legitimate guild. The beautiful woman in a green evening gown and a brown ponytail took off her glasses. A flash of light. The two people on the strongest side were suddenly petrified. This horrifying scene made all the zombie souls pale in horror. Petrified. What is going on? Is this magic too? How could that be? I only took a glance. What a powerful magic this is. The third-rate wizards of the corpse souls could not help but lose their voices in horror. Really? Are you going to be scared to death just like this? How dare you laugh at fairy tale? You're really overestimating yourself. The seductive woman holding a feather fan chuckled. These idiots who overestimate their own abilities need to be disciplined. Come on, my baby. The last masked man waved his hand. Several strange little wooden boxes floated into the air. As he opened his mouth, he spat out beams of magic power. Ah, the screams were endless. It won't take a moment. Dozens of people from the Corpse Soul Guild fell down. This is a formal guild. This is Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail's Laxus guards, the power of the Thunder Gods. The last conscious ninth-rate wizard tilted his head and passed out due to severe injuries. That's it, Bigasro. Phalide spoke in a deep voice. Why, the babies and I haven't had enough fun yet. Bigasro laughed. Since you're so energetic, there's another more important thing to do next. Phalide said. Is it finally starting? Alba Green pushed up her glasses. That thing Laxus was talking about. I've been waiting for a long time. Bigasro grinned excitedly. A high point somewhere in Magnolia. Fairy Tail S-class wizard Laxus looked at the peaceful town, and the curve of his mouth gradually widened. Old man, your time is coming to an end. Harvest Festival. This is an annual event in Magnolia. Residents of the entire town were mobilized to decorate their homes with lights and lanterns. They wanted to hold the most lively meeting to celebrate the year's harvest. As the only wizard guild in Magnolia, Fairy Tail also plays an important role in the annual Harvest Festival. Fantasia. This is Fairy Tail's special event at the Harvest Festival every year. A large-scale parade where all the wizards boarded the Ferris wheel and displayed their signature magic. It attracts countless tourists every time. Besides, during the annual Harvest Festival, there are many special events within Fairy Tail. The most eye-catching of these is undoubtedly the Miss Fairy Tail beauty pageant. The guild's female wizards display their beauty through various magics. The final winner will not only receive the title of Miss Fairy for the year, but also receive a huge bonus. This year, there is a special award. The winner gets one chance to make a wish. Shu Yuan's opponent is naturally Lu Yu. Time flies. The time came to the day of the Harvest Festival. The Fairy Tail Miss Beauty pageant begins. I'm definitely the winner this year. The fire of fighting spirit burned in Lucis' eyes. Juvia will definitely not lose and will definitely receive the special favor of Lord Lu Yu. Juvia showed no sign of weakness. If you win you get a chance to make a wish. Interesting. Mirajan smiled sweetly. If that's the case, I'll give it my all. Libby clenched her fists and cheered herself up. I don't know what to wish for, but I'll win first. Biska, the only married woman among the contestants, thought to herself. Yeah, it's decided. If I win, Lu Yu will be my boyfriend for a month. I'm so sorry, Lucy. Kana raised the corner of her mouth. Yeah, I absolutely have to win. My last confession in the dream failed, but this time I'll use this opportunity to actually confess. Urza secretly made up her mind. Bang, 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 bang. Countless fireworks exploded. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The Fairy Beauty Pageant, Miss Fairy Tail, has begun. The host is me, the Sand Mage Marcus. So without further ado, first up is contestant number 1, Kana Alberona, with her other dimensional appetite and exotic beauty. The host finished speaking. Kana, dressed in cool and exotic clothes, appeared on the stage, causing people to go crazy. Now it's my turn to perform. Kana smiled slightly. Countless colorful cards flew around her. Dazzling. Wait until the cards are scattered. Kana had already finished changing her clothes. She changed into a brown striped swimsuit that was even sexier than her usual outfit. Whether it's the wine money or the wish, I accept it. Kana gave a girlish look to the special judge Lu Yu in the audience. Not bad. Lu Yu silently calculated the score. Swimsuit, so sneaky. Lucis' beautiful eyes widened. Kana exited the stage to cheers. Next is contestant number 2, Marcus hosted passionately. Although she's a new member, she possesses S-rank strength. Juvia Raksha, the girl who looks so delicate in the rain. The words fell. Juvia takes the stage. Convey my thoughts to Lord Lu Yu. The clear water enveloped Juvia. Among them appeared a beautiful girl who looked like a mermaid. The audience cheered louder. Where is Lord Lu Yu? Are you watching? Juvia called out. Yeah, Juvia isn't bad after all, her performance is quite unique. Lu Yu nodded. Next is contestant number 3, the guild's proud star girl, whose beauty has enchanted the entire continent, Mirajan. Chapter 325 Civil War. Next is contestant number 3, the guild's proud star girl, whose beauty has enchanted the entire continent, Mirajan. Makak suddenly jumped up. Mirajan appeared with a smile as usual. Even without dressing up specially, it still brought the atmosphere of the venue to its climax. Because I'm good at transformation magic, I'm going to transform. Mirajan opened her arms. A harpy with only a brain, love. A being with a harpy's head and Mirajan's body, appeared on the stage. In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. Love was shattered before people's eyes. Next up is Gajil-kun, who only has a face. Mirajan transformed again. Gajil's ferocious head matches the body that is the best on the continent. Many fans instantly split apart. Gajil, who had never expected to appear in this way, spat out the food in his mouth. The whole audience was stunned. Only the harpy laughed heartily. Well, Miss Myra's sense of humor is a little subtle, so we need to be careful here. Lu Yu is still evaluating seriously. Puff, puff, puff. The candidate for the title has brought about his own destruction. Lucy covered her mouth in a gloating manner. Urza couldn't help but nod in agreement. Next up is contestant number 4, the fairy queen Urza Scarlet, who needs no introduction. Oink. Urza makes a handsome appearance with a front flip. The atmosphere that had been dulled by Myra's humorous performance was reheated. Let me show you my collection of costumes. Urza smiled confidently. A magical storm enveloped its body. The wind is howling. Urza, after changing her clothes, makes a dazzling appearance. High-tech, pleated skirt paired with a black and white dress, she looks like a perfect lady from a wealthy family, full of energy. The whole audience cheered. As expected of my Urza, perfect score. Lu Yu smiled. A very personal rating. Contestant number 5, the little fairy, the petite Rebbe Makuzat. The blue-haired girl Levi appears. Use your own unique word magic. Creates a lot of gorgeous text backgrounds behind. The 2 followers of the team waved flags and cheered. Great idea. Lu Yu gave his affirmation. Next up is contestant number 6, the sexy sniper Bissy Cameron. Biska, with green hair, comes on stage. She was wearing a bold dark purple swimsuit. The magic is the same as Urza's dress up. The categories are slightly different though. Like her husband, he excels at changing firearms and sniping. The performance of shooting through 4 coins with 1 shot drew huge applause. Contestant number 7, our super rookie, her brilliance comes from the guidance of the stars, Lucy. Marcus announced passionately. Lucy, dressed in a cheerleading outfit, came on stage. He waved stiffly to the audience. The show is just about to begin. Just then, a sudden voice suddenly sounded from the side. Contestant number 8, the so-called fairy is me, and the so-called beauty is also me. That's right, everything is about me. A brown-haired girl in a gorgeous dark green dress came onto the stage. I am the winner, Alba Green. The sudden intruder, Alba Green, one of the Thunder Gods, makes a high-profile appearance. Okay, this boring tryout ends here. Please don't disturb me, my performance hasn't started yet. Lucy complained dissatisfiedly. Lucy, don't look that guy in the eyes. Gray shouted a warning. But it's better not to say it. Lucy was stunned when she heard this. Alba Green took off her glasses. Petrification magic is activated. Lucy turned into a statue on the spot. The sudden change caused the entire audience to fall silent at first, and then into chaos. The residents who heard the news from outside all ran away screaming. Not long. The only ones left in the huge venue were the fairy tale wizards. What are you doing, Alba Green, trying to ruin the celebration? President Makarov shouted. Haha, since it's a celebration, there must be entertainment, right? Alba Green sneered twice. Behind the curtain. Behind them are stone statues of the other 6 contestants except Lucy. They had also been hit by Alba Green's petrification magic. This is no joke, restore them to their original state right now. Makarov ordered. Tisk tisk. Golden lightning flashed in the guild. In the bright electric light, a tall figure then appeared. It was none other than Laxus, one of Fairy Tail's S-class wizards and the leader of the Thunder Gods. Hey, Fairy Tail bastards, the celebration is just starting now. Laxus laughed loudly. Not just Laxus. And Felice. Bigasro is here too. Laxus's personal guards, the Thunder Gods. Macau, Wakaba and others were all shocked. Let's have some fun, old man. Laxus grinned. Stop doing stupid things and put them back to their original state right now. Makarov shouted angrily. How many people can survive before Fantasia? These women are my hostages. If you break the rules, I will smash them one by one. I told you, this is a sideshow. Laxus said. This is no joke, Laxus. Makarov's voice gradually deepened. I'm serious. Laxus said. Let's take this opportunity to find out who is the strongest in Fairy Tail. The green-haired young man, Phalide, said. The rules are simple. The last person standing is the winner. This is the Fairy Tail battle. Laxus declared. Bang. Natsu punched the table. Isn't this great? It's so easy to understand, I'm already fired up. Natsu was eager to fight. As he said this, he rushed towards Laxus on the stage, ready to start a battle. I don't dislike your impulsive personality, but I also don't like your uncultured behavior. Let me just calm you down for now. Laxus spoke calmly. Tisk tisk. A golden lightning pillar fell from the sky, instantly knocking Natsu to the ground and causing him to twitch continuously. If you want them to return to their original state, come and defeat us. The time limit is 3 hours. If they exceed this time, they will turn into sand. Alba Green announces the rules. The battleground is the entire Magnolia. Find us and the battle begins. Laxus added. Laxus, are you kidding me? President Makarov, unable to bear it any longer, casts a gigantic spell. I told you not to rush. Just enjoy the celebration's entertainment. The Fairy Tail battle begins now. A blinding flash of lightning flashed, and Laxus and his personal guards, the Thunder Gods, disappeared in the light. Wool. Damn it, catch Laxus. He must pay the price. The Fairy Tail wizards roared and rushed out of the guild. At the end, only a handful of people are left in such a large guild. Gray, who had just run out of the guild, paused. Looking back. Lu Yu sat in the judge's seat from beginning to end. He held the pen against his brow, looking troubled and thoughtful. Ah, big brother, it's already late, don't worry about the ratings. Do you know what's going on now? Gray hurried back to remind him. Calm down, Gray. It's just a game of hide and seek. It's a small matter. Lu Yu said nonchalantly. But Lucy, Urza, and Mira have all been petrified. They're in imminent danger. We have to find Laxus and the others as soon as possible. Gray said anxiously. Forget it. To hell with grading or anything like that. Lu Yu still waved his hand. He put down his pen. Crumple up the review score sheet and throw it in the trash. Then he went on stage under the puzzled gazes of Gray and Makarov. Bang! Lu Yu's big hand fell on Lucy's head. Just a gentle tap. Lucy, who was in a petrified state, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The petrification spell was broken. Chapter 326 Shocking Fairy Tale. Bang! Lu Yu patted it lightly. The powerful healing power belonging to the Dragon King is activated. Remove the petrified negative status from Lucy. Petrification lifted. Immediately following, Lu Yu patted Urza, Mirajan, Navia, Levi and others in turn. Unlock their petrification spell. Gray, Makarov and the little blue cat Happy were all shocked. She never expected that the petrification magic that Alba Green was so proud of could be removed so easily. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu, Lucy and Juvia, who were freed, threw themselves into Lu Yu's arms with grievance. What happened earlier? I saw Alba Green come back, and then. It was that guy's magic. Alba Green petrified us, and Laxus actually dared to provoke a civil war without authorization. It's absolutely unforgivable. Urza put on her usual armor and prepared for battle. Etc. Makarov raised his hand. Now that everyone has recovered, there's no need to be restricted by Laxus anymore. Gray, inform everyone of this news immediately. Yes. Gray agreed. Really, if only that guy Bolian were here, he could use his telepathic magic to inform everyone instantly. Gray thought. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Yu for some unknown reason. Brother, do you have any magic that can contact everyone? Gray asked hopefully. Even Lu Yu might. Kana didn't finish her words. I still know a little bit. Lu Yu nodded. Ha ha ha, what a reliable man. Makarov laughed happily. As expected of Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy sighed. Lord Lu Yu is the strongest, Juvia cheered. As expected of you, Urza exclaimed. Lu Yu is simply the perfect man, Mirajan looked intoxicated. I really want him to be my boyfriend more and more, Kana couldn't help but think to herself. No delay. Gray's right hand fell on Lu Yu's shoulder. At the same time, Lu Yu activated his own telepathic magic. A fairy tale wizard who instantly connects all of Magnolia. Everyone, listen to me. Gray's voice appeared in everyone's ears, making the magician stunned. Is that Gray's voice? How did Gray's voice appear? Could it be Warren's voice? It's not me. Whose voice is this, Gray? It belongs to my eldest brother. Gray replied. Lu Yu. Lu Yu. How come Lu Yu can even talk? What kind of magic is he not capable of? The telepathic channel was in chaos. Now's not the time to talk about this, all of you come back. Urza, Mira, Lucy, and everyone else's petrification magic has been broken by Big Brother. There's no need to look for Laxus and the others. Gray quickly informed him of the news. The only sounds in the telepathic channel were exclamations. Everyone, we're fine now. So come back. Just forget about that Laxus guy. Let him sing his own monologue. Urza and the others spoke one after another. Ha 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 ha, it's true. Ms. Mira and the others have recovered. Kana is right, let Laxus have fun on his own. We won't accompany you anymore. Macau and others echoed this. At this moment, the situation reappeared. This is Phalide's spell. We are trapped in the spell space. If you don't defeat the opponent, you won't be able to leave this space. Damn it, it's really unbreakable. What should we do? We are trapped. Do you want to fight? Idiot, why are you fighting? If our friends start killing each other, that will just play into Laxus and the others' hands. We'll just fight them here. Those who stepped on the jutsu can find something to pass the time. If there aren't many people around, please tell me where you were and let's play cards together. The telepathic channel was filled with noise. Here, is there anyone bringing us some food? And bring 2 decks of cards. Our address is. And me, we are short of one person here, please come quickly. The mages of Fairy Tale were calling their friends on the public telepathic channel, it was quite lively. Now that the petrification has been lifted, the Fairy Tale mages had no sense of crisis. Even if they were hit by Phalide's spell, they would not kill each other. Instead, they gathered in groups of 2 or 3, ready to play cards to kill time until the other party could no longer bear it. Ha 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 ha, that's right, we are all partners in Fairy Tale, we will never kill each other. Makarov laughed happily. It's all thanks to you, Lu Yu. Makarov was about to thank him. But Lu Yu was already trapped among the beautiful girls. Mr. Lu Yu, who is Miss Fairy this year? It must be me, wink. No, it must be me. Urza said confidently. I am very confident in my performance. Mira said with a smile. All right, everyone calm down. Lu Yu grinned. Due to Laxus's sabotage, this year's judging has been cancelled. Lucis' performance hasn't even started yet, right? Continuing wouldn't be fair. Lu Yu made a cross gesture. No, how can it be cancelled? So cunning. In that case, let's start over. No one will bother me this time. Urza, Juvia and others strongly demand a rematch. Makarov and Gray looked at each other and snickered. We agree too. Gray raised his hand. Gray. Lu Yu smiled. Ahahaha, just kidding. Gray gave in on the spot. At the same time, Magnolia, Kaludia Cathedral. Damn it. Boom. Lightning as bright as gold exploded. Blast a hole in the ground. What the hell is going on? Alba Green, why was your petrification removed? Laxus roared angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Yu's previous telepathy also connected them. So they also knew the fact that the petrification had been lifted. Their leverage is gone. At the same time, they also heard the ridicule of other wizards. Children playing house. Go play by yourself. These words pierced Laxus' heart like a knife. This was not the plan he had been planning for a long time. In this way, wouldn't he really become a joke? I don't know either. It shouldn't be possible. Who on earth is that man named Lu Yu? Alba Green's face was filled with panic. He's no ordinary person. He's truly the biggest variable. The cool and handsome young man, Phalide, said in a deep voice. I now have reason to believe that the rumors circulating outside that Phantom Guild President Joseph, one of the 10 great magisters of the Holy Land, was killed by that newcomer named Lu Yu. How is this possible? Bigasro screamed in shock. The leader of the Phantom is one of the 10 Holy Mages. The only one who can defeat him is the leader of another of the 10 Holy Mages. When you say this, aren't you saying that Lu Yu, who joined not long ago, has the combat power of Saint 10 level? So, that means he's now the strongest in the guild, surpassing Urza, Miston, and... Shut up everyone. Laxus roared angrily. My plan is flawless. There must be no mistakes. Now, activate the backup plan. Let the Divine Palace cover the entire Magnolia. Laxus smiled grimly. Chapter 327. Forbidden Magic Shenming Temple. The petrochemical crisis is resolved. The tense atmosphere then relaxed. The fairy tale civil war started by Laxus came to an abrupt end. The fairy tale mages who had scattered to their companions not long ago are returning one after another. Some people also go to find their friends who have unfortunately stepped into the magic barrier, and play cards together to pass the time. Fairy tale returns to its original state, even if Laxus went a little too far this time. For the sake of our partnership and the president's face. And since it didn't cause too much harm, most people still won't bother with him. At most, it's just a few sarcastic remarks. Of course, they really couldn't defeat the enemy at hand. Didn't you see that even Natsu was instantly knocked to the ground by the electric shock and is still awake now? No. He just woke up at this moment. Wool, resurrection, where's Laxus? Natsu, who was no longer paralyzed, jumped up, breathing out flames, full of momentum. Yes, Mr. Natsu, don't let your brain get so excited. The battle is over, and Urza and the others have recovered. Gray shook his head helplessly. How could it be? Natsu looked unconvinced. Natsu, I've recovered from my petrified state. Are you dissatisfied with me? Urza suddenly appeared behind Natsu. No, I'm not dissatisfied at all. It's great that Urza and everyone else were saved. Natsu was so scared that he was like a quail, sweating profusely. That's good. Urza smiled slightly. He noticed that the terrifying aura behind him had disappeared. Natsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as for what Laxus said about the fairy tale war, I also fully agree with it. Natsu looked eager to try. The returning fairy tale mages exclaimed in unison. In that case, let's begin the second round of the fairy tale battle. Everyone should actively participate, Natsu encouraged. The mages, voices grew louder. Stop it. Makarov went berserk. Well, let's do it again, old man. And Lu Yu, you agree too, right? Natsu looked at Makarov and Lu Yu for help. Without waiting for the two to say anything. The guild gate suddenly changed and reappeared. Countless red characters flew out from Phalide's magic barrier. They combined in midair into the shape of a skull. Can you hear me, old man? And everyone in the guild. Laxus' voice came from the skull. A rule has disappeared, now start adding new rules. In order to continue the fairy tale war, I activated the Shining Palace. There are still 2 hours left. Can you defeat us? Or are you giving up halfway, President? Ha. Amidst loud laughter, the skull with red text suddenly exploded. It's the Shining Palace. What on earth are you thinking, Laxus? Are you trying to involve innocent civilians? Makarov roared in shock. Makarov was really angry this time because Laxus did not repent and instead became more aggressive. However, next second, Makarov suddenly covered his heart in pain. President, old man, what's wrong? Oh no, the president's old illness has come back. I'll get the medicine. The scene was in chaos. Natsu, Levi, Biska and more fairy tale mages all gathered forward, at a loss as to what to do. By the way, Mr. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu. Lucy and Juvia's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had thought of something. Big brother knows healing magic, get out of the way. Gray parted the crowd. Leave it to me. Lu Yu did not delay. The healing light of the Dragon King immediately fell on Makarov's small body. Under Lu Yu's powerful healing power, the pained expression on Makarov's face eased. Obviously the condition has improved significantly. How's the president, Lu Yu? Urza asked nervously. Naz and others also looked at Lu Yu. Don't worry, it's stable now. Let the president have a good rest. Lu Yu clapped his hands. Very good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Move Makarov to the ward to rest. Everyone, look outside. Marajan exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Fairy Tale Guild, second floor balcony. Natsu, Gray, Urza and other wizards gathered together. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the crystal balls surrounding the entire Magnolia in shock. What the hell is that? The demonic crystal of thunder. Each magic crystal contains enormous magical power. Could it be that the so-called Shenming Palace is something similar to the Thunder Palace? Magnolia is now a palace. If those crystal balls were to discharge electricity, countless lightning strikes would appear in the city. Not good. Magnolia will be destroyed. Not just us, everyone in the city will suffer heavy casualties. Imagine the scene that might happen. Everyone in Fairy Tale was horrified. Immediately, great anger arose in his heart. Damn it, that guy Laxus, no matter how you look at it, he really went too far this time. It was fine before when they only targeted our guildmates, but this time they've even dragged innocent civilians into this. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. I'll destroy this mere magic crystal. Several magicians were filled with indignation. He immediately used his favorite long-range magic to knock down several magic crystals. Ha 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 ha, how about it? It's no big deal, the so-called Shenming Temple. Next, let's destroy all those crystals in one go. Oh, the morale of the Fairy Tale members is high, and they are ready to take action to resolve the crisis. However, tisk tisk, brilliant golden lightning fell without warning. It enveloped the several people who had taken action earlier. Amidst the screams, several people who took action were knocked to the ground by the sudden lightning. Others were not affected at all. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where does lightning come from? Body connection magic. Kana clenched her fists. Explain the reason for this phenomenon. Yes, it's the body connection magic. The magic crystal casts a connection magic that reflects the incoming attacks. That is, if you are attacked, the damage will be returned to your own magic. How despicable, that be asterisk 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 D Laxus. That guy wasn't like this before. After learning about the backlash power of the magic crystal, the Fairy Tale members no longer dared to try to destroy it easily. In this case, we have no choice but to defeat Laxus. Urza said in a deep voice. Haha, that's exactly how it should be. I'm on fire. Natsu clashed his fists. The other guild members were all filled with indignation. He shouted that he wanted to settle the score with Laxus. Just then, there was only a slight bang. A firework exploded in the sky. Another magic crystal exploded. Who is it? Don't act on your own. You've seen the consequences before, right? Those magic crystals can't be broken so easily. Everyone in Fairy Tale was shocked. I subconsciously opened my mouth to stop him. However, what responded to them was a series of explosions and brilliant fireworks. This time, 100 magic crystals exploded at once. The air became still. People's eyes are focused on one point. They already knew who was taking action despite knowing the backlash. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu, hold on. Without waiting for Lucy and the others to finish. The terrifying golden thunder fell from the sky and surrounded Lu Yu. However, next second, an even more incredible scene happened to everyone in Fairy Tale. Lu Yu, who was struck by such terrifying thunder, was still unharmed. The terrifying power of thunder is enough to cause instant shock to people. It still had no effect or damage on him. This is too strong. Lu Yu, what's going on with your body? The exclamations of the Fairy Tale wizards rose one after another, forming a continuous sound. Chapter 328 Urza vs Alba Green. Thunder raged. The dazzling electric light made it impossible to open one's eyes. The terrifying electric arc caused the atmosphere to ripple slightly. However, even such terrifying power of thunder could not have any effect on Lu Yu. Good moment. The thunder backlash from the connection magic ended. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu, Lucy and Juvia stepped forward immediately. Are you okay? Are you really okay? Are you injured anywhere on your body? The two women asked anxiously. Urza and Marajan then came forward. Together with Lucy and Juvia, she made advances towards Lu Yu. It's just a matter of stripping him naked and giving him a full body check. It's okay, it's really okay. Lu Yu dodged the girl's passionate clutches, feeling both amused and helpless. It's just a mere thunderbolt. It can't hurt me. Lu Yu waved his hand calmly. Ha ha ha, you really are worthy of being brother Lu Yu. Gray laughed. Lu Yu, you are really strong, come and compete with me. Natsu stubbornly challenged. No, Natsu, you have to defeat Urza first before you can challenge the final boss Lu Yu. Besides, even if you beat Urza, you'd better not challenge Lu Yu. You definitely won't win. The little blue cat Habibi reminded. Lu Yu is indeed amazing. I was thinking about that during the last ghost incident. Could it be that Lu Yu is now the strongest person in the guild? It's very likely. Very likely. Lu Yu's performance is definitely S level, no, even above. Even Laxus can't defeat him. But if it's Gildarts, it's hard to say. Only after the fight can we know who is stronger. The fairy tale wizards were all talking about it. The other side, ignoring everyone's discussion, Lu Yu's gaze fell on the magic crystals in the sky again. Naturally, he was familiar with the forbidden magic Shenming Temple. He can use it himself. Moreover, it is far superior to Laxus in both power and scale. Compared to the Shenming Temple that Lu Yu placed in Mariajoy, the holy land of the pirates' world. Now Magnolia's case is just child's play, just playing house. But it's also a good way to kill time. The magic crystals floating in the sky reminded Lu Yu of the balloon punching doll game at the market in his previous life. Although there is no gun in hand. But the stone thrown through his hand. The power is more terrifying than the most powerful armor-piercing bullet. Lu Yu casually took a pebble from the green plants on the balcony. Just give it a gentle pinch. The pebbles broke into dozens or even hundreds of tiny fragments. Swish. Lu Yu raised his arm gently. Countless tiny fragments flew out. With unparalleled terrifying power, it pierced through one lightning magic crystal ball after another. It took less than a minute. The crystal ball above Magnolia was completely empty. That's it, it's so boring. Lu Yu was bored and put the remaining pebbles back in place. People far away, tisk tisk, until the thunder that enveloped Lu Yu completely dissipated. The fairy tale members then gathered around. For a while. All kinds of praise and compliments can be heard everywhere. Right now, Magnolia, Cathedral of Kaludia. Laxus and the 3 members of the Thunder God Guard who were waiting here were dumbfounded again. What the hell is going on? Bigisro, who was skilled in the magic of summoning spirits, raised his voice by more than 18 degrees. The Divine Roaring Temple, Laxus's Divine Roaring Temple disappeared. Alba Green, who had a beautiful figure and face, seemed to be petrified, with a dull expression on her face. No, it didn't disappear, but was defeated by someone. I saw it clearly. The other party used only stones to shatter hundreds of magic crystals at the same time. Phalide screamed in shock. Defeat. All of them. Just one person. How is this possible? That's a full 400 lightning magic crystals. Bigisro screamed in disbelief. Shooting down so many magic crystals at once, the backlash of lightning alone is enough to kill a person dozens of times. Alba Green said. Who did this? Could it be the president who did this? Or, it's that man named Lu Yu again. Phalide saw the truth. Sizzle. Bigisro and Alba Green both gasped. Is that guy named Lu Yu a monster? Just how powerful is he? Could it be that he really killed Joseph, the Holy Ten Mage, the leader of the Phantom Guild? Laxus. The 3 thunder gods all looked at Laxus. Boom. Terrifying lightning magic burst out from Laxus's body. Wreaking havoc everywhere. You've ruined my plans time and time again. I can't forgive you. Absolutely not. Thunder gods, join me in charging into Fairy Tale. Laxus said coldly, after the hostage threat was lifted. Laxus's backup, the Shenming Palace, was also completely destroyed by Lu Yu. Without the 3rd trump card, the Fairy Tale battle naturally cannot continue. The Fairy Tale wizards returned to the hall in joy and ate and drank. By the way, there was a heated discussion about who was the strongest in the guild. Natsu slammed his hands on the table and stood up suddenly. Natsu, what's wrong? The little blue cat, Happy, asked in confusion. I really want to continue. Natsu said. Continue what? Lucy inquired. Of course it's Fairy Tale's strongest battle. Natsu said as a matter of course. You're still thinking about this. Everyone fell to the ground. If you want to continue, then just go out and fight Laxus. Gray said casually. Yes. Natsu's eyes lit up. What? Even Gray has good suggestions sometimes. Hey, you really take what I said seriously. Don't forget that you were defeated by Laxus not long ago. It didn't count before, I wasn't ready. This time is different. Happy, let's go. Natsu greeted. Isa, a man and a cat rushed towards the door excitedly. Whoosh. The little blue cat Harpy successfully rushed out of the guild. However, there was only a bang. Natsu ran as fast as he could and crashed into an invisible wall. Natsu, what's wrong with you? The little blue cat Habib was puzzled. Ha ha ha, Natsu, are you acting? I have to say, the acting is really good. It's like I really hit a wall. The wizards who noticed this situation couldn't help but laugh and make fun of it. No, there really is a wall here. It's an invisible wall. Natsu yelled in frustration. Ha ha ha, how could that be? We've been going back and forth many times before, and didn't Harpy go out too? Macau laughed. Natsu paused. This is a spell. Philid's spell barrier. Urza came closer without me noticing. Stone statues and people over 80 years old are forbidden to enter or leave. Lebby pushed up her glasses. The statue's words should be directed at us before. The 80-year-old man is the president. He is not targeting Natsu. Lucy was puzzled. Natsu, are you a stone statue? Elfman was shocked. No way. Natsu was angry. So you're also an 80-year-old grandfather. Ha ha ha, Grandpa Natsu. Gray laughed. You wanna fight, a-hole. Gray. Natsu was furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Come on, who's afraid of who? Ice and fire are once again on the verge of a conflict. You two, give me some time. Urza was just about to give the 2 idiots their usual blows on the head. Next second. Tisk tisk. Brilliant golden lightning flashes. Destroy the guild's gate. The terrifying impact force caused Urza, Natsu and others near the gate to fly backwards. Damn it, is this Thunderbolt Laxus? There will be no one else except Laxus. Damn Laxus, how dare you appear before us? And they destroyed the gate that we all worked so hard to build. You keep provoking us, again and again. Do you really think we don't have any temper? All the fairy tale wizards were filled with indignation. Ha 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 ha, a loud and unruly laugh rang out from the lightning. If you're angry, just come at me. It doesn't matter if there are 100 of them or a few more. I'll take them all today. Laxus Hockey roared. That's right, not only Laxus, but also as thunder gods. Bigasro stuck out his long tongue, full of fighting spirit. A-hole, Laxus. Urza picked up a magic sword. With a serious expression, he stepped forward step by step. Your opponent is me, Urza. Let's settle who is the fairy queen of fairy tale today. Alba Green jumped out. Get out of the way, Alba Green. Urza swung her sword. Don't be so anxious. 2 pairs of fairy-like wings spread out behind Alba Green. He took her lightly into the air. The glasses fell and the Eye of Petrification was activated. Of course, Urza wouldn't be hit by the same move a second time. The left eye closed decisively, but the right eye was unaffected by the petrification. Because Urza's right eye is a fake eye. This is really a bad idea, but it's not over yet. Goblin Machine Gun. Goblin. Alba Green cast another magic besides petrification. Countless slender magic needles shot out from his body and shot towards Urza. Urza's expression remained unchanged. Just swing the 2 swords in your hands and shoot down everything. Even if Albagreen doubled the intensity of her attacks, it was still useless in front of the serious Urza. Whoosh. 2 magic swords flew out from Urza's hands. Go through Alba Green's clothes and nail them to the wall. The winner has been decided. You're next, Laxus. Urza Hockey's sword points at Laxus. Chapter 329. Laxus's Challenge. It took less than 2 minutes. Under the overwhelming power of Urza, an S-class wizard and one of fairy tale's strongest candidates. Even Alba Green, one of the powerful trio of thunder gods, was unable to defeat them. Wool. The entire audience was filled with excited cheers from the fairy tale mages. As expected of Urza-chan. Urza-chan is the queen of our fairy tale. Fairy Queen Urza, UHU. The real fairy queen, ignoring the fans' support and cheers. You're next, Laxus. Urza pointed her sword directly at Laxus. So handsome, exclaimed the little blue cat, Harpy. As expected of Urza, Gray nodded. Hey, Mr. Lu Yu, Urza is really handsome. Lucis' beautiful eyes shone brightly. Of course, since Urza is mine. Having said this, Lu Yu suddenly stopped. Lord Lu Yu's. Juvia looked confused. Even Urza, Lu Yu is really. Mirajan's pretty face had a strange expression with a hint of resentment. Sister, what's wrong with you? Elfman asked in confusion. No. It's okay. Mirajan, realizing her loss of composure, quickly lowered her head to hide the blush on her face. Ah, so cunning, so cunning. Just then, Natsu's jumping and yelling attracted everyone's attention. Urza is so cunning. You've already fought once, and now it's my turn. Natsu protested. Alright, whether it's Urza, Natsu, or you, come on. Raxus shouted. Urza and Natsu were mentioned in the conversation. But his eyes were fixed on Lu Yu from beginning to end. The person who realized that Laxus really wanted to fight was Lu Yu. The huge fairy tale guild fell silent at first. Then the magicians' eyes all fell on Lu Yu. Gulp. The first hit is a king bomb. Are we really going to go to war? Everyone in fairy tale was worried. After a long moment of silence. Yeah. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly and took 2 steps forward. Honestly, I really don't have much interest in this kind of childish game. What did you say? The veins on Laxus's forehead suddenly bulged. You're calling my plan a game. I'm serious about making fairy tale a guild where only the strong can exist. Strong. What kind of existence can be considered strong? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. Of course, it's the one who can win this battle and be the last one standing. Laxus said as a matter of course. So, are you a strong one? Laxus. Lu Yu asked back. Laxus frowned slightly. I disdain to answer this question. Is he a strong man? Isn't this an obvious fact? Among the people here, there are less than a handful of people who are qualified to fight him. He is certainly a strong man. Wrong. Lu Yu shook his head. In my opinion, you're still far from it. Laxus. If you don't want to humiliate yourself, apologize to everyone now. Lu Yu spoke calmly. What did you say? Asking me to apologize to these weak guys, such a thing is absolutely impossible. Laxus said firmly. Come on, newbie, let me see if you're really as powerful as the rumors say. The magic power in Laxus' body boiled. Brilliant golden electric light burst out from all over his body. Looks very wild. But the next second, Laxus's wild eyes suddenly changed. The pupils suddenly contracted. Silently, Lu Yu had already come in front of him. The shadow cast by the tall figure seemed to cover the sky. Go outside. It would be a shame to destroy the guild we've all worked so hard to build. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Snort. Laxus snorted coldly. His body turned into lightning and flashed out. Lu Yu follows him like a shadow. Until the two of them disappeared from the guild. The rest of the people were suddenly shocked. Ah, so cunning, so cunning. Lu Yu is so cunning. Natsu started jumping up and down again. Yes, Mr. Natsu, forget about Laxus. It's better to use Phalide or Bigasro to deal with him. Gray suggested. What did you say? Gray, don't get carried away. Bigasro was furious. He was about to attack Gray immediately. But the next second, a terrifying stream of people passed by him. Hurry up, if it's too late, it might be over. Yes, considering Lu Yu's strength, the victory or defeat is only a matter of a moment. We cannot rule out the possibility that Laxus will be killed instantly. Macau and others spoke one after another. Bigasro was shocked. No time to settle accounts with Gray. He quickly ran towards the battlefield with Phalide. This should be fine. No need to worry about ruining the guild again. Laxus grinned. Let's just stay here for now. Lu Yu nodded. Then don't be polite. Attack me anyway. I want to see if a newcomer like you has the power to defeat the 10 holy mages. Laxus shouted wildly and provocatively. Let me be clear, now that we've started the war, I won't show mercy or save face just because you're the president's grandson. Lu Yu spoke calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Laxus's face suddenly turned gloomy. What he hated most was others saying this and that about him because he was Makarov's grandson. This is his Achilles heel. It's so annoying to keep nagging. Since you won't make the first move, I'll do it first. Raxus roared. The moment the words fell, his figure had disappeared from where he was. So fast. Lu Yu, be careful. The fairy tale crowd watching didn't finish their words. The golden electric light had already arrived in front of Lu Yu. This is the price you pay for underestimating me, a-hole. Laxus smirked. The fist surrounded by brilliant thunder fell mercilessly on Lu Yu's chest. Boom. The dull sound of flesh colliding exploded. The huge lake behind Lu Yu was rippling with violent waves due to the aftermath of Laxus's attack. This shows the weight of this blow. However, Lu Yu, who was hit head-on by Laxus's heavy punch, did not move at all. Whether it is a force that is strong enough to penetrate rocks, it is still the strongest and most powerful thunder. None of them could shake Lu Yu at all. How is this possible? Outside the field, Bigasro and Phalide screamed together. Nothing is impossible, because Lu Yu even withstood all the electrical power from the Shenming temple before. Wakaba rode. But even so, that's Laxus's fist. Phalide's expression was moved. My eldest brother's fists killed 2 of the 10 holy mages. Gray spoke proudly. 2. Without waiting for Philid and others to think deeply. Next second. Ola. Laxus's fists fell like raindrops. With the speed bonus of thunder magic. Those fists were so fast that they were beyond the reach of human eyes. The lightning punch fell on Lu Yu like a machine gun. The power that emanated caused huge waves in the lake behind him. The resulting violent winds caused all the large trees in the forest to fall down. The earth on all sides was constantly cracking. The onlookers also stepped back unconsciously. The sky and the earth are in motion, and everything is in motion. The only one who remained motionless was Lu Yu. Is this the extent of your punches, kid? Lu Yu smiled, calm and composed. Wah, a-hole, Laxus yelled, dodging back and creating distance again. Although he didn't know what was going on, he already knew that his lightning punch was indeed of no use to Lu Yu. What a tough body this is. Even if it's a dragon, it's probably just like this. Laxus couldn't help but think. No, how can a human body reach this level? Is this your magic? Laxus asked loudly. Magic? What are you talking about, kid? I haven't made a move yet. Lu Yu grinned. B*****************, I'm just a newcomer, how long are you going to look down on me? Rumble. Golden lightning surged out from around Laxus, completely covering him. I'll use this trick to deal with you next. Laxus raised his right hand high. What resounds through the heavens is the roar that summons thunder and lightning, which falls from the sky and turns everything into ashes. As the spell falls, a huge electric ball with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of thin air. Release a terrifying aura that is like destroying the world. Just a tiny bit of electric arc that escaped was enough to penetrate the atmosphere and cause the earth to crack. Die. Voltage Rage. Chapter 330 Famous Scene Reproduction. What resounded through the sky was the roar of thunder. Falling from the sky, cut into dust. Voltage Surge. Laxus roared with a ferocious look on his face. The raised right hand swung down fiercely. Under the shocked and horrified gaze of the onlookers, the ball of lightning containing the power to destroy the world fell straight towards Lu Yu. And it's not surprising. Regarding Laxus's ultimate move, Lu Yu still did not dodge. He didn't dodge or evade, and took the blow head on. Boom. Rumble. The roar of thunder shook the heaven and earth. The blinding flash of lightning caught people's sight. Everything is invisible. Hit it. Great. This is also one of Laxus's most powerful moves. So far, no one has been able to take this blow and still be standing. That man is finished. Bigasro, one of the thunder gods, shouted excitedly. It's over. Who told you it's over? Who decided it was over? Don't underestimate my big brother. Gray scolded arrogantly. Gray, you took the wrong medicine, why? Bigasro didn't finish his words. Look, fine. It's alright. The power of thunder and lightning has absolutely no effect on Lu Yu. If anyone else were to be hit by this move of Laxus, it would definitely be painful, but it would be no problem for Lu Yu. That's right. After all, the lightning that destroyed the magic crystal earlier was much heavier than this one. Macau, Wakaba, Volian and other fairy tale wizards were all talking excitedly. Hey, Laxus, give up, your lightning is ineffective against Lu Yu. Continuing to fight will only bring shame upon yourself. It would be better to just admit defeat and apologize. As long as you're willing to bow your head and apologize, we'll turn a blind eye this time. That's right. The fairy tale people magnanimously persuaded. Little did they know, their words were a huge insult to Laxus at that moment. It's 100 years too early for me to apologize to you weaklings. Electricity exploded around Laxus, an aura even more terrifying than before emanated from his body. Because the old man is annoying, I've been hiding it all this time. But today I'll make an exception and let you witness my true power. Hold head high. Laxus roared to the sky. His teeth suddenly became sharper and longer. The muscles all over the body swell further. Even the clothes were completely burst. His chest and arms were covered with a dense layer of scales. Hey, what's going on? What did Laxus do? How did all those changes happen to him? Why do I feel like his aura is suddenly similar to Natsu's? Everyone in Fairy Tail screamed in panic. Dragon Slayer. It was not Natsu but Gajiel who revealed the truth about Laxus' transformation. Dragon Slayer. Laxus. Laxus is a Dragon Slayer. I've never heard of such a thing. Everyone was surprised. Gajiel-kun, what's going on? Bia asked anxiously. It's too late. Phalide shook his head. You have really angered Laxus. No one can stop the dragon's rampage. Bigasro was covered in cold sweat. Hey, Laxus, are you also a Dragon Slayer? Natsu asked. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus opened his mouth and roared. A thunderous roar that was 10 times more terrifying than the previous one burst out from his mouth. Once again, Lu Yu's figure was submerged. This time, Lu Yu finally moved, but it is not a retreat, but a move forward. After passively enduring Laxus's continuous attacks, Lu Yu finally moved. I won't lose to anyone now. Take it. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus swung a thunder fist that was 10 times heavier than before. This time, Lu Yu did not stand and bear it, facing the heavy punch of Laxus. He just extended a finger. With just one index finger, he blocked Laxus's heavy punch. This moment, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Just one finger blocked the full-powered Thunder Dragon Slayer's collapse fist. Such a scene that could be described as a fairy tale is happening at this moment. Unprecedented shock dominated the spirits of everyone inside and outside the venue. This kind of thing is just a mess. Bigasro was almost frightened to tears. That's Laxus in Thunder Dragon mode. Who on earth is that man named Lu Yu? Phalide also shouted. Although I know Lu Yu is very strong, this is really too strong. Yes, why is it so ridiculously powerful? Does that mean Lu Yu only needs one finger to deal with a powerful enemy like Laxus? This kind of thing, you have to be kidding. Even Macau, Wakaba and other members of Fairy Tail were shocked beyond words at this moment. Only a few people in the audience, including Urza, Gray, Lucy, Juvia, and Mirajan, were not surprised at all. Because they had witnessed the power of Lu Yu's attacks many times. Besides, Gajiel is also one. And he knows it better than anyone else. Because he had been beaten up by Lu Yu before. The pain of that beating was unforgettable. Even the Iron Dragon Slayer, who had thick skin and flesh, could hardly withstand it. A-hole, are you kidding me? In the middle of the field, Laxus roared after recovering from the shock. Young man, I've always been serious. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Stop joking. Laxus's body suddenly soared into the sky. Thunder Dragon, Fang Tianji. Boom. A terrifying lightning halberd fell from the sky. With the force of splitting Mount Tai, it fell towards Lu Yu. It's too conspicuous. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Stretch out your fingers again. But not one, but two. Lu Yu's right index finger and index finger accurately clamped the lightning Fang Tian Waji that fell from the sky. That's enough power to split mountains. Still unable to shake Lu Yu's palms and fingers at all. Click. A crackling sound was heard due to being overwhelmed. Fine cracks appeared on the huge Fang Tian Waji. Then it exploded with a loud bang. In the rain of thunder and lightning. The mad Laxus fell from the sky. The dragon scales on his right arm rustled. The muscles further expand and grow stronger. Faced with the stubborn Laxus. This time, Lu Yu extended 5 fingers. He blocked Laxus's angry full-strength attack with his palm. Then the big hand grabbed his wrist. I told you before, I won't give you face. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Laxus, who had almost lost his mind, suddenly felt a sudden pang in his heart. The lost sanity was restored a little. Just didn't wait for him to do anything. Next second, he only felt his body suddenly rise into the air. Less than a second. Then he fell heavily to the ground again. The terrifying impact force made him open his mouth unconsciously. I felt all my internal organs vibrating. However, before he could recover from the first impact. The second time, the third time, the fourth time. Just like when Lu Yu beat Gajiel. It's like Hulk beating Loki in Marvel. No, this time it's more accurate to say he's beating Thor. And coincidentally, that's it. Great. Up, up, up. Hit it a few more times. Gajil looked excited and shouted with gloating, just like Marvel's Loki. Pung 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 pung. Boom 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 boom. There were bursts of roars between heaven and earth. The ground cracked into countless dense spider web-like cracks. A large pit with a radius of 30 meters appeared first. Following the terrifying roar, the pit is getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 meters to 50 meters, then to 100 meters, 200 meters. Until the lake burst its banks. The surging lake water poured in. The rumbling of the earth finally came to an end. Brush. Laxus flew into the sky and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. He let out vague groans of pain. It shows that he is still alive and not dead. Chapter 331, Expelling Laxus. With Laxus seriously injured, he was defeated. The fairy tale civil war is declared over. I'm so sorry. The three thunder gods, who were Laxus' personal guards, bowed their heads in apology in unison. In fact, even though Laxus doesn't say it, he loves the guild from the bottom of his heart. However, with his stubborn personality, I'm afraid. So please allow us to apologize on Laxus' behalf for the trouble we've caused everyone this time. Phalide bowed 90 degrees and apologized sincerely. All right, Phalide. No need to be so formal. Anyway, neither we nor the people in the town suffered any damage this time. Let's just leave it at that. Macau and the other fairy tale people smiled nonchalantly. Everyone, you are really. Bigasro was moved to tears. We're partners. This level of game can be over in a breath. Natsu smiled brightly. I'm sorry, Urza, you really are the fairy queen. Alba Green apologized weakly. Don't worry about it. If you want the fairy queen's name, I'll give it to you. We don't even know who spread it first anyway. Urza patted Alba Green's shoulder. No. Alba Green quickly waved her hands in fear. Ha 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 ha. The whole audience was in a happy mood. Really? Phalide gritted his teeth. What's wrong? Gray asked. As expected, this is not enough to make up for it, so, please allow me to shave my head as an apology. As Phalide said this, he was about to cut off his handsome long hair. What kind of explanation is this? That's not necessary, Philid. We accept your apology. Everyone in Fairy Tale hurried to stop them. The situation was gradually on the verge of getting out of control. At the same time, Fairy Tale ward, Laxus' body was covered in bandages. He lay like a mummy next to Makarov. The healing light of the Dragon King shines. Merge into the body of the unconscious Laxus. What a troublesome little devil. Lu Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, Lu Yu, I've caused you trouble again this time. Makarov apologized. Well, it's just a piece of cake. Lu Yu waved his hand. End treatment. Go straight out the door. For a long time. Are you awake already? Makarov suddenly asked. Laxus opened his eyes slowly. Calm your head a little. My body hurts. My head hurts. All the bones and muscles in my body hurt. But thanks to this pain, Laxus said slowly. There was another long silence. Do you know what you did this time? Makarov spoke in a deep voice. A so-called partner is a place where colleagues gather and introduce jobs. It's also a home for a helpless little ghost, not your property. The guild is formed by the trust and righteousness of everyone. And this is a bond stronger than anything else. You violated righteousness and threatened your companion's life. This is absolutely forgivable. I know. Laxus's expression dimmed slightly. I just want to make this guild stronger. What a clumsy guy. After your injury heals, go out and relax for a while. That way, you'll see things you haven't seen before and hear things you haven't heard before. Life will probably be happier. Old man, seeing your growth is the value of my existence. I don't need strength or intelligence, as long as I can always be energetic, that's enough. Makarov spoke earnestly. Laxus gritted his teeth. There was another long silence. Laxus, I will expel you. Makarov took a deep breath and announced the final outcome. Laxus's clenched teeth loosened. Well, I've been taken care of by you so far. 3 days later, night. Fairy Tale's Grand Parade, Fantasia, came to a successful conclusion. As always, it has received wide acclaim from people both inside and outside the town. Ha ha ha, this is unprecedentedly gorgeous. Let's go tell Laxus who couldn't attend. Isa, Natsu, who cherished his friends the most, immediately thought of Laxus who was still bedridden. However, when I arrived at the ward, I found that Laxus had left at some point. Right now, Magnolia South Park, under the big tree. What a joke. Why are you the only one being expelled? Alba Green shook her head repeatedly in disbelief. Aren't we guilty as well as you? Bigasro looked incredulous. What a bunch of troublesome guys. Can't you even say goodbye? Laxus sighed. Why do you have to take all the responsibility alone? Phalide asked. That's not the case. I'm different from you. I don't have any attachment to this public account at all. Laxus pretended to be indifferent. We will go and plead with the president. Natsu and Gray will definitely object. Alba Green and Bigasro said anxiously. In response, Laxus just smiled, turned around and waved goodbye. Goodbye. Take care. The next day. I totally can't accept this, old man. Why did you drive Laxus away? Natsu is still jumping up and down today. That guy is also a partner. Even if we quarrel, we are still companions. Stop talking, Natsu. Urza grabbed Natsu. Please consider the president's feelings more. Do you think the president feels really good about making this decision? Urza said. But, Natsu wilted. Civil War events. It's completely over. Another week passed in peaceful life. Meanwhile, the results of the Miss Fairy Beauty pageant are out. This time the ranking is based on a survey and vote on public opinion. As expected, the person who received the most votes in first place was the Fairy Queen Urza. The second one is Lucy, and the third one is Juvia. Of course, if Mirajan hadn't committed suicide, he will definitely become Urza's strongest opponent. Wow, so close. Lucy cried. Juvia, lost. Juvia looked pitiful. Others like Mirajan, Kana, and Levi had some regrets, but it was okay. Hee. Urza, who won the championship and was crowned Miss Fairy, put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. So, Urza, have you thought about it yet? What wish do you want to make? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Urza opened her mouth. Just wanted to blurt it out. But he quickly shook his head. No, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Urza said. I learned from the previous dream. This time, Urza intends to be extremely cautious. Oh well, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. The days that followed remained calm and peaceful. A few days later, a weekly news reporter arrived at Fairy Tale. A personal interview was conducted with Lu Yu. End of interview. Lucy, Juvia and Urza went home early to prepare dinner. Therefore, Lu Yu had to go home alone. No direct teleportation. Watching the beautiful sunset on the horizon, Lu Yu decided to walk slowly and stop to look around. When passing a corner, sudden, all I heard was a sound of, ouch. A petite blue-haired lowly girl bumped into Lu Yu. The gifts and specialties in his hands fell to the ground. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The lowly with long dark blue hair bowed repeatedly to apologize. Looking at the cute little lowly in front of me, Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. Because the petite lowly in front of him was not someone else. It was none other than the Sky Dragon Slayer, Wendy Mabel. I'm so sorry, Wendy, the little girl who had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place, bowed her head and apologized again. Oh, Lu Yu finally came to his senses. Don't worry about it. I should be the one saying sorry. Lu Yu smiled gently. Help little girl Wendy pick up the gifts on the ground. Thanks. Wendy thanked him politely. Are you buying so many gifts for your family? Lu Yu asked casually. Yes. Wendy nodded. What a good boy. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Hey, big brother, I have to catch the 7 o'clock train, so I have to go back now. Wendy said. Go ahead. Lu Yu waved his hand. Anyway, we'll see each other soon. Lu Yu thought with some anticipation. Chapter 332 Lucy's reunion with her father. Mr. Lu Yu, what's wrong? You seem very happy. Lucy asked curiously. Did something good happen during the interview? Juvia wants to know too. Juvia also came forward expectantly. What? Anything interesting. I want to hear it, too. Natsu, Gray, and the little blue cat Happy, who were fighting in the yard just a second ago, rushed into the hall. Ahem. Lu Yu coughed lightly to hide his joy at meeting the little lowly Wendy. Go away, kids, go away. Lu Yu waved his hand unhappily to disperse the crowd. Alas, Natsu walked away disinterested. Hey, Lucy, dinner isn't ready yet. Asked the little blue cat, Harpy. Dinner? I almost forgot. Lucy was shocked. He hurried back to the kitchen with Juvia to help the flustered Urza. It's another happy day. The days that followed remained peaceful and tranquil. Lucy and Juvia would occasionally take on some simple tasks. Certainly not for rent or household expenses. Of course, there is a lot of money in the house. But that was all the family fortune accumulated by Lu Yu. Lucy and Juvia couldn't enjoy it in peace. They wanted to use the money they earned to buy Lu Yu a surprise gift. Certainly, there is also a sense of competition in this. It's no big deal anyway. Lu Yu just let them do what they liked. Occasionally Lu Yu would go with them. A joyful trip for 3 people. This happened one day half a month later. Lu Yu takes Lucy and Juvia on a mission trip to a neighboring town. Night falls. Lucy hasn't come back yet. Lu Yu asked. Yes, it seems so. Really, it's too slow. The water has been running for a long time. Juvia spoke with a hint of complaint. Then I'll go look for it. Lu Yu said this, put on his coat and went out. Observation Hockey Divergence. Lucy's location was instantly locked onto. Instant teleportation magic is activated. Lu Yu came to where Lucy was. Just as he was about to step forward, he stopped. On a secluded path, except Lucy, there was another middle-aged man with ragged clothes and an unshaven beard. Lu Yu was certainly familiar with his identity. It was none other than Lucy's father, Jude Heartfilia. And here he appears. This also means that the Heartfilia family went bankrupt due to some business changes. He has also become a wanderer with nothing. Regarding Jude, who once wanted to marry Lucy to a powerful person. Lu Yu naturally had no good impression of him. But it won't cause disgust. Father, why are you in a place like this? Why are you dressed like this? Lucy asked with a look of shock on her face. The Hartfilia Railway Company was acquired, and I lost my company, my home, and my money. Jude Hartfilia spoke dejectedly. How is it? Wait, where's the house? Mom's grave is there. Lucy was anxious. It has been moved here. Jude handed Lucy an address. It's more ridiculous than sad, that such a huge fortune disappeared in an instant. All my years of provision have vanished in one night. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Jude laughed crazily. So, what exactly do you want to do by finding me? Lucy asked. Of course I'm here to see my daughter, Lucy. Jude rode. Don't make that expression. It's all my fault. I have no plans to stay by your side permanently. I'm going to work for the Akalifar Merchant Guild and start over. So, in order to get there, I need some money. 100,000 J will do. Can you lend it to me? Jude asked. Huh. Lucy's beautiful eyes widened. I can't come up with such a large sum of money right away. A large sum. It's only 100,000. If you were my daughter, you would definitely be able to come up with it easily. As a father, I've already disregarded my dignity to come to you. Okay, take it out quickly. Jude unknowingly reverted to his previous rude attitude towards Lucy. Get out of the way. Lucy, recalling her past memories, slapped her father's hand away and ran away alone. Jude was left standing there in a daze, reflecting. Half an hour later, Lucy wiped away her tears and returned to the guesthouse where she was staying. Sorry I'm late. Lucy apologized softly. It's okay, don't worry about it. Lu Yu waved his hand. Lucy, what's wrong with you? Juvia keenly sensed that something was wrong with her competitor. Nothing, I'm going to rest first. Lucy lowered her head and went upstairs first. Mr. Lu Yu. Juvia looked at Lu Yu inquiringly. Just let Lucy calm down by herself. 2 days later, Lu Yu, Lucy and Juvia ended their journey and returned to Magnolia. The Fairy Tale Guild remains the same as always. At some point. Lu Yu was not paying attention for a moment. Lord Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu. Juvia anxiously found Lu Yu. What's wrong? You look so flustered. Oh no. Lucy suddenly ran out alone. Sure enough, I've been seeing Lucy acting weird these past 2 days. Juvia said with some concern. Although they are competitors. But in addition to competing with Lu Yu, they are also good friends. Be honest with each other, and even if something really happened to Lucy, Juvia would certainly not remain indifferent. If you're so concerned, then let's go over and take a look. Quietly. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Follow the trail left by Lucy all the way west. Lu Yu and Juvia came to the neighboring town of Akalifa. A large group of people gathered in front of the town's business guild called Love and Luck. Lord Lu Yu, something terrible has happened. It seems a dark guild has kidnapped people and is robbing them. Juvia didn't finish her words. Lu Yu's index finger fell on her red lips. Juvia subconsciously and skillfully stopped. Lu Yu, no, this isn't the time to do that. Juvia also reacted. Her fair face couldn't help but turn red. Lu Yu made a silencing gesture with his index finger which was stained with Juvia's sweet water. Then he pointed at Lucy who was trying to find a way to enter the business guild not far away. It all depends on Lucy's performance here. Lu Yu said. Juvia nodded obediently. After several attempts to break through the main goal were rejected. Lucy decided to take a different approach. With the help of the power of the star spirit Baluge. A tunnel leading to the interior of the guild was soon completed. Along the tunnel, Lucy easily made it to the interior of the merchant guild. He summoned Talos of Taurus, Geisa of Cancer, and Sachidarius of Sagittarius one after another. Easily deal with the weak dark guild minions and resolve the crisis. The whole place was in an uproar. Ordinary civilians surrounded Lucy, who had made great contributions, and greeted her warmly. Lucy was a little absent-minded, looking around. However, I still haven't found the person I want to find. Just when Lucy thought she was a step too late. When that person may have. Lucy. A doubtful voice sounded behind Lucy. It was none other than the ragged Jude Hartfilia. Well, Lucy was shocked, then reacted immediately. Could it be that you just arrived in town now? Because I had no money, I walked here slowly. Jude rode. I really worried for nothing. Lucy complained in her heart. By the way, is that 100,000 just for transportation? What a person with no sense of money. Why are you here? Jude looked at Lucy in confusion. Why? Because I heard that the guild dad was attacked, so, well. Lucy felt a little embarrassed. Are you here because you're worried about dad? No, bye. Lucy walked away proudly. As that's so, thank you. Jude thanked him honestly. Lucy stopped walking. Don't get me wrong, I haven't forgiven you yet. That's natural, as it's been a long journey, so I've had a lot of time to think about it. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. I don't know what happened. I regret it and feel so ashamed. I will change from now on. Even if I don't have money, I'm here and I will do everything. Until now, Judikai finally looked a bit like a father. This guild is where Layla and I, your mother met. We left because we wanted to start our own company and because I was pregnant with you. Coincidentally, the guild's signboard broke, and Lucky became Lucy. So, we decided that if we gave birth to a daughter, we'd name her Lucy. Jude smiled and told stories from the past. That's nothing. Did you just decide on your daughter's name so casually? Yeah, I'm really sorry, but it's so nice to meet you. Not the Lucky Heartfilia daughter, but just ordinary Lucy. Lucy smiled. Take care, Dad. Chapter 333 Guild Alliance. Facing the sunset, Lucy walked away. Lucy. Juvia jumped out from behind a tree not far away, hugged Lucy and cried. Juvia, what's wrong? By the way, why are you here? Lucy asked. Woo woo woo, Lucy, that's great. You've made peace with your father. Juvia said. So I haven't completely forgiven him yet. By the way, Juvia, how did you know that? Woo woo woo. I see, it must be Mr. Lu Yu. Where is Mr. Lu Yu? Woo woo woo. Okay, let's go home together. Watching the two girls walk away, Jude withdrew his gaze and prepared to embrace a new life. Turning his head, he was stunned. Then he calmly stepped forward. If you came here to laugh at me, go ahead. Jude looked at Lu Yu calmly. At this moment, he has let go of everything. No, I just want to know who and where it was that stole all the family property that was supposed to be inherited by Lucy. Lu Yu said. It's me. Wrong. Okay, it does seem like a setup, but I don't want to pursue it anymore. Besides, Lucy doesn't care about the family fortune. I know you're powerful, but don't use your magician's methods on civilians. It will bring trouble to the guild. Of course I know about this, but that mansion is Lucy's home, and it also contains my memories. What do you want to do? It's a very simple thing. I will provide you with startup capital, and you can make a comeback and redeem the mansion, and restore everything to its original state. Can you do it? Lu Yu smiled. After a moment of silence, Jude nodded heavily. Good. The story between Lucy and her father Jude came to an end. Without any worries, Lucy regained her usual energy. This day, Lucy came to the guild as usual, ready to look for a three-person mission suitable for herself, or suitable for her and Lu Yu, or suitable for her, Lu Yu and Juvia. As soon as I entered the door, Lucy's attention was drawn to a huge network of relationships within the guild. What is this, Miss Mira? Lucy asked curiously. This is the organization chart of the Dark Guild. Mirajan answered. Oh, so many. All of them. Lucy's face was filled with shock. And what are the three in that big circle? Juvia knew that it was the Balamu Alliance, the largest dark force composed of the 6 demon generals, the Devil's Heart, and the Hades Gate guilds. Each of them had several directly affiliated guilds active in the dark world. Juvia introduced. Hey, that Iron Forest is under the command of the 6 demon generals. Lucy said in surprise. By the way, what kind of team are the 6 demon generals? About the 6 demon generals. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, the voice of reply came. And the person who spoke was not someone else, but Makarov, who had just returned from the guildmaster's regular meeting. The 6 demon generals of the Dark Guild have decided that we will take care of them. Everyone screamed in surprise. President, what's going on? Urza asked. At the regular meeting a few days ago, the issue of the 6 demon generals taking action was raised. We can't just sit back and watch. We must choose a guild to eliminate them, said Makarov. Fairy Tail, have you accepted this mission? Juvia asked. No, not just Fairy Tail. Because the enemy this time is too powerful, we have decided to form a joint army. Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Snake Princess Scales, and Cat Transformation in, select members from these 4 guilds and fight together. Makarov announced. And this time our Fairy Tail members are. Ishgar. Somewhere in the vast sky, a huge magical spaceship was sailing aimlessly. This is the headquarters of the Demon Heart, one of the Balam Alliance. On the deck of the spacecraft, a hot woman with twin ponytails and a dark blue dress stood calmly. It was the former council member Arusha. Really? The 6 demon generals are about to start moving. What should we do, President Hades? Arusha asked. Don't worry about them. If they take action, the guys outside won't just sit there and do nothing. Let's take this opportunity to find the key to unlock Jalal's seal. Hades said in a deep voice. I understand. But President Hades, what do you think about what that man once said? Arusha asked. Of course Zirf is still alive, but who is he? Has he really met Zirf? Hades was silent. Alas, in order to confirm this matter, I have sent invitations to this man several times, but unfortunately, he has not responded. Arusha waved his hand. Then let's put it aside for now. However, we must continue to investigate that man's identity and background. Hades said. Yes, I understand. Arusha nodded. Next time I'll try it myself. Near the famous Sea of Gas Trees in Fiori. The villa owned by Bob, the guild leader of the Blue Pegasus Guild. Because it is closest to the Gas Tree Sea where the target is located. Therefore, it serves as the gathering point for this joint operation. Fairy Tail's strongest team, led by Lu Yu, arrived at the villa gathering point first. No, if we were to ask who was the fastest, it would of course be the Blue Pegasus as the host. Snap. When Lu Yu and his party stepped into the villa, a beam of light suddenly fell. The players participating in the Blue Pegasus battle are Hyakuya Hibiki, Eevee and Sora Ayane, and the 3 Jufa combination makes a cool appearance. As a professional, cowherd, wizard, in entertaining female guests. The 3 of them were naturally adept at it. The 3 of them had long known about the fairy tale queen. When he learned that Urza was coming, his instinct was to show his handsomeness and gentleness, trying to win Urza's heart. However, the 3 Cyan Pegasus had just taken a step forward. The gentle smiles on their faces that could charm thousands of girls suddenly froze. What's going on? Such a heavy atmosphere. No. Not good. Is there some evil being watching us? The 3 Cyan Pegasus members swallowed hard at the same time. It's that man. Bai Yeshong, the strongest among the trio, locked his eyes on Lu Yu. Really? Looking at the kind smile on Lu Yu's face, Eevee couldn't help but look suspicious. Next second, when he tried to get closer to Urza again, the feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast from ancient times appeared again. That man, I know him. He's the new monster in Fairy Tale. Kong Yelian whispered solemnly to himself. It seems that the ladies over there are already taken, so we'd better be more restrained. Hyakuya Hibiki made a quick decision and gave up his original attack on Urza. You. Just then, another gentle voice came from the stairs. Let's stop here. A short man who had nothing to do with being handsome flicked his hair in a coquettish manner. One night adulthood. The trio looked adoring. One night. Urza's delicate body trembled unconsciously. Long time no see, Urza. The ace player of the Blue Pegasus greeted him gently one night. Did you participate as well? Urza's body trembled more frequently. Yes, I exist just for you this night. One night, I pretended to be handsome and slid down the stairs in a cool manner. It feels greasy. Lucy instinctively hid behind Lu Yu. Sorry, I can't do anything about this guy. Urza rarely admitted defeat and retreated a few steps. Hello. Finally, Gray couldn't help but scold. You pretty boys of the Blue Pegasus, could you please stop harassing our princess? You can go back now, man. Yiya said. Damn it. Do you Blue Pegasus have any motivation at all for sending out this kind of gigolo? Gray challenged. Want to try it? We are very strong. The cowherd trio showed no sign of weakness. Fighting. Natsu, who was suffering from motion sickness, suddenly felt more energetic. Stop. This isn't what we're here for. As Urza spoke, she raised her foot and kicked Ichiya away when he tried to get close. Sudden. A startling burst of cold air. A figure appeared at the door. Freeze the funny guy's head overnight. This is truly a special greeting. Do you look down on the Snake Princess's scale? Leon, the ice-shaped wizard who was as cold as ice, spoke. Leon. Gray was shocked. Gray. Leon was also startled. Have you joined the guild yet? Natsu looked excited. Stop talking nonsense. I'm originally a wizard of the Snake Princess's scale. I just withdrew for a moment during the process. Leon threw Yiya away casually. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became more tense. At this moment, boom, a powerful magical fluctuation erupted. Stop. There was a loud shout and an explosion. We have united to defeat the 6 demon generals, not gathered here to fight among ourselves. The bald strong man holding the magic paw, the ace of Snake Princess scale, Gontijula, one of the 10 holy wizards, shouted majestically. Chapter 334 Wendy Mabel. With the intervention of Saint Decadra. The tense atmosphere on the field was finally eased. Now, the members of the 3 guilds are all here, and the only ones left are from the Demon Cat Inn. Yentetsu Jura said. Those people seem a little inaccurate. As far as I know, there should be only one person. Yi said after recovering. One person. Is this true? For such a dangerous battle, they only sent one person. Gray and others were subconsciously shocked. Wait a minute, that's such a dangerous person. Lucy held her face in panic. Subconsciously looked at Lu Yu. But she found that Lu Yu's face was rarely filled with anticipation. Without waiting for Lucy to ask. Next second, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the villa, followed by a panicked cry. A small figure fell to the ground with a magnificent tumble. The sudden noise immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look back. Looking at the little girl in a blue dress and with long sky blue hair, everyone couldn't help but look confused. I'm sorry I'm late. The cute little loli blushed and apologized softly. I'm Wendy Mabel, sent by the Demon Cat Inn. Please give me your guidance. Little loli Wendy finished speaking. The scene suddenly fell silent. The next second. The expressions on Gray and others' faces became interesting again. Natsu tilted his head, as if he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the blue-haired girl in front of him, but for a moment he couldn't remember it at all. Child. Girls. Cute little loli. Gray and others complained one after another. For such a large-scale operation, they sent such a young girl. What on earth were those guys at the Demon Cat Inn thinking? Shirley asked in confusion. Ah, I'm not alone. My charming sister. A small white cat in a red dress walked gracefully over, speaking human language. Instantly, it captured the attention of the little blue cat, Harpy. Cat. Same as Harpy. A talking cat. Sha Lulu, are you coming here too? Wendy asked in surprise. Of course I'm saying that. How can I feel at ease if I let you act alone? The elegant and beautiful little white cat Sha Lulu spoke proudly. Well, I'm completely useless in combat, but I can use a lot of support magic to help everyone. So please don't exclude me. Wendy spoke weakly, feeling uneasy. It's because you're so timid that you're looked down upon, said the little white cat Shalulu in a condescending manner. Sorry, so don't apologize right away. Wendy, I'm sorry. Oh, Shalulu sighed. Everyone. Such a cute little loli. It really made everyone not know what to say. I'm sorry I scared you a little. Please be kind, Wendy. Urza took 2 steps forward and greeted kindly. It's Lady Urza, the real one, Shalulu. Wendy said with an intoxicated look on her face. A woman who was even better than I imagined, not bad. Shalulu said. Hey, do you know me? Cat Dragon Habby. The little blue cat Habby came forward to chat. All he received was the back of Shalulu's head. However, the harpy, who had completely turned into a cat licker, had completely lost his common sense and judgment ability at this moment. I just thought that Shalulu was shy, and I found her even more adorable. Stare. Lucy stared at Lu Yu without blinking. What's wrong? Lu Yu smiled. It's Mr. Lu Yu. He stared at the child as soon as he arrived. Could he be an acquaintance? Lucy pouted jealously. Let's just say we've met once. Lu Yu nodded. Ah, you're the big brother I accidentally bumped into in Magnolia. Wendy, who had calmed down, also recognized Lu Yu. Hey, little girl, we meet again. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Stare. Come to the double gaze of Lucy and Urza. Snap. The spotlight falls. Yoshi, now that everyone is here, let me explain the battle plan to you. Yi struck a pose that he thought was cool. A moment of silence. Before I explain, please let me smell the aroma of the toilet first. First, we'll find the 6 demon generals' gathering place. If we go north from here, we'll reach the Sea of Gas Trees. Ancient people sealed a powerful magic they're called Nirvana. Yi, who had just returned from the toilet, introduced. Nirvana. Natsu and the others tilted their heads in confusion. What about magic I've never heard of? Where is Master Jura? No, I don't know either. Jura replied. I only know it's the 040 method of destruction that the ancients had to seal, but I don't know what kind of magic it is. It's just that the 6 demon generals gathered in the Sea of Gas Trees, they must be hoping to obtain the power of Nirvana. The trio of cowherds shrugged. I always have a bad feeling. By the way, do you know Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy asked. Hearing this, Urza, Natsu, and Gray all looked at Lu Yu. Given the magic that Lu Yu has shown so far, it's not surprising to know something that others don't know. Who exactly is that man named Lu Yu? The little white cat Shalulu said to herself. Lu Yu is a very powerful magician. By the way, Shalulu, do you want fish? The cat-licking harpy presented Shalulu with his favorite fish. No, Shalulu slapped him on the back of his head again. Nirvana. Finally, Lu Yu spoke. The eyes of the others present were all fixed on Lu Yu. A man of miracles, Leon whispered. A man as strong as Saint Ten and Lord Jura, Shirley murmured. No, this man's strength is even above mine, Yentetsu Jula said to himself solemnly. Nirvana, it's no big deal. If it appears, just destroy it. Lu Yu waved his hand indifferently. Everyone, that's ancient magic that even the 6 demon generals value. How could it really be no big deal? This man is just pretending. Or do you really have the capital? Maybe we'll see each other soon. The cowherd trio whispered. A glimmer flashed in the eyes of the blue Pegasus ace, Yi. Well, no matter what, our main target this time is the 6 demon generals. Teacher Yi is right. There are 13 of us, and the other side has 6, but those 6 are all top-notch, so we must not take them lightly. The cowherd trio spoke one after another. Hyakuya Hibiki unleashes his own magic, the database. With a wave of the hand, a light screen similar to a computer screen is pulled out. It records the detailed information of each of the 6 demon generals. Of course, it's only about appearance. It is still unknown what kind of magic they use. All we have to do is find their base, and then we'll have our proud Pegasus launch an attack. Pegasus. Could it be a magic bomber? Is it necessary to do this to deal with humans? Don't take it lightly. The calm Jura asked. The opponent is so powerful, remember, you must never act alone. If you want to fight them, you must have more than 2 people. Jola warned solemnly. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang, and the door of the villa exploded. Yoshi, all 6 of you gather together and let me be your opponent. Natsu took the lead and attacked with great momentum. Wait, Natsu, really, that idiot, this is Natsu. There's no other way, let's go. Urza, Gray, Lucy, Happy and the cat quickly followed. Lu Yu gave Yi a deep look. Anything else? One Knight, which was perfectly transformed by the star spirit, was subconsciously shocked. No, nothing, see you later. Chapter 335 6 Demon Generals. With the impulsive Natsu as the vanguard. Except for Jura and Yi, the coalition forces of the 4 guilds rushed into the Sea of Gas Trees in one breath. Hey, you guys are really too slow. Natsu greeted. What an impatient guy. Gray shook his head helplessly. Really, how about you consider the lady's feelings a little? Lucy complained breathlessly. My physical strength has reached its limit. A hazy light from the sky descended, and Lucy suddenly felt refreshed. I felt my physical and mental strength instantly return to its peak. You still need to exercise more. Lu Yu said earnestly. Yes, I will try my best. Lucy clenched her fist. But now, Mr. Lu Yu, please give me another shot. Lucy blinked her big eyes, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Lu Yu, in broad daylight, you're just saying have a go. Are you really here to join the war? Sha Lulu, the sharp-tongued little white cat, complained. No. That's not what you said. Lucy blushed immediately. No. Don't say that, Sha Lulu. I'm really sorry. Wendy, on Sha Lulu's behalf, panicked and quickly bowed to apologize. Don't worry about it. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly, then smiled and asked, Kitty and Wendy, do you want to have some too? I want it. I want it. Lu Yu, I want it. The little blue cat Habib raised his hand quickly. Lu Yu was not stingy. The lightest one. The light of the Dragon King falls. Instantly eliminate the fatigue of the little blue cat harpy. So comfortable. The harpy squinted his eyes in enjoyment. The little white cat Sha Lulu finally understood. What Lucy wanted earlier was not something evil as she imagined, but Lu Yu's magic. As this recovery magic, no, you can actually lose the recovery magic. Sha Lulu asked in surprise. Lu Yu said nothing. He only gave her and Wendy one shot each, feeling the mysterious power that refreshed their hearts. Wendy and Sha Lulu both unconsciously showed an intoxicated look on their faces. This power seems familiar, Sha Lulu whispered. So warm. Just like Grandigny. Wendy murmured subconsciously. Hey, big brother, you. Without waiting for Wendy to ask. Suddenly, a huge shadow passed over people's heads. The fog attracted everyone's attention. That's the magical blaster Christina. Our Pegasus proud weapon. The cowherd trio proudly introduced themselves. Amazing. That's the legendary Pegasus. Looks like there's something to look forward to. Gray, Natsu, Lucy, Wendy and the others exclaimed in amazement. He set up one clear banner after another for Tianma. And then, without any warning, there was a loud bang. Pegasus's right wing suddenly exploded. Then, unknown explosions occurred all over the magic bomber. The Pegasus lost its power and balance and fell, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. A grand fireworks display exploded in the gas tree forest. What on earth is going on? Why did Christina fall? Who is behind this? The three cowherds and the blue Pegasus were all horrified. Sniff. Natsu's nostrils flared. The expression on his face suddenly became serious. Someone is coming. Everyone be alert. Gray also noticed something unusual. Everyone in the field, except Lu Yu, tensed up. His eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the source of the terrifying oppressive force. In the dark smoke and dust of the explosion, a figure appeared and disappeared. It won't take a moment. The six paths stood before the coalition forces. 6 demon generals, here we go. A corner of the Balamu alliance, set against the backdrop of the fall of the magical bomber Christina. The 6 demon generals appeared together. Humph, all the sister bugs are gathered together, what an eyesore. The dark-skinned, white-haired middle-aged man holding a skull cane snorted coldly. He is the leader of the 6 demon generals, named Brian, and the former director of the Fury Magic Development Bureau. He is also the culprit who deceived Uru and Arusha. I've seen through your thoughts, okay. The hot girl with short bangs and a head of alopecia like an angel's halo spoke proudly. Her code name is Angel, and her real name is Sorono Aglia. Like Lucy, they are both celestial wizards. And the proud contracted star spirit is none other than Gemini, the Gemini of the zodiac. Were Jura and Yi also killed? The Gemini spirits floating on both sides of Sono waved cutely. Nani, how is that possible? The 3 people, Leon and Shirley of Snake Princess Scale, and Cowherd of Blue Pegasus, were all shocked. It's starting to waver. I heard everything. Cobra, the third of the 6 demon generals, grinned. He was wearing a stand-up collar trench coat, had slanted eyes, and his head was as red as blood. A giant purple python was coiled around him. It's better to finish the work as soon as possible. Lisa, a man wearing green sunglasses, with a yellow hairstyle and dressed like a motorcyclist, spoke. Money can make people powerful. Tianyan Hedai, a tall man with an angular head holding a Bible, spoke. Let me tell you something good. In this world, the most important thing is money, and you'd better shut up, Hei. Kebra and Lisa interrupted at the same time. Why does it seem like there's another one sleeping? Lucis' eyes locked onto the last of the 6 demons. The young man codenamed Dark Knight was currently dozing off on the flying carpet. I didn't expect you to show up on your own initiative. This makes things easier. Urza raised her hand and grabbed a magic sword, entering a combat stance. Natsu. The Ice and Fire brothers of Fairy Tail exchanged a glance, and then shot out at the same time. I heard it. Kebra grinned. Get started. Leader Brian gave a cold order, and Lisa, with her yellow coxcomb haircut, attacked. Demonstrating lightning speed as its name suggests. Bang. 2 feet. Natsu and Gray were caught off guard and were kicked away. Lucy was about to lend a hand. Turn around and look back. I don't know when. There is actually another me by my side. Wow, what's going on? Why am I here? Lucy was shocked. Take it. Lucy, transformed from Gemini Jiminy, drew the whip from her waist and chased after the real Lucy. Surely. Yes, Lord Leon, Shirley and Leon will attack. Well, tell me what you saw. Love is not necessary, just money is enough. The angular heavenly eye Hedii opened his eyes that possessed special abilities. Just raise your hand. The ground beneath Leon and the other man's feet melted. It quickly turned into a swamp, completely swallowing up the two of them. On the other side, the Pegasus cowherd trio was also knocked down by Lisa's speed magic. The clash between the two sides had just begun. The coalition forces suffered a major blow. The only ones left intact were Urza, Luyu and Wendy hiding behind the rock. Change clothes. A dazzling light flashed. Urza put on her usual sky wheel armor and waved her hand. Dozens of magic swords shot towards Cobra. However, next second, something Urza had never expected happened. Cobra's body only trembled slightly, dodging all her attacks. This scene is exactly like the time when he challenged Lu Yu. How could this be? Do you also know the magic of seeing and hearing? Chapter 336. The seal is released. How could this be? Do you also know the magic of observation? Urza asked in shock. Observation hockey magic. What is that? Well, it doesn't matter what, I can hear everything you do anyway. Cobra suddenly appeared behind Urza. Change clothes, flying armor. Urza displays her leopard-like speed-enhancing armor. As the two swords swung, dense afterimages were left behind. However, Cobra still dodged it easily. I can hear your breathing, your muscles, your thoughts, everything. Cobra said confidently. This is not observation hockey. But it is a similar magic of divine ears. It is so powerful that it can even read people's memories. Even someone as strong as Urza. It is also impossible to face the combined forces of several six demons at the same time. A dark purple python flew out. It was about to bite Urza's shoulder. Just then, boom. In the dark, the huge force of Kamui's energy locked onto the purple python, and its original form was solidified. Chu Barrios, what's wrong with you? Kebula asked in confusion. The purple python Chu Barrios whimpered in fear and hid behind Kebra. The other side, Lu Yu raised his hand. Urza, who flew backwards, also returned to his side. Under the current circumstances, I should be able to lift the seal, right? Lu Yu asked with a smile. The so-called seal is certainly not a sealing magic in the actual sense. But it was an agreement between Lu Yu, Urza, Natsu and others. Future mission battles. Lu Yu can only take action when it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, with Lu Yu's strength, wave your hand. The enemy will be reduced to ashes. The rest of the team couldn't even make a cameo appearance. To this, Lucy naturally had no objection. But Natsu's opinion was very different. Moreover, if this continues, if Lu Yu could deal with any enemy he encountered, their strength will also stagnate. Ultimately, a wizard must become stronger through battle. That's why there is a seal agreement. Release. Lucy raised her hand in agreement. Urza took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Wait a moment. Not far away, Natsu, who had fallen to the ground under Lisa's fierce attack, began to do sit-ups. We are far from falling. Gray also stood up by doing sit-ups. You're such a stubborn guy. Lisa, who excels in speed, magic, attacked. He kicked Natsu and Gray away again at a speed that was too fast for the naked eye to catch up. Hee. Lisa smirked. Instead, he set his sights on Lu Yu. What's the point of sealing or not? You're just being pretentious. Let me try and see how capable you are. Lisa finished speaking. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the eyes of Urza and Lucy, Lisa's speed seemed to have increased by dozens of times in an instant. However, within Lu Yu's observation hockey, the true nature of Lisa's speed magic was revealed. His magic wasn't about acceleration at all. But slowly, this magic reduces the speed of targets within a certain range. The opponent's senses slow down. Relative. In the eyes of others, his speed was infinitely accelerated. However, this is only useful for those who use their eyes to catch the enemy. No matter how powerful Lisa's slow magic is, it cannot affect the perception of mental power. Also, there is also a more important point. That is, his current opponent is Lu Yu. No matter how much he slowed down Lu Yu's speed was still far superior to his. Bang! Lisa's powerful whip kick was easily caught by Lu Yu. How is this possible? Lisa's expression suddenly changed. Before he could make any move, he heard two loud bangs. Lu Yu grabbed his calf and slammed it onto the ground. The ground cracked. Lisa's head also split open. The entire person's consciousness was instantly deprived. One of the 6 demons collapsed. Next, Lu Yu said lightly. ... It only took 3 or 2 seconds. A corner of the 6 demons collapsed. Lisa, who had previously relied on her laser-like speed to defeat Natsu, Gray, and the 3 Tianma cowherds without any chance of fighting back, was completely unable to fight back in front of Lu Yu. The slow magic that he relied on, compared to the extreme speed, had no effect on Lu Yu at all. It was easily cracked. Grab the main body. Bang bang twice. As the earth cracked, Lisa's head also cracked. Countless bones in my body made crackling sounds under the heavy weight. It is impossible to recover. How could this happen? Seeing their companions being killed instantly, the 6 demon generals, led by Brian, all widened their eyes in shock. Lissa was killed instantly. Hey, what's going on? Who is that man? Why can't I hear his voice? Cobra, who had very sensitive ears, shouted in shock. According to the information obtained by Tenma that night, this man's name is Lu Yu, a newcomer to Fairy Tail. Said Angel, a girl in hot clothes. A newcomer, how is that possible? Tianyan Hidai shook his head in disbelief. Although he's a newcomer, it's said that he once single-handedly defeated Joseph, the leader of the Phantom Guild, one of the 10 saints. Angel added. Not only Joseph, but Gerald was also defeated by a man. Leader Brian took a deep breath. Real, so does this mean that this man is the most terrifying among these people? A drop of cold sweat dripped down Cobra's forehead. He had tried his best to focus his consciousness on Lu Yu, but he still couldn't hear any sound from Lu Yu. This is the first time such an extraordinary thing has happened. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have targeted that Jola. I should have dealt with this man first. Angel gritted her teeth in fear. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. The mind unconsciously recalled the conversation between Gemini, who had transformed into Tianma, and Lu Yu not long ago. It seems that as early as that time, Gemini's transformation had been seen through. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he had been seen through, he would have taken action long ago. Angel strengthened her confidence. Next second. Boom. Without any warning, a great sense of crisis came over me. It was as if a giant dragon was lingering above the sky, treating them as prey to be hunted at will. This kind of unspeakable oppression was the first time they had encountered it. The reason for this phenomenon was simply because a man not far away took a step forward. Next, Lu Yu spoke lightly. As his voice fell, the oppressive feeling that enveloped the 6 demon generals disappeared. Spit, you're really arrogant. Then, from now on, I, Tianyan Hidai, will play with you. The tall, angular man regrouped. With a wave of the hand, the magic light shines. The earth seemed to be resurrected under his command. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. Walk straight to the center of Hidai's ultimate move. I saw it all. Sky Eye Hidai activates the all-round Sky Eye. Capture and observe every tiny movement of Lu Yu. The result is, no. In that case, let's close the net. Tianyan Hidai suddenly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the swamp-like land cast an overwhelming shadow, completely covering Lu Yu. It's over. Hitaei closed her eyes contentedly. Don't be careless, Hitaei. Leader Brian shouted a warning. However, it was already too late. I saw that the compressed ball controlled by Hitaei's earth magic was about to collide suddenly. A bright white light bloomed from the surface of the soil ball. Click. The sky and the earth shook at this moment. Rumble. Amidst the roar, the earth ball that had expanded to the extreme exploded. Countless fragments flew in all directions. Then it shattered into dust under the subsequent shock. Before Tianyan Hidai could make any move, the vibration coming from the atmosphere hit his stomach. Tianyan Hidai vomited blood, his eyes rolled back, and his consciousness faded. The second corner of the 6 demons collapsed. Another vertical seal on Chief Brain's face disappeared. Chapter 337 Wendy falls in love at first sight. Flash sale. Another instant kill, following the unstoppable Lissa. Hitaei, who possessed powerful clairvoyance and earth magic, was also defeated. This moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. It was unknown how much time had passed. Amazing. The pink-haired girl surely murmured unconsciously. That miraculous man, is his fighting power really that terrifying? Leon's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. Once upon a time on Karna Island, Lu Yu simply used the history of the corpse to materialize and resurrect Uru. He did not show much about his own strength. Leon only found out now. The overwhelming power that Lu Yu possesses. Did he really defeat Joseph, the leader of the ghost? Leon whispered. Of course, Leon, brother Lu Yu is the strongest. Gray endured the pain and slowly stood up. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 of the 6 demon generals. That man is truly capable. Yeah, if it continues like this, I can't help but think that he can handle everything by himself. How could that be? Ha. The 3 cowherds and cowherds of the Blue Pegasus forced a smile. They were deeply shocked by the overwhelming strength displayed by Lu Yu. But anyway, this is a good thing for them. The stronger Lu Yu is, the higher the chances of winning this war against the 6 demon generals. Wow, that man is really. Wait a minute, Wendy, you didn't fall in love with that man at first sight. Sha Lulu interrupted Wendy's mumbling. How could it be? Wendy waved her hands in panic. No, Sha Lulu, I just think Mr. Lu Yu is really amazing, and I sense a familiar aura from him. Sha Lulu, isn't this love at first sight? Who would feel familiar with someone they met for the first time? It was clearly an excuse to get closer. Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer, was her target. She absolutely couldn't let anyone else get her. Sha Lulu decided to become the third person between Wendy and Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, you're amazing. Lucy transformed into a cheerleader, shouting and cheering happily. It doesn't seem like I need to destroy anything. Sha Lulu thought. So cunning. In another direction, Natsu was doing sit-ups again and was dancing with joy. But they were not cheering for Lu Yu's victory. 2 of the 6 demon generals are gone, and there are only 4 left. Lu Yu, you can't take it all by yourself, Natsu said aggrievedly. Of course, Lu Yu wouldn't care about the childish Naz. Then you choose one. Stare. Natsu's eyes swept over the remaining 6 demon generals. Of course he wanted to defeat the leader, Brain. And there was that arrogant guy who slept on the flying carpet the whole time. Natsu was also very angry. But you can only choose one. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D with the slanted eyes over there, it's you. Natsu followed his instinct and chose the poison dragon slayer wizard Cobra. What did you say? Fairy tale B asterisk 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 D, aren't you also a slanted-eyed B asterisk 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 D yourself? Cobra fought back without showing any weakness. At the same time, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to fighting with Lu Yu who can't hear anything. He would certainly prefer to fight ordinary, normal opponents. You B asterisk 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 D, you droopy-eyed B asterisk 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 D, I've disliked you for a long time. Come on. Natsu rolled up his sleeves. Fire Dragon Natsu, come on. Cobra grinned. Although he is not a legitimate modern dragon slayer taught by Long. But same as Laxus, Cobra has the dragon slayer crystal implanted in his body. He is also a genuine dragon slayer. And, as a new generation of dragon slayer, Kebra has always wanted to prove something. That is, he, who has been implanted with the dragon slayer magic crystal, is more powerful than an orthodox dragon slayer wizard. Now, the opportunity is right at hand. I'm on fire. Natsu grinned. The fists collided. Powerful flames surged. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu took a deep breath. Between mouth opening, a terrifying firestorm roared out. I heard it. Kebra smiled confidently. A light side step to the right rear. It just barely brushed past Natsu's flame. This is the real attack. I don't know when. Natsu has already landed on top of Cobra's head using the flying ability of the little blue cat Happy. Raise your hands high. The palm of your hand. A huge fireball rose into the wind. Fire dragon's brilliant flame. Raging. A huge ball of fire fell from the sky. Burn the forest to ashes. Wow, are all fairy tale wizards like this? The Pegasus cowherd trio, who were nearly affected, quickly used various means to defend themselves. Leon used his ice form to resist the high temperature of the flames. I was protected by Lord Leon. This is also love. The infatuated girl Shirley's eyes are full of love. Hey, Natsu, stop messing around. Gray yelled in dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha, sorry, but this is not something I can control. Anyway, as long as I can defeat the enemy, that's all that matters. Natsu laughed. Isa, Harpy echoed. Who did you say you wanted to knock down? Cobra's voice came from higher in the sky. Nani. Natsu suddenly looked up, but then he saw Cobra also flying into the sky. The giant purple python next to him actually had a pair of wings extending from its back. I've already told you that attacking me is useless. I can hear your movements. Kebra spoke confidently. The flying python Shuberyo swung its tail and sent Natsu and Happy flying dozens of meters away. Really? What if I heard it? Natsu brushed the dust off himself nonchalantly. Together with the harpy, they attacked Cobra. Only 2 snapping sounds were heard. The flying python Shuberyo swung its tail and slapped Natsu twice, knocking him straight to the ground. Ha ha ha. Run away, this way the game will be more fun. Kebra rode on a giant flying python and chased after him. Damn it, that B asterisk 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 D, pretending to be so relaxed. Natsu was unwilling. That guy is definitely the type that girls hate. The little blue cat Happy made a personal attack with trash talk. I heard it. Cobra stared at the little blue cat Happy with an unfriendly look. You actually said I'm the type that girls hate. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu shot back, but Cobra dodged it again. You really don't know how to learn from your mistakes. You be asterisk 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 D. Cobra spoke leisurely. Damn it, why can't I beat that guy since just now? Natsu shouted angrily. Could that guy possibly know the magic called observation hockey? Habib guessed. No, it's magic that can be heard. Cobra corrected. Because I know the voice in your heart, I can understand your actions. I heard you guys think a lot about it. 3 or 4 of you have a pretty good battle plan. Oh, can you hear our inner thoughts? The little blue cat Habib was shocked. This kind of thing is really too cunning. Natsu jumped up and down. Hey, Mr. Natsu, I really can't stand it anymore. Do you need my help? Gray shook his head helplessly. Stop talking nonsense. I can handle this kind of small character by myself. Natsu said. Isa, but how do we win? Asked Habib. In that case, let's decide the outcome head on. Hey, you guy with the drooping eyes over there, if you have the guts, don't hide. Natsu used provocation. Oh, since you've said that, come on. Cobra grinned. Just what I want. Natsu was delighted. A merciless straight punch. Kebra extended his right hand straight out. He grabbed Natsu's fist. Next second, an amazing scene occurred. Hey, look. That guy named Kebra's arm. That's not a human arm. The Pegasus cowherd trio was shocked. Could that be a dragon? Urza's pupils shrank slightly. Ah, in midair, Natsu couldn't help but scream in pain. He quickly pulled away and stepped back. The fist touched by Cobra's palm emitted a bloody poisonous aura and was already red and swollen. Poison Dragon Cobra, now it's time to get serious. Chapter 338 Lucy vs. Angel. Kebra had an easy smile on his face. On the open dragon claws. The poisonous fog is boiling. How could it be? Could this guy also be a dragon slayer? Natsu, Happy, Gray, Lucy and the others screamed in unison. Ha ha ha, let's begin, Fairy Tail's Fire Dragon. Now let's see who is the strongest dragon slayer. Cobra attacked confidently. Bang bang bang, Poison Dragon and Fire Dragon. The aerial battle between the two dragons became increasingly fierce. Damn it, that guy's attacks are getting more infuriating every time. Natsu gritted his teeth. I hear your pain. The poisonous dragon's attack can cause everything to rot and be destroyed. Said Cobra. As that's so, then let me use fire to burn away all your poison. Natsu was still full of fighting spirit. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Corrupt and degenerate. Dragon Fang. Boom. Rumble. The fierce battle between the Fire Dragon and the poisonous dragon caused the sky to explode. Is this the battle between dragon slayers? What a mess. Now I finally understand why Fairy Tail's Fire Dragon destroyed so many buildings. The Pegasus cowherd trio murmured in shock. Natsu, are you okay? Lucy whispered with some concern. Don't worry, that kid is very tough. Lucy, do you want to choose an opponent? Lu Yu smiled and touched Lucy's little head. Oh, me. Lucy shook her head in panic. She instinctively wanted to refuse the danger, but when she thought about the fighting opportunity that Lu Yu had deliberately left for her, she nodded again. My opponent. Lucy looked left and right. Final. His eyes were fixed on Angel. From her, Lucy sensed a kindred spirit. That was a celestial mage like her. Open the door of the Sagittarius Palace, Sachidarius. Lucy summoned the centaur archer. The arrow pointed directly at Angel. Hee, you're really brave. Angel smiled slightly. As long as the opponent is not the terrifying Lu Yu. Naturally, she would not be afraid at all. Gemini, transform. Angel gave instructions. Yes, the Gemini spirits floating around him merged and transformed. The fake Lucy reappears. Again. Lucy's eyes widened. Hee, this time it's not just like that. And Jie Su Shou Ching Wei. The Gemini celestial spirit who transformed into Lucy nodded in understanding. Sachidarius, shoot, accompanied by Lucy's order. Sagittarius Sachidarius released the sharp arrow in his hand. The arrow was not pointing at Angel, but at Lu Yu. Snap. Sachidarius's sharp arrow hit Lu Yu and then broke. This moment, the whole audience fell silent again. However, it was not because of Lu Yu's tough body that even arrows could not penetrate, but because of Sachidarius's target. Hey, Sachidarius, what are you doing? Mr. Lu Yu is a partner. Lucy was very anxious. I'm sorry, Lucy, but my body is completely out of control. Sachidarius said and shot several arrows at Lu Yu again. Oh, this is the power of Gemini. They can completely imitate everything about a person, including their magic. Now Sagittarius's Sachidarius is like my star spirit. Angel laughed triumphantly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mr. Lu Yu, Sachidarius didn't mean it. Lucy, who was already at a loss, just kept apologizing. It's okay. Calm down, Lucy. Lu Yu smiled and touched Lucy's golden hair. Under Lu Yu's soothing power of calming the mind, Lucy finally calmed down. Miss Lucy. Sachidarius's face was full of struggle. Force the door to close. Sachidarius, go back quickly. Lucy took a deep breath and forcibly sent Sachidarius back to the celestial world. However, next second, the unexpected happened again. Open the door of the Sagittarius Palace, Sachidarius. Lucy Gemini opens the door to Sagittarius. Sachidarius, fire continuously. Gemini Lucy gave the order. No, Sachidarius, go back quickly. Close the door. Lucy herself waved the authentic key to the Sagittarius Palace. However, it was impossible to allow Sachidarius to return to the celestial realm. What on earth is going on? Lucy looked puzzled. I've already told you that Gemini Jamie can copy everything you have, including your keys. Angel smiled proudly. How could this be? This kind of power is simply a foul. Lucy was helpless. The plan for now, only powerful star spirits that cannot be easily manipulated can be summoned. In Lucy's contract, there are two such Protoss. One is Aquia, inherited from her mother's side. The other is Leo, the head of the Zodiac, who she relies on her own mental contract. Aqua's summoning requires a medium of water. It is not available here. Then there is only one choice. Open the door of the Lion Palace, Leo. Ding dong, accompanied by a crisp sound. Leo, who has become a star spirit again, walked out of the door. After such a long rest, his condition has returned to its true peak. As the first of the 12 zodiac signs, Leo, the Leo, is undoubtedly one of the most powerful. In just a few seconds, Sagittarius was sent back to the Star Realm. Oh, Leo of the Lion Palace. You truly deserve to be the head of the Zodiac. Angel said. Humph, now you're scared. Even if it's Gemini, there's no way they can control Leo. Lucy said. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. I'm actually very clear about the relationship between the star spirits. Angel said. Pharynx. Lucy was puzzled. Angel waved. Gemini returns to the astral world. Of course it's her who has to deal with Leo, the Leo. Angel smiled mysteriously. Ding dong. With a crisp sound. A cute furry girl teleported out from the astral spirit world. Alice. Leo's eyes widened. Hey, Aries of Capricorn. Isn't she Colin's celestial spirit? Why is she in your hands? Lucy was also shocked. Why? Of course it's because I was the one who killed Colin. They're so weak, yet they try to open the doors at the same time. It's ridiculous. Angel laughed wildly. What did you say? It's you who killed Colin, my lover, it's unforgivable. Hyakuya Hibiki, one of the 3 members of the Blue Pegasus cowherd, suddenly had red eyes and rushed towards Angel desperately, launching a fierce attack. Alice. Angel quickly ordered Aries to return to defense. He used his proud woolen defense to fend off Hyakuya Hibiki's attack. I'm sorry, Aries, but my master is Lucy now. I will fight for her with all my might. Leo apologized softly. Well, it's okay, I will also do my best to protect the contractor. Alice nodded. With the joint efforts of Leo and Hyakuya Hibiki, Angel could not help but retreat step by step. Damn it. Come out, Scorpion of Scorpius, Sandstorm. Angel unleashed a burst of magic power and opened the door at the same time. The gate of another zodiac opened. A terrifying sandstorm swept across the entire place. Lucy felt at a loss. Lucy, don't lose to her, open the door at the same time. Lu Yu patted Lucy's shoulder. Oh, me, no, I can't do it. Lucy shook her head like a rattle. How can you know if you don't try it? Lu Yu said. Oh well, with Lu Yu's encouragement, Lucy pulled out Taurus's key. Open, the gate of Taurus, Talos. Ding dong. The Minotaur Talos appears and joins the battle. Chapter 339 Urza vs. Dark Knight. It actually appeared, and I didn't even feel tired at all. How on earth is this? Lucy's eyes fell on Lu Yu. Very quickly, she knew the reason. Somewhere in her body there is an inexplicable connection with Lu Yu. It is precisely because of Lu Yu's magical support. She was able to open the door at the same time. How about trying again? Lu Yu smiled. This time, Lucy didn't hesitate. Open the door of the Virgin Palace, Baruj. Ding dong. The maid girl Baruj appears. Open, the gate of the Centaur language, Sachid Elias. Open it. Lucy, who experienced the boundless power for the first time, became addicted and opened the doors of all her star spirits without hesitation. The scene was spectacular. Looking at the star spirit gate that keeps opening. Everyone in the room, without exception, stared with their eyes wide open. It's too good to be true that they can summon so many star spirits at the same time. Yeah, what level of celestial mage is this? The Pegasus cowherd duo exclaimed in amazement. That fairy tale girl, how could she, last time she clearly. Shirley was so shocked that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. It's really reckless. If she summons star spirits so randomly, her magic and body will be the first to collapse. Sha Lulu judged. But Sha Lulu, Lucy doesn't seem to be struggling. Wendy said weakly. How is this possible? Right now, the person who was most shocked by Lucy's behavior was Angel, who was also a celestial wizard. Because he is a celestial mage. That's why she knew how difficult it was for the 2 star spirit bodies to open the door at the same time. Even though she was born with strong magical powers. It took a lot of time to achieve this. But now, Lucy did more than just open 2 doors at once. This has broken through the gate to the star spirit realm. Your magic power can't sustain summoning so many star spirits at once. Angel yelled. So we must fight quickly and decisively, because the next step is to decide the outcome. Everyone, come on together. Lucy held a whip. Fight alongside your fellow Protoss. Under overwhelming pressure, Aries and Scorpion were sent back to the astral world. In the end, Angel was completely overwhelmed by the power of Lucy and the celestial spirits. The third triangle of the 6 demon generals collapsed at this point. Everyone, we did it. Lucy gave a thumbs up. Miss Lucy is really amazing, Wendy exclaimed while hiding behind a rock. Bang, she patted her little face. No, I can't be such a coward anymore. I have to fight too. At least I have to support everyone. Wendy plucked up her courage and walked out of the rocks. The 4 people from Snake Princess Scale and Blue Pegasus also had the same idea as Wendy. Fairy Queen, Gray, it's up to all of us to defeat the remaining 2 6 demon generals. Leon, Shirley, and the cowherd duo each stepped forward and stood with Gray and Urza. Even Angel is like this. There's nothing I can do. Dark Knight, wake up. Leader Brain whispered like a mantra. The words fell. The young man who had been dozing on the magic carpet the entire time staggered and woke up from his sleep. Father, is it time for me to come out? The black-haired, red-eyed young man gradually woke up in the dark night, and a bloodthirsty look gradually appeared on his face. Go, Dark Knight, twist and strangle all your enemies. Leader Brian waved his hand. Yes, Dark Knight, known as the strongest of the 6 demons, nodded excitedly. 6 demons of the Dark Knight, let us experience your methods. The cowherd duo attacks. Snow magic and air magic exploded one after another. However, facing the offensive of the cowherd duo, the 6 demons of Dark Knight didn't even look at it from beginning to end. Just move forward at your own pace. However, the attack of the cowherd duo was just 1 meter away from the Dark Knight. They were all twisted by a strange force and reflected to the side. This kind of thing, how is that possible? The two were in shock. And Yi had already walked in front of the two of them. Careful, Urza and Gray reminded repeatedly. But it was too late. Painful tearing. The strongest of the 6 demons took action in the Dark Knight. Space is distorted and torn. Spiral of pain. Dark Knight used 2 big moves in succession. The space around the cowherd and air duo was distorted. In an instant, the cowherd duo was defeated. Well done, my Dark Knight. Leader Brian nodded with satisfaction. Yes, father, I will get rid of them all immediately. There was a look of cruelty and mockery on Yi's face. Clang. Urza drew the magic sword from her waist. What kind of magic is that? It looks ominous. Gray was ready. Change clothes. Tianlin Laoluan's sword. Urza put on her usual armor. Wave your right hand lightly. Dozens or even hundreds of magic swords shot towards the Dark Knight. However, just like the previous cowherd duo, Urza's sword didn't wait to touch the Dark Knight. It was distorted by some force along the way. As a result, all the magic swords passed by his body and pierced into the ground. In that case, let's fight in close combat. Urza holds 2 swords. The wings behind him flapped, and he dived into the Dark Knight. However, even if it is a physical slash, before it touches the Dark Knight, it is twisted again and cannot hit. Are we starting the main course so soon? Urza Scarlet. Dark Knight spoke coldly. He clenched his right hand suddenly. Next second, the fine iron armor on Urza's body suddenly twisted like a strip of cloth. Bind Urza's body tightly. Urza. Lucy and Gray screamed in unison. Urza forcibly resisted the twisting and binding force. Remove the armor of the heavenly wheel. I see, it's this kind of magic. Through the previous confrontation, Urza has already gained insight into the magic of the night. That's right, my warping magic can twist anything and even reflect magic back. Dark Knight spoke proudly. Nani, is there such a magic? Gray was shocked. Even clothes can be twisted and turned into his weapons. This is not good. I have to take them off. Oh, where are my clothes? Gray was stunned looking at his empty upper body. Didn't you take off your clothes a long time ago? Lucy patted Gray on the back of the head and couldn't help but complain. Then there are pants, Gray said as he was about to take off his pants. Lucy decisively slapped him again. Stop, there are children here. Back off, Gray. Urza suddenly spoke. Well, Gray was stunned. I know this guy's magic well enough. Leave it to me from now on. You and Snake Princess Scale will work together to entangle the leader Brian. Urza said confidently. I see. Looking at the determined expression on Urza's face, Gray knew that Urza was going to get serious. Besides, if Urza is still defeated, Lu Yu will still be there to cover her. Thinking of this, Gray turned around decisively and went to help his senior brother Leon fight against the leader Brian. Change clothes. Yuanyu's clothes. Urza took off her sturdy armor. She changed into a purple kimono. The fitted clothes perfectly outlined Urza's figure. The long and slender legs are wrapped in pink and purple over the knee socks. Pleasing to the eye, compared to other armors, the defensive power of this Yuanyu robe is naturally far inferior. Just like beautiful everyday clothes. But this piece of clothing has characteristics that other armors do not have. Facing the Dark Knight with its twists and turns of magic, it is perfect. Come on, let me stop you from doing such a silly thing. Urza held a blue crescent-shaped sword in her hand and shouted heroically. Chapter 340. The weakness of zigzag magic. Come on, Fairy Queen. Let me see you serious. That's true, but your attacks can't hit me at all. The 6 demons spoke arrogantly in the Dark Knight. Urza didn't waste any words. Take a step forward. The figure shot out like lightning. The crescent-shaped blade drew 2 bright trails. 2 deep ravines were cut into the earth. Your sword is fast, but no matter how swift your movements are, there's no way it can break through my twisting magic. Dark Knight said confidently. But the next second, there was a loud bang. Urza rushed forward and knocked Yi back more than 10 meters with one palm. Nani. And Yi's eyes widened in shock. It seemed as if he couldn't believe the fact that he was knocked down. 2. Urza held up 2 fingers. Your magic has 2 weaknesses. First of all, although you can distort magic and weapons, you cannot distort the human body, right? Urza said. HMPH, I guess so, but so what? And Yi snorted coldly. He twisted his right hand slightly, and activated the distortion magic. The Toyotomi clothes on Urza's body suddenly twisted like a twisted board, restricting Urza's movements. If I were even slightly more serious, I could kill you with your clothes. And Yi spoke proudly. Ah, what should I do? Lucy was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Don't worry, Lucy, just wait and see. Urza won't be killed so easily. Lu Yu spoke with a smile, without any worry or anything else. Between the fields, Urza remained unmoved by the fact that she was bound. Next is the second one. As Urza's voice fell, a magic circle emitting a crimson color appeared above Dark Knight's head. Countless swords materialized from the magic circle, once again shooting towards the Dark Knight. Look at the sword above your head. And Yi's expression suddenly changed. No longer as calm and composed as before. Urza's mind moved. Swords and knives in the sky fell down at once. The 6 demons in Dark Knight no longer stood still and dodged desperately. However, faced with a large number of magic swords, his own strength was simply not enough to allow him to dodge everything unscathed. Very quickly, his body was covered with scars. When you twisted my armor earlier, you took the initiative to avoid my sword, so I was wondering why you didn't twist the sword's trajectory to avoid it. There's only one answer. Your zigzag magic can distort only one area of space. Your surroundings are the enemies. While twisting my clothes, you can't perform the twists around me. Also, this Yuanyu clothes is a retractable armor. Your distortion is useless. Counting this piece of clothing, there are now 3 weaknesses. Urza analyzed calmly. Oh, as expected of Urza. Gray exclaimed. The Queen of Fairy Tale is truly amazing. Under Bai Yeshong's care, the cowherd duo has regained some of their glory. Miss Urza is so handsome. Wendy and Lucy murmured in unison. Damn it, damn it, damn it, it's just a little bit short. The 6th demon knelt on the ground unwillingly. The outcome is decided, just surrender. Urza said. Hey, ha 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 ha, what a pity. If I could have killed him earlier, I wouldn't have to witness such a horrific scene. Mo Anya suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. A crimson magic circle expanded above his head. My distortion is about to reach its limit. Ha 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 ha. Die, die, die. Everyone, die. The 6 demons laughed wildly in the dark night. Under the horrified gazes of Lucy, Wendy and others. His figure suddenly swelled up in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a monster more than 10 meters tall. Wah, what's this? What is going on? Weird, weird, weird. Monster. Mr. Lu Yu, the seal is lifted. Calm down, don't be blinded by illusions. Lu Yu spoke calmly. In the dark, invisible force fluctuations spread. Soothe the girls' turbulent hearts. Thanks. Urza closed her eyes and whispered a thank you. Oink. The knife flashed. All illusions vanished into thin air. Comma 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 comma. 1 knife. 2 breaks. Horrible monsters, rampaging giants. All illusions shattered. Everything is back to normal. The illusion created by the distorted air of the Dark Knight vanished into thin air. How is this possible? My illusion, isn't it invalid? The 6 demons knelt on the ground helplessly in the Dark Night. What a pity, you lost. Urza said calmly. How could that be? I'm clearly the strongest, surpassing my father's 6 strongest demons. The strongest wizard who won't lose to anyone. And Yi's body couldn't stop shaking, unable to accept the outcome of defeat. However, the wave after wave of powerlessness coming from deep within his body made him gradually lose control of his body. My prayer is just to rest in peace, Father. And Yi was seriously injured and fell into a coma. The 4th corner of the 6 demons collapsed. Comma comma. Dark Night. The summit battlefield not far away. Brian, the leader of the 6 demons, suddenly cried out in pain. Even Dark Night has disappeared. You really did something absolutely unforgivable. Brian covered his head and roared like a beast. Ice make. Sledgehammer. Ice make. Dragon. Puppet attack. Stone statue. Gray, Leon, and Shirley mercilessly unleashed a torrential downpour of attacks on Brian. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Leader Brian suddenly burst into laughter. Dark Rondo. Countless dark green rays shot out in all directions with Brian as the center. Wherever I go, whether it was Gray and Leon's ice or Shirley's doll, they still shattered and exploded. As the leader of the 6 demon generals, even if it's not the president in his inner personality form, Brian's strength should not be underestimated. Enough to fight against the 10 holy wizards. Ha ha ha. Green rays of light containing dark power swept indiscriminately. It was about to hit everyone. Just then, rock and iron wall. The earth rumbled loudly. One after another, stone pillars as hard as iron rose up. Build the strongest defense possible to stop the onslaught of leader Brian. One of the 10 holy wizards, Gantetsu Jura, has finally recovered. Mr. Jura, Shirley and Leon's eyes lit up. I'm sorry, everyone. I was supposed to be your support, but in the end, I'm so ashamed to face you all. Jura shook her head. No, 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 Mr. Jura, don't say that. Shirley waved her hands quickly. But everyone is still alive, which is really the best. Jola's gaze swept across the battlefield. Wait until you see the 4-6 demon generals fallen. Jola's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. Mr. Jura. Leon stood up. He immediately told the details of what had happened previously. When I learned that the 4-6 demons were all defeated by fairy tale wizards. Especially after Lu Yu showed overwhelming strength against the 6 demon generals. Even Jura of the Holy 10 was shocked. It seems that the rumor is true, Mr. Lu Yu, having you here is really a big help. Jola thanked him solemnly. It's a small matter, don't worry about it. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Now there's only one person left. Jura, do you want to come? Lu Yu gestured to the leader Brian who was not far away. Then leave it to me. Jola nodded confidently and stepped forward. It's time to go to war with the leader, Brian. However, just then, an astonishing change suddenly occurred. All I heard was a loud rumbling sound. A sea of gas trees emerged in the distance. A beam of black and white light suddenly shot up into the sky. Release some inexplicable power. That's it. Look at the black and white beam of light. Leader Brian's expression suddenly changed. Nirvana. Has it activated? Who is it? Could it be Jelal? Brian screamed in shock. What did you say? Jelal. Urza keenly caught the name. Gray, Lucy, and the others all changed their expressions. The little sky priestess, Wendy, also had a huge reaction to this name. Jelal, my benefactor. A sky-high beam of white light shot up from the depths of the forest. At the same time, it was accompanied by wisps of black air. It exudes a certain ominous aura. From the leader Brain's scream. The coalition forces finally found out. The sudden burst of light was the precursor to Nirvana's resurrection. But now all the 6 demon generals are here. Then who initiated Nirvana? Very quickly, everyone got a name from Brian. Gerald. Also known as Zekalane, former member of the Council of Lords, one of the 10 holy mages. He was expelled and wanted for planning the Tower of Paradise incident. That man is not dead. And came here. Hey, Brian, what do you mean? Is Jelal really here? Urza asked sharply. However, leader Brian seemed unaware. The expression on his face was sometimes surprise, excitement, and sometimes anger. Unforgivable. Absolutely not allowed. We rescued you from the sea so that you could help me find Nirvana's location. It's definitely not for you to achieve Nirvana on your own. Leader Brian yelled. Jump down from the edge of the cliff. Kebra, let's go. I heard it. Cobra, who was fighting with Natsu, indeed escaped from the battle. Riding on a flying python, Chu Barrios caught Brian. Go straight towards the source of the light. Wait a minute, you slanted-eyed B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* even think about running. Urza also changed into flight armor. However, the next second, countless magic bullets shot out from the forest, forced Natsu and Urza to the ground. Who is it? Gray suddenly turned his head and stared towards the forest. The sound of chaotic footsteps followed, and shadowy figures appeared in the forest. It won't be long, hundreds and thousands of wizards dressed in different styles of guild uniforms appeared. The coalition forces were surrounded. That's the Dark Unicorn. And a red turban, fruit bandage man, besides. Even Shinigami Eligor from the Iron Forest is here. Those are all dark guilds commanded by the 6 demon generals. They all gathered here at once. ... Ha 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 ha. Those bastards from the official guild. Wake up. You guys are so unlucky to have met us today. The wizards of the Dark Guild laughed triumphantly. But the next second, the smiles on their faces suddenly stopped. Get out of my way. Natsu roared and pumped his fist. The fire dragon's iron fist instantly knocked dozens of people flying. It's really too much of a bother. Urza wielded her 2 swords and charged into the Dark Guild with unparalleled force. Mr. Jura, what should we do next? Leon asked. We can't let the 6 demon generals, Nirvana, and Jello go, but we can't ignore these dark guilds either. Leon, Shui Shin, quick victory. Rock Iron Jura Road. Yes, Mr. Jura, Shirley and Leon both attacked. The 3 cowherds of the Blue Pegasus also dragged their injured bodies and launched a siege on the Dark Guild wizards. Mr. Lu Yu, then I will go and help everyone too. Lucy said. Go. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Then his eyes fell on the little loli with blue hair not far behind him. Aren't you going? Lu Yu asked with a smile. I'm against fighting. Wendy looked down in panic. Wendy is not good at fighting. Sha Lulu explained on Wendy's behalf. Are you just not good at it, or are you lacking confidence? There is no Dragon Slayer mage who is not good at fighting. Even the auxiliary sky can exert tremendous power. Lu Yu said with a smile. Who are you? How do you know Wendy is? Mr. Lu Yu, how on earth did you? Sha Lulu and Wendy both widened their eyes in shock. Without waiting for them to ask in detail. But they saw Lu Yu waving at them with his back to them. He walked into the battlefield on his own. Chapter 341 Nirvana. Deep in the sea of gas trees, a terrible storm raged. Black and white air currents enveloped the forest within a radius of 1 kilometer. And spread further into the forest. In front of the pillar of light that reaches the sky. A blue-haired young man stood calmly. There was confusion on his face and in his eyes. Jello. A roar filled with anger erupted, and a giant flying python flew through the thick fog. Come to the ruins where the young man is. Listening to the shouting behind me. The blue-haired young man turned around in confusion. This must be fake, right? Why can't I hear this guy's inner voice? Cobra stared with his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. It would be fine if it was the previously unfathomable Lu Yu. Now he couldn't even hear Gerald's voice. Jello, what do you want to do? Leader Brian stepped forward angrily. Jello, is this my name? The blue-haired young man asked in confusion. Hearing this, Brian and Cobra were both stunned. Hey, you be ************, D, are you kidding us? Don't you even remember your own name? Kebra asked. Jello just shook his head blankly. I see, this guy Jello has lost his memory, that's why I can't hear his voice. Cobra nodded in understanding. Brian, what should we do next? Leader Brian's eyes rolled around. Now that the 6 demon generals are falling apart, he urgently needs 6 new powerful demons to join him. Jello, one of the original 10 holy wizards, is undoubtedly one of the best candidates. Gerard, you are my son. Brian said. Kebra. I am your son. Jello looked at Brian blankly. Yes, you are my son. You exist to help me find and unlock the seal of Nirvana. Now you've finally done it. Very good, son. Brian spoke seriously. No, that's not right. Jello suddenly shook his head and stepped back. Nirvana is a dangerous magic and must not be given to anyone. I lifted the seal in order to completely destroy it. Jello said. What? You said you want to destroy Nirvana? Kebra was horrified. I have already input the self-destruction magic circle, and Nirvana will destroy itself soon. As Jalal's voice fell, a huge magic circle emerged from the surface of Nirvana. That was a self-destruct magic circle set by Jello. Hey, this isn't good, Brian. If this continues, Nirvana will really collapse. All our efforts over the years will be destroyed in an instant. Kebra spoke anxiously. He tried to unlock the self-destruction magic circle. However, there is no way to start. This was a highly difficult magic circle beyond his knowledge. Unlike the anxious Kebra, right now, however, the expression on the face of Leader Brian remained calm. Even though he knew that Jello had set up a self-destruction magic circle, he remained unmoved. Hey, Brian, are you even listening? Kebra reminded. Oh, Leader Brian sneered. Calm down, Cobra, you should know why I am called Brain. I once belonged to the Magic Development Bureau. During that time, I used my wisdom to create hundreds of magic spells. One of them is this autonomous collapse magic circle. I was the one who taught you that. Have you forgotten even that, Jello? Leader Brian walked forward slowly. Even if I can't crack the code, I can still neutralize the magic circle itself. Brian stretched out his big hand and waved it gently. The autonomous collapse magic circle set up by Jello automatically shattered in the mist and ceased to exist. Wool, it's really Brian. Kebra shouted excitedly. Ha, I'll take over Nirvana. Awaken. Nirvana. Boom. There was a loud rumbling sound from the earth. The forest trembled and cracked. The magic, Nirvana, that can overturn the world breaks out here and reveals its true form. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminates the earth. Dusk has arrived. Gas Tree Sea Battlefield. The earth is in ruins. Even if it is a second-rate dark guild, there are also many good players among them. For example, Shinigami Eligor, the leader of the Iron Forest. Even the coalition forces had to spend a lot of effort. Only then were all the dark guilds finally caught. Now is not the time to do this kind of thing. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, Urza took a deep breath and ran towards the depths of the sea of trees. Wait, Urza, I'll go with you. Natsu hurried to catch up. Really, they're all so troublesome. Gray complained as he hurried to catch up. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy looked at Lu Yu for instructions. Then let's go and take a look together. Lu Yu nodded. Mr. Jura, this place is basically settled, let's go too. The 3 cowherds and the blue Pegasus were left behind to clean up the mess. The 3 members of Snake Princess's scales also quickly rushed into the forest. Wow, what should I do? Wendy, who hadn't played any role from the beginning to the end, lowered her head anxiously. Come on, Wendy, there must be something you can do. Sha Lulu encouraged. Wendy clenched her little pink fists. At this moment, boom, a sound like the collapse of heaven and earth exploded in the sky. The light and waves emanating from the depths of the sea of gas trees were 10 times more intense than before. Is it possible? Nirvana is about to be resurrected. People inside and outside the forest couldn't help but scream. Next second, an increasingly shocking change occurred within the cracked earth. A huge city emerged from the ground. Hundreds and thousands of meters long, the feet, one after another opened up the forest. A huge walking ancient city appeared in people's sight. Is this Nirvana's true form? An entire ancient city. Urza, Natsu and the others were in shock. But the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to shake violently. It seems like there's a bad feeling. Gray grinned. Next second, the 3 of them really flew into the sky. Being carried high into the sky by Nirvana's foot. Right now, the central castle of the ancient city Nirvana. Finally got it. The ultimate weapon to crush the light. Super reversal magic. Nirvana. Leader Brian shouted excitedly, the most powerful weapons of a legitimate guild, unity and trust, are now useless. I heard it. The sound of light falling. Kebra's face was also filled with intoxication and anticipation. Suddenly, the smile on Kebra's face froze. Because he heard that annoying sound like a fly again. Speed up, Brian, the fairy tale flies are catching up again. Kebra reminds. Leader Brian raised his hand and waved. Something resembling a computer console emerged in front of him. Leader Brian operated it with ease and finally pressed the enter key. Rumble. The huge ancient city shook violently. Internal systems are fully operational. 6 octopus-like legs rose from the ground and strode towards the distance. So, a certain Dragon Slayer wizard who was running madly on his feet suddenly lost his previous momentum and fell to the ground. Hey, Natsu, what are you doing? Cheer up, Gray scolded. Natsu's mouth puffed up and he kept pretending to vomit. This is that, right? A means of transportation. Natsu spoke weakly, like a deflated ball. Although it's moving, it's not a means of transportation, so think of it that way. Gray said. Natsu frowned in thought for a moment. He suddenly stood up and ran as fast as he could. However, before he could run far, he fell to the ground again. There's nothing I can do. Urza shook her head. Gon was just about to knock Natsu out with his fist. Suddenly, the ancient city shook violently. Natsu, already unstable, fell. It was a critical moment. The flying little blue cat Happy swooped over and caught his partner Natsu. Harpy, Isa, Yoshi, just fly towards the finish line. Chapter 342, The Defeat of the Poison Dragon Cobra. Finally it worked, Brian. We finally achieved Nirvana. Kebra said excitedly. Haha, look, Kebra, this is the world beneath our feet. Leader Brian stood at the edge of the castle. The city of the ancients, this is the true face of Nirvana. As long as I am on this throne, I can control this city as I please. Forward, ancient city, transform my darkness into light. Brian swung the scepter violently. Just then, mutation and regeneration. Don't even think about it. The roar of the fire dragon. A bright flame shone from the sky. A terrifying column of fire fell from the sky. Destroy everything. Kebra, don't let them mess around here. Brian's expression turned slightly cold. Leave it to me. Brian jumped onto the flying python. Come on, fire dragon, let's continue the unfinished battle. That's exactly what I want. Natsu shouted with great momentum. The fierce battle between the two dragon slayers restarts. A fierce blast of fire erupted from Natsu's mouth. However, for Cobra, who has similar telepathic abilities, it has little effect. This time it's my turn to return the favor. Cobra, who easily dodged the fire dragon's roar, took a deep breath. This is sending you to hell. The poisonous dragons. Jet. Boom. The bloody poisonous gas instantly engulfed Natsu and Happy. Although it did not cause him to lose his combat effectiveness on the spot. However, the erosion from toxins has caused double damage to their deep sportsmanship. Falling powerlessly towards the ground. Ha 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 ha, the poison dragon's spray can infect the entire body with toxins, and then gradually deprive the body of freedom and life. The moment my spray hits you, your defeat is certain. Kebra spoke confidently. And now, the advantages and disadvantages between the dragon slayers of the old era and the dragon slayers of the new generation are obvious. Old times. Natsu was stunned. I am a new age dragon slayer who gained the power to slay dragons by implanting a dragon's magic crystal into my body. Kebradao. Like Laxus, this guy isn't a true dragon slayer. Harpy spoke up. Really? Ha ha ha. Dragon slaying magic is something only dragons can learn, humans can't learn. If you ask me, you're even more weird, because dragons don't even exist in this world. Kebra said. One sentence. Touching Natsu's reverse scale. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. You be asterisk 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 D. Igneal is real. Natsu, who was sick a second ago, suddenly exploded at this moment. Don't be silly. Dragons are extinct. The fangs of a poisonous dragon. Cobra dodged and hit back again. Natsu, who was already in a poisoned state, suddenly became even weaker. I heard it. The poison has penetrated your whole body. Just rot and disappear, you guy from the old times. Cobra laughed triumphantly. Harpy, take me above that guy. Natsu said weakly. But, I heard you. You wanted to use the full-strength fire dragon roar to launch an all-around attack. I know your intentions well enough, so I won't give you the chance. Kebra took the initiative. It was easy to tower over Natsu. The dragon's claws landed on Natsu's head. That's it, said Cobra. Damn it. Natsu, unable to defeat his opponent no matter what he did, let out the most unpleasant roar of his life. It was like the roar of a dragon, shaking the heaven and the earth. The buildings on all sides were shaking slightly. This is enough to show how powerful the dragon's roar is. The little blue cat Habib not far away subconsciously covered his ears. Cobra, who was so close, didn't even have the chance to cover his ears. He was born with superb hearing, and his hearing is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Withstand the dragon's roar at such a close distance. The smile on Cobra's face froze. The pupils trembled slightly. The whole person's consciousness was lost in an instant. Ears, ah, Cobra screamed and fell to the ground helplessly. The poisonous dragon Cobra was defeated. The fifth corner of the six demons collapsed. Wow, that's awesome, Natsu, we won. Happy quickly caught Natsu. Huh, Natsu tilted his head in confusion. It seems having two sensitive ears isn't such a good thing. Great, that's just like the battle plan. It was obviously a coincidence. Habib complained. Comma. How is it possible? He defeated Cobra just by shouting. In the central castle, people watched as Cobra, who had the upper hand, was suddenly defeated. Even the leader, Brain, could no longer remain calm. He was the only one left among the 6 demon generals. If even he is defeated, then the seal on him will be completely released. When the time comes, something terrible is about to happen that even he himself cannot bear. No, we have to reorganize quickly. Use the power of Nirvana to reassemble my 6 demons. Let's start with that man. Leader Brian raised the corner of his mouth in a subtle arc. Natsu, I can't take it anymore. The little blue cat harpy spoke weakly. It fell to the ground with a thud. No more strength to fly. Natsu landed on the mobile city of Nirvana, and his body's radar for detecting vehicles immediately sensed it. The aftereffects of the Dragon Slayer even overshadowed Cobra's poison at one point. Ha ha ha, I haven't lost yet. Cobra took staggering steps, holding on to the last bit of consciousness, and walked to the powerless Natsu. Die, Dragon Slayer of the old times. Cobra mercilessly swung his dragon claws at Natsu. However, next second, a powerful dark wave hit. Knock Cobra away. Brian, why? Cobra collapsed to the ground helplessly. Oh duo, this guy is my new 6 Demons member, I can't let you destroy him. Brian sneered. Compared to a defeated fake Dragon Slayer like you, an authentic Dragon Slayer is more useful. Oh, you accidentally heard me, but it doesn't matter. Damn it. The tragically betrayed Cobra cried out with tears in his eyes and fell into a coma. Hateful. Natsu endured the injuries, poison and dizziness. Aren't you partners? Why are you hurting each other? Companion. As long as you have the power of Nirvana, you can have as much of that thing as you want in the future. Blaine scoffed. That's not a partner at all, it's just a puppet. Natsu said angrily. You could say that. Well, then, I'll let you be my first puppet. Brian smiled cruelly and walked towards Natsu. Sudden. Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Ice make. Super freezing ice arrow. An icy arrow came flying from the sky with the power to penetrate everything. Leader Brian subconsciously took a few steps back. Suddenly turned around. Southeast facing roof. Gray held the ice bow and locked him firmly. Change clothes. Flying armor. Urza finished changing her clothes in an instant. Using the armor's added speed, he brought Natsu to a safe place. Rock and iron wall. The holy Tenjura of the Snake Princess's scale appeared from the other direction. With a wave of her hand, the earth rushed up into iron like rock walls and smashed towards Brian. Really? You guys keep jumping out one after another. How long are you going to keep hindering me? Brian's face darkened as he yelled in frustration. Of course, until you fall, Nirvana stops you. Urza spoke as a matter of course, pointing her sword at Brain. Stop Nirvana. Ha ha ha, can you really do it? This city is about to reach its first destination, the Demon Cat Inn. Brian said. Wendy's Guild. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Tell me your purpose. Why are you targeting Her Highness Wendy's Guild? Jura asked in a deep voice. Super reversal magic can instantly turn the Guild of Light into darkness. I'm really looking forward to it. I can witness hell with my own eyes. Boom. Powerful magic and oppression burst out from Saint Tenjura's body. Didn't you hear me? I asked you to tell me your purpose. Ha 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 ha. I don't have anything to say to you bastards. I have the power to judge darkness and light. Disappear. Brian laughed uncontrollably. What a troublesome man. There's absolutely no way to communicate with him. Saint Dekakura strode forward. Go away, flies. Eternal Dark Rondo. Brian launched his attack. Stone breaking formation. Saint Tenjura attacked. Chapter 343 Mission successful. Boom. Rumble. The terrifying dark waves collided violently with the rock iron of Saint Tenjura. The earth on all sides trembled slightly. The ancient buildings around them were crumbling, and the ground was cracked with crisscrossing fissures. Such a horrifying scene made strong men like Natsu, Gray, and Urza open their eyes wide. Mr. Jura is indeed worthy of his name. Shirley cheered with all her might. This is the same power of the Holy Ten as the President, but Luyu is even more powerful than them. Urza nodded solemnly and made her own judgment. Cough cough cough. The smoke and dust dissipated. Among the ruins, Leader Brian collapsed to the ground. His forehead was covered with fine beads of cold sweat. Hurry up and stand up. I won't let you sleep until you tell me why you attacked the Demon Cat Inn. Saint Tenjura waved seriously. I see. That surprises me a bit. It seems the title of Saint Ten is not undeserved. Leader Brian took a deep breath and regained his composure. There are many guilds closer to the Demon Cat Inn. They must have some special purpose for attacking there. Saint Dekahula questioned. Snort. Brian sneered and raised the skull wand in his right hand. For a dying person, there's no need to know. Eternal Dark Rondo. Brian once again unleashed a powerful green dark wave. A faint golden light surrounded Saint Jura. With both hands crossed, 3 neat rock walls emerged from the earth. Rock and iron wall, under the magical blessing of Saint Tenjura. Ordinary earth can also be as hard as iron. Even Brian's dark waves could not penetrate it. It's better not to struggle in vain and confess quickly. Saint Dekakura asked condescendingly. So what even if you knew? Brian sneered. Launching continuous offensives. And at a certain moment, a sneer appeared on Brian's lips. Shengen fantasy. Different from the previous simple dark fluctuations. This time, the green rays shot out from the skull wand also had a spiral halo like magma. With the blessing of the spiral halo, Brian's attacks now have a penetrating effect. Even the rock wall of Saint Tanjura that is comparable to steel. The moment it is touched, fine cracks appear. Over time, the cracks in the rock wall gradually widened and finally exploded. Ha ha ha, Chang'an fantasy is a penetrating magic. Your rock wall is useless now. So what are you going to do next? Holy Ten Mage. Blaine grinned smugly. The words fell. The ever-dark Fantasia, powerful enough to penetrate the rock wall, was activated once again. To this, Saint Tanjura still only summoned the rock iron wall for defense. If $1 is not enough, then $2. If 2 pieces are not enough, then 3 pieces. It doesn't matter even if all of them are penetrated. His body is no weaker than iron body. That's the end of it, holy Decadra. Chang'an Fantasia. Whale. Leader Brian maximizes his output. Rock iron wall. Chain. Dozens of rocky walls rose from the ground, yet they were still easily penetrated. Mr. Jura. Shirley screamed in worry, wanting help. Wait, that's Mr. Jura. Leon grabbed Shirley, but Saint Shirjula was not in a hurry. While dodging Brian's fatal blow, with a wave of his hand, he drove the rocks all over the sky towards Brian, who was not far away. In an instant, a group of rocky mountains are created. That's not all. Circles of golden ripples spread out from around Saint Shirjula. Overlord Rock Shatter. Saint Tanjura opened and closed his hands. In the dark, a pair of golden hands seemed to appear near the rock mountain. Snap shut. In an instant, Rocky Mountain explodes. Ah! Leader Brian screamed and fell to the ground. The last corner of the 6 demon generals collapsed. Mr. Jura. Mighty. As expected of Mr. Jura. Our Snake Princess scales trump card. The last of the 6 demon generals has fallen. This battle is our victory. Shirley, Leon, Gray, Urza and the others spoke excitedly one after another. Great, now I can finally go back and rest. In the central castle, Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. It's too early to say it's over. The real highlight is coming next. Lu Yu smiled. Mr. Lu Yu, what does this mean? Lucy tilted her head in confusion. Let's go together. Alright, tell me why you're targeting Her Highness Wendy's guild. Saint Tanjura walked up to Brian and asked in a deep voice. And Jelil, what happened to Jelil? Where is he now? Urza demanded. No, I didn't expect that I would be defeated. You shouldn't have defeated me. You will regret it. When the 6 prayers disappear, that's sir, cough cough. Brian coughed violently twice, his head tilted, and he fainted completely. At the same time, the last black tattoo on his body also disappeared. Snap. In the dark, it was as if a door had opened. That lord. Jula narrowed his eyes slightly. By the way, did this guy originally have a lot of patterns on his face? Gray asked suspiciously. Even if there is, it doesn't matter. Anyway, all 6 demon generals have fallen so far. This mission is a complete success. Shirley spoke excitedly. Everyone. The girl's cry came from not far away. Wendy, the little loli with blue hair, came running over with brisk steps. Behind it, the little white cat Sha Lulu carries the unconscious Jelil. Wendy and Jelil. Urza immediately locked onto the unconscious Jelil, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Swish. In an instant, Urza has come closer. The airflow caused Sha Lulu to subconsciously throw Jelil to the ground. Jelil, why are you here? Are you involved in this operation of the 6 demon generals? Urza grabbed Jelil by the collar and shook him violently. Wah. Wendy wanted to stop it, but she didn't dare. Ahem. Under Urza's shaking, the seriously injured and unconscious Jelil finally opened his eyes. Arusa. Even though he had lost his memory, he still recognized Urza at a glance. Jelil, what the hell are you doing? You be asterisk 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 D. Urza asked loudly. Alu. Urza, I only remember these 3 words. Please, tell me, who am I? Do you know me? Who is Urza? I can't remember anything. Jelil spoke helplessly. Urza was stunned. Wait, Urza, don't be careless. This guy has a criminal record. He might be faking amnesia to gain your sympathy. Gray reminded repeatedly. It seems like Jelil has truly lost his memory. He even forgot the memories between me and me. Wendy looked at her toes and spoke weakly. 7 years ago. Came to this era from 400 years ago. The first person he met when he was alone and helpless was the blue-haired boy. The time spent traveling with the blue-haired boy is Wendy's best memory. But what Wendy didn't know was, the brother she was traveling with was not the Jelil in front of her. But it was another Jelil in this world, Mistongo of Fairy Tale. So whether Jelil has lost his memory or not, he will have no memory of traveling with her. Your name is Gerald, my former partner. But you, in your frenzy, offended the dead, hurt your companions, and even destroyed the council. If you say you've forgotten these things, I'll stick a sword in your heart and make you remember them. Urza shouted sternly. I killed my companion. How could this happen? What did I do? What should I do? Jelil covered his forehead with one hand, tears streaming down his face. Even Gray. I don't know what to say at this moment. If you say it's acting. This acting is too realistic. Urza, could you please stop chatting and make this thing stop right now? Natsu said with a pained look on his face. Oh, Mr. Natsu, is this poisoned? Wendy said. No, it's not just poisoning. Gray waved his hand. Wendy hurried forward. Use sky magic to expel the toxins from Natsu and Happy's bodies. Isa, the little blue cat harpy, was immediately revived with full health. However, Natsu still fell to the ground. How could this happen? I've already removed all the toxins, but Mr. Natsu still. Wendy was at a loss. No, this guy isn't like this because of the poison. Gray explained. Natsu is completely clueless about transportation. So he can't recover until Nirvana stops. Habib added. As that's so, then maybe the magic to heal the sense of balance will work. Wendy stretched out her little hand. Troya. The disease is cured immediately. Oh, resurrection. Natsu was immediately resurrected with full health. You're amazing, Wendy. Can you teach me that magic? Ah, this is sky magic, it can't be taught. Wendy said awkwardly. As that's so, then there's nothing we can do. Natsu didn't bother. Jumping up and down like a monkey. This was the first time he hadn't fainted on a vehicle. The childish Natsu was naturally very excited. By the way, Mr. Natsu over there, stop jumping around. Use your energy to think about how to make this guy stop. Gray shook his head helplessly. There is no control room, no one on the throne, and Brian has been knocked down, but why is this thing still moving? Sha Lulu said with a worried look on her face. There's no other way. At this point, there's only one way. Saint Dekakura shook his head. Her Highness Wendy. Yes, use your sky magic to wake Brian up. He should know how to stop this big guy. Holy Tenjura Road. Yes, Wendy nodded. However, next second, horrible changes occurred. Look behind Jola. Wendy couldn't help but widen her eyes in fear. What's wrong, Wendy? Jola stopped talking midway. Even without turning around, he had already noticed it. A terrifying feeling of oppression coming from behind. Mr. Jura, watch your back. Leon, Shirley, Gray, and Urza shouted in unison. Boom. The earth was shaking violently. Changan fantasy. A voice like the darkness of hell rang in Jola's ears. Rock and iron wall. Jura immediately launched his proud rock iron wall defense. However, in the face of the attack behind him, all the rock and iron walls exploded in an instant. Scream ah. Amidst the screams, Jula vomited blood, was seriously injured, and flew backwards. Although there is an element of sneak attack. But it was just one hit. Jura, one of the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land, was defeated. This is enough to show the horror of the person who made the move. The smoke and dust dissipated. Natsu and the others were finally able to see the appearance of the person who attacked. No doubt about it. That's Brian. But its appearance has changed 180 degrees from before. The first is skin color. From dark to pale, normal pupils are as red as blood. It's over. You're finished. Underground. Brian's skeleton staff came back to life and spoke human language. This is the price you pay for defeating all 6 demon generals. Just experience it from now on. The terror of being dominated by the guild master, nothing. Chapter 344 Brian's hidden personality. Brain, one of the 6 demon generals, has a surface personality that loves knowledge and is codenamed Brain, and a hidden personality that loves destruction and is codenamed Inaction. Because of its excessive brutality and powerful magic, Brian himself sealed this being with 6 locks. Those are the 6 demon generals. Through the connection of their bodies to magic, when the 6 demon generals are completely annihilated, Wu's personality will awaken again. Now please experience the true despair and terror. Brian's cane spoke eerily. Gulp. A hidden personality that loves destruction. The 6 demon generals are sealed. Happy. The cane actually speaks. Everyone be careful. Urza was on full alert. Damn it, how dare you do that to Mr. Jura? Ice make. Puppet attack. Leon and Shirley, enraged, attack Brian's inner personality, the president. Wait, Leon. Gray tried to stop it, but it was too late. The president just raised his hand slightly. A blinding white shock wave erupted. Leon and Shirley both flew backwards. You talk too much, Claude. The president looked down at the cane kneeling on the ground. Yes, I'm so sorry. Cane Cullador fell to his knees, trembling. But then again, it's been so long since I've felt this way, this body, this voice, and this magic. All of this is so nostalgic. Leave the rest to me. Step back, Cullador. The president spoke coldly. Yes. The cane Cullador took off and dodged to the side. Burn it up, Natsu. Gray gritted his teeth. This is the first time I've felt such disgusting magic. Natsu spoke. Natsu. Gray. Urza materialized 2 magical swords. Her pretty face was more solemn than ever. Let's go. Yes. The 3 major forces of fairy tale attacked together. Reminiscence of everlasting darkness. The president waved his hand without raising it. Horrifying dark waves surged out. Ice make. Shield. Gray did not dare to underestimate them at all and deployed his strongest ice shield to block Natsu and Urza. However, click. Just a moment. The ice shield created by Gray made a crackling sound as it could not bear the weight and exploded. Ah! Gray yelled and flew backwards uncontrollably. At the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity created by Gray, Natsu and Urza rushed out from the left and right. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Natsu pumped his fist. Purgatory. Behead. Urza put on the strongest purgatory armor and unleashed a heavy blow on the president. Eternal Dark Guardian. The president stood there motionless. A dark barrier spread out from around him. He easily blocked the attacks of both Natsu and Urza. Nani. Natsu and Urza were both horrified. Next second. A great sense of crisis is pretended. Shengen finger. The president extended his fingers, and 2 points of deep dark light shone. They fell on Natsu and Urza respectively. Ah, screaming. Natsu and Urza also flew backwards far away. He struggled but couldn't stand up for a long time. Ah, how could that be? That's Natsu, Urza, and Gray. The little blue cat harpy was trembling with fear. Mr. Natsu and the others were so easily. Wah. Little lowly Wendy also looked at a loss. President Wu, what a terrifying man this is. He's too powerful. He's in a different dimension. Who on earth can stop her? The little white cat Sha Lulu whispered anxiously. That's right. The little blue cat Habibi seemed to have thought of something. There's definitely someone who can do it. Lord Lu Yu, where are you? Help me quickly. Habit screamed at the top of his lungs. The word, sir, was even added to the address for Lu Yu. Here I come, don't worry. A faint voice suddenly sounded. 2 figures fell from the sky. Lord Lu Yu, help. The little blue cat Habibi's desperate cry for help was answered. 2 figures, a man and a woman, descended from the sky like divine soldiers. It's really here, Harpy yelled excitedly. Mr. Lu Yu. Hope also ignited in Wendy's heart. It's too slow, but it's not too late. The arrogant little white cat Sha Lulu complained, but she was relieved in her heart. Arusa, Natsu, Gray. Lucy immediately trotted over to Urza's side. Sorry to make you worry, I'm fine. Urza gritted her teeth and said. Ahem, that B********** D called Wu must be beaten to death. Natsu coughed lightly and wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Everyone, don't move, I'll treat you right away. Wendy said repeatedly. We're fine, Wendy, go check on Uncle Jura and Leon. Gray said anxiously. Yes. Wendy quickly ran off. Really, Wendy, your own magic power has reached its limit. Sha Lulu said worriedly. It's okay, it's okay. Before you know it, with Lu Yu's appearance. The despair and fear brought about by the overwhelming strength of the president were instantly swept away. As long as Lu Yu was present, there was no longer any panic or fear in people's hearts. Who, are you strong? The president narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Yu. From a shared memory of Brian, he learned that Lu Yu had killed 2 of the 6 demon generals in an instant during the day. It's okay. Lu Yu spoke lightly. Then you seem to be worth destroying. Brian grinned cruelly. That's if you can do it. Lu Yu smiled. Snort. Brian snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense. Just raise your hand. The constant dark reminiscence is activated. The surging dark waves swallowed up Lu Yu. Facing Brian's offensive. Lu Yu also just raised his hand calmly. Right hand gently grabs. The surging darkness suddenly stopped. Then it shattered with a bang. It seems that they are indeed more interesting than those guys before. Brian's lips curled up in excitement. Shengen fantasy. The highly compressed dark power stabbed towards Lu Yu like a spiral drill. This piercing magic emanated from the guild master's hands. Its power is several times greater than that of the leader Brian. Not long ago, even Saint Tanjura's multi-rock iron wall defense was easily penetrated by this move. In the end, Jola himself was seriously injured and fell to the ground. This shows how powerful this attack was. However, facing the president's fatal blow, Lu Yu did not dodge or evade from beginning to end. Not even the slightest movement. Just standing there calmly. Story. The president's fatal blow hit Lu Yu's body. What an idiot. Now it's over. The smile on his face just rose and then stopped abruptly. He stopped talking suddenly before he finished speaking. What immediately came across his face was an expression of deep shock and disbelief. President Wu Ben thought he had overestimated Lu Yu enough. However, I could never have imagined it. There is actually such a thing. In this world, there is actually someone who can use his body to block his penetrating and fatal magic. No. The president shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My attack can easily penetrate even steel, how can human flesh possibly withstand it? What on earth did you do, you B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I didn't do anything. Lu Yu lightly patted the dust off his body. No. That's not right. You must have used some special defensive magic. Don't try to trick me. The president was just imagining things and comforting himself. As long as you are happy. Lu Yu smiled. A-hole, you just blocked one of my attacks, don't get too cocky. The president shouted angrily. He bent his knees slightly, crushed the ground with his feet, and shot out like lightning. However, next second, all I heard was a loud bang. The president flew backwards at twice the speed he came. All the way through. It smashed through dozens of ancient buildings. Finally, Baji fell into the rock wall. I can't even button it out. Wow, awesome. Sha Lulu, did you see that? Mr. Lu Yu is really amazing. Wendy cried out excitedly. Yes, I saw it. The little white cat Sha Lulu nodded repeatedly. Lu Yu is indeed the strongest. Even that guild master is no problem at all. The little blue cat Habibi became spirited again. This is the strength of Lord Lu Yu. I really can't help but admit it. Gray nodded in admiration. Mr. Jura, can you tell how strong that person is? Leon asked after waking up from Wendy's treatment. Unfathomable. Jola spoke solemnly. Mr. Lu Yu, is it over? Lucy helped Urza to her feet. Not yet. This time, my opponent is pretty tough. Lu Yu said casually. A-hole. Angry roars exploded over the city. Void whip. A long whip with the same structure as the previous president's Chang'an fantasy and a materialized shape rushed up from the rock wall 100 meters away, and then suddenly swung down. Boom. All the city buildings touched by the whip exploded in an instant. Destroy. Destroy. Destroy everything. The president laughed wildly. The terrifying whip of nothingness began to dance. All the buildings within a radius of 100 meters were razed to the ground. It's your turn next. The president swung the whip of nothingness and swung it towards Lu Yu and his group with the force of sweeping away thousands of troops. Next second, the sweeping victory came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yu stood there without moving. His right hand calmly reached out and grabbed your terrifying whip. The dark wave power contained in it was unable to shake Lu Yu at all. The president tried to crack the whip. However, the other end of the whip seemed to be pulled by a giant dragon. Even with his strength, he couldn't move it at all. In that case, how about this move? The president gave up the whipping. He slammed his hands to the ground. Dark gravity. Boom. Boom boom boom. The earth sank 3 times in succession. The powerful dark gravity crushed the earth. However, it still couldn't shake Lu Yu's figure. Is this the extent of your strength? A light voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the shocked president. Nani. Next second. Before he could react, the same huge force as before came again. Lu Yu raised his slender right leg high. From bottom to top, a light kick landed on President Five's belly. The president's body suddenly arched like a shrimp. His mouth opened wide, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Under the huge force that followed, his hunched body rose into the air like a meteor. Chapter 345 Freshman Council. For a long, long time. All I heard was a loud bang. The president's body fell heavily. The terrifying impact caused the huge Nirvana city to tremble slightly. How so? What kind of powerful monster is this guy? President Wu, how are you? Skeleton Kane Kuludor screamed in fear and ran towards the President Wu. Mr. Lu Yu, this should be over now. Lucy asked. Not yet, that guy might be able to hold on a little longer. Lu Yu said. Lucy, Happy, Gray and the others were all shocked. After all, up to now, Lu Yu is like One Punch Man in their hearts, whether it is Joseph at the Saint 10 level, or Jello, or Laxus. All killed instantly. However, this time the opponent was able to withstand 3 hits. It's really incredible. Is that guild master Wu really that powerful? Lucy muttered. Look for it. Little blue cat Habib had a flash of inspiration. What do you know, Tomcat? Sha Lulu glanced at Habib. Because Lu Yu's previous 2 attacks were all kicks. If it was a fist, 1 hit would definitely be enough. Said the harpy. I see, that's how it is. Natsu and Gray both nodded in agreement. By the way, is there really such a big difference between using your legs and fists? Sha Lulu complained. There must be one. Saw. Habib said firmly. Enough. A roar of anger exploded from the ruins. My patience has reached its limit. The next move is to absolutely understand you. The president made a Tai Chi-like starting pose. His most powerful move is activated. Genesis. Nothing. The most powerful move that belongs to the president is launched. Deep darkness surged behind him. An ominous atmosphere filled the air. It was like an attack from the demonic world. Next second. An increasingly horrifying scene unfolds. There was only darkness behind the president. Countless pitch black ghost hands slowly emerged. It turned into a torrent of ghost hands and flooded towards Lu Yu. Ha 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 ha. Return to zero in the endless darkness. Disappear. The president laughed triumphantly. But soon, he could no longer laugh. Lu Yu, completely enveloped by the torrent of darkness, was not banished to the dimension of nothingness as he had anticipated. A brilliant light shone. Soon the white light gradually became stronger, continuously bursting out from the darkness. That light is brighter than the sun. The temperature is even hotter than the sun. Dragon Slayer secret technique, Holy Nova. The holy divine light can dispel all darkness. So warm. Lucy and Urza looked intoxicated. What kind of magic is this? Saint Tanjura's face was filled with shock. This magic. Like, Natsu and Wendy both looked confused. How is this possible? The president's loud shout filled with shock and disbelief woke everyone up. Looking at Lu Yu who was walking calmly towards him. The expression on the president's face was no longer as calm and composed as before. There was only extreme panic and fear. He finally knew. No, clearly. The man in front of him was far more powerful than him. This is another dimension of power. An unfathomable existence. Why would there be a wizard like you on this continent? This is impossible. Who the hell are you? The president screamed at the top of his lungs. The only response he got was a punch from Lu Yu. Bang. One punch. The end. President Wu's figure was like a meteor, crossing half of Nirvana City, and finally stopped moving. Phew, it's finally over this time. Lucy let out a long breath. This is the true strength of Mr. Lu Yu, it is indeed beyond imagination. Saint Dekakura exclaimed in amazement. Now I can finally rest. Gray and Leon collapsed to the ground. No. The little white cat Sha Lulu shook her head violently. It's not over yet. This wet pan is still moving. Hearing this, the crowd, who had just relaxed, became alert again. I almost forgot, how can I stop this big guy? Gray held his head in confusion. Wow, we have to hurry up, or we'll be at the Demon Cat Inn. Little lowly Wendy was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lu Yu, do you have any ideas? Urza asked. So, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yu. It's simple. Since Nirvana is the city itself, why not just destroy it? Lu Yu smiled and spoke as a matter of course. Oh, that's right. Natsu clapped his hands in agreement. Everyone. But, brother Lu Yu, this isn't just one or two buildings, it's an entire ancient city. How can we destroy it? Gray asked. Isn't destruction what fairy tales wizards are best at? Lu Yu asked back. Ha 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 ha, you're right, let's get started. I'm fired up again. Natsu yelled with full force. The roar of the fire dragon. Fire dragon's wing attack. The fire dragon. Roar roar roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After using his ultimate move continuously, Natsu soon ran out of magic power again and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. No, I didn't expect it would be so difficult to actually destroy it. Natsu gasped. Isn't this obvious? How could such a huge city be destroyed? This is really messed up. Shirley and Leon complained. But the next second, all I heard was a loud boom. The ancient city of Nirvana exploded in half. Boom. Rumble. There was a thunderous sound in the sky. The fist light, brighter than the sun, illuminated the night sky. Click, click, click. The heaven and earth made crackling sounds as if they could not bear the heavy burden. The night sky shattered like a mirror, with countless dense cracks crisscrossing each other. Not just the sky, it also spreads across the earth and over the ancient city of Nirvana. What happened? What happened? Gray, Shirley, Leon and others screamed in shock. Next second, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the terrifying force of vibration raged between heaven and earth. The area where Urza, Lucy and others are located is the dividing point. The land of the ancient city Nirvana was split into two. People just widened their eyes in shock, watching the earth on the other side crumble under the invisible force of the earthquake. I don't know how much time has passed. The roar between heaven and earth dissipated like smoke. The buzzing in people's ears also subsided temporarily. The smoke and dust that filled the sky and the earth also dissipated. The ancient city of Nirvana has stopped. This is also natural. After all, only half of it was left, and the other half of the city had been completely destroyed. This, what the hell is going on? Leon's shocking scream echoed through the night sky. Nirvana. Half of the city exploded. Shirley shook her head in disbelief. Is this also the work of Lord Lu Yu? It's incredibly powerful. Saint Dekakura was convinced and exclaimed in amazement. Wow, awesome. Gray yelled excitedly. You actually did it. The little white cat Sha Lulu was stunned. Very good. Nirvana has stopped. Lucy high-fived happy. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu Yu. Saved our guild. Little lowly Wendy cried with joy. He jumped forward and gave Lu Yu a big hug. It's a small matter. Lu Yu calmly brushed the dust off his hands and then touched the little Lolita's blue hair. Stare. The double gaze from Urza and Lucy. Ahem. Lu Yu coughed lightly. All right everyone, this isn't a place to stay for long, let's go. We can talk about it later if we have anything to say. Isa. Under the leadership of Lu Yu, the group walked back to the forest along the collapsed wetland as if they were familiar with the route. The battle has been going on since daytime. Everyone except Lu Yu. At this moment, all the tense hearts relaxed. Once you relax, you can no longer run. Just rest where you are. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Only Gerald seemed a little out of place here, even though he is in a state of amnesia now. But he couldn't change the mistakes he made in the past. Both Natsu and Gray were still secretly on guard. Only Urza. Now he still hasn't given up on saving his former companions. The night gradually deepened. Lu Yu and his group, who were resting, were awakened by the chaotic sound of footsteps and carriages. It hurts. What is this thing? Natsu, who wanted to check the situation, hit a wall. The whole person was lying on the air. It was as if there was an invisible wall there. Look here, there are words on the ground. Wendy said. This is a magical barrier. Everyone came to a conclusion immediately. What is going on? It's the same as when I was with Philid. No, it's even more powerful than Philid's. Damn it, who the hell is this B********************? D. Natsu yelled in frustration. Ta. The footsteps were getting closer. A team dressed in moon-white robes and holding spears appeared. I don't want to use rough methods, please stay where you are for now. A black-haired young man wearing glasses stepped forward. Who are you? B************D. Natsu asked bluntly. I am Lahar, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Unit of the Freshman Council. The black-haired young man introduced himself. What? Freshman Senate. Reorganization so soon. Everyone was shocked. We are reborn to protect law and justice. We will never allow any evil to exist. Lahar said. We didn't do anything bad. Natsu shivered. Of course I know that. The real purpose of our trip is to infiltrate the council, sabotage it, and take down Edelio. Isn't the heinous criminal here? It's you, Jelal. Lahar stared at Jelal. We have obtained permission. If you resist, you will be killed immediately. The words fell. The atmosphere in the field became stagnant again. Next second. Click. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the magic barrier. Kid, if you want to catch that brat Jelal, go ahead and do it, but locking us up in this cage-like thing is really unpleasant. Lu Yu spoke softly. The moment when the right hand closes. Theoretically indestructible magic barrier exploded. Chapter 346 Lu Yu goes crazy. How unpleasant. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. The big hand fell on the magic barrier. Next second. Under the shocked and stunned eyes of the people. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the theoretically unbreakable high-level magic barrier. How is this possible? Lahar, the captain of the 4th Compulsory Supervision Force of the Freshman Council, was horrified. This is a highest-level barrier, how could it be destroyed? The warlocks who were in charge of constructing the barrier were all speechless with horror. However, the unbelievable fact happened right before their eyes. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding clicking sound. The cracks in the ritual barrier widened. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded. Wow, you truly are worthy of being called Big Brother. Gray exclaimed. Mr. Lu Yu, so handsome. Lucy looked infatuated. Is this the power that surpasses the Holy Ten? Perhaps he can compete for the 4 Uranus of Ishgar. Yantetsu Jura, who was at the Saint Level 10, exclaimed. Hey, Mr. Jura, are you serious? Leon and Shirley were shocked. Yes, not maybe, but definitely. Yantetsu Jura corrected himself. Good moment. You, what on earth do you want to do? Lahar, the captain of the 4th Compulsory Supervision Force of the Freshman Council, woke up from his shock and shouted loudly. That's my line. Lu Yu spoke softly. What do you think we did earlier? Regardless of defeating the 6 demon generals, preventing Nirvana, and saving the continent, at least we contributed to the destruction of the Balamu alliance. Yet you have taken it upon yourself to imprison us in the barrier like criminals. What kind of a thing is this? If your counsel is really useful, why weren't you there when we were dealing with the 6 demon generals and preventing Nirvana? Lu Yu spoke each word with a sonorous tone. This left everyone in the freshman council speechless. No. That's not right. We don't mean to treat you as criminals. As long as Jia. Rahal tries to argue. Just what? I only saw that you locked us, who had prevented Nirvana and made great contributions, in a narrow barrier. Lu Yu said lightly. Mr. Lu Yu seems a little different today than usual. Lucy tilted her head in confusion. Yeah, normally, Big Brother wouldn't talk so much. And he wouldn't be so persistent about one thing. Gray was also puzzled. But what Lu Yu said really touched my heart. Natsu laughed. That's right, we are the heroes. Harpy the little blue cat echoed. I don't mean to deny your achievements, it's just that. Lahar was interrupted again before he could finish his words. Gerard, I originally planned to tie him up and send him to the council. Lu Yu said. Well, Urza's expression grew a little darker. Lahar's face lit up with joy. But the next second, Lu Yu changed the subject. But now I have changed my mind. We were the ones who captured Jelal. If you want him, just catch him yourself. Lu Yu said, grabbing the corner of the weak Jalal's clothes with one hand. Whoosh, bang, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. Jelal without using celestial magic. At this moment, it still shows the speed of a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. This sudden scene stunned everyone in the room. Okay, fairy tale, I'll remember it. Lahar, the captain of the 4th Compulsory Supervision Force of the Freshman Council, had a dark face and looked extremely ugly. But now that Lu Yu knocked Jelal away. But he was powerless. He could only lead the team to chase in the direction where Gerard was flying backwards. With the departure of the council troops, peace returned to the forest. Haha, I was a little rude earlier. I'm sorry for making you all laugh. Lu Yu chuckled. No, Lord Lu Yu was the one who showed his true nature before, and I admire him. Yan Tijula said. You're worthy of being called Big Brother. What do you think, Leon? My big brother is awesome, isn't he? Gray spoke up ostentatiously. Leon rolled his eyes at him. The exclamation that came to my mouth was beyond words. I see. On the side, Lucy suddenly looked enlightened. Lucy, what do you know? Asked the little blue cat happy. I understand why Mr. Lu Yu was so uncharacteristically angry at the Council of Review. Lucy said happily. Lucy was not the only one who understood Lu Yu's intention. Urza took light steps, opened her arms and hugged Lu Yu. Thank you so much, Lu Yu, you always think about me. I really don't know how to repay you. Urza whispered a thank you. He knows. Lu Yu, who always remains calm in the face of adversity. The reason why I was so angry before. All because he wanted to find an excuse to let Jello off. All because of seeing her loss. That's why Lu Yu acted like this. Shall I? Don't cry. As long as you want it and as long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Lu Yu stroked Urza's hair and spoke firmly. Wow, Sha Lulu, this is true love. Little lowly Wendy's eyes sparkled. Tisk, if it's true love, you wouldn't be playing with two women at the same time. Men are all playboys, Sha Lulu complained softly. Aside, watching the interaction between Lu Yu and Urza. Unbelievable, Lucy found that she didn't feel jealous at all. Getting used to it is one thing. More importantly, she discovered. The gentle look in Lu Yu's eyes when he looked at Urza was completely different from when he looked at her. There is love in it, but it is not the love that he has with her. It's more like the love between a father and his daughter. Could it be that Mr. Lu Yu really has some kind of blood relationship with Urza? Lucy couldn't help but think to herself. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the crimson morning sun pierced through the dawn, illuminating the land. Under the leadership of little lowly Wendy, Lu Yu and his party came to the guild Demon Cat Inn. This whole village is a guild, and it's rich in textiles. Wendy introduced it to everyone enthusiastically. Is this the weaving craft passed down from the ancestors of the Nurbit people? Lucy asked. Now that I think about it, that's probably the case. Wendy scratched her head embarrassedly. Because I was the last to join, and no one told me. Okay, we're here, looking at the companions gathered in front of the guild gate not far away. Wendy's eyes lit up and she trotted forward. Not long. Lu Yu and his guild team joined forces to reunite with the people from the Demon Cat Inn. Fairy Tail, Snake Princess Scale, Blue Pegasus, Wendy, and Charlulu, thanks to you for defeating the 6 demon generals and preventing Nirvana. On behalf of the local guild alliance, I, Robin, salute you. Thank you. You're welcome, President Luo Banglu. Although the battles with the 6 demon generals were tough, the bond between our comrades led us to victory. The Blue Pegasus Ace said in a very coquettish tone all night. Hey, Tenma, this battle is all thanks to Big Brother. Gray said angrily. Yes, Mr. Lu Yu is the MVP. Lucy said. But, no matter what, it's finally over. Shirley breathed a sigh of relief. You guys did a great job too. Gentetsu Jura looked at Leon and Shirley approvingly and nodded. Then the party will begin. Natsu said happily. Yoshi, everyone come with me. The social terrorist performed an awkward dance on the spot one night. At the same time, he invited everyone else to celebrate together. However, the people at the Demon Cat Inn did not join in the joy. The guild members, led by President Luo Banglu, all looked depressed. Everyone, I'm truly sorry for hiding the Nurbit tribe's affairs from you. The short old man Luo Banglu spoke apologetically. We don't mind at all. Natsu said. President, I don't mind either. Wendy said. Everyone, please listen carefully to what I am going to say next. Luo Banglu looked heavy. First of all, I want to say that we are not descendants of the Nurbits. We are the Nurbits. 400 years ago, it was me who created Nirvana. Nani. Chapter 347 Joining Fairy Tale. Luo Banglu, the president of the Demon Cat Inn, revealed this shocking news. The words fell. The huge square was completely silent. Natsu, Gray, Lucy. Everyone except Lu Yu had a look of shock on their faces. 400 years ago, in order to stop the war that was spreading across the world, I created the magic of Nirvana, which reverses good and evil. Nirvana, as a symbol of peace in our country, has ushered in an era. But a powerful force will inevitably produce an opposite force. Nirvana transforms darkness into light, but is also surrounded by this darkness. Because of the need to achieve balance, human personality cannot transform into the light side indefinitely. Light is produced by darkness, and darkness is also produced by light. Speaking of this, Luo Banglu's old face took on a somewhat gloomy look. The darkness of our loss entangled us, the Nurbits. We fought among ourselves and were ultimately annihilated. I am the only one left alive. No, at this point, even that kind of talk is a little wrong. My physical body perished a long time ago, and now I am close to being a body of thought. To atone for my sins, I have been waiting for someone to appear and destroy Nirvana on my behalf, a weak undead soul. For the past 400 years, I have been watching. Now, my mission is finally accomplished. At the end, Luo Banglu breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in 400 years, a look of relief appeared on his old face. As the tense heartstrings relax, the thought bodies created by Robanlu in the square disappeared one after another. Watching this scene, Lucy, Urza and the others were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. However, right now, the ones who could not accept this reality the most were naturally the little girl Wendy and the white cat Sha Lulu. After all, this Demon Cat Inn is the guild where they have always lived and loved. But suddenly, someone told them, all the companions she cherished were fake. The 7 years she spent here were all meaningless. This kind of thing, for a teenage girl, it was too cruel. Why, everyone, don't go, everyone, don't disappear. Little lowly Wendy had tears in her eyes. Desperately shouting, trying to save the relationship. However, those familiar and kind faces disappeared one after another. I'm so sorry for keeping it a secret from you. All the guild members are illusions I created. Luo Banglu spoke apologetically. What did you say? Natsu was shocked. The phantom possessing a personality, what a powerful magic. Yantetsu Jura exclaimed. In order to guard Nirvana, I have been living alone in this abandoned village until 7 years ago, when a young man came to where I live and brought a girl with him. You should have guessed it, it's Wendy. Luo Banglu spoke slowly. Then, the people in the field finally knew. The existence of the demon cat in guild itself is not for commissions or anything else. She exists just for a girl. I don't want this kind of thing. No one should disappear. I don't want to be separated from everyone. Wendy covered her ears with her hands, tears streaming down her face. Wendy, Sha Lulu, you no longer need fake partners. Don't you already have real partners? Luo Banglu raised his hand and pointed at the people behind Wendy. Countless rays of light bloomed from his old body. When 400 years of obsession are completed, his consciousness was finally liberated. Your future has just begun. After leaving these words behind, Luo Banglu's figure slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. The last of all, I don't know if it's an illusion or. Lu Yu found that Luo Banglu nodded to him and thanked him. Fulfill the agreement. Lu Yu read Luo Banglu's last words, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Did I really go back 400 years? Or maybe there was an identical me 400 years ago. The 6 demon generals and Nirvana incident came to an end. The shocking facts of the demon cat in guild made the people from the 3 guilds lose their minds. Finally, it is about the fate of the homeless Wendy and Sha Lulu. For the Sky Dragon Slayer, Snake Princess Scale and Blue Pegasus were of course also happy to have him join. But in the end, Wendy and Charlotte chose Fairy Tail. It wasn't just because Fairy Tail had Natsu, someone she seemed to know. At the same time, it was because Lu Yu told her. Sent her here 7 years ago. Her real brother is also in Fairy Tail. Hear the news. Wendy naturally had nothing to be confused about anymore. After saying goodbye to each other, the 3 parties each set out on their journey home. Right now, somewhere high in the sky above Ishgar, a stylish magic airship floated slowly. This is the headquarters of the Demon Heart, one of the Balam Alliance. President Hades, perhaps you already know. The girl with sexy clothes and hot body spoke. What's wrong? Arusha, the Demon Heart Guild leader, Fairy Tail 2nd Generation Guild leader said in a deep voice. The coalition forces have defeated the 6 demon generals and destroyed Nirvana. Arusha reported. That group outside did a good job, but it has no impact on our plan at all. President Hades didn't care at all. Indeed, what we're looking for is the key to unlocking Zeref's seal. Things like Nirvana can disappear if they want, but. Arusha changed the subject. As expected, the man named Lu Yu is a variable that cannot be ignored. His strength, his origins, his past, everything is still unknown. Are you afraid of that man? For someone like you who always plays with men like that, that's really rare. Guildmaster Hades chuckled. I'm afraid to say, but I want to meet him in person soon to test his abilities. Arusha smiled. Then please. The endless blue sea. A medium-sized ketch sailed through the waves. It's so comfortable to sit on the boat and feel the sea breeze. At the bow, someone was sighing in the sea breeze. Commonplace. But at this moment, the person who expressed his feelings was Natsu, who was the most afraid of transportation. This is a bit extraordinary. The reason why Natsu can now run back and forth on the transportation so arrogantly. All this is thanks to the new member Wendy. Oh, transportation is such a great thing. Natsu smirked. Natsu was so relaxed just a second ago. At this moment, he suddenly fell to the ground and fell into his usual seasick state. It looks like it's time for Troya. Wendy said. Give me another chance. Natsu pleaded, fighting back the dizziness. If you use it continuously, the effect will weaken. Wendy said. Mr. Natsu, weren't you so arrogant just now? Gray gloated. Wow. Natsu screamed. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere on board was joyful. A few hours later. Lu Yu and his party arrived at the port city of Hirujan. Without waiting for Natsu to catch his breath. Everyone immediately boarded the train to Magnolia. The road was bumpy and twisty for an hour. Finally. Fairy Tail, here we are. After Urza introduced the new members Wendy and Charlulu to everyone in the guild. The entire Fairy Tail guild was shocked by this. Please give me more advice. Wendy bowed in greeting. So cute. There's a female harpy. How old is the little sister? The strange Uncle Macau, Wakaba and others came forward. Various questions came like a bombardment. This made Wendy and Sha Lulu's heads buzz. Until Mirajan separated the crowd and took Wendy and Sha Lulu to brand the guild mark. Only then did everyone finally calm down. The other side. Lu Yu, Urza and others came to President Makarov to report the situation. Well done, everyone. This way, there should be a temporary peace. Of course, Wendy and Sha Lulu's arrival is also very welcome. Makarov smiled happily. The other side. Fairy Tail's mark is now branded. Wendy and Charlotte also officially became members of Fairy Tail. Next comes the partner familiarization phase. After learning that Wendy is the Sky Dragon Slayer. The entire Fairy Tail guild was once again in an uproar and excitement. The whole audience cheered. Except for one person. That's Gajil on the second floor. But what Gajil cares about is a little bit strange. Look at the happy next to Natsu. Look at Wendy's white-haired Shalulu. Gajil subconsciously clenched his fists. Both are dragon slayers. It turned out that he was the only one without a cat. This kind of thing made Gajil feel a sense of urgency. Hey, there's a party today, a welcome party for Wendy and Shalulu. The little old guild master Makarov announced loudly. Wool. The audience responded enthusiastically. What a joyful guild, Shalulu. Wendy said happily. I don't care, Shalulu said proudly. Shalulu, let me tell you, sometimes I really feel the aura of Grandine on Mr. Lu Yu. Wendy whispered. Yes, as long as you like it. Shalulu said. No, I don't like you at all. Wendy blushed. Lu Yu. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. Inside Wendy's body, the Tianlong Grandine looked suspicious. Fairy tale second floor. Lu Yu leaned against the railing and watched the carnival on the first floor with a smile on his face. Don't you want to go down and see him? Suddenly, Lu Yu spoke. There will always be a chance in the future, so I won't bother you now. Fairy tale's strongest candidate, Mistgang, who wrapped himself tightly, turned around and disappeared into the shadows. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The days of Fairy Tale are still leisurely. Wendy and Shalulu, who have just arrived, are preparing to choose jobs that suit them. Mirajan, Lucy and others, who were seniors, enthusiastically gave advice. Gray, who had just returned from a mission, suddenly walked up to Natsu with a serious expression. I heard something big, Natsu. What's up? A guy who has seen a dragon is coming near this town. Gray said solemnly. The words fell. The people nearby were all shocked. Hey, is the dragon Igneal? Natsu asked anxiously. I don't know about that. Gray said. Did you meet the guy who saw the dragon? No, I heard a rumor in town. There's a girl named Daphne who was proudly talking about seeing a dragon. Not only did she see one, but she also reportedly ran into one recently. Gray said in a deep voice. Really? It must be true. Natsu got excited. It's worth checking, right? Gray raised the corner of his mouth in a subtle arc. Where? Asked Happy. In the western wasteland, there's a place called Lays. Gray said. Great. Let's go, Happy. Natsu called out. I'm coming too, because the dragon might be Grandine. Wendy trotted forward. Natsu nodded in agreement and then looked towards Gajil at the bar. Aren't you going, Gajil? I'm not going. It's fake news anyway. Gajil scoffed. How can you know about this kind of thing if you don't go and see it? Natsu said. I went there so excitedly, but I don't know how many times I've been deceived by fake news. Topics about dragons can attract people, so they're being taken advantage of. Be smarter. Gajil said. The reason why I can say this. This means that he has been running around for news about long countless times before. In the end, I always come back disappointed. That's all I have to say. Natsu had nothing to say. Together with Wendy, I hurried out. As he watched Natsu running away, the curve of Gray's mouth widened a little. Chapter 348. Scam. On the barren land, a hotel sits on it, looking a bit out of place. This is what Gray calls the traveler's home, Lee's. Natsu, Wendy, Happy, and Charlu, 2 people and 2 cats walked in and looked around curiously. No one has any. Wendy asked in confusion. It's already an unmanned hotel, but look at this. It's a fully automated magic crystal accommodation management system. This machine handles both check-in and check-out. Shalulu pointed to the magic crystal on the table and introduced it. Wow, Shalulu is so amazing. There is love all around Hobbit. But there's no one here. Is this really fake news? I'll definitely not let Gray off. Natsu clashed his fists together. It's too early to draw a conclusion now. Let's look for it again. Maybe there is someone in the room. Wendy said optimistically. Hearing this, Natsu nodded as well, and the 2 of them went their separate ways. Finally, they reunited in front of the last room on the top floor of the hotel. This is all that's left. Speaking of which, it's obvious that only this place is suspicious. Natsu looked at the door in front of him, which was decorated with large dolls and had a fancy look on his face, with a thoughtful look on his face. Hello, is anyone there? Someone. There was a response from inside the door. Natsu and Wendy's eyes lit up. Hurry up and open the door, are you Daphne? Natsu urged. Squeak. The door is open. Yes, I am Daphne, the beautiful missionary who travels around the world. Daphne, the black-haired, bespectacled girl, warmly welcomed Natsu and his group inside. Then, she started introducing her weight loss products like frying beans. This made Natsu and the others look disheveled in the wind. That's enough, listen to me. Natsu finally couldn't stand it anymore. I'm a dragon slayer, and I'm here to look for the dragon that disappeared 7 years ago. If you've seen one, which dragon was it, Igneal or Grandine? Really? That dragon sighting thing? That's just a business stunt. Daphne turned, her lenses reflecting a subtle light. Gajil was right. Natsu was annoyed. This is a fraud. Wendy also puffed up her face. Are you kidding me? I'm back. Natsu turned around angrily and kicked the door open. However, The scene before him was completely different from when he came here. This is right in front of us. Looking at the scene in front of him that looked like a dark abyss, Natsu couldn't help but be shocked. What on earth is going on? Wendy exclaimed. Sorry, you're already caged bird. Daphne had a hint of a sneer on her lips. Look at me destroying this kind of thing. Natsu swung the fire dragon's iron fist without hesitation. However, he was rebounded by the magic barrier on the door and flew backwards. Yes, what a beautiful flame. You're truly a fire dragon. Daphne sneered. Her impression has changed. She is indeed a wizard. Happy said warily. Yes, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dragon Slayer, like a guest. The smile on Daphne's face gradually became more and more wanton. Damn it, no matter who you are, I'm the best at destruction. This kind of magic. Natsu swung the fire dragon's iron fist once again. However, this time, before his iron fist fell, an extremely cold air suddenly hit. Gray. Seeing Gray suddenly appear in front of him, Natsu was shocked again. Mr. Gray. Wendy was surprised. Well, how did you get in here, Gray? The little blue cat Habib was puzzled. Hey, Gray, it really is fake news. This guy named Daphne seems very strange. Natsu said alertly. Humph, it's not fake news, that's good. Gray walked up to Daphne with a sneer on his face. Yes, a warm welcome, Gray Forpaston. Hey, do you guys know each other? Looking at Gray and Daphne arm in arm, both the man and the cat were shocked. Gray, what's going on? Natsu shouted. Natsu, come to think of it, I've often fought you before. Gray said lightly. Huh, Natsu asked confused. I think it's about time we decide who's better. Gray said. What did you say? As for me, I've been cooperating with you until now, but I'm tired of it. I want to do things my own way and won't team up with you anymore. Gray said coldly. Yes, as you have heard, Gray Forpaston is mine. Daphne said. Hey, you're acting weird today, Gray. Natsu growled. You're the weird one. Bye, Natsu. Ice shaping magic is activated. Ice make. Lance. The ice spear shot towards Natsu. Stay away, Wendy, this guy means business. Natsu dodged in the air, but did not forget to warn. Mr. Natsu, Mr. Gray. What on earth is going on? Gray, why did you attack Natsu? Wendy, Sha Lulu and Happy were all confused. Ha. Yes, it seems you are very surprised, but there is no time to be dazed. Grayful Paston, quickly finish the job. Daphne gave the order in a commanding manner. Gray, what the hell is wrong with you? You be asterisk. D. Natsu shouted. There's nothing to say. Let's fight it out, Natsu. You're going to die here today. Boom. The powerful ice-shaping magic attacked Natsu once again. You be asterisk D. I don't care if this happens. Natsu was also angry after being provoked repeatedly by Gray. A roar of fire spit out from his mouth and touched Gray's ice, stirring up a large amount of scorching hot steam. Is this Gray an imposter? Sha Lulu guessed. Yes, he's not an imposter. This man is the real Gray Forpaston. And let me be clear, I didn't control him with magic. It was all his own will. He volunteered to help me. Daphne said. How come? Wendy shook her head in disbelief. This is a complete betrayal. Sha Lulu said angrily. How could this happen? Habib was completely stunned. In the past, Gray had friction with Natsu. But it has never been like this time. That pretty much explains what's going on, Gray. Natsu yelled. Use the fire dragon's claw to knock Gray out of the wall. Silent Town. Gray said the name. Silent Town. Huh, what is this? Natsu tilted his head in confusion. Of course you don't remember, but it doesn't matter. Just die like this. Gray attacked Natsu once again. I'm getting mad too. If you're like this, then I'm going to get serious. I'll knock you down first and then ask you why. Natsu grinned. From beginning to end, he always believed in Gray. Believed that he did not betray, but had some reason. Boom. Rumble. Ice and fire. The two are irreconcilable. The evenly matched battle begins. The hotel battlefield was in ruins in an instant. At the same time, Fairy Tail Guild. You're so slow, what on earth is Natsu doing? It's so late, he should have been back long ago. Urza crossed her arms, her face full of dissatisfaction. It's really too slow to just inquire about the dragon, Lucy said. Besides, Wendy's here too, it would be weird if she didn't come back so late. Mirajan said worriedly. That's so unlike Natsu, running around with a child in the middle of the night. That's not manly. Elfman said. It's not just Natsu. Gray and Lu Yu, I don't know where they are now. We clearly agreed to have a party together. Mirajan sighed softly. Let's not talk about Gray for now, but as for Lu Yu, there's no need to worry. The fairy tale people said. Sure enough, let's go look for it. Lucy, follow me. Urza greeted her neighbor. Okay. Half an hour later. Lucy and Urza arrived at the address provided by Gray during the day. However, let alone a hotel, all I could see was a wasteland and nothing at all. That's Daphne's magic. Virtual hotel. The entire hotel itself is an illusory thing built by hidden magic. Once it enters the hidden state, it is absolutely impossible to discover it from the outside. Watch out, Lucy, Urza said alertly. What's wrong? Lucy was puzzled. I smell a beast. Urza's words fell. A green magic circle shines. A figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the magic circle. In his hand was the same magic sword as Urza's. A fierce confrontation. Urza chopped off the black-robed man's hood, revealing his true form. This is a humanoid lizard scorpion. Are those lizard heads your companions too? Happy looked at Daphne and asked. Yes, that's right. We house all sorts of artificial life forms here, and I've installed a system that automatically changes their attributes based on the opponent. Besides Natsu Dragneel, I also want to collect as much information on wizards as possible. Daphne said. Are you kidding? Is this really possible? Sha Lulu's face was filled with shock. Relying on the so-called system. Create a life form capable of fighting Urza. This is simply cheating. Just when everyone was distracted. The other side. Ice and fire. The battle between Gray and Natsu has also entered its final stage. Under the full firepower of Natsu, Gray was knocked back hard. The battle is over. Natsu wins. Happy cheered. As expected of a fire dragon. Sha Lulu sighed. Well, I won, Gray. Natsu said proudly. Gray was lying on the ground motionless. What happened? Did he hit a vital point? Natsu anxiously went forward to check. Next second, his feet were frozen by the extreme cold. So, you are too naive. Gray suddenly opened his eyes. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Daphne stepped forward. The magic circle in his hands shines brightly. Hide in the darkness. A purple magic circle appeared out of thin air under Natsu's feet and swallowed him. Ha ha ha, that's it, the real show is about to begin. Daphne laughed wildly. What do you want? Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. In the wasteland. Urza and Lucy, who had dealt with their opponents using their own methods, both widened their eyes in shock. Looking at the giant dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him. Even a strong person like Urza couldn't remain calm. Yes, the hidden darkness is lifted, all joints and shackles are removed, the nerves are transmitting the magic crystal, and the perception is good. All impurities except the fire dragon, get out. Finally, start absorbing the magic power of the fire dragon. Dragon Knight. Activate. Hold head high. A loud and clear dragon roar exploded. The magic of a fire dragon. Could it be Natsu? Urza's expression changed slightly. As this dragon Natsu, Lucy was stunned. Ms. Urza, Ms. Lucy. Happy and Sha Lulu brought Wendy to the two of them. Wendy, are you okay? What is going on? Urza and Lucy asked anxiously. Urza, something terrible has happened. Natsu has been captured. Gray teamed up with a guy named Daphne to lure Natsu into a trap. Habibi said repeatedly. It's Mr. Gray's own will, but we don't know what's going on. Wendy said dejectedly. What? Gray? Urza and Lucy were both shocked. Right now. Magnolia. Eastern Forest. Ah, I've been discovered again. This is the 5th time. Arusha stuck out her tongue and looked at Lu Yu in front of her with a cute expression. Come on, just 2 more times and everything I have will be yours. Leave this sentence. Arusha disappeared again. Lu Yu looked at the disappearing Arusha calmly. Then he turned his gaze to the west. Oh, it's really lively tonight. Chapter 349 Transformation. Thunder Dragon King. Yes, in this way, my research results are finally completed, and the Dragon Knight should also be completed. Why don't you come and give me your blessings? Daphne sat in the dragon's cockpit, her voice booming through the speakers. Are you Daphne? Let Natsu go quickly, Urza shouted. That's impossible. This Dragon Knight relies on absorbing Natsu Dragneel's magic power to move. He won't return it to you until all the magic power is gone. Daphne sneered. For a wizard, magic is life. Do you want to kill Natsu? Urza was angry. I've heard about a dangerous wizard who tried to create an artificial dragon. Sure enough, it's her. Sha Lulu said. Yes, the true legend should be like this. A genius scientific wizard successfully created a Dragon Knight. Daphne proudly described the hardships she had gone through along the way. Urza. Just then, Macau and the others arrived on a magical 4-wheeled carriage. Elfman on the roof jumped up. A punch knocked Gray unconscious. This is the president's order. Take Gray back first and hear what he has to say. Wakaba rode. Just then. Crash. The wind was raging. The wings of the artificial Dragon Knight suddenly shone brightly. Then he flew into the sky under the shocked gazes of Urza and others. Not good, that direction is. Magnolia. Wendy and Lucy's expressions turned pale with horror. Lucy, Wendy, go back to the guild with everyone else and protect the town together. I'll stop that Dragon Knight. Urza spoke calmly. I see. Lucy nodded. Night air. A giant dragon flew across the sky. As the artificial dragon approaches, the entire Magnolia fell into chaos. Lucy and Wendy, who returned to the city earlier, quickly helped evacuate and guide the crowd to take shelter. Really? At this critical moment, where did Mr. Lu Yu go? Lucy frowned. Lucy, we can't rely on Mr. Lu Yu for everything. Mirajan said. That's true. Besides, Mr. Lu Yu must still be in the town. If he sees the Dragon Knight, he will definitely not stand idly by. We just need to stop him as much as possible before that happens. Lucy looked determined. That's right, that's it. Wrong Bia nodded in agreement. Not long. Elfman and the others returned with Gray. After waking up from his coma, Gray went to the second floor to meet Makarov. And confess everything to the president without reservation. Including the commission that Natsu took on from the residents of Silent Town a few years ago. After a while, it was completely forgotten. And my own investigation during this period. I will take full responsibility for this. Gray blamed himself. Open air plaza on the first floor. Lucy and the others were also ready to rescue Natsu. Just then, wait a minute, at the second floor railing, President Makarov folded his arms and shouted to everyone to stop. Fairy Tail is a guild that coexists with Magnolia. The most important thing now is to prevent the town from being destroyed. Should we attack that? Natsu is in there. Everyone was puzzled. As the president of Fairy Tail, I order everyone to stop the Dragon Knight by any means necessary. Natsu will be fine. He's very strong. Makarov ordered majestically. Yes, it's almost time to start. It's so exciting to think that such a beautiful town is about to be destroyed by my own hands. Daphne had a sickly look on her face. The giant Dragon Knight had already arrived above Magnolia. Yeah, looking at the rough artificial dragon above his head, Lu Yu couldn't help but shook his head in disappointment. Let me show you what a real dragon is. Lu Yu grinned. Point one finger to the sky. Snap. The dazzling golden thunder connected the sky and the earth. Hold head high. The loud dragon roar shook the earth. A giant dragon surrounded by golden thunder soared into the sky. This moment, the whole city was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Let's start destroying this town, and then we'll travel around the continent. Mad scientist Daphne laughed wantonly. Just then. Click. Brilliant golden thunder connects the sky and the earth. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's wrong? What happened? Hey, look over there. What the hell is that? Wow. A shocking uproar echoed among the Fairy Tail wizards. Under the shocked, horrified and appalled gazes of the people. A giant dragon with endless thunder surrounding it rose from the ground. From bottom to top, he resisted the man-made fire dragon that fell from the sky. This moment, the whole town seemed to be quiet. Next second. Hold head high. The roar of the Thunder Dragon King shook the heaven and earth. Ah, dragon. That's a dragon. It's not a fake, man-made dragon, it's a real dragon. Is this real? I must be dreaming. How could creatures like dragons really exist in this day and age? You must be kidding. I'm crazy. I must be crazy. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Does our town hide a dragon? All over town, those who witnessed the real dragon soaring into the sky could not help but scream in surprise. What's worse, some people were so scared that they fainted on the spot. Even the powerful Fairy Tail Guild members. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened to the limit. His mouth was open, his chin almost touching the ground. Every face was filled with extreme shock, horror and disbelief. Dragon, the dragon appears. Macau and Wakaba shouted in unison. This, what the hell is going on? Lucy screamed in shock. Hey, you must be kidding. Dragons really exist. Gray shook his head in disbelief. Gajiel-kun, is that the Metalicana you're looking for? Juvia quickly looked towards Gajiel. Right now, Gajiel, the Dragon Slayer, was completely confused. Ever since I parted with Long 7 years ago, he has experienced too many disappointments. The ridicule from people around him even made him think that there were no dragons in this world. He had even given up on finding the dragon. But now, the real dragon suddenly appeared in front of him. This moment, Gajiel couldn't help but feel boundless hope in his heart. Dragons are real, Gajiel-kun? Juvia asked again. No, Gajiel finally came to his senses and shook his head slightly. That's not Metalicana, but, as expected, there are still dragons in this world. Sha Lulu, that's great. Wendy, the blue-haired little girl, jumped 3 feet high with joy. Wendy, isn't that the celestial dragon Grandine you're looking for? Sha Lulu asked. No, even though it's not Grandine, it at least proves that dragons exist. Grandine must also exist somewhere in this world. Wendy said excitedly. It's not Grandine or Metalicana, so could it be Igneel that Natsu is looking for? The little blue cat happy guessed. Wrong. Urza flatly denied it. Natsu is the fire dragon slayer, and Igneel should also be a fire dragon, but that dragon right now is, to be more precise, a thunder dragon. It is indeed the thunder dragon. It has the same attributes as Laxus. Phalide nodded. So is that the dragon Laxus is looking for. Alba Green said. Are you stupid? What dragon is Laxus looking for? Bigasro glanced sideways. Laxus is a second-generation dragon slayer who has been implanted with a dragon slayer crystal. He's different from Natsu and the others. Phalide explained. Ah, that seems to be the case. Many people who thought of Laxus were suddenly enlightened. But if Laxus were here, he would definitely. Right now. When Lu Yu transformed into the Thunder Dragon King and appeared on the stage. Not just people in this world. Those beings within the seal were also awakened one after another. That's Reginus. Chapter 353 Dragons Meeting. This is a large volcano between fantasy and reality. The hot magma flows freely. Thick smoke and waves of magma surged in the crater. At some point, the bubbling fire of Yamanaka raised a small hill. It seems as if some huge monster is about to appear. That's a dragon. Its entire body was bright red, and its surface was covered with shining scars. He is the Fire Dragon King from 400 years ago, Igneel Dragneel. 400 years ago, for his son, Naz, he voluntarily sealed himself within his son's body, thereby suppressing and offsetting the aftereffects of the dragon-slaying magic. At the same time, he also followed Natsu from 400 years ago to this dragon-less era. And he has always been silently by Naz's side. During these 7 years. Most of the time, he has been in a dormant state for nearly a year. He had woken up far more times than in the past 7 years combined. The only things that can interest the Fire Dragon King are things related to dragons. It used to be Lu Yu who had a similar smell to him. Now it is the Thunder Dragon soaring in the sky. For the breath of the Thunder Dragon. The Fire Dragon King Igneel is no stranger. That's why he was even more shocked. It won't be long. 2 balls of light floated out of the Fire Dragon King's Fire Dragon sealed space. One is snow white, the other iron gray. Grandine, Metalicana, you guys are awake too. Fire Dragon King Igneel said in a deep voice. How can I sleep after such a big accident? The voice of the Iron Dragon Metalicana came from the iron gray ball of light. Fire Dragon King Igneel, judging by your expression, do you know the identity of that Thunder Dragon? The Tianlong Grandi in the white ball asked. Ah. Igneel nodded solemnly. The aura of that Thunder Dragon is very similar to that of my old friend, Reginis, the genius of the Thunder Dragon clan. But Reginis died 400 years ago. Then is it possible that the Thunder Dragon Slayer Mage, who was taught by Reginis himself, has transformed into a dragon like that black dragon? Metalicana guessed. No, impossible. There's absolutely no way this is possible. Because Reginis doesn't like humans, let alone teach them. Igneel said in a deep voice. In that case, the truth might just be that. Tianlong Granti said in a deep voice. Then, the 3 dragons in the field fell silent. After a moment. The human named Lu Yu. Tianlong Grantin said Lu Yu's name. 400 years ago, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Was it really 400 years ago? Igneel asked back. That human named Lu Yu is full of mysteries. Metalicana rode. Yeah, I even smell my own scent on him. Grandin rode. Me too. I feel the same way. Metalicana and Igneel nodded in agreement. You guys too. Grandin was suddenly startled. With the 3 of us, plus the power of Reginis, does that man possess several dragon-slaying powers at once? Metalicana rode. This is not impossible, because in this era there seems to be such a thing as the dragon-slaying magic crystal. Igneel nodded. But what? No matter what, the strength of that Thunder Dragon is too astonishing. It has already reached the level of King. Igneel said. What? The King of Dragons? This is too amazing. Both Metalicana and Grandine were shocked. You know, even they are far from being the Dragon King. Only Igneel reached the level of the Fire Dragon King. But if that's the case, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Grandin spoke again. What do you mean? Igneel asked. At least if that black dragon comes looking for him, that man will have some ability to fight back. Besides, I always feel that the human named Lu Yu is still hiding something, and maybe there will be even bigger surprises. Tianlong Grantin said. Igneel and Metalicana nodded. Black Dragon acknowledged. It would be great if someone could fight against that dragon. That's all for today then. Next time, let's pass on the news to each other. The 3 Dragons conference is over. Oh me. Looking at the Thunder Dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him. Mad scientist Daphne had no fear at all. Instead, he screamed excitedly and tears kept flowing. A dragon. A real dragon. Dragons are real. Those who laughed at me were wrong. They are all hopeless idiots. Daphne cheered excitedly. Dragon. Is that Igneel? Igneel. I'm Natsu. I'm here. Natsu, who was trapped in the core of the artificial fire dragon, also shouted excitedly. But soon, Natsu noticed something was wrong. Look out through the core. He saw lightning, not fire. Tisk, it's not Igneel. Natsu snorted in disappointment. But soon, he had the same thought as Gajil and Wendy. As long as dragons exist, then Igneel must be there too. And the dragon in front of him might know Igneel's whereabouts. Think of this. Natsu's emotions gradually became excited. However, just then, mad scientist Daphne activated the magic absorption device, forcefully plundering the dragon-slaying magic power in Natsu's body. Filled with Natsu's magic, the artificial fire dragon was surrounded by bright light. Come on, real dragons, let's compete and see who is more powerful. Daphne laughed maniacally. He actually wanted to use a fake to compete with the real dragon. For her behavior that is beyond her ability. Of course Lu Yu won't indulge her. No matter how Daphne increases the output of the artificial fire dragon. Lu Yu, who had transformed into the Thunder Dragon King, remained motionless. The huge dragon claws pressed against the artificial dragon's body and slowly flew out of the town. Is that Thunder Dragon protecting the town? Mirajan whispered in shock. That must be it. Look, there's no damage to the town yet. Lucy nodded. But it's bad, Natsu. Natsu is still inside that dragon knight. The little blue cat Habib suddenly screamed in fear. Following his reminder, the others also reacted one after another. This is really bad. No one can tell how powerful a dragon's attack is. If you're not careful, you might get hurt. Not good. We have to rescue Natsu quickly. But how should we do it? That's a dragon's battlefield. Everyone in Fairy Tail was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. It would be great if Mr. Lu Yu was here, Lucy said. Yes, if it's Big Brother, there must be a way to solve it. Mirajan, Gray, Levy, even Urza nodded in agreement. Hee, to deal with dragons, of course we need a dragon slayer. Gajil beside him suddenly grinned. Ever since I learned dragon slaying magic, I haven't actually hunted a dragon. Now's my chance. Drop this sentence. Gajil immediately shot out and rushed towards the battlefield. Gajil-kun, don't seek death. Juvia warned. However, Gajil had already run away. President. Mirajan suddenly cried out in surprise. The president is here. President, what should we do? The real dragon has appeared. President. President, please save Natsu. As if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, the Fairy Tail members looked at the approaching short President Makarov with hope. Only, even one of the powerful Holy Ten. This was also the first time Makarov faced a legendary creature like a dragon. There is no good solution at the moment. But, Natsu is our partner, we must not give up. Everyone, get ready and attack. Makarov waved his hand. Oh, right now, outside Magnolia. Sparacy. It's really Sparacy. Is this the power of a real dragon? My artificial dragon knight is no match for it, but how about trying this move? The roar of a fire dragon. Mad scientist Daphne flips the switch. The fire dragon slayer magic stored in the dragon knight is output at full power. The terrifying roar of a fire dragon burst out from the dragon rider's mouth. The power is so strong that it is enough to destroy an entire street in an instant. But, facing the terrifying flames, Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. Bath directly with flames. For the Thunder Dragon King. This attack is ultimately just child's play. After all, the artificial dragon knight is centered around Natsu's power. Little Natsu is still far from that level now. The fire dragon roared and was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu, in the form of Thunder Dragon King, pointed again. A flash of lightning shot out. The artificial dragon knight's body twitched as if he had been hit hard. The powerful force of thunder and lightning caused Daphne and Natsu in the dragon knight's body to scream in pain. As expected of a real dragon, but the mad scientist Daphne raised a smug arc at the corner of her mouth. My dragon knight won't fall so easily. Second source of magic power, activate. The second backup core in the artificial dragon knight's body lights up. Absorb all lightning and convert it into energy. Here it comes, what a powerful force this is. Just one strike is far more powerful than Natsu Dragneel's magic power. In that case, it's not impossible for it to become a permanent form, let alone semi-permanent. Mad scientist Daphne screamed with excitement. Come on, it's time for us to fight back, Dragon Knight, fighting mode. Button pressed. The Dragon Knight assumed the stance of a martial arts master. The soles of his feet slammed down on the ground. The huge body suddenly shot out like lightning. The dragon claws formed into fists and smashed heavily on the body of the Thunder Dragon King. Boom. Rumble. The earth shook violently across the plains, sending endless plumes of dust billowing into the sky. The terrifying shock wave made the Fairy Tail mages who rushed out of the city change color with horror. What a terrifying showdown of power. Is this a duel between dragons? How could a human possibly defeat this monster? Call that Gajil guy back quickly. To rush forward rashly is simply to seek death. Chapter 351 Arusha. Everyone in Fairy Tail exclaimed in unison. But the next second, something even more shocking happened to them. Wait until the smoke and dust clears. They were horrified to discover this. It wasn't two dragons fighting each other before. It was that artificial dragon knight who was attacking from the beginning. Urza whispered in shock. On the contrary, the Thunder Dragon didn't make a move at all. Mirajan screamed. However, despite enduring the fierce attack from the artificial dragon rider, the Thunder Dragon remained motionless from beginning to end. Lucy shook her head in disbelief. This is the difference between an imposter and a real dragon. It's simply unreasonable, Juvia said. Don't be such a loser, Wendy. Sha Lulu said. Woo woo woo, but it's really scary. Little lowly Wendy's petite body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Here it comes, the Thunder Dragon's counterattack. Urza shouted. People immediately turned their attention. The next second. Under the gaze of people in wide open shock, the Thunder Dragon stretched out its claws. Swish. The artificial dragon knight's flesh was torn apart easily. An artificial dragon claw flew out into the distance. Let's stop playing around here. After having fully experienced the power of the artificial dragon knight, Lu Yu, in the form of Thunder Dragon King, did not delay any further. In just a few moves, the dragon knight was torn into pieces. The last claw sank into the core of the dragon rider. He grasped the red ball that held Natsu captive in his hand. Hey, dragon over there. A loud shout came from not far away. Lu Yu turned his head slightly and his eyes fell on the high-spirited Gajiel. Could you please give me that ball back? Gajiel said. Lu Yu remained unmoved. If you don't agree, I can only be rude to you. Gajiel grinned. Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little curious. He really wanted to see how rude Gajiel was going to be. Take it, my ultimate dragon-slaying move. Gajiel shouted angrily. Bend your knees slightly. The body jumped high into the sky. The wind was howling in the sky. Gajiel's body suddenly spun around. The speed is getting faster and faster. In the end, it even brought up a terrifying hurricane that stretched from the sky to the earth. The ultimate explosion of the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Dragon Slayer secret technique. Karma Demon, Iron Spiral. This is enough to penetrate dragon scales. Destroy the dragon's entrails. The ultimate secret of hunting dragon souls. Certainly. That's just in theory. With Gajiel's current rank. Wants to hunt real dragons. 10,000 years too early. Gajiel's Dragon Slayer secret technique, Iron Spiral, which he was proud of, fell down with a loud bang. The body, like a steel drill, fell on the dragon claws of the Thunder Dragon King. I want to penetrate it. However, it took a long time to drill. Until exhaustion. But it still couldn't penetrate even a single dragon scale. How is this possible? Gajiel's expression suddenly changed, and he screamed in disbelief. Hey, Gajiel, are you capable of this? Are you a dragon slayer? Natsu asked as he witnessed the scene in the red ball. Shut up, I'm here to save you. Gajiel said angrily. Hey, Gajiel, be careful. Natsu in the red ball suddenly changed his expression. The fairy tale members who came over from a distance also changed their expressions. Quickly remind loudly. In fact, no need to remind everyone. Gajiel himself had already realized it. The impending catastrophe. However, next second, something unexpected happened. The Thunder Dragon King's claws did not crush Gajiel to pieces with one slap. The huge dragon claw paused above Gajiel's head, immediately following. The Thunder Dragon King extended a finger. Gently then, pull it. Gajiel was flung away like a cannonball. From beginning to end. The Thunder Dragon King seemed to be chasing away a small insect. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Natsu is still in that dragon's grip. The little blue cat Habibi was the first to react and shouted anxiously. The words fell. All I heard was a loud bang. A huge red ball fell from the sky and smashed the ground. At the same time, the surface of the red ball is also covered with cracks. Accompanied by a loud bang. The red ball exploded. Natsu escaped. Free at last. Natsu jumped out from the fragments of the red ball like a monkey. Natsu. That's great. It's really great. The little blue cat harpy with tearful eyes flew forward immediately. Hey, everyone, look at that brontosaurus. A magician shouted in alarm. Re attracted people's attention. He looked up hurriedly. But then the Thunder Dragon King spread his wings. The next moment, endless gusts of wind and lightning carried the Thunder Dragon King's body into the sky. It quickly sank into the clouds in the sky and disappeared. Everything returned to calm. But people's hearts will not be at peace. In the end, we still haven't figured out the origins of that Thunder Dragon. Urza smiled bitterly and shook her head. I wasn't sure at first, but now I'm sure he's protecting Magnolia and us. Mirajan said firmly. Yeah, he also knew that Natsu was in the red ball, so he took it out on purpose. Lucy nodded. Could that dragon really be the patron saint of Magnolia? Gray, Levi, Biska and the others couldn't help but speculate. It doesn't matter what happens. Now that Natsu is back, Gajiel is probably okay too. Okay, everyone, let's go back. It's party time. ... Chairman Makarov said. Oh, everyone in Fairy Tail responded in unison. Follow the footsteps of Guild Master Makarov back to the guild. Well, Lucy suddenly sighed softly. What's wrong, Lu Chan? Rebbe asked with concern. Now Naz and the others have been found, but Mr. Lu Yu still hasn't come back. Lucy said. Don't worry, Lucy, nothing will happen to Lawrence Lu. Mira comforted. That's true. Lucy smiled. Magnolia's Dragon War has come to a successful conclusion. The town returned to its usual calm. But the real waves have just begun. You can imagine, when the news came that the dragon appeared in Magnolia. This town is bound to welcome countless guests. The forest east of Magnolia. Snap. A flash of lightning flashed and disappeared, turning the invisible into the visible. As expected, we need a real dragon to have fun. I wonder if the Black Dragon King Aknologia will come over. If he can come on his own initiative, that would be convenient. Lu Yu whispered to himself. At the same time, he thought of Fairy Tail's 100 Years Quest. There are dragons there too. Just as Lu Yu was thinking about it. I found you, the girl's cry suddenly rang out. In the shadows not far away. Arusha appeared slowly with graceful steps. The delicate face has a subtle curve. I should be the one who found it. This is the 7th time. It's time to fulfill the promise and listen to your mother. Without waiting for Lu Yu to finish, Arusha suddenly accelerated. The graceful body fell into Lu Yu's arms. The slender white fingers fell on Lu Yu's lips, blocking his next words. I told you, this was the last time I found you, so it doesn't count. Arusha rode. It's the same. If you're going to cheat, then I can only use my strength to make you obey. Lu Yu smiled slightly. A large hand grabbed Arusha's wrist. That's cheating, but if it's a real contest of strength, how could a weak human like me possibly defeat a dragon? Arusha said with a look of grievance. Behind the grievance, there is also a hint of cunning. She had seen it all. Lu Yu transformed from a human into a dragon. There is also the entire process of the dragon transforming into a human. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Next second. But Arusha did not retreat but advanced. Actually, you don't need any strength. As long as you want, no matter what it is, I will obey you obediently. Arusha opened her eyes wide like a cute girl. Then let me hear your opinion. Apart from this, no matter what the reasons were in the past, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what happened afterwards. Urutia's slender hands wandered through Lu Yu's clothes. Hey, are you a dragon in your true form, or are you a dragon slayer transformed into a dragon? Don't worry, this secret belongs only to us, I won't tell anyone else. Arusha rode. Lu Yu still just looked at Arusha without saying a word. If you don't believe it, then. Arusha stood on tiptoe. Moonlight shines through the treetops. Sprinkle some Madara. Shining on the men and women under the tree. ... The sun rises and the moon sets. A hint of pale sky appeared in the east. It represents the coming of dawn. Dragon is really amazing. Arusha looked at Lu Yu and smiled. Come to me. Lu Yu said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Are you hooked on me already? Arusha's eyebrows were curved. But no, I still have work to do. Then next time I will personally pull you out of the darkness. Lu Yu said. This is really exciting. Arusha smiled brightly. Goodbye, Mr. Dragon, I am also satisfied. After saying this, Arusha waved his hand and disappeared. Until we were far away from Magnolia. Arusha's smile faded slightly. Leaning against a rock, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. The calves wrapped in delicate silk couldn't stop trembling. After all, it was also her first time as a young lady to ride in a sedan chair. At the very beginning, she was just unhappy with that woman. He wanted to snatch Lu Yu away from that woman. That's why she was so bold last night. Even managed to hold on for a breath. He did not show any weakness until the end. But, think about it now, Arusha couldn't help but cover her face. I just felt my little heart beating very fast. We just left Magnolia. She actually felt a little nostalgic. Want to go back. What's wrong with me? Arusha looked puzzled. Chapter 352 Guildarts. The incident of mad scientist Daphne has come to an end. Daphne, the mastermind, was sent to the new council for trial. The town of Magnolia returned to its usual tranquility. However, this tranquility did not last long as it was disrupted by foreign tourists. The battle between the two dragons in Magnolia quickly spread across the country. The sensation this caused was naturally unimaginable. Not just ordinary civilians. Magicians from various guilds also came here upon hearing the news. The people from Snake Princess Scale and Blue Pegasus arrived at the Fairy Tail Guild early to learn about the detailed process. This is on the surface. Secretly, many important figures also visited, including one or two of the four Uranus of Ishgar. For a while, Magnolia was bustling with activity. Merchants in the town also made a lot of money from this. This situation lasted for a whole week. The kingdom and the council intervened. The kingdom announced. It is claimed that the battle between the two dragons in Magnolia is actually a battle between two artificial dragons. So far, the craze for dragon hunting finally came to a temporary end. Of course, this is the superficial explanation given to ordinary people. Secretly, all magicians have received orders from the kingdom. If you find any trace of a dragon, report it immediately. After all, that is the Dragon King who can easily destroy an entire country. It's impossible to let it go. Half a month after the Daphne incident, Magnolia finally regained its former peace and tranquility. However, the Fairy Tail Guild is still very lively. As the most loving guild in the kingdom, Fairy Tail holds various events every year. For example, harvest festivals and parades. There are also upcoming Sakura viewing and running competition events. For Lucy, Wendy, Shalulu and others who just joined Fairy Tail this year. This is the best activity to integrate into the guild. Lu Yu also participated a little. Just treat it as a diversion when you are bored. After the celebrations of various activities, Fairy Tail is back to its usual working state. This day, Lu Yu, Lucy and others are still muddling through in the guild. Just then, ding dang dang, the bells rang rapidly. Bang, the door to the Fairy Tail Guild was flung open. Something terrible is happening. Jet and Troy screamed in panic. What's wrong? Lucy, who was talking to Wendy, looked puzzled. Could this bell ringing method be? Natsu's face lit up with excitement. Love, Happy agreed happily. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Elfman clenched his fist. Guildarts is back. The Fairy Tail members in the guild all shouted and cheered excitedly. Ah, Lucy looked left and right, unable to absorb the atmosphere for a moment. Who is Guildarts? Wendy was also confused. I don't think I've seen him before. Who is he? Lucy asked. Guildarts is the true strongest wizard of Fairy Tail. Mirajan introduced. Oh, is she stronger than Urza? Lucy was shocked. There's a world of difference between him and me. Urza said. Ah, is he as strong as Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy complained. Mirajan and Urza both fell into deep thought. Maybe Lu Yu is still stronger. Urza nodded. I think so too. Mirajan echoed. Well, this kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. Lucy nodded. But isn't it a bit too much to be so noisy? It's understandable that everyone is so excited. After all, Guildarts hasn't been back for 3 years. Mirajan said. 3 years. Where did he go? Lucy asked. Above S-level missions or SS-level missions, and above that there are missions called 10-year missions. Mirajan said. What is the 10-year mission? Wendy was puzzled. A task that no one has been able to complete in 10 years, so it's a 10-year task. Urza explained. But Guildarts is going to complete a 100-year mission on top of a 10-year mission. A century-long mission. Is it a mission that no one has completed in a century? Lucy was horrified. It's a century-long mission. Do you want to take some time to complete it? Lu Yu rested his chin in thought. Suddenly, he realized another problem. The Fairy Tail Guild has been established for less than 100 years, only about 80 years at most. Where did this century-long mission come from? Oh, Lu Yu suddenly laughed and didn't take it seriously. What's wrong? Lord Lu Yu. Juvia blinked her big eyes, full of love. Nothing. Lu Yu touched Juvia's hair. Just this made the girl squint her eyes in satisfaction. Right now, Guildarts' return not only caused a sensation in the Fairy Tail Guild. At the same time, it caused a sensation throughout Magnolia. Guildarts is here. Guildarts is back. Everyone, pay attention. On the streets, residents were shouting at the top of their lungs. Magnolia changes to Guildarts mode. In the sky, the magic loudspeaker was also broadcasting notifications. Town residents, please rush to the designated location. When the final bell rang, boom, the ground of Magnolia suddenly shook violently. The originally chaotic streets and buildings now seemed to come alive. Start at the entrance to the town. A smooth road leading straight to the Fairy Tail Guild appeared. No way. You must be kidding. Lucy was surprised again. What's going on? Sha Lulu's face was also full of panic. Guildarts uses a magic called Crush, that shatters everything he touches. If he gets distracted while walking, he'll destroy houses. Mirajan enthusiastically explained the reason. It would be so idle to renovate the streets just for this. Lucy, who still didn't realize the horror of the Crush magic, complained. Here it comes, here it comes. Natsu jumped for joy. Isa, Harpy the little blue cat echoed. After a few minutes of waiting. Finally, one of them had an orange-red slicked back hair. An old man in a tattered robe and with a scruffy beard walked up to the gate of Fairy Tail. Looking at a guild that is completely different from what I imagined. Uncle Guildarts looked suspicious. Guildarts, fight me. Natsu stepped forward excitedly. They wanted to fight right away. However, Guildarts blatantly ignored it. Welcome back, Guildarts. Miss Mira greeted with a smile. Guildarts stopped and squinted at the gentle Mira. For a moment, I didn't associate it with the hot chicks of the past. Miss, I remember there should be a guild called Fairy Tail nearby. Guildarts asked. It's right here, and I'm Mirajan. Miss Mira said. Oh, so it's Mira. She's really changed a lot. Guildarts was startled, and the guild has been completely renovated. It's completely unrecognizable. Guildarts finally reacted. Guildarts. Natsu yelled again. This time, Guildarts didn't ignore it anymore. Hey, Natsu, it's been a long time. Haha, you already said you'd fight me to the death. The words fell. Natsu suddenly jumped high. He punched Guildarts mercilessly. Regarding Natsu's attack, Guildarts merely took a half step sideways. He placed his right hand on Natsu's stomach. Rotate twice. It ended up hitting the ceiling. Let's come back next time. Guildarts said calmly. Still haven't changed much, uncle. Gray said. A man among men. Elfman is generous with his praise. Amidst the cheers of the audience. Only the drunkard Kana looked unhappy at the moment. If it were any other activity, Kana would definitely be one of the most active ones. But now his face is full of worry. There was no expression of welcome for Guildarts' long-awaited return. After all, he was an idiot father who didn't even know his daughter existed. Kana is the most hated, though. Ah, there are faces I haven't seen before. They've really changed a lot. Guildarts looked around and sighed softly. Suddenly. He seemed to sense something. His sight suddenly fell on the second floor. Yo, Lu Yu greeted softly. This man. Guildarts' expression suddenly became serious. However, when he saw the Fairy Tail partner logo on Lu Yu's hand, Guildarts' originally tense heartstrings also relaxed. Guildarts. Guildmaster Makarov called out from the bar. Oh, President, it's been a long time. Guildarts hurried forward. How's work? Makarov asked. Well, how should I put it? Guildarts frowned. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. No, there's nothing I can do. The words fell. The huge Fairy Tail Guild suddenly fell into a moment of silence. No way. Mission failed. Even Guildarts. How is this possible? It's unbelievable. Everyone in Fairy Tail had a look of shock on their faces. After all, before Lu Yu joined, Gildarts is the strongest wizard of Fairy Tail. The task completion rate is 100%. Even Uncle can't do it. As expected, only Big Brother is up to it. That century-long mission. Gray said softly, as that's so, even you can't do it. Makarov nodded. I'm sorry, I brought shame to the guild. Gildarts said, no, that's not the case. It's already the best thing that can happen. As far as I know, you are the first one to survive this mission. Makarov said, hee hee. Gildarts forced a smile, turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped again. Speaking of which, President, I heard a dragon appeared in Magnolia not long ago. What kind of dragon was it? Gildarts asked solemnly. Based on our observations, it should be a thunder dragon. Makarov said. He immediately told Gildarts everything that happened that day. Ah, thunder dragon. Dragons are such powerful creatures. Gildarts resents. My right hand subconsciously grasped my left hand, which was still aching. The failure of his century-long mission. All of this is because of the dragon. Encountered a terrifying and boundless black dragon. In an instant, he almost died on the spot. So when I heard that there were dragons in Magnolia, Gildarts would become nervous unconsciously. Fortunately, it was not the black dragon that appeared in this town. But it is a thunder dragon that is kind to people. It couldn't be better. 11 Seconds Chapter 353 Fairy Tale. Total Destruction. What's wrong with you, Gildarts? Makarov asked confusedly. Nothing, nothing, I'm going to rest first. Gildarts waved his hand calmly. I'm so exhausted this time. Natsu, come to my house later. There's a gift for you. Gildarts walked straight towards the wall, just when Lucy was one of them. Suddenly, the wall burst into amazing light. Excuse me. As Gildarts' words fell, the wall exploded. A huge hole was blown open by Gildarts' crushing magic. Go through the main entrance, Makarov snapped. Haha, what kind of gift will it be? I'm really looking forward to it. Natsu clenched his fists. He imitated Gildarts and broke the wall. You are such a parody, everyone complained. Natsu seemed to have not heard. He followed Gildarts with a reckless pace, with the departure of Gildarts and Natsu. The turbulent guild also returned to peace. Hey, Mr. Lu Yu, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy trotted upstairs cheerfully. What's wrong, Lucy? Lu Yu smiled. Mr. Lu Yu, why don't you challenge this century-long mission that even Gildarts couldn't complete? Lucy asked. 100-year mission, that sounds interesting. Lu Yu pondered, without waiting for him to nod in agreement. Wait a moment, the requirements for the 100 Years quest have changed. You need at least 2 S-class wizards to lead the team. Makarov's voice came. Then count me in. Urza walked over slowly. Urusa counts as 1, but there's still 1 missing. Makarov said. Mr. Lu Yu, isn't it okay? Lucy asked. Makarov shook his head. Then why not include me too? Angel-like Miss Mira said. Master, I am still an S-class wizard at best. No. Makarov still flatly refused, as a powerful Holy 10 wizard. He could feel it just now, Gildarts' tattered physical condition. Such a dangerous mission, in a short period of time. He didn't want anyone from the guild to pick it up again. Woo woo woo. Mira burst into tears. Ha 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 ha, forget it, since the president has said so, let's just wait a little longer. Speaking of which, the S-class wizard exam is not far away. Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. Makarov nodded. Then it's decided. The 100 Years mission will be put after the assessment. Cats are common species that can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. But a cat that is born with magical powers, can speak, has magic wings, and can fly. There are only about 100 of them in the entire Adras continent. They are the Exeter clan, also known as the Transcendents. 6 years ago, for some reason, he was sent to Adras from another world. Natsu's little blue cat Happy and Wendy's little white cat Charlu are 2 of the 100 cats. By chance, he formed a contract with 2 dragon slayers from this world. And by chance, they joined the same wizard guild. But, in the Fairy Tale Guild, there are now 4 dragon slayer wizards. Hey, Gajeel, what's that on your face? Did a cat scratch you? A fairy tale wizard laughed. None of your business. Gajeel responded grumpily and headed out again. Wander through the streets and alleys of Magnolia. Looking for a cat that belongs to me. Natsu and Wendy, both dragon slayers, have their own flying cats. Gajeel wanted one as well. Gajeel-kun has been acting strangely lately. He's been catching cats all day long in the streets. What's going on? Juvia tilted her head cutely, confusion showing on her little face. Cat. Lu Yu looked thoughtful. A hidden dragon slayer in Fairy Tale. Lu Yu wondered whether he should find a cat someday. However, anyone who is qualified to be his cat must at least be the king of a clan. For example, Sha Lulu's mother, Xiaje, the king of the Transcendent clan. Although it was a cat with a congenital defect and only 1 wing. But she is the queen after all, and her status is high enough, so that is enough. Mr. Lu Yu, what are you thinking about? Lucy and Juvia stood on the left and right, looking at Lu Yu curiously. Nothing. Lu Yu waved his hand. Looking at Mira who was walking towards him, he called her to stop. What's the matter? Lu Yu. Mira smiled gently, which was very cute. I've got a gift for you, Lu Yu said. Allah, Mira covered her mouth in surprise. Then her beautiful eyes swept around Lu Yu. Well, Lu Yu, I appreciate your gift, but it's not okay to give gifts to another woman in front of your own woman. Mira smiled slightly. It's okay, it's okay. Lucy waved her hands. Juvia doesn't mind at all. Juvia also agreed. Say that. But both of them clearly had an expression of, I want a gift too, on their faces. Lu Yu touched Lucy and Juvia's little heads soothingly. If you don't want it, Mira, then I'll give it to Elfman. Lu Yu smiled. Huh? Mira was stunned. She originally thought that Lu Yu was planning to launch an attack on her, so. However, when he heard that Elfman also had a share in this gift, Mira Jane couldn't help but be stunned. Look at Lu Yu's half-smile expression. Mira became more and more suspicious. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sister, I just heard a gift. The big Elfman hurried forward. Oh, it's Lu Yu who's planning to give us a gift. Mira said generously, decisively giving herself a share of the gift. Ah, us, aren't you alone? Elfman was stunned. I didn't expect that I would also get this gift. What exactly is the gift, Lu Yu? Could you please tell me? Elfman asked curiously. Let's keep it a suspense for now, we'll know when the time comes. Lu Yu smiled. Well then, we'll look forward to it. Elfman, it's time to go to church. Mira Jane smiled slightly and pulled her brother away, who wanted to ask more questions. At this time of year every year, the siblings would go to church, paying tribute to his sister Lisana, who died 2 years ago. Thick dark clouds gathered rapidly, enveloping the entire Magnolia. Heavy rain followed. It's raining so hard, Lucy sighed. This isn't Juvia's fault, Juvia quickly clarified. Yes, 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 everyone responded, for the people of Magnolia. This is just an ordinary rain in this season, no need to worry about it. But no one knows. This rain is more than just rain. The cloud-like great Uzumaki that swirled constantly above the fairy tale guild. It is the super magic of Edris. Soul crisis is approaching. The heavy rain poured down the deserted streets of Magnolia. The little blue-haired girl is arguing with her little white cat. Just then, the sound of footsteps in the rain attracted the attention of a man and a cat. Who is it? Sha Lulu turned her head and looked suspiciously at the man on the street carrying several wands. A tall man who is fully armed and wrapped. Wendy, Fairy Tale's strongest candidate, S-Class Wizard Mistgang, set his sights on the blue-haired little loli. Huh, that sound. Wendy was stunned. Sha Lulu was shocked. They were not unfamiliar with this voice. They had heard about the 6 Demon Generals mission not long ago. But, I didn't expect you to come to this guild. It really exceeded my expectations. Mistgang took off his mask, revealing a face that was exactly the same as Jalal's. In fact, he is also Gerald, but it wasn't the Jelal of this world. But it was Jelal from another world opposite to Idris. He is also the Jelal who actually saved Wendy 7 years ago. Jelal, why are you here? What the hell is going on? We later heard that you turned yourself into the council. Wendy and Sha Lulu, who didn't know the truth, were both shocked. The night of the 6 Demon Generals' attack, Lu Yu once kicked Gerald thousands of miles away. Laharl from the Freshman Council ultimately failed to capture Jelal. Because of this matter, the council even caused trouble for Fairy Tale. But they heard about it later. Gerard went to the council to surrender himself. The condition is that the council cannot cause trouble for Fairy Tale. The matter ended there, so when I saw Gerald here again, only Wendy and Sha Lulu would be so surprised. I understand how you feel now, but the Jelal you know is not the same person as me, Mistgang explained. I'm Mistgang from Fairy Tale. 7 years ago, I didn't know much about this world, so I told you my name is Jelal. This world. Sha Lulu keenly captured this keyword. Wendy, who was standing by, recalled the kind blue-haired brother from 7 years ago. You are the Jelal from 7 years ago. Tears flowed down Wendy's face in strings. I've always wanted to see you so much. I'm sorry I didn't come to see you, Jelal said apologetically. But there's no time now. Now, leave this city immediately. Mistgang's body suddenly staggered. My mission has failed. The anima, soul, has grown too large. I alone can no longer contain it. It won't be long before Magnolia is destroyed. What's going on? I don't understand a single thing. Wendy shook her head in disbelief. It's over. Destruction is inevitable, at least you. But what about Fairy Tale? What will happen to everyone in the guild? They will probably all die, Mistgang said with difficulty. Ta-ta. Wendy was so frightened that she took a few steps back, then she ran away quickly. Wendy, where are you going? Sha Lulu shouted. I'm going to inform everyone in the guild. I'm also a member of the guild. How can I just watch everyone disappear? Wendy spoke firmly, running wildly in the rain regardless of everything. No matter how many times you fall, you can get up again. Finally, the guild is in sight. However, the big Uzumaki in the sky was also becoming more and more violent. A terrifying magical light blooms, connecting heaven and earth. Super magic soul, activated. Everyone, something bad has happened, hurry up. Without waiting for Wendy's voice to be conveyed. The dazzling magical light filled the sky and the earth. The Fairy Tale Guild, along with the entire Magnolia, disappeared. Chapter 354. Reversed world Edris when the magic light of ultimate shines. The world fell into absolute silence, countless clouds of smoke rose. The raindrops in the sky stopped falling, instead, it goes against the flow and goes up towards the sky. Looking around, there was nothing there. Cardia Cathedral, the East Forest, and the Fairy Tale Guild. The entire town of Magnolia disappeared without a trace. In a desolate world, only a little lowly with blue hair knelt weakly on the ground, staring blankly at the empty scene all around. No way, the guild disappeared, and the town. How could this happen? What on earth happened? Wendy shouted anxiously. However, no one responded. Why? The town and the guild have all disappeared. Why am I the only one here? Wendy whispered helplessly. Just then, a small mound suddenly appeared on the ground nearby. A young man with rose-red spiky hair emerged from the earth. What's going on? Wendy, where is this place? Where's the guild? Where's everyone else? Natsu looked left and right, bewildered. Mr. Natsu, don't you remember anything? Wendy's eyes were filled with tears. Because I fell asleep, Natsu replied. This is the guild, and suddenly a huge hole appeared in the sky, sucking the guild, the town, and everyone in. Wendy explained. Ah. Natsu looked like he wasn't very smart. He didn't understand what Wendy was saying at all. It's just like a fairy tale. It's true, it seems like we are the only ones left. Wendy said. Wendy, did you hit your head? This is troublesome. Let's go find Granny Pelusika. Natsu deputy's expression of caring for mentally retarded children. No, could it be that we survived because we are dragon slayers? Wendy guessed the reason. That's right. The little white cat Sha Lulu confirmed Wendy's guess. Sha Lulu, that's great, you're okay. Wendy's face was filled with surprise. It seems that the special magic power possessed by the Dragon Slayer mage saved you from danger. Great, at least you're all okay, Sha Lulu said. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Does it matter what happens to everyone else? Natsu was dissatisfied. By the way, are they really all gone? Finally, Natsu reacted belatedly. It disappeared. To be more precise, it was absorbed by the anima. Sha Lulu explained. It's the hole in the sky. It's the door to another world, Edla's. Sha Lulu, why are you okay too? Wendy asked, no waiting for an answer. Natsu. Another voice sounded from the sky. What the hell is going on? The town has disappeared. The little blue cat Harpy flew over yelling. Happy, you're okay too, that's great. Natsu's face was filled with surprise. Because I'm originally from the other world, Adras, and the male cats there are the same. Sha Lulu said with a depressed look. Hey, Edris, what is that? Natsu and Wendy were both stunned. Adras is a different world from here, and now there, the magic is starting to disappear. Unlike this world, the magic power in Edlas is limited. If you keep using it, it will eventually be exhausted. In order to save the magic power that was about to be exhausted, the king of Edlas developed a magic that could absorb magic power from other places. That is the super subspace magic, anima. Sha Lulu explained to the two based on the fragments she had predicted. This was a plan that started 6 years ago, but it never went smoothly because someone kept shutting down anima operations everywhere. But this time, anima was too powerful. No one could stop it, and the guild was absorbed. Why do you want to absorb Fairy Tale? Natsu asked. I told you, it's to serve as Edris's magic power. Fairy Tale has many powerful wizards, so they were targeted. Sha Lulu said. What a bunch of willful bastards, give everyone back, bastards. Natsu yelled angrily. If you don't return it on your own initiative, then it will be my turn to go to your side this time. What do you want to do? Sha Lulu asked. Needless to say, of course, we have to go to Edlas and rescue all our friends. Natsu grinned and said matter-of-factly, whoosh. Whoosh. Two sharp sounds of breaking wind exploded in the sky. The little blue cat Happy is taking Natsu with him. The little white cat Sha Lulu takes Wendy with her. The two flying cats unleash all their magical powers. He rushed into the gap in space with two Dragon Slayer wizards. On the other side of the space is the reverse world, Adras. At the same time, shortly after Natsu and Wendy set off, a crack appeared in the ground along Magnolia Street. Gajeel, also a Dragon Slayer, broke out of the ground. Really? What the hell is going on? What happened earlier? And where exactly is this place? Looking at the empty Magnolia, Gajeel couldn't help but doubt his life. Shouldn't I be in Magnolia? Where the hell is this place? This is Magnolia. A faint voice sounded from behind Gajeel. Nani? Are you Mistgang? Gajeel's face was filled with shock. Mistgang nodded. He immediately told Gajeel everything that had happened. Super subspace magic. Anima. Reversed world Edris. Hey, you're suddenly saying so many outrageous things. How can anyone believe you? How did you know all that? Gajeel looked at Mistgang warily. Mistgang didn't answer Gajeel's question. If Anima is useless against the Dragon Slayer, I'm afraid Natsu and Wendy will have already gone there. What are you going to do, Gajeel? Oh, I finally found an interesting place. How could it just disappear like that? But how can I get to that Edlas? Gajeel asked. Leave this to me. Mistgang nodded and began to set up the formation. At the same time he took out a small medicine bottle from his arms. This potion will allow you to use magic there as well. And remember, turning your companions who have been transformed into magic crystals back into humans requires the power of dragon slaying magic. You. Finally, after explaining the important matters, Mist Gang clapped his hands. The magic light shines. Wowoo. Gajeel let out a strange cry, and his body turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the world gap in the sky. Shortly after Gajeel was teleported away, Magnolia's space ripples. 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, appeared out of thin air. Mr. Lu Yu, where is this place? Lucy was puzzled. Was that teleportation magic before? Master Lu Yu is so powerful. Juvia's eyes sparkled, her face full of admiration. Chapter 355 The Small World Inside. This is Magnolia. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Then the smiles on Lucy and Juvia's faces froze. The situation was urgent before, and I didn't have time to explain. I could only teleport you 2 away. Is this Magnolia? Lucy was stunned. How could this happen? The town, the guild, everyone, all disappeared. What happened before? Juvia screamed in disbelief. You're Lu Yu. Mist Gang looked at Lu Yu, who suddenly appeared in shock. Are you Mr. Gong? Lucy recognized the attire of the person in front of her. Let him explain the details, Lu Yu said. Mist Gang nodded blankly. I am still shocked that Lu Yu was able to protect Lucy and Juvia at that critical moment. At the same time, he suddenly thought of it, if it was Lu Yu. We will definitely be able to rescue our companions. Immediately, Mist Gang took a deep breath. He repeated what he had said to Gajeel earlier. After listening to Mist Gang's explanation, Lucy and Juvia were deeply shocked and could not recover for a long time. The expression on Lu Yu's face remained very calm from beginning to end. As a time traveler, he certainly knows everything about Adras. And with his power, it is not difficult to directly disperse the super magic anima. But Lu Yu didn't do that, because he still has a mission. Not long ago, when the super magic soul takes shape. The mission issued by the system, devour the world dragon. This mission does not require Lu Yu to transform into a dragon and devour Adras completely. Rather, it connects itself to the world of Adras. Resolve the mana depletion issue in the reversed world of Adras. At the same time, make it completely your own world. If successful, Lu Yu will become the master of Edlas. The power to control a world. This is different from the refining in the pirate's world. If it is changed to the theory of a higher fantasy world, it is like nurturing a small world within the body. The two complement each other. If Lu Yu died, Adras will also be destroyed. The demise of Adras would at most make Lu Yu slightly weak for a while. For Lu Yu, this mission is also a rare opportunity. If successful, next he can further connect himself to the main world. Become the king of the fairy tale world. That's roughly the details. What are you going to do? Mist Gang ended his story. I'm going. I absolutely have to go. Lucy said firmly. We are also fairy tale wizards. Juvia nodded. Finally, the 2 women's eyes fell on Lu Yu. Then let's go together. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Very good. With Mr. Lu Yu here, everything will be solved. Lucy and Juvia cheered. Then please take this. Mist Gang handed the remaining small bottle of potion to Lu Yu. At the same time, explain the efficacy of this medicine. Then he began to arrange the teleportation magic again. No need. Lu Yu waved his hand. Holding Lucy and Juvia in each hand, he ascended into the sky and soon disappeared into the clouds in deep space. Mist Gang. As expected, the new member of the guild is not simple. If he's here, everything will be solved smoothly. I'm also going to start preparations, at the same time. Wah. Huh, Lucy and Juvia hugged Lu Yu tightly on both sides, moaning softly. After passing through a brilliant light, the 2 women suddenly saw a bright light in front of their eyes. A moment later, the 3 of them are down to earth. Is this Edras? Looking at the desert in all directions? Lucy and Juvia couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Look up at the sky. Juvia suddenly exclaimed. Is that an island floating in the sky? Mr. Lu Yu, look, there are so many sky islands. Lucy greeted with surprise. Ah, Lu Yu raised his head slightly. I just felt my vision was a little blurry, the moment you step into this world. His mission had begun. The chaotic magic power in Lu Yu's body is closely connected with this Edras. The magic power in the body continues to flow into this world. For Lu Yu, it's like carrying the world on your shoulders. This mission was much more difficult than he had imagined. No, now is not the time to enjoy the scenery, Mr. Lu Yu, Juvia, let's go quickly, everyone is still waiting for us to rescue them, Lucy said. Juvia nodded. The 2 women looked at Lu Yu together. But Lu Yu, who had always been omnipotent, staggered and then fell to the ground. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu, the 2 men hurried forward. I'm going to sleep for a while. After leaving these words, Lu Yu's consciousness fell into complete slumber. Want to completely devour and refine this world? First you need to experience the world. To fit in with this world. Secondly, Lu Yu also needs to find out the reason why the world's magic power is exhausted. According to the law of conservation of energy, things like magic shouldn't disappear. The only possibility is that there is a gap in this world, causing the magic power to leak out. So while being connected to the world, Lu Yu also needs to find this gap and seal it. Endless desert, in the shadow of the rocks. The two girls, with panic-stricken looks on their faces, were frantically taking care of the sleeping young man. What should I do? How could Lord Lu Yu suddenly fall down? What on earth should we do? Juvia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, her pretty face full of anxiety. At this point, all we can do is wait. Lucy bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. I believe Mr. Lu Yu will be fine, so before Mr. Lu Yu wakes up, it's our turn to protect our beloved Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy said firmly. Infected by Lucy's emotions, Juvia also calmed down. Juvia, you are good at water magic, try to give Mr. Lu Yu some water. Lucy said. Good, Juvia nodded and leaned down. In front of Lucy, she kissed Lu Yu on the lips. Wait a minute, I asked you to give me some water. Lucy said. Well, this is Juvia's water magic, Juvia nodded matter-of-factly. Lucy was stunned. Think about it carefully, it seems that there is really nothing wrong with it. But, as an opponent, she couldn't fall behind. Okay, it's my turn next, Lucy said firmly. This went on for half a day. Lu Yu frowned while sleeping. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the mess around me, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lord Lu Yu, Mr. Lu Yu, it's great that you're awake. Lucy and Juvia cheered happily, next second, noticing Lu Yu's strange gaze. Lucy blushed. Juvia smiled sheepishly. Chapter 356. Lucy was stunned. Lu Yu shook his head and said nothing more. Take a deep breath. The air in the sky sank into his mouth, when all other forces are occupied. The only magic that Lu Yu can use freely now is the power of the Dragon King. After all, air is everywhere and can be used at any time. But even without magic, his physique alone is terrifying enough. Not to mention he has a lot of power in the pirate's world. Whether it's hockey or shock fruit abilities, they're all top-notch. Simple organization. Lu Yu stood up. Mr. Lu Yu, are you really okay? Lucy asked with concern. Fine, Lu Yu nodded calmly. Let's go. 2 hours later. Mr. Lu Yu, Juvia, look, there seems to be a building that looks like a big tree over there. Lucy stood at the highest point of the sand dune and exclaimed in surprise. Next second, when I saw the sign hanging on the big tree not far away. Lucy's face couldn't help but show extreme shock and disbelief. Oh, what's wrong? Juvia asked quickly. That big tree is Fairy Tail. Lucy exclaimed. What? Juvia also hurried forward and saw the familiar Fairy Tail logo. She was also shocked. It really is Fairy Tail, Master Lu Yu, but why is it here? Didn't Miss Gang say that everyone was turned into magic water products by that magic? Juvia whispered in confusion. No matter what's going on, let's go and see now. What do you think, Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy smiled brightly. Then let's go and have a look, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Regarding this big tree Fairy Tail guild, as a time traveler, Lu Yu is naturally the most familiar with him. This was not the Fairy Tail Guild in Aslan that they were looking for. But it is the Fairy Tail Guild, which was born and raised in Edlas. It is equivalent to the reverse side of Fairy Tail in the normal world. Lu Yu was also very interested, the time it takes to speak. The three of them arrived at the gate of Fairy Tail. Lucy pushed the door open happily, looking at those familiar faces. My eyes reddened with joy. Great, everyone's okay. The Fairy Tail Guild in the desert. Lucy pushed the door open impatiently. Looking at the familiar faces in the guild, Lucy's pretty face couldn't help but show extreme joy. Great, everyone is safe. Lucy's arrival also attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. Lucy, didn't you go out to look for Natsu and the others? Edris Mirajane asked in confusion. Miss Mira, looking at Mira, who was completely unchanged from usual. Lucy became even more certain of the fact that this was Fairy Tail. He immediately walked over and gave Mirajane a hug. What's wrong, Lucy? Mirajane asked suspiciously. Her intuition told her, this Lucy looks different from usual. Big sister Lucy. A weak voice came from the side. Lucy. Big sister. Lucy was stunned. Look up at the person who was speaking. Suddenly, it felt as if millions of alpacas were galloping through my heart. Because the person who called her, Big Sister, was the wild man Elfman. But its image is far from what Lucy remembered. Elfman, why did you become a watermelon head? Lucy asked. I've always been like this, Elfman replied weakly. Hey, Stinky Lucy over there, be quiet. At this moment, the girl's scolding voice was heard. Stinky. Lucy? Hearing that familiar voice, Lucy froze again. She turned her head mechanically and looked at the blue-haired girl who was fiddling with the equipment nearby. Lebby-chan, I admit that I got some sauce on your book a while ago, sorry. Lucy apologized subconsciously. Just think that Libby found out about it. Huh? Hearing Lucy being addressed by herself, Libby was also surprised. Normal words. The other party has now responded with, Stinky Bud. But now, could it be? Libby's expression gradually became strange, and she guessed something. Well, everyone, let's raise our glasses together. Kana, come over and have a couple of drinks too. Macau raised his glass. No, I'm allergic to alcohol. Kana, as elegant as a noble lady, held up a cup of black tea and declined. Nani, Kana, don't you love drinking the most? Lucy was shocked. And where are your clothes? Really, Lucy, stop joking. Kana smiled and waved. Lucy's head was confused. Even if it's slow, right now, after seeing so many abnormalities. She also reacted. The fairy tale guild before it was very different from what she remembered. Although they all have the same appearance, they are not the same person. Nap, who in her impression never made public, is now busy with work. Jade and Troy, who are of average strength, are now indeed the strongest in the guild. Besides, Lucy, you're back so soon. How are Natsu and the others doing over there? Another familiar voice sounded. Lucy turned her head blankly. Looking at Juvia behind him, he opened his arms and hugged Juvia. Juvia, everyone in the guild is so weird. By the way, where's Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy asked quickly. Lucy, Lord Lu Yu and I are here. Juvia's voice came from outside the door, earlier when Lucy ran away alone. Lu Yu once again suffered the pressure of the world. It took a long time before he finally regained his strength. He, looking at Juvia outside the door, and then looking at Juvia in front of her who exuded the aura of a strong woman, Lucy was completely confused. Good moment. Is that really the case? Mira of Edla's nodded slightly. No wonder I felt Lucy was a little strange just now. It turns out you were also from the other side of the world. Lucy and Juvia from the other side. Big sister Lucy from the other side is so gentle. Watermelon-headed Elfman said. Well, even though they look the same, they're a lot better than that stinky Lucy over here. Adela's rabbi said. Wait a moment, too much information to take in at once. Lucy felt like her brain was about to overload and crash. That is to say, this fairy tale is not the one I know. You are the fairy tale that was born and raised in this world. That's right. The tall, blue-haired lady walked up to Lucy. The justice before him swung a thrilling arc. You're Wendy, a grown-up version. Lucy recognized the person in front of her at a glance. It's the big-sized Queen Wendy. Chapter 357 Juvia Panic. I didn't expect Wendy to grow up to be so. Don't underestimate me on the other side. Lucy on the other side. Queen Wendy raised an eyebrow. Ha ha ha, sorry. Lucy apologized, after understanding the cause and effect of everything. The confusion and panic in her heart disappeared. Even though they are not the same person, they are still good friends of fairy tale. This way, the cheerful Lucy quickly became familiar with everyone in Edla's fairy tale. The other side, Juvia, on the other hand, stared at Edris Juvia. Aside, Gray, dressed warmly and looking like a snowman, looked at a loss. For a long while, puff, both Juvias laughed at the same time. It really feels incredible, Edris Juvia said. Juvia thinks so too. Juvia nodded. Hey, Juvia over there, who was that man earlier? Edris Juvia pointed at Lu Yu who was sent to the room to rest. That's Lord Lu Yu. Juvia's face was filled with joy. When talking about Lu Yu, his eyes were full of admiration. Hey, so is that the guy on the other side your husband? Edris Juvia said. No, it hasn't come to that yet, but we've already done what needs to be done. Juvia held her face with a crazy look on her face. Hey, Edris Juvia's gaze gradually became subtle. As a strong woman, I feel very puzzled as to why I am so dependent on and in love with another man. More importantly, in her opinion, there is nothing special about Lu Yu. I was so weak after just walking in the desert for a few hours. It's so weak. Also, she also observed, not just the other side of yourself. Even Lucy on the other side seemed to have a close relationship with Lu Yu. He's a playboy who maintains relationships with two women at the same time. He must be a scumbag who keeps sweet-talking, this moment. Edris Juvia's impression of Lu Yu plummeted. Hey, Wendy, did you say that Natsu, Wendy, Happy, and Charlu have been here before? Lucy suddenly cried out in surprise. Yeah, that's right, those should be Natsu and Wendy from your side. Wendy nodded. So where are they now? Lucy asked anxiously. As for them, they're probably going to the capital to rescue their companions who have turned into magic crystals. Mirajane said. Not good. Lucy's face changed. Wendy and Natsu didn't take Miss Gang's medicine, so they can't use magic in this world. This will be very dangerous. But, Lord Lu Yu. Juvia frowned. Don't worry, I'm on the other side, we'll take care of that person. Edris Juvia assured. We'll take good care of that gentleman. Mirajane also agreed, after a moment's hesitation. Lucy and Juvia looked at each other and nodded heavily. They believed that Lu Yu would be fine. I also believe that the partners here will take good care of you. After saying goodbye to the sleeping Lu Yu, Lucy and Juvia traveled together and headed to the royal capital first. Shortly after Lucy and Juvia left, Sister Mira, something seems wrong with the gentleman inside. Lisana said uneasily. Hearing this, Mirajane and Juvia hurried into the house to check on the situation. After all, they promised to take good care of Lu Yu. It's so hot, Mirajane retracted her slender hand that was resting on Lu Yu's forehead. I'll get some ice packs. A short while later, Juvia returned with an ice pack. Temporarily cool down Lu Yu's body. This person seems to be under a lot of pressure, if he doesn't release it. Mira frowned. I'll look for a solution in the book. I'll leave this to you for now, Juvia. I see, Juvia agreed. As Mirajane left, only Juvia and Lu Yu were left in the hut. Looking at the sleeping Lu Yu, Juvia felt a strange feeling in her heart. Wait until you come to your senses, she had already. Wow. Juvia cried out softly, calm yourself down quickly. I don't know why I'm so devoted to you, but, since I promised to take care of you, I'll reluctantly help you relieve some of the pressure. Juvia took off her high heels. The jade feet wrapped in delicate silk were slowly raised. Fall. Adra's fairy tale. Because of the arrival of Natsu Wendy and Lucy Juvia on the other side. The atmosphere in the guild was heated, and the topic also revolved around the other side. Many people began to wonder what they would be like on the other side. As the strongest member of the guild, Jed Yu Troy began to imagine himself dominating the world on the other side. Kana was still surprised when she learned from Lucy that she was an alcoholic on the other side. She couldn't accept this fact for a moment, after all, she was allergic to alcohol. Same. Libby here can't imagine it. On the other side, she and Lucy turned out to be the closest of friends. Everything is so incredible. In the guild, there was only one person with a complicated expression, as if he was hiding something. That was Mira Jane and Elfman's sister, Lisanna. Nobody knows. Lisanna here is actually from the other side, 2 years ago. Lisanna was seriously injured by the runaway Elfman. At the moment of death, the super magical soul sucked her into this world of Edris. He merged with Lisanna, who fell off a cliff and died in this world, and was resurrected. Because I don't know how to return to my original world. Moreover, I don't want to make my brothers and sisters here sad. Lisanna gradually integrated into this world's fairy tale. I thought this was going to be how I spent my life. However, but I never thought about it. Natsu, my childhood best friend and the one I once wanted to marry, suddenly appeared. But she didn't even have the courage to meet and greet Natsu. Lisanna, what's wrong with you? Edris Myra asked with concern. Nothing. Mira Jane, I'm going to go check on that gentleman and take over Juvia's shift. Lisanna trailed off. The door of the cabin opened. Julia walked out. Juvia-chan, gray, dressed in thick clothes like a snowman, rushed forward and was knocked away by Juvia's punch. Juvia, what's wrong? Lisanna looked at her friend suspiciously, her gaze gradually shifting downwards. Finally it landed on Juvia's long legs. Juvia-chan, where are your stockings? Lisanna asked. It's a little dirty, so I'm going to take it off and wash it. Lisanna said. Do you need my help? Lisanna said enthusiastically. No. No need. Juvia's fair face turned slightly red. He quickly hid the changed hi-fi in his pocket, then he ran away in a hurry. What happened to Juvia? Lisanna watched Juvia walk away suspiciously. Then he walked into the room with Mira Jane. Sniff. Mila Jane, do you smell anything? Sana asked. No, don't think too much. Mira smiled slightly, opened the window, and let the sunlight shine on Lu Yu. Lisanna nodded slightly, looking at Lu Yu who was sleeping peacefully. For a moment, the two sisters were stunned. Hey, Mira Jane, why do I feel like this gentleman has an indescribable aura? Lisanna said. Indeed, the aura of this gentleman seems very warm. Mira Jane squinted her beautiful eyes comfortably, feeling the warm magic emanating from Lu Yu with all her heart and soul. It seems to come from the embrace of Mother Earth. Yu. Just then, suddenly, there was a commotion in the guild. Lebby, what's wrong? The teleportation machine. For some unknown reason, the machine's magic power is increasing little by little. Libby said in surprise. Oh, really, the magic power of my magic tools is also fully replenished. What the hell is going on? Could it be a gift from God? Is the magic of this world about to be restored? Everyone in Fairy Tale was beaming with joy. The powerful magic tide lasted all night. The Fairy Tale Guild of Edris is full of magic power. All magic items are at full capacity. Nani, Juvia cried out softly. Then he quickly covered his mouth. Mira, Lisanna, are you saying that the source of last night's magic tide was that man named Lu Yu? Edris Juvia was shocked. It's very likely. Mira Jane nodded solemnly. This kind of thing. Juvia shook her head in disbelief. He immediately stretched out his long legs and entered Lu Yu's room as soon as possible. But Lu Yu, who was still in a deep sleep yesterday, has now woken up. Looking at Edris Juvia who came in, a subtle arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Edris Juvia, you really did something incredible yesterday. Lu Yu looked at Juvia with a smile, even in a deep dormant state. For everything outside, Lu Yu was not completely ignorant. Yesterday, Edris Juvia took advantage of him while he was asleep. What you did to him, Lu Yu understood everything. For Lu Yu, this is my first time coming to the other world. This. How could you? Clearly. Hearing Lu Yu's words, a look of panic suddenly appeared on Edris Juvia's pretty face. It's not just about being caught red-handed doing something bad. Especially because of this moment. The aura of strength naturally emanated from Lu Yu. Yesterday, because I haven't adapted yet and am being oppressed by the world. Lu Yu has been in a semi-asleep state. He looked like a frail and sickly mortal. But after a day of adjustment, Lu Yu has found the balance between himself and the world. It won't be like yesterday. That's why Edris Juvia could feel it clearly. The invisible oppression emanating from Lu Yu's body. This was a feeling that even the fairy hunter Urza Nightwalker had never made her experience. In the feeling of Edris Juvia, now she was not facing a single person. It is a giant dragon hovering above the sky, or maybe it's the god who controls the world. It is also at this moment, she finally understood. Why are Lucy and I so devoted to this man? Sorry. Edris Juvia held her head in her hands in fear and squatted in the corner. He no longer had the arrogance he had yesterday when he did something bad. Chapter 358. Reunion. Lu Yu stood up. The shadow of the body completely covered Edris Juvia. Just when Edris Juvia thought she was finished, next second, she felt a warm magic surge into her heart, warm up her cold hands and feet. Get up, what happened yesterday is over. I won't bother with a little girl like you over such a trivial matter. Lu Yu's big hand fell on Juvia's blue hair and touched it gently. Ah. Juvia nodded and raised her head slightly, looking at Lu Yu in front of her. The image of Lu Yu in my mind suddenly became infinitely tall and clear, and could never be erased. Lu Yu. Sir, unconsciously, the way she addressed Lu Yu also matched the way she addressed herself on the other side. Get up, Lu Yu said. Yes, Juvia stood up obediently. Speaking of which, Lord Lu Yu, do you really not mind what happened yesterday? Juvia bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth. Juvia, do you want me to mind? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. One hand on the wall, gave Juvia a standard wall bang. No, no, Juvia quickly waved her hands in panic. Close your eyes at the same time, nervously waiting for the wonderful things to come. However, bang, final. All Juvia waited for was Lu Yu's finger. He tapped her forehead, leaving a faint mark. The strong woman Juvia pouted a little aggrievedly, with a look of slight loss on her face. Lu Yu. Looking at Juvia's little expression. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Juvia in this world is supposed to be a strong woman. She shouldn't be as easy to take down as Juvia over there. But now, this is indeed the case. Juvia and Lucy of Edlas are both strong women and big sisters. That's why all the men around them are afraid of them. Be timid in front of them, a strong woman like Juvia. Naturally, I don't like cowardly men at all, she likes strong and powerful men. When I first met Lu Yu yesterday, Juvia only thought that Lu Yu was a scumbag who only knew how to use sweet words to bully girls. However, before, she finally saw the real Lu Yu. Such a strong and powerful man, it is her favorite choice. Plus what happened yesterday, Juvia, the strong woman of Edris, has completely fallen. Love comes too fast, like a tornado. A girl's love often only lasts for a moment. After Juvia of Asland, Juvia of Edlas has also fallen. In addition to various personal reasons, there is another reason that even Lu Yu doesn't know. That is, Lu Yu's current aura is in tune with the world. Who among the inhabitants of this world would reject the world they live in? Lord Lu Yu, that. Edris Juvia's little hands tangled together. The fair and pretty face flew up into the red clouds. I was hesitant and wanted to confess, but there was no exit. Juvia-chan, Mr. Lu Yu, Lisana's voice came from the other side of the door. Let's talk about it later, there are still many things to do. Lu Yu smiled. Yes, Juvia nodded with a hint of disappointment. Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked out. The three people who came towards them were Edris Mirajane, Lisana and Queen Wendy. Oh, Mr. Lu Yu, are you okay now? Mirajane asked with concern. Yeah, nothing serious, Lu Yu said calmly. Mr. Lu Yu, I'm wondering if you are a very powerful person on the other side? Queen Wendy asked. It's okay, Lu Yu agreed modestly. Everyone in the fairy tale guild looked at each other in confusion. If I hadn't witnessed the miracle last night, they would really treat Lu Yu as an ordinary wizard with magical powers in his body. Last night, except for Juvia who went to bed early because she felt guilty. The rest of the fairy tale guild all sensed the tide of magic. And after some testing, they were shocked by the discovery. The source of the magic tide turned out to be Lu Yu. That will fill the entire guild with magical power. Actually, all of them came from Lu Yu. What a huge magical power this is. And Lu Yu who possesses such great magic power. There must be an extremely powerful existence in the world on the other side. After knowing this, at this moment, everyone in Fairy Tale of Edris looked at Lu Yu with a hint of awe. At the same time they couldn't help but wonder, if Lu Yu could stay. Then they won't have to worry about magic power in the future. They can only think about this. After all, Lu Yu is on the other side. One day I will return to another world. They won't be able to be together for long. The time of separation came faster than they imagined. Lu Yu, after waking up, he immediately indicated that he wanted to leave. To this, naturally, the people from Fairy Tale in Edris had no reason to stop them. Well, Mr. Lu Yu, thanks to you, the magic tide last night filled the teleportation machine with magic power, allowing it to teleport many times. If you want to go to the royal capital, do you need us to give you a ride? Lebby asked tentatively, thinking that Lu Yu provided them with so much magic power. It makes sense, it is only natural for them to give them a ride. If you're just giving me a ride, then there's no need for that. Just consider last night's magic power as accommodation fee here. Lu Yu spoke calmly, his eyes swept over everyone in the guild. I have one last question, do you really intend to keep hiding like this? Yes, everyone in Fairy Tale understood what Luo Shu meant. But there is no answer, because they have no choice but to hide. I can tell you in advance that this world is about to undergo a shocking change. The problem of magic will be solved, the king will be dealt with, and everything will be back on track. It's up to you to decide whether to believe it or not. Goodbye. Leaving this sentence, Lu Yu left the fairy tale guild of Edris. In an instant, it disappeared. Edris, the town of Lewin. Natsu, Wendy, Happy and Charlu, 2 people and 2 cats, arrived under the guidance of Lucy in Edris. Not long ago, magic was freely sold here, but after the kingdom began hunting guilds, even the buying and selling of magic is now banned. Even possessing magic is a crime. Edris Lucy introduced. So what should people who already know how to use magic do? Wendy asked in confusion. What's wrong? It won't be long as you don't touch magic. By the way, what does it mean to be a person who can use magic? Edris Lucy asked back. Different from the other world, Asland. Edlis's magic can only be performed through various magic props. The people of Adris cannot store magic in their bodies. That's why Edris Lucy was confused by Wendy's statement. It seems that in this world, magic is just like a prop. Sha Lulu reacted and explained it briefly, the time it takes to speak. Several people came to the underground magic black market. There is veteran Lucy to lead the way and pay the bill. Wendy and Natsu successfully obtained magic items of their respective attributes. It was almost noon. Lucy brought the 2 people and 2 cats to a nearby restaurant and sat down. While eating, he asked Natsu and the others about his own situation on the other side. When I heard that Asland was writing novels and could also use key magic. Edris Lucy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, yeah, there's one more thing. Scary Lucy, you know? Lucy over there in 8 Trigram's little blue cat, Harpy, is about to reveal Lucy's emotional state. But at this moment, found it, quickly seal off the town. A team of fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared in front of everyone. You're a fairy tale wizard, right? Stay still and don't move. A captain of the kingdom army shouted loudly. The other soldiers split into 2 groups and surrounded Natsu and the others. Yoshi, it'll come in handy soon. Fire it up. The bellicosity of Natsu immediately activated the fire magic he had just acquired, Torch. A powerful spiral of flame shot out. However, they were all blocked by the soldiers of the kingdom army and their magic shields. When Natsu tried to use Fire Guard again, but it was a surprising discovery. The torch that was burning brightly before has gone out now? I've already said that magic power is limited, and all magic items have a limited number of uses. Edla's Lucy rubbed her forehead helplessly. You can only use this once. Natsu was dumbfounded. If used properly, it could probably be used 100 times. Edla's Lucy said, not good, not good, not good. The little blue cat Habby was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Just then, Wendy, who had been fiddling with her magic tome, finally activated the Sky Rift cannon. Same as Natsu before. Wendy, who was not familiar with magic items, released all the magic power in the Sky Rift cannon in one breath. A terrifying giant tornado was generated, and because of improper operation. The tornado did not fall on the kingdom army. Instead, he soared into the sky with his own people. But it's a pity. Natsu and his group were also able to escape the encirclement of the kingdom army. We're finally saved, but we can't leave town like this. Looking at the kingdom army searching the streets, Adra's Lucy couldn't help but look worried. Magic here is so inconvenient. Natsu sighed. That's what I mean. Wendy nodded in agreement. Is there no other entrance or exit? Sha Lulu asked. Adra's Lucy shook her head at this moment. Found it. It's fairy tale. Wang Gojun outside the door suddenly shouted. Natsu and his group who were hiding in the house were all horrified. However, a moment later, they just discovered. The footsteps of the kingdom army outside the door were getting farther and farther away. The fairy tale members they found were not them. Then who could it be? Through the crack in the door, I looked at the blonde and blue-haired beautiful girls surrounded by the kingdom army not far away. Natsu, Wendy, Adra's Lucy, Happy, and Charlu all widened their eyes in shock. Lucy and Juvia. Chapter 359, Fairy Tale's Strongest Wizard. Loontown. There was a lot of panic. Team after team of fully armed Royal Army soldiers walked through the streets and alleys. The ordinary civilians on the street were frightened by the scene and fled back to their homes. It won't take long. There were only a few kittens and puppies left on the street. The blonde and blue-haired beauties who suddenly appeared on the street stood out. This world is really so strange, even Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy sighed softly, looking downcast. Juvia thinks so too. This world is so disgusting. Juvia nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about that anymore. Who are these soldiers trying to catch? It can't be us, right? Haha. Lucy told a joke to lighten the mood. In fact, she didn't think the soldiers were arresting them. After all, they were new here and hadn't done anything yet. Moreover, a group of soldiers had run past them before and did not attack them. That's why. Only then can Lucy and Juvia walk on the street with peace of mind. However, not long after, looking at the soldiers who surrounded him, Lucy knew she was wrong. It was obvious that they were the target these soldiers were hunting. Oh my god. It really is fairy tale. How audacious. They clearly knew we were arresting them, yet they still brazenly appeared on the street. I thought I was seeing things, but I never thought these guys from the Dark Guild would be so bold. This is a blatant provocation. The death penalty must be imposed. The soldiers of the Kingdom Army spoke angrily, especially the team that had run past Lucy and the others earlier. He even shouted angrily, accusing Lucy and Juvia of being bold. Well, soldiers, are you mistaken? We didn't do anything. Lucy asked back. You must be Lucy and Juvia from Fairy Tail. The captain of the Wang Gojun team shouted. Well, I am indeed Lucy, but what do you mean by this? Are you trying to pick a fight? Lucy was also a little angry. Just admit it, take them down. The captain of the Wang Gojun team waved his hand. Not good, we must go rescue them. Natsu rushed out of the safe house immediately. But I saw a battlefield on the street not far away. Lucy and Juvia remained calm and composed from beginning to end. Lucy raised her hand and took out a key of the zodiac. Sister Lucy, you can't use magic in this world. Wendy quickly reminded. But the next second, Wendy, Natsu, and the others were shocked and dumbfounded. There was only a crisp ding-dong sound. Open the gate of Scorpio, Scorpion. A gorgeous golden magic circle emerged. Scorpius Star Spirit Scorpion, here we go, Desert Hurricane. Scorpion launches an area attack. The powerful Desert Hurricane instantly shattered the kingdom's army. The water is dripping, and it is breaking through. The other side. Juvia raised her hand and waved. Several water jets shot out like lightning. She slew all the kingdom troops that attacked her. In front of a real wizard. The kingdom's army, relying on magic items, was defeated in an instant. This is magic, Lucy, Juvia, why can you use magic? Natsu and Wendy screamed madly, until the two of them spoke. Lucy and Juvia finally reacted. Natsu, Wendy, and me. Lucy was still shocked when she saw herself suddenly appear in front of her. Everyone, this is not the place to talk. Another army is coming. Juvia reminded. Then let's break out and leave. Lucy concentrated. Open the door of Ares, Ares. With the help of Lucis' star magic and Juvia's water magic, the group successfully broke out of the encirclement of the king's army. Leaving Rune Town, he fled all the way to the quiet forest on the edge of town. It shouldn't matter now. Wendy and Sha Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I haven't sensed any trace of pursuers yet. Juvia nodded. But Lucy, Juvia, how did you end up in Edris? Natsu asked confused. We thought you, Lucy's sister and Juvia's sister, had turned into magic crystals too. Wendy said worriedly. Before being devoured by Anima, and turned into a magic crystal, Mr. Lu Yu took Juvia and me and teleported away. Lucy replied. Is it Lu Yu again? Teleport. Does Mr. Lu Yu even know this kind of magic? What on earth is there that person can't do? Natsu, Wendy, and Sha Lulu were all shocked. Wait a moment. The little blue cat Habibi seemed to have thought of something. According to what Lucy said before, then Lu Yu, Boss Lu Yu is here too. This world. Happy asked expectantly, because of excessive expectations. Even Lu Yu was addressed as boss. Yes, it was Mr. Lu Yu who brought us to this world. Lucy nodded. Really? That's great. With Boss Lu Yu here, all problems will be solved. There's no need to worry anymore. Harpy yelled with joy, but the next second, Lucy and Juvia looked down in frustration. What's wrong, Sister Lucy? What's wrong with Mr. Lu Yu? Wendy asked in confusion. Could they have gotten separated? Sha Lulu guessed. No. Lucy shook her head. In fact, Lord Lu Yu is not compatible with this world. Since coming to this world, he has collapsed several times. Juvia didn't hide it. Tell everyone this shocking truth. The little blue cat Habby was shocked. Boss Lu Yu has fallen. Such a powerful Boss Lu Yu has fallen? Why on earth is this happening? We don't know the specific cause either. Mr. Lu Yu himself said he has found the source and it will take some time to resolve it. Lucy said. So where is Mr. Lu Yu now? Wendy asked. As for Lord Lu Yu, he is now resting in this world's fairy tale. Juvia said. In our guild, Edris Lucy finally found an opportunity to intervene in the conversation. Lucy, Juvia, you've also encountered this world's fairy tale, but what about Urza? Natsu asked. Ursa? I haven't seen her, she doesn't seem to be in the guild. Lucy shook her head. Of course not. Let me tell you, the Urza in this world is even more terrifying than the one we know. Natsu became interested and immediately told Lucy and Juvia what happened after they came to this world. And the terrifying fairy hunter Urza in this world. Okay, now let's get back to the most important question. Why can you and Juvia still use magic in this world, Lucy? Sha Lulu took over the conversation. Yeah, why is that? We can't even use any magic. Natsu demanded. Could it be Mr. Lu Yu's magic? Wendy guessed. No, Juvia shook her head. The reason we can use magic is probably because of Miss Gang's medicine. Juvia said. Medicine? What medicine? Do you have any more? Natsu and Wendy hurried forward. No, Miss Gang said most of the pills were given to Gajeel. Lucy took a few steps back in panic. Nani, Gajeel is here too. Where is Mr. Gajeel now? Natsu and Wendy questioned. Lucy and Juvia shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Alas, there's nothing I can do. I can only take it one step at a time. Gajeel-san will definitely go to the capital where the magic crystal is. Everyone nodded and roughly determined the direction. Hey, wait a minute, Do you really want to fight the Kingdom Army? You can't even use magic. Edris Lucy frowned. Wait a minute, Juvia and I can use it. Lucy retorted. Leave it to me, the strongest wizard in fairy tale. I'm burning. Lucy began to swell. No, suddenly, Juvia stood up, her expression solemn. What happened all of a sudden? Lulu was puzzled. If you really count, Lucy, you are only second now. Juvia is the strongest here, Aisha. Said the harpy. Well, I'm second, so the title of strongest will be yours for now, Juvia. Lucy said weakly. No, Juvia shook her head, her eyes fell on Natsu. Natsu, you said earlier that Urza in this world is not only not a fairy tale wizard, but is even hunting fairies, right? Juvia asked solemnly. Oh, that's right. We were attacked shortly after arriving here. Luckily we teleported quickly. Natsu nodded blankly. In that case, I really can't continue to go to the capital with you. I have to go back to fairy tale. Juvia said firmly. Why? Lulu reacted halfway through her words. Previously, he was hunted by Urza because he didn't know about the fairy tale in this world. That's why Lucy and Juvia can safely leave Lu Yu to the care of the fairy tale in this world. However, now. After knowing this, Juvia couldn't calm down no matter what she did. I understand, Juvia. I will continue to go to the capital with Natsu and the others. I'll leave Mr. Lu Yu to you. Lucy spoke, her expression firm. May I? Juvia hesitated. She knows. Lucy and Kazuya felt the same way. Partners in the guild are very important. Same. Lu Yu is also an important person in their lives. Yes, Juvia, you are stronger than me. If we really meet Urza from this world, we won't be helpless. I will leave Mr. Lu Yu to your protection. Lucy smiled. I understand, Juvia nodded in agreement. Immediately return along the same route you came from. The other side, watching Juvia's figure gradually fade away. Lucy looked away and clapped her hands. Then, we should plan our route to the capital. Lucy said. Miss Lucy, Wendy hesitated to speak. Don't worry, I can protect you even without Juvia. Lucy spoke confidently. No, that's not what I meant. Wendy wanted to explain, but Lucy raised her hand to interrupt him. In this world, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way from now on. Okay. Edris Lucy nodded. In the evening, Edris Lucy brought Lucy and her group to the next town, Sika Town. The crowd did not travel overnight, instead, he opened a hotel and took a short rest. At the same time, we can also discuss the next route to the royal capital. Chapter 360 Dragon Slaying Magic Breaks the Crystal. 10 o'clock in the evening, the meeting is over. Everyone returned to their rooms. Natsu and Happy share the same room. Wendy is naturally with Lulu. In the end, the only ones left were the two Lucys. Being in close proximity with another person who is exactly like you. It was a novel experience for both Lucys. By the way, do you want to take a bath together? Lucy suggested. Okay, Edris Lucy agreed. Crash. In a narrow bathtub. Two Lucys, who were exactly the same in appearance and figure, entered the water at the same time, each occupying one end. It's incredible, we are exactly the same, Lucy sighed softly. It would be great if Mr. Lu Yu was here, so we could play a guessing game. It would be really nice if Lu Yu were here. After all, two Lucys means double the fun. If you add a complete copy of the Gemini Star Spirit Gemini, that's 3 times the joy. Who is this Lu Yu over there that you've been talking about since the day? Could he be your? There was a subtle curve on Edris Lucy's face. Wah. Lucy blushed immediately and hid in the water. Did you do it? Edla's Lucy became more and more excited. Lucy answered vaguely, her eyes evasive. What's there to be embarrassed about? Tell me in detail. What kind of man is this, me, over there interested in? Edris Lucy ate trigrams heartbursting. Okay, I'll tell you. Mr. Lu Yu is the best man in the world. If you meet him, you might fall in love with him at first sight. Speaking of Lu Yu, Lucy suddenly became interested. He immediately began to describe in detail the past of his meeting and getting to know Lu Yu. Hey, are there such powerful people in your world? I really want to meet them. Edris Lucy sighed. There must be a chance, Lucy nodded. Well, let's rest now and talk about it tomorrow. The next day. Dawn. Unbelievable, what on earth is this? Lucy's angry yell woke Natsu and the others. You're so excited so early in the morning, what's wrong? Natsu rubbed his sleepy eyes. Edris escaped. Lucy held up the note in her hand. Really? We were so close yesterday, and she said she'd help us, but now? I can't believe it, is this really me? Lucy said indignantly, because it is the self of this world. That's why she couldn't let go of this behavior of just walking away. But the person is gone. No matter how angry Lucy was, it would be of no use. They still have to go to the royal capital next. On the other side, the entrance to Sheikah town. Edris Lucy carried her bag and walked briskly. There wasn't a trace of confusion on his face. After talking to myself last night, she has figured it all out. The mind is clear. The idea is clear. As a native resident of this world, how could she rely solely on people from other worlds to make changes to this world? If you really want to change the world, you have to do it yourself. That's why she made the decision to return to the guild. She wanted to persuade her fellow guild members to fight side by side. Besides, if I return to the guild, I should be able to see the man I love so deeply in another world. Edla's Lucy smiled slightly, and a hint of anticipation unconsciously appeared on her pretty face. Right now. Fairy tale in the desert. Alas, what are you talking about me in this world? Lord Lu Yu left a few days ago. Upon hearing this news, Juvia's voice rose an octave. She left behind Natsu, Wendy, and her guildmates who had turned into magic crystals. I rushed back here just to protect Lu Yu, however, this is the result. Ma, don't worry, Juvia on the other side. Edris Mirajane spoke soothingly. If it's that gentleman, there will be no problem. Lisana said. But Lord Lu Yu's health has been unstable since he came to this world. If he's not careful. Juvia's expression was filled with worry. If you really like Lord Lu Yu, you should trust him unconditionally and completely, right? Edris Juvia suddenly spoke. You're right. Juvia wiped the tears from her eyes. Lord Lu Yu must be worried about everyone in the guild, so he forced himself to go to the royal capital. There is no time to waste, I'm leaving, Juvia said as she prepared to leave. However, after taking only 2 steps, he staggered. Edris Juvia was quick-eyed and quick-handed, he quickly supported himself. I really can't do anything about you. Let me accompany you on the rest of the journey. Lebby, get ready for solo teleportation, Edris Juvia said. Yes, leave it to me, Adraslibi agreed readily. Juvia-chan, it's too dangerous to go to the capital. Edrus Gray, dressed like a snowman, looked worried. Shut up, I've made up my mind, just stay here, you coward. Edris Juvia interrupted. Juvia, the transmission is ready and can be activated at any time. Adela's rabbi said. Please, the 2 Juvias stood at the designated teleportation location. The bright magic light shines. The figure carrying the 2 Juvias disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in the mountains, forests and lakes outside the royal capital, thousands of miles away. Let's rest here for a while. You must be very tired, I'll get you some water. When you have rested well, we will go to find Master Lu Yu together. Edris Juvia said. Thank you, me of this world. Juvia thanked him sincerely. Suddenly, Juvia seemed to have discovered something, and a strange look unconsciously appeared on her face. What's wrong? Edris Juvia was puzzled. No, I was just wondering, did anything happen between you and Lord Lu Yu on the day we left? Juvia asked suspiciously. Juvia couldn't help but be concerned about the fact that she suddenly called Lu Yu, sir. No, nothing could happen, nothing at all. Edris Juvia waved her hands guiltily. I just felt that my feet were getting very hot in the high heels. Juvia. Stare, there's indeed something fishy. Haha, I'll go get you some water. Edris Juvia quickly fled. Time passes by little. There is still 1 day left before the plan to extract the magic power from the giant magic crystal. To boost the spirits of the nation, King Faust of Edris split off a part of the huge magic crystal in advance. It was placed in the royal capital square, ready for the public to observe the magic crystal extraction ceremony in advance. Right now, Royal Capital Square, there were huge crowds of people. Crowded with people, hundreds and thousands of people gathered from all directions. I want to observe the magic power extraction of the rare magic crystal. Everyone's attention was focused on the huge magic crystal. No one noticed. In the corner were 2 blue-haired girls who looked exactly the same. It was Juvia and the others who had been teleported to the vicinity of the royal capital yesterday. Days of running around. Aslan Juvia's body and mind were both on the verge of breaking point. So Edris Juvia strongly urged her to rest for a night. Today we finally officially entered the royal capital. I happened to encounter a magic crystal extraction event. Our companions are inside that magic crystal. We must not let them act recklessly any further. Juvia spoke firmly. That's true, but what should we do specifically? This is the royal capital, and the magic crystal over there is heavily guarded. Even if we can repel those soldiers, more royal troops will arrive soon. In the worst case, even the fairy hunters. Edris Juvia's expression was gloomy. Current situation. For them, it was already extremely bad. Lord Lu Yu, where are you? The 2 Juvias thought unconsciously. Yu. It started, it's finally about to begin. The crowd gradually became agitated. It means that the magic extraction is about to begin. Sudden. Pung. 5 brilliant fireworks suddenly shot into the sky. The word for north was formed in midair. It's in the north. There's a suspicious guy in the north of the magic crystal, planning to do something. Someone shouted. This made the kingdom army highly alert. 2/3 of the soldiers on the front were sent to support the north. The rest is to evacuate the crowd immediately, to the end. There was only 1 man in a gray robe left in the field. Yoshi, now we can have a great time. The Iron Dragon Gajeel lifted his gray hood and grinned. Hey, what are you doing? Get away, a soldier of the king's army said. Although that Mr. Gang is a strange guy, let's just trust him for now. Gajeel threw off his gray robe, and his right fist suddenly turned into a steel rod. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel threw a punch, while knocking away the king's army soldiers. His dragon-slaying magic also fell on the magic crystal. Gajeel-kun. Looking at Gajeel, who suddenly caused a scene in the venue. Juvia couldn't help but be shocked, no longer care about anything else. Juvia tapped the ground lightly with her jade feet and shot out like lightning. Water cuts through. Several water blades cut away the soldiers attacking Gajeel. Oh, isn't that Juvia? You weren't turned into a magic crystal? Gajeel raised an eyebrow in surprise, but his hands never stopped moving. Iron Dragon Sword, Ghost Firewood, clang. The Iron Dragon Sword chopped down on the magic crystal with great force. Click, 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 accompanied by the sound of crackling under the heavy load. A deep crack appeared on the huge magic crystal. Gajeel-kun, what are you doing? Stop it, this magic crystal is a partner. Juvia was horrified and screamed in panic. Of course I know about this, Juvia, but that guy said that my Dragon Slayer magic can restore people who have been transformed into magic crystals to their original form. Gajeel said. Well, Juvia froze. Next second, a light brighter than the sun suddenly burst out from the broken magic crystal. Astonishing changes followed. The magic crystal that was attacked by Gajeel's dragon-slaying magic actually turned into a human. Wait until the light fades. The two people who appeared before Gajeel and Juvia W. Chapter 361. The true form of the magic crystal. Royal Capital Square. With the intrusion of Gajeel and Juvia, the entire square fell into unprecedented chaos. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the broken magic water. Under the additional influence of dragon-slaying magic, the people who were transformed into magical objects by the super magic, anima, gradually returned to their original state. Gajeel and Juvia narrowed their eyes. His eyes were fixed on the center of the magic crystal without blinking. As the magic crystal shattered, two human figures gradually appeared. That is, Ms. Urza and Gray. Gajeel and Juvia both widened their eyes in shock. The huge royal capital square was also silent. Good moment. The magical light that was so bright that it made it impossible to open one's eyes faded. Urza and Gray, who appeared in the square, groaned at the same time and opened their eyes blankly. Where is this place? Gray looked around in confusion. Gajeel and Juvia. Urza saw her two companions immediately. Hey, Gajeel, what's going on here? Explain it quickly. Gray pressed on. This is not the place to talk, let's break out first. Gajeel said. Over time, the unusual movement here also attracted more and more kingdom troops. I don't know what's going on, but these people must be enemies, so leave them to me. Urza smiled confidently. Change clothes, the other side. Gray also made a pose with his hands. Ice make. Next second. Urza and Gray were both dumbfounded. My magic isn't reacting. What the hell is going on? Urza and Gray were completely stunned 1 second ago. They also vowed to help the next moment, but reality gave them a slap in the face. Their magic failed. Leave this to us, Gajeel grinned. Iron Dragon Slayer magic is fully activated. At the same time, Juvia also used her own water magic to protect herself. Tear apart the kingdom army's encirclement. Hurry over here. Edris Juvia and Edris Gajeel greeted in unison. Alas, alas, alas. Another Juvia and Gajeel, Urza and Gray were shocked again. There's no time to be in a daze, let's go. Gajeel pulled Gray up. Juvia brought Urza with her, and the six of them broke out of the square. Quickly disappeared in the bustling crowd, very quickly. Under the arrangement of Edris Gajiru, the six of them arrived at a secret hotel room. On the street, the Wong Gojun is still searching intensively. Don't worry, we're safe for now, Edris Gajeel spoke. Two Gajeel and two Juvia, what the hell is going on? Gray was completely stunned, compared to the failure of white body magic. What surprised him even more was that he now had twice as many companions. First, let me introduce myself, my friends. I'm also Gajeel of Edlas, I'm a reporter. Gentleman Edris Gajeel spoke. I am Juvia from this world, please give me your guidance. Edris Juvia said weakly. Juvia in this world has always been a strong and powerful woman. But now here, in front of Urza, she couldn't be strong at all. Although I know that Urza in front of me is not a fairy hunter. But when she saw that face, she still felt frightened unconsciously. Edris. Hearing this unfamiliar word, the confusion on Urza and Gray's faces became even more pronounced. Let me explain it next. Gajeel cleared his throat. He immediately told Mistgang everything he had learned from him. Nani. This is another world. When I heard this shocking news, Urza and Gray were completely stunned, for a long while. They finally figured out the order of everything. So, we've been transformed into magic crystals by this world's super magical souls, and the countries of this world are using this method to plunder our magic power to replenish the magic power lost here? Urza mused. Damn it, how could this happen as he wishes? Those magic crystals belong to allies of Fairy Tail and the people of Magnolia. They are all living beings. We must not let them succeed. Gray's face was filled with anger, and his clothes disappeared without a trace. Calm down, Gray, Gajeel said. How can I calm down in this situation? Gray was overcome with emotion. Bang! Urza slashed at Gray's head with a knife. Calm them down physically. Gajeel, according to Mistgang, this super magic soul is useless against dragon slayers, so not only you, but also Natsu and Wendy should be safe. Urza drew inferences from one example. I haven't met the little girl from Fire Dragon or Sky Dragon yet. Gajeel shrugged. As for Natsu and Wendy, I encountered them. Juvia raised her hand. Oh really? Where are they now? By the way, Juvia, you're not a dragon slayer, are you? How come you're alright? Urza asked quickly. That's my question too. Gajeel also looked puzzled. Juvia didn't hide anything and told everyone everything immediately. I see, it's that unfathomable man again. Gajeel bared his teeth. These days, ever since the incident with the artificial mechanical dragon. Every time I see Lu Yu, Gajeel always shivered unconsciously. Hey, Juvia, you just said that Lu Yu's physical condition has been unstable since he came to this world, and he has been unconscious from time to time. What's going on? Urza asked worriedly. What happened to such a powerful big brother? Gray also asked quickly. I don't know about that either. 2 days ago, when I returned to the guild here, Master Lu Yu had already left. I don't know where he went now. Juvia's mood grew increasingly depressed. Don't worry too much, Juvia. That's Lu Yu. Although I don't know what happened, he's sure to be fine. Urza stroked Juvia's hair and soothed her softly. Juvia nodded slightly. So, besides us, the ones who are confirmed to be able to move around are Lu Yu, Wendy, Natsu, Lucy, Happy, and Sha Lulu. Although we don't know where everyone is right now, we can be sure that everyone's final destination is the same. Urza spoke firmly. That's right, the target is the palace where the king is. Let's capture the king and beat him up, and make him restore everyone to their original state. Gajeel grinned ferociously. That's true, but Urza and I can't use magic right now, so how come you, Gajeel, and Juvia can use the magic brain? Gray said with an unbalanced look on his face. Oh, I almost forgot. Gajeel quickly pulled out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. He poured out 2 small pink pills and handed them to Urza and Gray. This is given by Mistgang. After eating it, you can use magic in this world. Gajeel said. Nani, it's such a convenient thing, why didn't you tell me about it earlier? Gray grumbled and quickly swallowed the small pill. The other side. Urza also ate quickly, after a moment's wait. Urza's body suddenly glowed. Change clothes, the words fell. Then gorgeous armor appeared. That way, nothing will go wrong. Urza nodded in satisfaction, confirming that she could now use magic freely. On the other side, Gray was also excited and built a small ice rink in the room. Juvia, I have one last question. Urza spoke. What's the problem? Please tell me. Juvia said. What am I like in this world? Urza's eyes were filled with little stars of anticipation. Juvia was stunned. She had not seen Edris Urza in person. But just from Natsu's description and the name of the fairy hunter, it is clear that it is Madara. What's wrong? Didn't you encounter it? Urza asked Tail. Let me tell you, Edris. Juvia took a deep breath. Miss Urza over there, you over here are the second captain of the Kingdom Army, an enemy of Fairy Tail. Ah, Edris. Royal Palace Conference Room. Led by King Faust, the kingdom's top leaders gathered together. The final meeting is underway. As expected, we've learned that all of Aslan's wizards have magical powers within them. The old chief of staff of the kingdom, Bayero, smiled cunningly. It's exactly like the Transcendent, Shugboydao, captain of the 4th Magic Warfare Corps of the Adris Kingdom Army. However, this magic power cannot be compared with that of a Transcendent. Besides, we currently do not have the technology to directly extract magic power from a human body. Chief of Staff Bayrodao. So, what about those 2 Dragon Slayers? Captain of the 1st Magic Warfare Unit of the Adris Kingdom Army. The tall black cat Pansalili, the former Transcendent, asked. They are both human and not human. If the experiment succeeds, they will gain nearly permanent magical powers. Chief of Staff Bayrodao. Amazing, that's really amazing. The Chief of Staff's assistant Coco and the captain of the Kingdom Army's 3rd Demon Warfare Unit shouted excitedly. Well done, Bayero. Let's start the plan as soon as possible, just in case. King Faust said in a deep voice. Adult King, just then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A heroic figure strode towards them. Her long crimson hair fluttered. The person who came was none other than Urza Knight Voka, the captain of the 2nd Magic Warfare Unit of the Adris Kingdom Army. What's wrong, Urza? Pansalili asked. Your Majesty, the magic power extraction ceremony scheduled to be held in the square today has been disrupted by someone. Edris Urza reported with a cold expression. Nani? What did you say? Who is that person? So what happened to the magic crystal? King Faust and others were all shocked. Chapter 362 Mission. The magic crystal has disappeared, and our army is now urgently searching for it. Edris Urza said. Is it the same man from yesterday again? Pansalili asked. The words fell. The huge conference room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Whether it is King Faust or the powerful captains of the magic war troops. When they heard the man Pansalili mentioned, they all shuddered. They will never forget. The man who suddenly fell from the sky. And his overwhelming strength, it's like a human-shaped dragon. The aura that naturally emanates from his body, it makes people unconsciously feel awe. I can't help but want to worship him. Same. The magic emanating from that man also made them unconsciously fascinated. It's like the fragrance of God, only, final, I don't know why. That man was like a flash in the pan, he only appeared briefly in the palace. Then it disappeared without a trace again, as if it had never appeared. Captain Urza, if it's that man, we must stop him this time. Chief of Staff Bayrodao. No, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. The attacker this time is not the man from yesterday. It's likely that this is a fish that slipped through the net of the Aslan people. Urza shook her head. What? King Faust suddenly became a little bored. Your Majesty, forgive my frankness, but it's best not to have any contact with that man from yesterday. He is not someone we can control. Edris Urza said in a deep voice. Ah, this is really strange. Captain Urza, are you scared too? Shugboy, the captain of the 4th Demonic Warfare Corps said. Edris Urza said nothing. He just stared at him coldly, and Shugboy shrank his head in fear. Just then, ta-ta-ta, the hurried footsteps sounded again. A soldier of the king's army came quickly. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. What happened this time? King Faust frowned in dissatisfaction. Just now, the woman from Asland who was imprisoned in the prison suddenly disappeared. The soldier reported in horror. Nani, what did you say? Disappeared? Are you kidding me? Extania? The domain of the God clan. This is a sacred place for the Transcendents. In this world of Edris, humans are not the masters of the world. Above humans are a race of winged cats called the Transcendents. Once, the winged cat tribe does not have a high status in Edlis. Until one day, a cat with the ability to predict the future was born from the Transcendents. The elders of the Transcendent clan discussed it together. Come up with a bold plan. They first supported a cat with the ability to predict the future to become the queen of the clan. Then use Queen Shige's predictive ability. He began to predict the deaths of humans all over the continent. Over time, the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. Gradually, it evolved into a clan of transcendents who could control people's life and death. Queen Shaggot can kill anyone in an instant. In fact, all the deaths predicted by Queen Shaggot are inevitable in the future. However, only the Queen, the elders and other high-ranking members of the Transcendent clan knew this. Through the Queen's predictive ability, plus the natural magic wings, the Transcendents transformed themselves into the gods of Adras. This lie has continued for more than 10 years, until 3 days ago. A certain man suddenly appeared in Extania. He appeared silently in front of Queen Shaggot and the elders. Then their disguise was exposed, but the man did not reveal this secret to the world. He just made a request, that is to make the queen his cat. After, he found a room in the palace and stayed there. It has been 3 days now, except for going out once a day ago. The rest of the time he slept in the palace. Right now, Temple of Extania, Queen Shaggot and the elders gathered together. Every cat's face was filled with sorrow. Elders, for the future of our clan, I am willing to sacrifice myself and agree to that person's request. Queen Shaggot said calmly. No, Shaggot, you should also know that you are not only the queen, but also the core of our transcendental beings to become gods. An elder cat said in a decisive tone. That's right, that human wants to take you away, he's digging up our roots. Besides, no one knows what he will do after taking you away. Maybe I'll report it to the king right away in exchange for wealth and glory. By then, our transcendent clan will be truly finished. The elders spoke one after another. Damn it, how did that human know this? We're the only ones who know this. No matter how he got the information, it has already happened, we don't have much time left. I've observed over the past few days that human has been in a dormant state. How about we just take action and put an end to it once and for all? An elder said fiercely. Sudden. Ah, Queen Shaggot held her head and screamed in pain. Many blurry images flashed through her mind. A picture of the future. Shaggot, what's wrong with you? The elders all asked worriedly. No, we can't attack that person. I saw it. He is the real god. Queen Shige's expression was filled with shock, looking at Shige's serious expression. The elders looked at each other in confusion. In the end, I chose to believe her foresight. Shaggot, what are you going to do about the 2 children who came back from Asland? An elder cat asked. Yes, then bring them over to meet me. Queen Shaggot nodded slightly, regarding the 2 children of Asland. She already roughly understood, through various signs. Queen Shaggot was certain that one of the children must have the ability to predict the future, just like her. That was the child she sent to Aslan 7 years ago. Spacious room. Large bed. There were 2 kittens lying there, one blue and one white. Ah, where is this place? The little blue cat Habby rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked around suspiciously. Sha Lulu, hurry up and get up, we seem to have arrived at an incredible place. Tomcat at the call of the harpy, Sha Lulu also slowly woke up. What happened to us? Where is this place? Sha Lulu asked anxiously. She thought carefully about what happened before she fell into a coma. The expression on the cat's face gradually became depressed. My information turned out to be a trap, this kind of thing. No, this isn't Sha Lulu's fault, we just happened to be discovered. Happy said soothingly, but I swore an oath to protect Wendy. Sha Lulu lowered her head, tears gradually gathering in her big eyes. Just then, snap, the door is open. An orange cat that looked exactly like the blue Pegasus ace one night pushed the door open. Shining, shining. Are you the cats who completed the mission to Asland? What a delicious aroma. The Transcendent Guards Division Commander Arya spoke. Oh wow, isn't this a one-night thing? No, you're a cat. Happy was shocked. What's so surprising, aren't you also a Transcendent? Arya said as a matter of course. Yi Jun, another strange-looking black cat with a long face, walked into the room. This is their first time in Edlas, and it must be their first time encountering a transcendent. The Transcendent Minister of State Nadi spoke, and his right hand shook continuously like a lucky cat, even leaving behind afterimages. Oh, that's right. I'm Arya, the commander of the Extania Imperial Guard Division. I'm Nadi, the Minister of State of Extania. Thank you for your hard work in completing the mission. Arya and Nadi introduced themselves one after another. Mission? What mission? The little blue cat, Habi, looked puzzled. Sha Lulu beside him lowered her head. Let's get back to the topic. The queen is already waiting for you. Come with me quickly. Arya waved. Not knowing what to do, Habit and Sha Lulu had to go see the queen first. Walk through a long and narrow corridor. The road ahead suddenly became clear. A huge market appeared before Habibi and Sha Lulu, filled with talking cats. This is a city that belongs to cats, amid the cheers of the cats. Habibi and Sha Lulu walked through the market and came to where Wang Yan was. Humans are very stupid creatures, if we don't manage them well. Along the way, Minister of State Nadi waved his arms and instilled in Habib and Sha Lulu the idea that the Transcendents were superior. The queen manages the humans here. If there are too many humans, it will be troublesome. Therefore, the queen orders the execution of those who are no longer needed. This can also maintain the circulation of magic to a certain extent. Not only the humans of this world, but also the humans of Aslan are under the queen's management. Minister of State Nadiqua Boulevard, he is also one of the people who know about the Beander project. I know that the queen is just an ordinary winged cat. The erasure of humanity is nothing more than the foreknowledge of their demise. But in front of outsiders, of course, it is to maintain the queen's dignity. Our mission suddenly, Sha Lulu stopped. What exactly is a mission? I've been indoctrinated with a mission since I was born. Aim? Nadi and Arya looked at each other in confusion. It seems a little incomprehensible. The so-called mission was just something they made up. There aren't actually any missions. This little white cat seems to have some serious mental illness? Nadi and Arya couldn't help but think. Sha Lulu, what exactly is the mission? Asked Happy. Sometimes I really envy you, Tomcat, for being able to know nothing. Sha Lulu laughed at herself. My mission is to eliminate the target of the Queen's human management plan, the Dragon Slayer, Wendy. Chapter 363 World Control. My innate mission is to annihilate the Dragon Slayer Wendy. Sha Lulu spoke word by word. Ah, the little blue cat Habi next to him was stunned. Meow? Imperial Guards Division Commander Arya and State Minister Nadi exchanged another glance. Is this true? What's going on, Sha Lulu? Finally, Harpy was the first to come to his senses. The whole cat world was suddenly agitated. What's going on with Wendy's erasure? And my mission, is it, that Natsu, will be the one to eradicate me? Realizing this, the Harpy unconsciously held his head with his hands. We haven't completed the mission, nor do we intend to, but why do you say the mission is accomplished? Sha Lulu questioned. Arya and Nadi looked at each other. This little white cat really has something seriously wrong with its brain. Although I don't know what happened, but it's better to continue following the white cat's train of thought. Let me explain. 6 years ago, in compliance with the Queen's human management plan, 100 Transcendents were sent to Aslan. They were hatched to search for and eliminate the Dragon Slayer, and they were given intelligence. But the situation has changed. The souls created by humans have given rise to other possibilities. Therefore, it has been decided not to kill the humans in Aslan anymore, but to use them as magical power. The magical power of the Dragon Slayer is particularly immense, so your mission has been changed to capture the Dragon Slayer. The Secretary of State is talking nonsense. Just saying it casually completes the whole process. Habib and Sha Lulu were stunned. Actually, they also don't know what humans are going to do by capturing the Dragon Slayer. After all, King Faust couldn't tell them. We captured the Dragon Slayers to activate the Dragon Lock Cannon and destroy you, the Transcendent Ace, not Catania. Sure enough, writing commands from a distance isn't very effective. Nadi continued to make up stories to cover up his lies. But the result is good. You still brought the Dragon Slayer. Arya gave a thumbs up. No, I like Wendy the best. Tears kept flowing from Sha Lulu's eyes. The Harpy was so frightened by this shocking fact that he fell to the ground. The two cat legs couldn't stop shaking. Many images flashed through his mind. That was the past he and Natsu had grown up with. It gave him the courage to stand up. We are not puppets. Happy opened his arms and stood in front of the crying Sha Lulu. The blue cat had an expression on his face that was unlike anything Hockey had ever seen. Arya and Nadi were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. I thought the lie was going to be exposed. We are fairy tale wizards. Harpy roared with all his might. This is the roar of the blue cat. Harpy. Sha Lulu raised her head, looking at the blue cat in front of him. Instead of calling the tom cat again, she called out his name for the first time. Let's go, Sha Lulu. Take advantage of Arya and Nadi's distraction. Habib took Sha Lulu's little hand, turned around and ran away. We must save everyone. Absolutely, Happy spoke firmly. Fallen angels, that's fallen angels. They have been poisoned by the filth of Aslan. Guards Division, attack. Man, Guards Division Commander Arya issued the attack order. In an instant, the whole of Extania was in chaos. Right now, the rooms in the palace belonged to Queen Shagat. Lu Yu yawned with satisfaction. Get up and go to the rooftop. Looking at Habit and Sha Lulu fleeing hurriedly on the street in the distance, Lu Yu raised his hand. In the end, I didn't intervene. After all, Habi will meet his parents soon. It's better to let nature take its course here. But, since Habibi and Sha Lulu appear here, this means that Lucy and the others were most likely caught as well. Then let's give it a try. Lu Yu closed his eyes. The mental thoughts gradually relax. It is not the release of observation hockey. Rather, the whole person's spirit is in complete resonance with the world. This is one of the abilities he gained from connecting with Edris these days. With the help of the World Eye, he can see any corner of the world at any time. Very quickly, he saw Lucy, who was imprisoned in Wang Yan's dungeon and still reading a book. A thought came to my mind. The fairy tale emblem on the back of Lucy's hand glowed. Whoosh! Lucy disappeared from the palace dungeon. When he appeared again, he had already entered the room. The eye of the world that can see every corner of Adris. Plus the power to control the world with a single thought. This is what Lu Yu gained from sleeping these days. Certainly, nowadays, Lu Yu's world eye can only see a limited range. There are also limits to what you can control. Want to completely control the world. It would take at least several years to slowly refine it. After all, for this world, Lu Yu is just an outsider. But, just move one person's position, that would naturally be easy. It would have been fine if I had just been asleep. Now that you're awake, Lu Yu naturally would not let Lucy suffer in prison again. Right now, between the spacious rooms, Lucy, whose magic power was blocked, was still concentrating on reading Edlis's history book. For a long while, she finally stepped out of the world of books. Noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. The originally dark and damp dungeon, now it has become a warm carpet. At the sight, it's all luxury. Where is this place? Lucy looked around blankly. The next second, her gaze suddenly stopped. Looking at the familiar figure and familiar smiling face on the balcony, Lucy's face suddenly showed extreme joy and excitement. Even her eyes were red with joy. Finally, she screamed and couldn't help crying out loud with joy. Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy cheered and stood up. She was about to throw herself into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu stretched out an arm and pressed it against her forehead. Go take a shower first. Lucy was stunned, and she smelled herself. Her smiling face flushed slightly. But my hands are tied now, so, Lucy said shyly. I'll help you, Lu Yu said. Okay. Lucy quickly responded happily. Crash. The hot water in the large bathtub overflowed as two people entered. Lucy leaned on Lu Yu's chest with a look of happiness and satisfaction on her face. Fit and connect. For a long while. Mr. Lu Yu, what exactly is this place? Lucy couldn't help but ask. Extania Palace, Lu Yu said casually. Extania, isn't this the city of the Transcendence? Mr. Lu Yu, why are you here? And it's the royal palace. According to the book, humans are not allowed to set foot here. And I was clearly imprisoned in the dungeon, so why did I suddenly appear here? How on earth did you do it, Mr. Lu Yu? And how is your health? Are you okay now? This moment, Lucy becomes the embodiment of 100,000 whys. His mouth kept chattering like frying beans, at last. Even Lucy herself realized that she seemed to have too many questions. He couldn't help but touch the back of his head, because it's Lord Lu Yu, there must be no problem. Yes, that's right. Since coming to Edris, Lucy's anxious heart has finally been put at ease. Because she knows, now that Lu Yu has recovered, all problems will be solved. Wendy and Natsu, who were captured by the kingdom, will surely be safe. And everyone who turned into a magic crystal, there is nothing to think about anymore. Now all she had to do was to feel the long-lost warm embrace with all her heart. Melody. Melodious. I don't know how much time has passed. All I heard was a snap. The door to the bedroom opened. The transcendent Queen Shaghat sighed softly, for not being able to see my daughter. She also felt quite regretful in her heart, but I can only suppress it in my heart. Can't talk to others, with physical and mental exhaustion. Queen Shaghat took off the clothing decorations that were more than 1 meter high on her body. He revealed a figure that was not much different from Sha Lulu and then walked straight towards direction. The door is open. 6 eyes met. Oh, Lucy turned around in panic. Don't be nervous, she's my cat. Lu Yu smiled slightly. His gaze immediately fell on the frozen Queen Shaghat. Clap your hands. Shao am I, come here. She is the queen of the Transcendence. This is the queen's bedroom. Why did the queen become your cat, Mr. Lu Yu? Extania. The ears are quiet and good. At the same time, the capital of Edris, undercurrents are surging. Royal Capital, Hotel. Gentlemen, we've already obtained the topographical map of the palace. However, the location of the magic crystal is still unknown. Edris Gajil spread the drawings on the table, as expected of me. Gajil grinned complacently. Another unfortunate piece of information. Edris Gajil said in a deep voice. Your companions, the 2 dragon slayers, have most likely fallen into the king's hands. Although we don't know what they plan to do, If we are to act, the sooner the better. Nani? Natsu and the others were caught? That guy Natsu is so useless. Gray was shocked. It's not Natsu's fault. He and Wendy can't use magic, but Lucy. Juvia looked anxious. If something happened to Lucy, she really didn't know how to explain it to Lu Yu. But what Juvia didn't know was, just as she was secretly anxious and worried about Lucy's safety. At this moment, Lucy is enjoying the highest happiness in the world. There's no time to waste. Urza slammed the table, stood up, and had a determined look on her face. Gajeel, Juvia, and Gray, let's go and rescue our friends. Yes. Chapter 364 Urza vs Urza the other side. Just as Urza and her group took action, Habi and Sha Lulu also gained strength from Habi's parents. Having overcome the psychological effects, they spread their wings again. Head straight to the palace. Want to rescue the captured companions. However, misfortunes never come alone. The Transcendent Guards Division led by Arya soon discovered their tracks. Hunting from the air. At the same time, on the ground, the captains of the kingdom's magic combat force were on high alert, setting up a large net. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The situation has become extremely bad for the two kittens, Habi and Sha Lulu. Just then, something unexpected happened. Following the order of King Faust, the Aedra's magic troops on the ground launched an attack. However, the targets of the attack were not Habit and Sha Lulu. Instead, it was the large number of Transcendent Guard divisions flying behind them. Codename ETD, Transcendent Annihilation Plan. Angel Annihilation Operation, launched, dozens of special magic beams shot up into the sky. It will cover the entire Transcendent Guard Corps headed by Arya. The cats screamed everywhere. Damn humans, Her Majesty the Queen will not let you go, man. Snap. A huge cat magic crystal fell from the sky and smashed the ground of the palace. This is exactly the plan to kill gods that King Faust has been secretly planning. So many years, the Transcendent has always been superior. Standing above humans and acting arrogantly, King Faust could no longer bear it. I can't stand being bullied by a mere cat any longer. So in recent years, they have been conducting secret research. The super magical soul, Anima, this wasn't just magic used to rob Aslan of his magical powers. It can also transform the Transcendents who also possess magical powers into magic crystals. There are no gods in this world. Only we humans suffer from limited magic power, while the Transcendents enjoy unlimited magic power. Why? Why can't we obtain the unlimited magic power that is so close to us? The era of being dominated is over. This is all for the future of mankind. My soldiers, stand up and resist. King Faust's impassioned speech echoed in the sky, inspiring the spirits of the confused soldiers. I see. Is this the purpose of strengthening the armaments? Pan Shalili, captain of the first demonic combat team, gritted his teeth. Having been expelled, he has always had a bad impression of Extania, thinking that the country is too hypocritical. But no matter what, they are also his clan. Pan Shalili, I leave this to you. I'll go after those two who slipped through the net. Urza Knight Voka, the captain of the 2nd Demon Warfare Corps, noticed the fleeing Harpy and Charlu and quickly chased after them with her gun. Royal Palace, West Tower. Happy and Sha Lulu walked quickly down the spiral staircase. Previously, they obtained the place where Natsu and Wendy were imprisoned as Transcendents. And learned that something bad was going to happen soon. Hurry up, Harpy, Isa. The two cats crossed the stairs and continued along the dark corridor. Sudden. Whoosh, there was a rapid sound of breaking wind. A powerful magical weapon with a unique shape stabbed down. All I heard was a loud bang. A hole several meters in radius was blown up in the ground. The terrifying shockwave sent Habib and Sha Lulu flying back several times, and they fell to the ground in a mess. Oh, you're still alive after being hit head-on by my magic, but that's it. Urza Nightwalker, the captain of the 2nd Demonic Warfare Corps, scoffed. Holding his weapon, he walked towards Habib and Sha Lulu step by step. Operation codenamed ETD has been launched. Even if you are Transcendents, you are nothing. I will put an end to you here and now. Urza Knight Voka raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. The spear in his hand was raised high, about to pierce through Habib and Zayalulu. Accidents happen again. There was a loud bang, and the wall of the West Tower was broken through. Extremely cold air emanated from it. Hey, those guys over there, knowing they're from our guild, do you still dare to attack them? Gray asked calmly. We will never forgive anyone who hurts our guildmates. Urza said firmly. All of you are our enemies, the enemies of Fairy Tail. Gray shouted. Why are you? Gray, Urza, Happy and Sha Lulu both widened their eyes in shock and screamed excitedly. As for the people of the Kingdom Army, the moment they saw Urza appear, they were all stunned. What on earth is going on? Urusa-sama is over there too. Captain Urza actually has two, and Gray from Fairy Tail. What a bunch of idiots. They are the ones who slipped through Aslan's net. Urza Nightwalker shouted. Where are our companions? Gray asked calmly. Extremely cold air radiated from his body. As Gray folded his hands, powerful ice-shaping magic exploded. In an instant, all the Kingdom Army soldiers were beaten to pieces. I'll ask again, where's our friend who turned into a magic crystal? Gray roared angrily. He was responded to by a ruthless thrust from Urza, the elf hunter of Aedras. Regarding the attack of another Urza, Gray seemed not to hear. Because I'm by his side at this moment, and the most trustworthy partner. Clang. The Fairy Queen Urza drew the double swords from her waist and blocked the Fairy Hunter Urza's spear magic weapon. A powerful shockwave spread out from the two of them. The walls on all four sides were cracked. Gray, take Happy and Shalulu and go first. Leave this to me. Fairy Queen Urza said calmly and confidently. I didn't expect that I would be hindered by myself. Fairy Hunter Urza scoffed. It's a strange atmosphere indeed. Fairy Queen Urza nodded slightly. I am the captain of the 2nd Magic Warfare Unit of the Kingdom of Adras, the Fairy Hunter Urza Knight Voka. I'm Urza Scarlet, the Wizard of Fairy Tale. After exchanging names, the two Urzas were ready for battle. Let me see what I, Aslan, am capable of. Fairy Hunter Urza raised the spear in her hand. Magic flashes. The originally fork-shaped spear changed shape. This is Urza's signature move. The weapon in her hand can change into dozens of different forms. It is quite similar to Urza's dress-up magic, now. The weapon form that the Fairy Hunter Urza transforms into is the sonic gun that can increase speed. Bang! A shrill sonic boom sounded. The Fairy Hunter Urza turned into an invisible stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Urza instinctively blocked. Rely on rich combat experience to resolve the enemy's charge. Very fast, then I'll change into the armor too, the flying armor. A gorgeous magic circle passed over Urza. The knight's dress-up magic is activated. In an instant, Urza's equipment is brand new. The flying armor with cheetah patterns is now ready. Whoosh! Urza's speed exceeded the limit. So fast that it cannot be captured by the human eye. With the power of the flying armor, Urza reached a speed equal to that of Adras himself. Two shadows, invisible to the naked eye, flashed and intersected in the narrow space. Wherever they passed, the walls exploded and the ground was riddled with holes. Did you increase your speed by changing your armor, then? Fairy Hunter Urza once again changed the form of the weapon in her hand. Vacuum gun. A strong wind gathered at the tip of the gun. Hitting Urza, who was caught off guard, knock it back dozens of meters. Next is the exploding gun. Fairy Hunter Urza is getting more and more aggressive. Change weapons again and enter burst mode. The tip of the spear, raised high, glowed like lava. One strike, and it's knocked down. Boom, rumble. A terrifying explosion followed. Endless smoke and dust rose up. Accompanied by the smoke of the explosion, a fiery figure soared into the sky. It was Urza who had changed into the armor of the Entei. Under the characteristics of Yandi's armor, flame attacks have been significantly reduced. I see. Aslan's me. Do you have magic that allows both armor and sword to transform at the same time? Fairy Hunter Urza showed an expression as if she saw through everything. I have Adras. It seems you can only change the shape of your weapon. Fairy Queen Urza spoke calmly. By changing the shape of the gun, my combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Fairy Hunter Urza smiled smugly. Although the principles are different, the effects are the same as my magic, knight, right? Fairy Queen Urza nodded in understanding. The true power of the demonic spear 10-ringed spear is only just beginning to be revealed. Fairy Hunter Urza smiled confidently. Come on then. As the Fairy Queen, Urza is not to be outdone. Boom. Fairy Queen and Fairy Hunter. The fierce battle between the two Urzas continues. The other side, deep underground in the West Tower. So, the split magic crystal in the square is Gray and Urza. But how did you recover? Shalulu and Happy looked at Gray in confusion. Because Gajeel has arrived, the Dragon Slayer magic has the power to restore a companion who has been transformed into a magic crystal to their original form. Gray said, after a moment of shock. Shalulu and I know where everyone's magic crystals are. Harpy raised his hand. Really? Happy? Gray was delighted. Gajeel and Levia are making a scene outside right now, searching for the location of the magic crystal. Happy, could you please take him to where the magic crystal is? Gray asked. I understand. I'll take Gajeel there. Natsu is in my care. The Harpy turned around resolutely. Well then, let's go find Natsu and Wendy. Gray greeted. Make the final sprint with Shalulu. Not long. The road ends. Gray raised his foot and kicked the door in front of him. On the dragon-shaped stone slab not far away, Natsu and Wendy leaned back weakly. With the magic power drained out of their bodies in large quantities, they have fallen into a coma. Chapter 365 Lu Yu appears. Natsu, Wendy, Gray and Shalulu were shocked when they saw the two unconscious people. Shalulu came to Wendy first. It's okay, cheer up, Wendy. Shalulu lay on Wendy worriedly, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Wendy, in comparison. Gray on the other side was much more violent. Hey, Natsu, how long are you going to sleep in? It's almost time to get up. You be ******D. Gray grabbed Natsu's shoulders and shook him frantically. It still seems useless. Gray then remembered the medicine he got from Gajeel, X-Ball. Let's try it first. Gray pulled out a small pill bottle from his pants pocket and gave Natsu a pill. The effect is immediate. Just take a small pill. The sealed magic power in Natsu's body began to flow again. Next is Wendy. When the magic power in the body resumes operation. It won't take long. Natsu and Wendy woke up from their coma one after another. Bang. Natsu punched the ground, breaking it. Powerful flames burst out of his body. They must be stopped. After leaving these words, Natsu ran away like crazy without waiting for Gray to say anything. Wendy, Wendy, Sha Lulu was still calling for Wendy. Charlu, it's bad. The Kingdom Army is planning to destroy Extania and collide it with a giant magic crystal. They want to use everyone in Fairy Tail as bombs. Wendy cried out anxiously. Nani, what did you say? Sha Lulu and Gray were both shocked. Sudden. The sound of hurried footsteps came again from the dark corridor. Gray was immediately alert, but the next second. Wait until you see who is coming. The two people in the cat were stunned. Because the owner of those footsteps was Natsu, who had hurriedly run out earlier. Now, Natsu had an expression on his face as if he had just seen the most horrifying scene in the world. Hey, Natsu, what are you doing back here again? Gray asked. Wah, it's Urza. What's that? There are two Urzas. What's going on? Is this a monster showdown or the end of the world? Natsu yelled in fear. Gray, Wendy, and Sha Lulu. I could feel the awkward atmosphere in the air. Natsu was also stunned. Only then did he finally realize that he saw Gray approaching. Isn't this Gray? Why are you here? Natsu was shocked. You just realized it? Stop joking, Gray was angry. Oh, really, Mr. Gray is here too? Wendy asked with surprise as she finished the fight. Puff, Gray. Vomited blood. Sure enough, it was because the light underground was too dim. That's why I didn't see it. It's definitely not because of a lack of presence. Gray comforted himself. Wow, I'm sorry, and thank you so much. Knowing that she had accidentally hurt someone, Wendy quickly bowed and apologized. Don't worry about it, Gray said weakly. Thank you, Sha Lulu too. Wendy happily picked up Sha Lulu. Well, the most urgent thing now is to prevent the collision between the magic crystal and Extania. Sha Lulu reminded. Oh, yes, this is the most important thing. Let's go quickly. Also, avoid Urza's battlefield. Natsu, Gray, and Wendy looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, the battlefield outside the royal capital. Gajeel, Juvia, Happy followed the commotion and found Gajeel and Juvia making a scene. This isn't Fire Dragon's cat. Are you okay? Gajeel greeted. Gajeel, I'll take you to your friend who was turned into a magic crystal. Hobby, Happy, are Natsu, Wendy, and Lucy all okay? Juvia asked anxiously. Natsu, Wendy, Gray, and Charlu went to rescue her. As for Lucy, we learned from the guards that she disappeared from the cell. We don't know where she is now. Happy shook his head. Disappear? Juvia was stunned. Sorry, Juvia, I have to take Gajeel to the magic crystal now. Happy said as he grabbed Gajeel's collar with his cat claws and soared into the sky. Then I'll go look for it in the palace again. Juvia turned into a stream of water and sank into the palace waterway. Not long. Happy brings Gajeel to a huge magic crystal island floating in the sky. What a troublesome guild. Gajeel grinned. He will use his Iron Dragon Slayer magic to shatter the magic crystal and rescue the fairy tale members. Sudden. There was a sharp sound of breaking wind and then a loud bang. A 10-meter-long sword crashed down. Who are you? Gajeel shouted angrily. Pan Shalili, captain of the 1st Magic Combat Unit of the Kingdom Army. This magic crystal is the most important stronghold of this operation, and I will not let you destroy it. The little black cat Lily spoke lightly. Hey, Blue Cat, he's also a transcendent like you, right? Gajeel smiled. Oh, probably. What's wrong? Happy was puzzled. Hey, I fell in love with him at first sight. I've decided that I want him to be my cat. Gajeel said. There's a leg, Habibi complained. At the same time, Palace Battlefield. Gray and Natsu bickered while searching for the king. Wait until you come to your senses. They had arrived at a gigantic amusement park. A magical amusement park within the palace. And, waiting for them in the amusement park were the captains of the Kingdom Army's 3rd and 4th Magic Warfare units. Gray, you get it, quick victory. Natsu and Gray looked at each other. The battle begins. Right now, Extania, the Kingdom of Cats. With the arrival of Wendy and Sha Lulu, there was commotion in the streets. State Minister Nadi arrived upon hearing the news. What are you doing here? Fallen angels and humans are forbidden from entering Extania. Now is not the time to say that. Sha Lulu folded her arms and looked around. If you still want to live, then listen carefully. The king is planning to take action against you. The Royal Guards Division Commander Arya and his men have been transformed into giant magic crystals by the king's army. Hearing this, the huge street was quiet. Next second, laughter broke out. How could our Transcendent Guard Division be defeated by mere humans? Yeah, stop talking nonsense. This lie is too obvious. The Transcendents, who had been brainwashed since childhood and were used to being arrogant, laughed and mocked endlessly. It's true, the Kingdom Army will be attacking here soon. Wendy said anxiously. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. The Queen will use the most powerful magic to knock them away. The cats still had no sense of crisis at all. The only one who knows the inside story is Minister of State Nadi. At this moment, he was trembling with fear. Just then, everyone, that's enough. A gentle female voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Is this voice the Queen? A cat's ears moved and it recognized the identity of the person who was speaking. However, when he saw his queen being held in the arms of a human, all the cats on the street opened their eyes wide in shock. After a moment of silence, the whole place erupted in deafening roars. What's going on? Why is there still a human being? What's going on with this human? Why is he hugging the queen? Queen Adult, Minister of State Nadi was so shocked that he shook his hands continuously. Mr. Lu Yu and Sister Lucy, why are you here? Wendy, the little blue-haired girl with twin ponytails, also widened her eyes in shock. Lucy, you disappeared, didn't you? Sha Lulu's gaze fell on Lu Yu. Then it fell onto the mature white cat in Lu Yu's arms. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over me. Feeling the gazes of the people, especially her daughter, Queen Shagad blushed. She quickly broke free from Lu Yu's arms, however, before she could say anything. Next second, the distant horizon, a huge object that looks like a red-hot iron. Rushing towards Extania at full speed, that was a huge magic crystal locked by the dragon-locked cannon. Battlefield situation, changing rapidly, inside the palace. Natsu and Gray engage in a fierce battle with the captains of the 3rd and 4th Demon Warfare units of the Kingdom Army. The captain of the 3rd Demon Army unit was blown away by Natsu's Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. The captain of the 4th Demon Warfare Corps, Shugboy, was killed by Gray's 7 continuous Ice Blade dance. The chief of staff Byro who followed was defeated by Juvia. 3 battles, all victories. The key to unlock the Dragon-locked cannon was destroyed in battle. But with Gray's ice-shaping magic, it wasn't a big deal. Gray, who has memorized the shape of the key, can make it anytime and anywhere. Next, all you have to do is open the Dragon-locked cannon. Directly hit the magic crystal with Dragon Slayer magic. But just then, a crimson figure appeared in front of Natsu and Gray. The dress she wore was that of Urza, the fairy hunter of Edris. The panic lasted only a moment. Very quickly, Natsu realized something was wrong. The Urza in front of me was wearing the clothes of Edris Urza. But whether it was the smell or anything else, it was the Urza he knew. The facts were just as Naz expected, in the battle with Edris himself. Urza seized the opportunity, knock out the self in this world. Even though they were enemies, Urza didn't kill them in the end. Instead, he pulled off the clothes on Urza's body. Of course, they were not completely stripped naked. At least the key things are left, after a brief exchange. The 3 of them made a plan. It was decided that Urza would continue to play Urza. This will give them the opportunity to get close to the Dragon-locked cannon and change the trajectory of the bombardment. The plan had indeed gone according to the 3 people's ideas from the beginning, however. It was Urza's mistake not to seriously injure the fairy hunter and make him unconscious. Critical moment. Urza, the fairy hunter of Edlas, appears. Disrupted the situation, at the critical moment. The Dragon-locked cannon fires. In the end, it did not hit the magic crystal. Under the power injection and drive of the Dragon-locked cannon, the huge magic crystal rushed straight towards Extania. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Chapter 366 shocked the audience. Right now, Extania, as the huge magic crystal approaches. The cats finally started to panic. They all knelt on the ground. Pray for a miracle from the queen. Use ultimate magic to resolve the crisis. Feeling the eager gazes of the people, Queen Shagad took 2 steps forward. Everyone, please listen to me calmly. Extania is now facing the crisis of destruction. This is an inevitable fate. Therefore, I have no choice but to tell you the truth. I may be the omnipotent queen in your eyes, but I'm actually just an ordinary transcendent, not a so-called god. I don't have the power to fight humans, and I'm even inferior to most transcendents. Queen Shagad spread her wings, yet there is only one left wing. How could it be? This is fake. The queen is not a god. Are we done then? For those who transcend, wings are a symbol of magic. With only one wing, my magic is very weak. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret from you for so long. And Wendy and Sha Lulu, I'm sorry too. This is all my fault. Please don't hate the people here. Queen Shagad spoke apologetically. What on earth is going on? Wendy asked. No, we elders have the unshirkable responsibility in this matter. The elderly transcendent elders no longer concealed their secrets. Stop quibbling. Regardless of whether you have the power or not, you ordered me to kill my friend. This is a fact. Sha Lulu said. No, Shagad never gave such an order. An elder explained. No, you implanted strange memories in me, controlled my thoughts, and ordered me to kill the Dragon Slayer. Didn't you do all this? Sha Lulu accused harshly. That. Queen Shagad lowered her head. I don't know how to explain time, it's an innate ability to predict the future. In a difficult situation, a large hand suddenly descended, grabbed the Queen Cat Destiny by the scruff of her neck, and held her in his arms again. The rest is up to the master. Sha Lulu, calm down and think carefully about the past. Are those really memories implanted in you by someone else? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Except for this. The old cats mentioned earlier that cats with precognitive abilities occasionally appear among the Transcendent clan, like the one in my arms, and... Well, Sha Lulu was stunned. Wait a moment, Mr. Lu Yu, do you mean to say that Sha Lulu also has? Lucy reacted, a look of surprise on her pretty face. Sha Lulu, are all those things predicted? Wendy asked. No. I don't know. Sha Lulu held her head. His face was full of confusion. After Lu Yu said this, she was also confused. Originally she believed that this was the influence exerted on her by the queen. But think about it now. A transcendent with no other special abilities. How can we influence the memory of an individual? Well, I'm really sorry. Everything I said to you and Little Blue Cat during the day was a lie I made up on the spur of the moment. Minister of State Nadi bowed and apologized. How could it be that everything has been me until now? Sha Lulu fell into Wendy's arms, unable to accept this fact. Looking at my daughter's distraught look, Queen Shige's face was full of heartache. Now is not the time to think about these things, Wendy, Sha Lulu, this country will soon be destroyed, you should leave here quickly, and everyone should leave quickly too. Queen Cat Shaggot reminded. Destruction? It's too early to draw a conclusion now? Lu Yu smiled slightly. The big hand touched the head of the Queen Cat Shaggot. Then he handed it to Lucy. Ms. Shiage, don't be afraid. Mr. Lu Yu is here. Everything will be fine. Lucy smiled reassuringly. But what can we do to stop that giant magic crystal? The elders all couldn't help but murmur, next second. Everyone felt as if a gentle breeze was blowing through the room. In an instant, Luo Shu's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. If you want to know how to solve it, let's go and see it together. Lucy ran to the edge of the island with Shaggot in her arms. Wendy followed closely behind, holding Sha Lulu. Next came Minister of State Nadi and the elders. At last, cats all over the country spread their wings and took off into the sky. Right now, the edge of the island of Extania. Natsu, Urza and the others, who failed to stop the dragon chain cannon from connecting, are desperately trying to resist the magic crystal. Prevent it from colliding with Extania, however, even the strong ones of Fairy Tail. The strength of just a few people is obviously not enough. Hateful. Natsu roared to the sky, further increasing his strength. All I heard was a loud bang. The heavy magic crystal island suddenly loosened. At the same time, Natsu, Urza, Gray, Gajeel, Juvia and the others felt their bodies lighten. Take a closer look. The magic crystal island actually began to retreat little by little. What's going on? Gajeel screamed in shock. Look up, that's... Urza suddenly looked up. Lord Lu Yu, Juvia cried out in delight. Lu Yu. It's Boss Lu Yu, Brother Lu Yu. Natsu, Happy, and Gray all shouted excitedly at the same time. Tisk, if you're here, come earlier, Gajeel whispered. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Yu looked at the people below and smiled slightly. Then pushed the enchanted crystal island step by step away from Extania. You're the same person from yesterday. Above the island, Pan Shalili, captain of the 1st Demonic Combat Force, recognized Lu Yu and his pupils shrank suddenly. After a brief shock, Pan Shalili clenched the sword in his hand and was about to attack. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he broke out in a cold sweat. His intuition told him, if I really fight with Lu Yu, I will die. Kurozumi. Lu Yu's eyes fell on Pan Shalili. The unique name made Pan Shalili stunned. If you want to stop me, you can try. Even if I carry the dragon lock cannon on my back and hold up the magic crystal island in one hand, I will still be invincible in the world. Lu Yu smiled. Extania. Countless streams of light took off from the center of the city, one cat after another. Look, someone pushed the magic crystal away, Wendy exclaimed in surprise. It can't be anyone else, it's Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy cheered. Amazing, that human is amazing. He actually pushed back such a huge magic crystal island by himself. What a power this is, he's simply a god. Could he be the real god? The transcendent kittens who witnessed this scene were all amazed. Lucy Juvia cried out in surprise when she discovered Lucy's presence. Lucy, you're okay too. Very good. Natsu, Happy and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, sorry, I made everyone worried. It was Mr. Lu Yu who took me away from the dungeon. Lucy smiled. Juvia's gaze gradually became filled with resentment, because she already knew. As she was worried and frantically looking for Lucy. But Lucy was cheating. Enjoy the world of two with Lu Yu. It's really too much, he noticed Juvia's resentful gaze. Lucy grinned and turned her head away guiltily, suddenly. Her gaze fell on Gray and Urza. Ursa and Gray, why are you here too? Lucy asked in surprise. Again? Gray covered his heart and once again felt the urge to vomit blood. Ever since coming to this world, his presence has plummeted. We were restored by Gajiel's Dragon Slayer magic. Urza explained seriously. I heard Urza say that. Natsu, Wendy, and Gajiel only realized what was happening belatedly. Now is the best opportunity to restore the companions who have been transformed into magic crystals. Happy brought Natsu up. Sha Lulu takes Wendy away. Gajiel grabbed Pansalili, who was standing in the air in shock and daze, without saying a word. What you do? Lily reacted and screamed in shock and anger. I told you before, I like you very much, be my cat. Gajiel grinned. Who wants to be your cat? Lily scolded. Stop talking nonsense and catch up with the fire dragon and the little girl. They're already far behind. Gajiel spoke domineeringly. So why should I take you there? Lily was completely speechless at Gajiel's shamelessness. At the same time, Palace Square, the royal army, led by King Faust, raised their heads. Get ready to watch the magic crystal and Extania collide. A beautiful picture of endless magic falling on the earth. But the next second, the anticipation on their faces froze. Instead, what emerged was a deep sense of shock and disbelief. The Dragon Lock Cannon is powered by the magic power of 2 Dragon Slayers. It was actually blocked by a mere person with one hand. That magic crystal island is enough to crush anyone into a pulp. But at this moment he was being pushed backwards. In the end, he was even trapped in midair. Then, that person appears again. King Faust's face showed extreme horror. He has recognized it. The person who was pushing the island forward was the monster that suddenly appeared and disappeared yesterday. Damn it. What kind of monster is that? Urza Knight Voka, the captain of the 2nd Demonic Warfare Corps, gritted her teeth. The look he gave towards the figure in the sky was filled with reluctance, yet helplessness. That is simply not something humans can fight against. That is a monster that truly surpasses humans, or perhaps one could say, a god. Chapter 367 The strongest magical weapon, the Dragon Lock Cannon, which combined the magic power of 2 Dragon Slayer wizards, was still running frantically. However, it was unable to shake the magic crystal island in the slightest. The entire island had been completely fixed by Chi Yu's power. Then let's get started. Chi Yu landed on the island. His right hand fell on the huge magic crystal. A moment later, he shook his fist lightly. There was a soft bang. A magic crystal as big as a small mountain fluctuates from the main body. It shattered and emitted brilliant light. Wait until the light fades. Then appeared a little old man less than 1 meter tall. The president of Fairy Tail, Saint Ten, the great wizard Makarov. After President Makarov, another hill of comparable size fell. Then appeared the strongest Fairy Tail before Sayu, Gildarts. Chi Yu, what on earth is going on? It seems like something incredible has happened. Makarov and Gildarts opened their eyes one after another and looked around suspiciously. Let those children tell you the details. Chi Yu pointed at Natsu and Wendy who were flying over from a distance. Immediately concentrate. Start looking for the magical aura of the guild members. Mirajane, Kana, Elfman, Levi, Alba Green, Felide. One by one, the Fairy Tail members materialized. They watched the magic crystal gradually shrink and their companions recover before they could make a move. Natsu, Wendy, Happy, and Charlu, the 2 people and 2 cats were all shocked. Natsu, Wendy, what happened? Where is this place? Makarov asked quickly. This is the world of Edris, Wendy replied. Edris? Gildarts and the others were all stunned. Sha Lulu quickly explained. When they learned that this was another world completely opposite to the one they were in. All the Fairy Tail wizards were stunned. Aslan, Edlas, there must be many good books in this world too. The studious Libby's eyes lit up. Wait a moment, Natsu, Wendy, you said earlier that Fairy Tail also exists in this world. Is this true? Kana asked. Of course it's true. Mr. Natsu, Mr. Sayu, and Sister Lucy have all been there. Wendy nodded. It's unbelievable. The other Fairy Tail is such a man, Elfman said in amazement. If this is really another Fairy Tail, then does that mean there is also Ray in this world? Thinking of this possibility, Mirajane's eyes immediately turned red. She nodded and raised her head slightly, asking for confirmation from Chi Yu who was standing right in front of her. I originally wanted it to be a surprise gift, but it seems you guessed it. Chi Yu smiled slightly. Thanks, Mirajane couldn't help but cry tears of joy after receiving a positive answer. Without caring about the strange looks from others, he immediately gave Chi Yu a big hug. Ouch, even Miss Mira. Chi Yu, what on earth are you going to? Old gentlemen such as Mikao and Wakaba immediately howled like wolves. But soon, the topic returned to Fairy Tail in Edlas. After learning that everyone here has different personalities, everyone in Fairy Tail couldn't help but become interested. Can't wait to see Edris himself. Yoshi, everyone, after this is over, let's have a party with this world's Fairy Tail. President Makarov said excitedly. Oh, the whole audience cheered. Sudden, a beam of bright light connected the sky and the earth, shining on the remaining magic crystal. Wait until the light fades. The magic crystals formed by the people of Magnolia except the Fairy Tail wizards suddenly disappeared. What's going on again? The magic crystal disappeared? How's everyone in Magnolia? The hearts of all the Fairy Tail wizards were tense. Just then, everyone, don't worry, I've already sent them back to Asland. Mistgang, one of Fairy Tail's S-class wizards, appears. I was late in my quest to find traces of a giant anima that would restore everything, but I finally finished. Now everyone in Magnolia has returned, and the city has been restored. Mistgang explained. Is that so? That's great. Everyone is safe and sound, which is better than anything else. Everyone in Fairy Tail breathed a sigh of relief. Next second. Who are you, anyway? Natsu tilted his head in confusion. It's not just Natsu, because every time Mistgang appears, he will cast a sleeping spell. In the entire Fairy Tail Guild, only a few people have ever seen him. Is he also a member of the guild? President, who is this person? Why don't I have any impression? Everyone spoke suspiciously one after another. He is Mr. Gong, Chairman Makarov said. Mr. Gong. Is he the most mysterious Mistgang in our guild? Unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen it. Yeah. Speaking of which, Mr. Gong, why do you always make us fall asleep every time you come? Everyone in Fairy Tail spoke one after another. Feel sorry. Mist Gang apologized. President, everyone, Urza's voice came from far away. Driven by the flying magic of the Transcendence, Urza, Gray, Lucy, Rongbia and others also arrived and joined the group. Great, everyone is safe. Lucy wiped the tears from her eyes happily. Lu Chan, I heard you've already seen us in this world. What do you think? We really are still good sisters, right? Lebby immediately stepped forward and gave Lucy a hug. Lucy was stunned for a moment, then told him about the daily bickering between Lucy and Levi in this world. Libby's face was filled with disbelief. Well, in my opinion, this is also a kind of good sister. You'll know when you meet her. Lucy smiled. Nani, what did you say, Natsu? Did I hear it right? Jade and Troy are the strongest fairy tale in this world? It must be fake. After hearing from Natsu about the disappearance of the wizards, they all became very upset. Only Jed and Troy laughed at the same time, although here, the strength of the two of them is nothing. But in this world, they are the strongest combination of fairy tale. I feel a little excited when I think about it, just when the two of them were getting carried away. Sudden. All I heard was a loud bang. A beam of magic light suddenly exploded beside them. Immediately following, dozens or even hundreds of magical rays shot towards the fairy tale members on the island. Not yet, it's not over yet. Edris Urza led the Legion army and surrounded Fairy Tail. Boom boom boom. The terrifying magic beam destroyed the Fairy Tail's base. But no one fell to the ground. All the Fairy Tail members were caught by the Transcendent Kittens and lifted into the air. Some even caught 2 Transcendent Kittens at the same time, like Urza. Because the armor she was wearing was too heavy, a single cat simply can't handle it. Ha. Thanks, Harpy number 2. Gildarts thanked the blue cat behind him. My name isn't Harpy, the passerby blue cat said weakly. Oh, so many harpies. Are all these from the Hobbit clan? The carefree members of Fairy Tail ignored the encirclement of the Kingdom Army and focused their attention on the Transcendent clan. Until Alba Green screamed out Urza's name. Urza, you are Urza, right? Why are you attacking us? Alba Green looked at the short-haired Urza not far away with an incredible look on her face. It really is Urza. Urza has 2. That's short-haired Urza across from me. Could she be the Urza of this world? Wow, no matter which world it is, it's so scary. By the way, is Urza in this world an enemy? Scarlet. Edla's Urza took the initiative to cut off her long hair and ignored the voices of others. As always, he stared at himself, Nate Walker. Urza drew the magic sword from her waist and prepared to attack. Wait, Urza. Guildmaster Makarov waved his hand. Led by the Transcendent Elder, he moved forward a few meters. Urza of this world, no matter what, your plan has failed. Why don't you sit down and have a good talk? Makarov suggested. I have nothing to talk about with you. Fairy Hunter Urza is still murderous. The magic spear flashed and shot out a beam of magic light. Without waiting to hit Makarov, a big hand stretched out from the side. Completely decomposed the terrifying magic light. Don't be so angry, Urza-chan. Gildarts smiled. This guy is also a monster. Edris Urza looked solemn. Her intuition told her. Gildarts is dangerous, although it has not reached Shiyu's level. But it has also reached the standard of a monster. Ursa Evoca, get your people back off. Do you intend to draw your swords against me, the Prince of Adris? Mist Gang stepped forward and asked majestically, Prince. Fairy Hunter Urza and the kingdom's troops looked at each other in bewilderment. Sudden. Ha. A loud laugh filled with evil and arrogance came from the ground. You mean the prince? That's hilarious, you're no longer my son. This is. The king's voice, Black Panther Lily's expression changed. You've been gone for 7 years, and now you have the nerve to come back. I know you've been stopping souls everywhere in Asland. You are a traitor. You betrayed your own country. How dare you call yourself a prince? King Faust scolded harshly. Your soul plan has failed. There is no point in continuing to fight. Mist Gang spoke calmly. Chapter 368 The Strongest 3. Boom. The atmosphere is vibrating. The earth also trembled violently. The magic of the world continues to boil. The grounds of the royal palace arena. A dazzling magical light blooms. Meaning? You mean the meaning of fighting? King Faust's voice sounded again, becoming clearer and clearer. This isn't a battle. It's revenge against you for ruining the kingdom's plans. It's a one-sided annihilation. Rumble. The ground in the arena cracked. An object emitting a silvery white luster broke out of the ground. Hello. What the hell is that? I have a bad feeling. Is that a magical weapon from this world? The fairy tale people whispered uneasily. If you try to stop my plan, even if it's my son, I will destroy you and make you disappear without a trace. Boom. It fell with the roar of King Faust. The chains binding the forbidden magical weapon completely broke. A brilliant silver light blooms. The magical weapon that originally looked like a dragon egg began to change its form. Mr. Gong, you forced me to do this. If I destroy you, no one will be able to stop the soul in Asland. Then I can continue to create giant magic crystals and repeatedly fuse them with the transcendent. Clang. Boom. A giant steel dragon that was more than 10 times more terrifying than Daphne's artificial dragon knight appeared in people's sight. This is the most powerful forbidden magical weapon that King Faust prides himself on, the Dragon Knight Meteorite Soul. Hold head high. The roar of the Iron Dragon Knight shook the earth, triggering terrifying magical fluctuations. The air was filled with ripples. That magic, that gesture, there's no mistake. How could it be possible that they would go to such lengths? A monster that dyed the sky black and brought destruction. That's the real taboo, the Meteorite Soul. That was a weapon that nearly destroyed the entire world. The elders of the Transcendent clan were all horrified. Meteorite Soul, Dragon Knight, that is, the dragon's enhanced armor. Mistgang looked solemn. That's a magic crystal specifically designed for anti-magic purposes. It can negate all external attacking magic. Don't worry too much, Mistgang. Urza spoke. Look, here we are, the strongest all-star lineup of Fairy Tail. Gray crossed his arms, his face full of confidence. Oh, the president, Gildarts, Chi Yu and the others are moving. Natsu screamed. Allah, those three together seem to be a bit of a bully. Yeah, King of Edris, the one before you now is Fairy Tail. Don't think you can be fearless just by relying on a mere suit of armor. After the initial shock, the Fairy Tail wizards regained their composure. He was no longer intimidated by the Iron Dragon Knight's aura. Damn Fairy Tail, you are the ones, don't get carried away, my soldiers, go and defeat them. King Faust shouted the order. First, let go of the Transcendents, don't let any of them go. Edris Urza waved her hand. The soldiers of the Legion Air Force opened fire in unison. Beam after beam of magic light specially designed for those who transcend shoot out. All transcendents hit by the light will be turned into a small piece of cat crystal. Everyone, it's our turn to protect the harpies. Oh, the Fairy Tail people responded loudly with great momentum and started a fierce battle with the Kingdom Army led by Edlis Urza. All kinds of gorgeous magic exploded, make the night sky bright. Damn Fairy Tail, go to hell. The Iron Dragon Knight opened his mouth wide. A terrifying beam of magical light shot up into the sky. Triple magic circle, mirror water, Mistgang attacks. 3 consecutive magic circles completely blocked and absorbed the Dragon Knight's breath. Then it was returned in full, and a cloud of blinding smoke exploded on the Dragon Knight. Yoo, it's truly worthy of being called Mr. Gong. Did it work? Probably not, because there's so much smoke. The law of no harm where there is smoke applies everywhere. The smoke from the explosion cleared. The Iron Dragon Knight remained unharmed. Not just because it was his own attack. Moreover, it is immune to various magical attacks. Just like the magic immunity of Aslan's Black Dragon Agnologia. As the final weapon of Edris, a taboo that once nearly destroyed the world. It is natural to have this ability, certainly, compared to the Black Dragon King of Aslan. The current Dragon Knight is far from good enough. Mr. Gong, go help the others, leave this to us. Guildmaster Makarov said calmly. Yes, President, it's just. Mistgang hesitated to speak. I know, I will show mercy. Makarov nodded. Show mercy? What a boast, I'll make you despair in no time. King Faust laughed grimly. He controlled the Iron Dragon Knight's dragon claws. He shot down Makarov without mercy, regarding the terrifying shadow brought by the Dragon Knight. Makarov remained unmoved, until the steel dragon claw reached his head. Makarov finally moved. His eyes widened. Makarov extended his right hand. Ha, with your frail human body, you dared to dream of fighting with, Gaw. King Faust's sarcasm suddenly stopped, 1 second ago. He was still mocking Makarov for overestimating his own abilities. He tried to resist the Dragon Knight with his frail body. In the end, it will just be beaten into a meat paste. But the next second, incredible scene. Makarov, who was originally less than 1 meter tall, swelled up in the wind with the help of the giant's magic. In a short while, it grew to the same height as the Dragon Knight. The giant's big hand blocked the Dragon Knight's dragon claw head on. King of Edris, you and I are both fathers, would you like to talk? Boom. A powerful shockwave spread. That was a head-on collision between Makarov in giant form and the Dragon Knight. Since magic doesn't work, then use physical attacks to win. Yoo, it appeared, President Makarov's giant form. President, come on, blast that Dragon Knight. All the Fairy Tail wizards shouted excitedly, that old man is so amazing. She was so small before, but in the blink of an eye. Amazing. He's turned into a giant. This is Aslan's magic. If we keep going like this, maybe it will work. The Transcendent Cats were also amazed. It's not maybe, it's definitely possible. Natsu corrected. King of Edris, and also the head of Mistgang, I wish to speak with you. Giant Makarov said in a deep voice. Chat, I have nothing to talk to you about. Damn old man, go to hell. King Faust aimed the magic cannon in the dragon's mouth at the giant Makarov. The terrifying accumulation of magical power, just then. All I heard was a sharp sonic boom. Gildarts disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. When he appeared again, he was right below the Dragon Knight. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness, in one day. Gildarts concentrated all his magic power into his fists. Deliver the strongest blow to the Dragon Knight's chin. Boom. Gildarts's fist did not arrive. The fierce shock wave had already caused dents on the Dragon Knight's body. When the power of Gildart's punch was fully unleashed, the huge Dragon Knight was knocked into the sky, click, accompanied by the sound of crackling under the heavy load. The Dragon Knight's jaw and half of his head were blown off. Boom! The huge steel Dragon Knight landed with a loud bang. Electric sparks were bursting from all over the machine. Gildarts, hold back a bit, Makarov warned. Sorry, but I showed mercy. Gildarts smiled. Such a powerful attack is not even full strength? Are all the humans in Aslan so powerful? The transcendent cats were stunned once again. No, monsters are only a minority, most of us are just ordinary people. Macau, Wakaba and others quickly clarified and stated that they had drawn a clear line between themselves and the monster. Ha. Suddenly, a deep laugh sounded from the dragon battlefield. The atmosphere is restless, the magic is boiling. The magic that exists in the world. At this moment, it felt like I was being pulled by something, continuously converging towards one place. This is another characteristic of the Iron Dragon Knight. Its very existence absorbs the magic of this world every minute and every second. After unlocking the final form, its absorption of magic power is dozens of times stronger than usual. In just a moment, it is enough to absorb the magic power within a radius of 100 meters and use it to strengthen the body. Under the infusion of that huge magical power, the Iron Dragon Knight undergoes further transformation. The originally silver-white body gradually became stained with deep darkness. The hunched body stood up straight. The dragon claw in his right hand turned into a sharp sword. In the left hand is a shield that can defend and absorb any magical attack. And the magic level is still increasing. I see. No wonder I always felt something was wrong. It turns out the source is right here. Chi Yu whispered to himself. Chi Yu, don't be too harsh. Give the little ghost some chance to practice. Gildarts spoke. Oh well. Chi Yu nodded in agreement. He originally planned to tear the Dragon Knight apart with his bare hands and be done with it. But since Gildarts said so, then let's just play around a bit. Ha. Inside the Dragon Knight's body, King Faust laughed wildly. With the continuous infusion of magic power, the Dragon Knight has been elevated to a new realm. Enough to destroy everything in the world, he firmly believes it. This battle will definitely be his victory, and all the losers will become his magic. For magic, he has gone completely crazy. Die, monsters of Aslan. I'll show you what's going on, true dragon power. King Faust controls the Dark Dragon Knight and launches the strongest attack. A real dragon? Oh, it's still a long way off. Chapter 369 The Encounter of Two Guilds. A real dragon? Oh, it's still a long way off, faced with the terrifying fluctuations of the Dark Dragon Knight. The expression on Lu Yu's face never changed from beginning to end. When the Dark Dragon Knight's attack is approaching, Lu Yu finally moved. Eyes opening and closing. The breath that dominated the heaven and earth suddenly spread out. Transformed into a tangible shockwave. In an instant, the magical mist surrounding the Dark Dragon Knight was dispersed. Even the charging figure of the Dark Dragon Knight paused. Invisible. There seemed to be an invisible protective shield around Lu Yu, continuously expanding outward. Even Makarov and Gildarts retreated unconsciously. Hey, President, this is not a joke. What's going on with this year's newcomers? Gildarts whispered in shock. A little cold sweat broke out on my forehead unconsciously. Looking at Lu Yu, who was bursting with momentum not far away. For no reason, Gildarts thought of what happened in Lingfengzanya. I thought about the emotions I felt when I faced the terrifying black dragon Acnologia. If you ask me about this kind of thing, I don't know either. I can't see Lu Yu's true strength at all. Guildmaster Makarov grinned. Gildarts, if it's him, what do you think the success rate of the 100 Years Quest is? A century-long mission? I don't know, but I'm sure you'll go further than me. Gildarts said. Makarov didn't ask any more questions. Click. The atmosphere crackled as it was overwhelmed. All because of a man clenching his fist, as Lu Yu clenched his fists. The atmosphere cracked in a mournful roar. Large cracks crisscrossed each other and shot straight into the sky. It's just a bluff, don't think you can scare me like this. King Faust tried to comfort himself. Controlling the Dark Dragon Knight, he moved forward steadily. Don't worry, I won't let you finish like this, Lu Yu spoke lightly. Boom. A punch that shook the earth and split the sky was thrown. The Dark Dragon Knight quickly raised his shield to block. However, the earthquake force caused by the shock fruit originating from the pirate's world is not magic. The strongest shield that could not be destroyed by any magic was instantly blown apart by the unparalleled shock. The next thing to explode was half of the Dragon Knight's body. Oh, sure enough, Master Lu Yu is the strongest. He actually blew up the ultimate Dragon Knight with a single punch from midair. That sir is indeed a god. Shag it, if it's that gentleman, then it's definitely possible. The elders of the Transcendence all shouted excitedly. The queen asked Gerd to nod and be gentle. For the first time, I felt a little bit of anticipation about becoming Lu Yu's cat. Hey, little devils up there, if you want to practice, come over now. Lu Yu waved towards the sky. Then leave the finishing touches to me. The Iron Dragon Gajeel jumped down hurriedly. Don't get in the way, Gajeel. Leave this dragon to me. Natsu also came flying over. I don't want to miss this rare opportunity to slay the dragon. Even Wendy came to join in the fun. The dragon battlefield was taken over by 3 young dragon slayers. Seeing this, Lu Yu didn't stay long, after greeting Makarov and Gildarts. He picked up Queen Shagat, who was watching the game from the sidelines. Turn and walk towards the battlefield of the Kingdom Army on the other side. Right now, the battle between the Fairy Tail Wizards and the Kingdom of Edlis's army is in full swing. In terms of individual strength, the members of Fairy Tail are undoubtedly stronger. However, the army of the Kingdom of Edris, which had the home advantage, had more than 100 times the number of troops than Fairy Tail. Plus a variety of powerful magical weapons. It also caused trouble for many Fairy Tail Wizards. Especially the Fairy Tail Wizards need to divide their attention to protect the cats who cannot fight. Some battlefields could not help but fall into a passive situation. Elder Sister, Elfman suddenly screamed in panic. A magical stray bullet hit the target accidentally, flying towards Mirajane and the Transcendence. At the critical moment, the earth suddenly cracked. Just like a seed sprouting and living, a towering tree suddenly rose from the ground and blocked the flying magic missiles. The Fairy Tail logo is hanging on the main door of the tree house. Adra's Fairy Tail, coming to the rescue. Wool. Look at the big tree that suddenly appeared. The Fairy Tail mages and the Kingdom Army on the battlefield were all shocked. Look over there, a tree has suddenly grown. No, that's a building. Look at the top of that tree. That's the guild's logo. The logo of our guild, Fairy Tail. Really? It's Fairy Tail. Could that be the Fairy Tail of Edris? Machao, Wakaba, Jade, Troy and other Fairy Tail members couldn't help but scream in surprise. Yes, that's the Fairy Tail of this world, Lucy and the 2 Juvias said in unison. Different from the surprise of the Fairy Tail Wizards. For Edris Juvia, the arrival of her friends made her feel happy from the bottom of her heart. Snap. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the gate to Fairy Tail opens. Led by the big sister Lucy, all members of the Fairy Tail of Edris joined the battle with great momentum. Then, consternation, because they saw that they were already on this battlefield. Asu Lucy, I'm sorry I'm late. Ed Lucy, I'm the one who wants to say sorry, I misunderstood you. The 2 Lucys clapped at each other. Gray, the dog who was covered in thick clothes like a snowman, met Gray who was naked. By the way, on the other side, you should take off your clothes. The 2 Grays said in unison, I'm a thin guy in Edris. I'm a fat guy from Asland and I'm good at painting magic. Fat and thin leaders each nodded. Ah, am I a magical girl from Edris? Kana said in surprise. No, I'm from Asland. Why are you only wearing underwear? Won't you be seen through? The conservative Adraskana quickly took out a lady's dress from her bag and wanted to put it on herself. Nani. I'm a workaholic on the other side. What? I do nothing all day in Asland but stand in front of the taskbar. What? You don't smoke? What? You're smoking. Edlas and Aslander, the 2 Fairy Tails met here. Produces a violent chemical reaction. The interesting meetings continued. Hello, Edrazelby. Are you Aslan Drabby? The 2 lesbians hit it off right away and soon hugged each other. 2 Lebby, what a blessing. Jade and Troy looked intoxicated. Hey, we from Asland. Don't tarnish the reputation of Shadow Gear. Jade and Troyo, the strongest candidates for Fairy Tail in Edris, looked at himself with a shrug. Are you really the strongest? Jed asked. That's only natural? Edris Jade said as a matter of course. If you don't believe me, come and compete. I also want to see if you guys on the other side are the strongest. Edra Troy suggested. Jade and Troy looked at each other. Defend the outcome of this battle, very quickly. The Macaws, Wakabas, and others also learned about the competition between them. Everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on them. The competition begins, and a few minutes later. Wow. So strong. We on the other side are really strong too. You must be the strongest candidates too. Jade and Troy, the strongest candidates for Eldra's Fairy Tail, panted. No, I'm confident in my speed, but if it comes to my strength, I'm afraid I won't even make it into the top 30. Jade waved his hands quickly. That's right, our guild is full of monsters. Troy echoed. The 2 who were the strongest candidates for Fairy Tail in Edlas were stunned. The other Fairy Tail members of Edris were also shocked. Their strongest couldn't even defeat dozens of opponents. This gap is really not a little bit, regarding strength or not. The Fairy Tail Wizards of Aslan didn't care at all. After all, the world is different, there is no point in competing across the world. Very quickly, the attention of Macau, Wakaba and others from Aslan was attracted by a girl with short white hair in the Adris camp. Hey, is this true? That's Lisanna. Really? It's really Lisanna. Why Lisanna? No, that's Lisanna from Edris. No matter where it is, it's great to see Lisanna again. That's right, the happiest ones right now must be Miss Mira and Elfman. People were talking about it, as expected. Lisanna, on the chaotic and noisy battlefield. The girl cried out in surprise, looking at sister, not far away. Mirajane could no longer suppress her emotions. He stretched out his long legs, took 3 or 2 steps forward, and hugged his sister in his arms. Lysana, the manly Ilfian, followed closely behind. To him who always talks about being a man, at this moment, tears were streaming down my face. There is absolutely no manliness in him that sheds blood without crying. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Lysana, 2 years ago, it was all my fault. The scene brought back emotions. Even though he knew that the Lysana in front of him might not be his sister from that world. Elfman still couldn't hold back his tears, however, Mirajane and Elfman didn't know. The Lysana in front of them was their real sister. 2 years ago, Lysana, who was severely injured by the rampaging Elfman, was absorbed by the small anima of Edris. Merged with Adra's Lysana, who accidentally fell off a cliff and died. Half of her body is Adra's Lysana, but the soul is the real Islandrasana. She is Mirajane and Elfman's younger sister. Sister Mira, brother Elf, don't cry. Lysana whispered. Lysana, what did you call us? Hearing that familiar name, Mirajane and Elfman were stunned. No, Lysana quickly lowered her head, looking bewildered. Mirajane and Elfman of Arthland are her older sister and brother. Same. Mirajane and Elfman of Edris are also her cherished sister and brother. So when I saw Aslan Naz, she was so scared that she rushed out of the door, not daring to recognize Natsu. Because she didn't want to make her brothers and sisters sad again. But now, the sisters and brothers from the 2 worlds all gathered together. Lysana really didn't know what to do. It's okay, Lysana. Edris Mirajane smiled and patted her sister's head. In fact, we already knew this a long time ago, Lysana, you actually come from the world of Asland. Said Edris watermelon-headed Elfman. What do you mean by me from Edris? Mirajane and Elfman were stunned. You are much stronger than me in this land. You will definitely be able to protect Lysana. Watermelon-headed Elfman said. Elfman nodded subconsciously. No one will be able to hurt Lysana again. As soon as the words fell, dozens of magic missiles suddenly shot out. Roar. Elfman roared. Receive the whole body, the soul of the Beast King. Chapter 370. The final battle. The terrifying Beast King appeared and blocked all the magic missiles. Brother Alf, don't. Lysana subconsciously wanted to stop it. Because she still remembers what happened 2 years ago. Don't worry, Lysana, Elfman has gotten stronger. Mirajane wiped the tears from her eyes, from Lysana's reaction. She already knew that the person in front of her was her sister. And for my sister, she can unleash the strongest power. This moment, Fairy Tail's former S-class wizard, Demon Mirajane, returns. Receive the whole body. Satan's soul. Boom. The magical fluctuations called terror spread out. This made people from all directions feel extremely odd. Oh, the Fairy Tail wizards cheered. Wah. Everyone in Fairy Tail, Edris, screamed in shock. What on earth is going on? The Elfman on the other side transforms into a monster. Even Miss Mira has turned into a demon. I from Edris, that's receiving magic. What you are seeing now is one of our Fairy Tail's S-class wizards. Here they come. They're finally back, Demon Mirajane. Our Fairy Tail's Majin Mirajane is back. Happy, Ray, and other Fairy Tail wizards cheered. Miss Mira, you're amazing. That's the legendary Demon Mirajane, worthy of being S-rank. It was the first time for newcomers Lucy and Juvia to see Mirajane's demon form, and they couldn't help but marvel at it. As for the Adra's Kingdom army on the other side, at this moment, he was completely terrified. Looking at Elfman in Beast King form. Now look at Mirajane in her demon form. Their psychological defenses were constantly being broken. The Kingdom of Edris army, I give you one last chance. Lay down your weapons now, surrender. The cry of Haki, the demon Mirajane, who had transformed into Satan's soul. Roar, 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 Elfman roared in his Beast King soul form. The terrifying magical fluctuations spread in all directions. The power of the devil and the Beast King is overwhelming. The people of Edlas had never seen such a scene, looking at Demon Mirajane and Beast King Elfman. The ordinary guards of the royal army were already on the verge of peeing their pants with fear. Monster. They are monsters, the devil is coming. How could we possibly win with such power? Run. The army's morale collapsed instantly. The guards of King Edlus's army were so frightened that they dropped their armor and retreated. It won't take long. The battlefield was pacified. All the king's troops fled in all directions, no longer having the slightest desire to fight. Oh me. This is our victory, as expected of Miss Mira. Demon Mirajane, the best, everyone in Aslan Fairy Tail cheered. Amazing, as expected, Aslan's magic is so powerful. You can actually do something like this. Everyone in Fairy Tail of Edris was also stunned. The 2 brothers, Jade and Troy, who were known as the strongest in Fairy Tail of Edris, both had twitching lips at this moment. They are now certain. Their strength can only be considered second or third rate in the Fairy Tail Guild on the other side. The strength of both sides is completely on another level. Elfman, if it were them, they would definitely be able to protect Lysana. Edris Mirajane wiped the tears from her eyes. Yes, Sister Mira. Edris watermelon-haired Elfman nodded heavily. With the active participation of the Fairy Tail people, the battlefield was initially pacified. A broken iron dragon rider driven by King Faust. Now, under the fierce attack of the 3 Dragonslayer wizards, he was retreating step by step and could not hold on for long. Apart from these 2 battlefields, right now, there is another battlefield that is in full swing. That is the fateful showdown between the Fairy Queen and the Fairy Hunter. Scarlet. The elf hunter Edris gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Nate Voka. Urza stood with her sword in hand and spoke calmly. As Urza, you keep hurting Fairytale. It's about time you put an end to this. Snort. Urza Nightwalker scoffed. You are also Urza, yet you swing your sword at the king. There's no point in talking anymore, Urza doesn't need to. This battle will continue until one of the 2 sides disappears. The 2 Urzas shouted in unison. The words fell. Asland Urza swung her sword. Edris Urza drew her gun. A terrifying explosion followed. The entire floating sky island was shaking and could capsize at any time. I didn't expect it to be this evenly matched. Urza looked serious. Equally matched? That's not right. You haven't seen the final form of the demonic spear 10 rings spear yet? Adris Urza smiled cruelly. The words fell. Dazzling golden lightning flashed as the demonic spear 10 rings spear transformed into its final form. Holy spear. Holy stone world. This is the most powerful holy spear forged by the finest craftsmen of Adris. Just one strike can bring about ultimate destruction that will shake the world. Adris Urza introduced confidently, but the next second, her expression suddenly changed, accompanied by the boiling of magic power. A brilliant golden beam of light lit up around Urza. Change clothes. Fairy armor. As the magic light faded, Urza appeared in pink fairy armor. You should know the origin of this armor bearing the guild's name, even without me telling you. Urza pointed her sword forward. Interesting, come on then. The 2 Urzas shouted and attacked at the same time. Pink, green. The terrifying magical light illuminated the night sky. The powerful impact force spread in all directions. Large cracks crisscrossed the entire floating sky island. Finally, click, 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 the island made a sound of being overwhelmed. The floating sky island used as a battlefield exploded at this moment. At the same time, the holy spear of Edlas and Urza also exploded. Of course, Urza wasn't unscathed either. It's not just the twin fairy swords in his hands. Even the fairy armor on his body was completely destroyed in this collision, revealing her perfect figure under a thin purple dress. Even so, the battle between the 2 Urzas is still not over. There is no magic or weapons, then use your fists and feet. However, just then, the passionate fight between the girls with fists and blood just began, but it came to an abrupt end. Okay, that's enough. The ruined floating sky island battlefield. That's enough, Urza, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yu's figure suddenly appeared. He took 2 punches from Urza, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Yu, are you okay now? Urza asked with concern. During the day, she had heard about the changes in Lu Yu from Juvia and had been worried. It's all right now. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He casually took off his coat and put it on Urza. The battle is over. Now just relax, Lu Yu comforted. Hearing this, Urza's tense body completely relaxed. She has always believed in Lu Yu's words. Comfort Urza. Lu Yu's gaze then fell on Edlas Urza on the other side. Do you still want to continue resisting, hateful? Edris Urza gritted her teeth unwillingly, clenched her fists, and even her knuckles turned slightly white. She felt extremely unwilling in her heart, but even so, what can we do? Their king's army had been defeated. Even the king who controlled the ultimate weapon was defeated by 3 Dragonslayers. She was the only one left. Things have come to this. Without his magic power and magic gun, how could he fight against the monsters in Asland? Only, she really didn't want to experience life without magic. Edris Urza looked gloomy. Wait until you come to your senses. She was horrified to discover this. I don't know when. Lu Yu had already walked in front of her. The warm big hand fell on her shoulder. Edris Urza tensed up. Want to resist? The next second, I relaxed immediately. Even if I were in my prime, I couldn't beat the man in front of me. Not to mention now, dying at the hands of the strongest wouldn't be such a bad thing. Just as Edris Urza was thinking this, next second, she only felt her body being lifted up. Urza, go meet up with everyone first and discuss the banquet celebration. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, I'll take this with me. After saying that, Lu Yu grabbed Urza's torn tights and disappeared from the spot with her in an instant. Right now, deep within the palace of Adris, under the leadership of Prince Mistgang, the Black Cat Lily came to the center of the kingdom. A room that creates a super magical anima. A huge glowing magic crystal was suspended in midair. 5 huge statues stand guard on the side. Prince, what do you want to do? Black Cat Lily asked. I normally spend my time observing Asland. Although there are conflicts, it's still a rich world. I'm sure it can become a container. Mistgang said calmly. Prince, could it be that, no matter what, this is too ridiculous? Black Cat Lily noticed Mistgang's intention. This is the only way to eradicate struggle from this world. To create a world where everyone is equal, the only way is to reverse the anima and eliminate all the magic in this world. Mr. Hill rode. No, no way. Destroying all the magic power is absolutely not allowed. The girl screamed hysterically. Urusa, Mistgang was suddenly startled. No, it's Netwoka. Why are you here? Black Cat Lily is on full alert. I brought her here. Lu Yu walked over calmly. Lily, don't be nervous. The transcendent Queen Shaghat followed closely behind. The Queen and that incredible human, Black Cat Lily, was shocked again. Lu Yu, why are you here? Mr. Gong also looked puzzled. Lu Yu looked at the Black Cat Lily. Lily, please go out first. Mr. Hill rode. Black Cat Lily was stunned. I'd really like to know what happens next though. But he still nodded obediently. Wherever there are people, there are fights. Even without magic, the fight will not stop, Mistgang. Lu Yu said quietly. I know about this kind of thing, but at least it won't happen again. Besides, the magic power of this world is almost exhausted. Mr. Hill rode. Is that really the case? Lu Yu smiled slightly. Mistgang, calm down and listen carefully to the sounds of the earth and nature. Mistgang was stunned for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. Next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. His face showed extreme shock, astonishment and disbelief. The magic power of nature has stabilized and is no longer lost. What is going on? Because I have taken over this world of Adras, chapter 371 farewell. The magic of the earth and nature has settled. What does that even mean? Edris Urza asked nervously and anxiously. The king activated the ultimate weapon, the Dragon Knight, which consumed at least 10 years of magic power. This gap can only be filled with transcendence and giant magic crystals. It wasn't just Edris Urza who found this incredible. This is also the confusion of Mistgang and the transcendent Queen Shaghat. Very quickly, the man and the cat suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yu, who was approaching. Lu Yu, what did you do? You actually stopped the magic power of this world from dissipating. Mistgang's eyes sparkled. I just took over the world. Lu Yu said lightly. Take over? The world? No, but how on earth is this done? This is simply not something humans can do. Mistgang exclaimed in amazement. The look he gave Lu Yu was filled with shock and disbelief. Lord Lu Yu, are you really a god? The transcendent Queen Shaghat said with a fanatical look on her face. A god? This man is a god sent by heaven to save Edlas. No wonder even I couldn't muster the slightest desire to fight him. Adris Urza whispered in shock. Oh my god. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head, denying the speculation of Mistgang and others. I'm not a god, just a slightly more powerful human. Mistgang, Edlas Urza, and Shaghat. Of course, from now on, you can also call me the god of this world, the Chaos Dragon God. Lu Yu grinned. The dazzling light of the Chaos Pool shines. Rumble. Lu Yu transformed himself. Reveal the true form of the Chaos Dragon God. A small underground space naturally cannot accommodate Lu Yu's true body that covers the sky and the sun. But as the controller of the world, Lu Yu is almost a god in Edlas. What Mistgang and the others could see was naturally a miraculous sight beyond imagination. It was a picture of a sacred chaos dragon covering the entire world. For a long time, the underground core of the palace was still dead silent. Mistgang, Edlas Urza and the transcendent Queen Shaghat were still deeply immersed in shock and unable to extricate themselves. I don't know how long it has been, so that's how it is. This is your true strength, Lu Yu. You are already a near god. Mistgang whispered in shock. Don't worry, I'm a member of Fairy Tail, Lu Yu said with a smile. No, I never worried about that. Mistgang waved his hands quickly. Then he took a deep breath and knelt on one knee. Lu Yu, it's you who saved this world that has been depleted of magic power. From now on, you are. Without waiting for Mistgang to finish, Lu Yu decisively waved his hand to interrupt. Forget it, I'll leave the throne of this world to you. I have to go back eventually. Lu Yu said. My lord god, are you leaving? Then what will happen to the magic of this world? Urza's face was full of anxiety. Don't worry, the magic power of this world is connected to me. As long as I don't die, the magic power will never run out. Lu Yu said. Lord God Lu Yu, from now on, I, Urza Nightwoka, will be your most loyal believer. No matter what you request, please just give me your orders. Edris Urza spoke with a fanatical look on her face. Then, from now on, the stability of this world will be left to the three of you. If I have time, I will come back from time to time to check on you. Lu Yu spoke lightly. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, Edla's copy. No danger. Go through smoothly, in the present moment of winning. All that remains is a grand banquet, kindly sponsored by Mistgang, King of New Adras. The banquet between the two worlds of Fairy Tail opens grandly. The noisy banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It's finally time to say goodbye. Goodbye, everyone, goodbye to Edlas too. Natsu chuckled and waved goodbye. Ed Gray, take off your snowman suit quickly, it looks hot. Gray looked at himself in Edlas unhappily. What did you say? Asgray, you're the one. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Stop being a perverted exhibitionist. Edrus Gray said. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed. See you next time, Ed Lucy. Lucy smiled brightly. Oh, Yasa Lucy. If you get married in the future, please be sure to invite me. Edris Lucy laughed. No, it's too early to talk about getting married. Lucy's face immediately turned red. Ascana, you must not drink too much when you get back. It's bad for your health, and don't forget to wear clothes. You're a girl, you must protect yourself. Lady Kana of Edris said earnestly. I know. Aslankana grinned. I feel a headache because of this nanny-like advice from my other self. These 3 days of joyful feasting, because of Edkana. She couldn't even drink the wine properly, she drank it to her heart's content. I must have a good drink when I get back. Are you really leaving? Edris Juvia sighed, and her beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Lu Yu, her face full of reluctance to leave. Edris Juvia, you really have fallen in love with Lord Lu Yu. Juvia smiled. No, it's not, I didn't. Edris Juvia denied it 3 times. Stop pretending. Your expression has betrayed you. Tell the truth quickly. What happened between you and Lord Lu Yu after Lucy and I left that day? Juvia demanded with a sharp gaze, under the repeated questioning of another self. Finally, Edris Juvia couldn't hold it anymore, pulled herself to the corner, and told Shay. Wow, using your feet. How daring. Aslan Juvia's mouth opened into an O shape in shock. Very quickly, her eyebrows were curved, and a subtle curve appeared on her face. But you just said that Lord Lu Yu didn't blame me. Maybe, I can give it a try after I go back. Juvia was eager to try. The farewell ceremony between the two fairy tale continues. Don't worry, you will grow up in the future. Edris Big Wendy comforts Lil Wendy. Let's celebrate together later. The Adris Levy Trio and the Aslan Levy Trio made a pact. I, from Edris, need to show some manliness. Elfman patted Watermelon Head Elfman on the shoulder. From now on, Lisana will be in your hands. Adris Mirajane reluctantly handed her sister Lisana over to her other self. Sister Mira, brother Elf. Lisana's eyes welled up with tears. Finally, he hugged Edris's brother and sister, finally. The time of parting has arrived. Everyone, it's almost time, get ready to go back. President Makarov stood on the podium and made Fairy Tale's unique gesture. Oh, everyone responded in unison. Everyone, if you want to come over in the future, you can contact me. The new king, Mist Gang, waved his magic wand. The super magic anima operates in reverse. A blinding light enveloped the entire Aslan fairy tale. Whoosh! Brilliant magic beams connect the sky and the earth. Bring Aslan and the fairy tale people back to their original world. Watching the people leaving, everyone in Fairy Tale of Edris couldn't help but feel lost. Especially girls like Juvia and Lucy. There is also Urza Nightwalker who turned from evil to good. But life must go on. What they have to do next is to build this world well. Go back. Mist Gang waved and turned. When he saw the slender figure not far away, he was stunned. Lord God Lu Yu. Lord God Lu Yu, your presence is truly better than anything else. Adris Urza Knight Voka stepped forward immediately. Her beautiful face was filled with fanaticism. Lu Yu, what is going on? King Mist Gang was also puzzled. Mr. Gang, you've been there for so long, you shouldn't be unaware of it. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Could it be a thought body? Mist Gang thought of this possibility. Well, that's about it. I still have some things to do in this world, so I'll be staying for a while. Lu Yu nodded. The other side. The world of Aslan. The sky was still gray, and a light drizzle fell on the ground. Everything is exactly the same as before I left. Nothing has changed. The only things that changed were the memories of the fairy tale mages. The journey to the world of Edris was an unforgettable experience for everyone in Fairy Tale. Especially for Mirajan and Elfman. The return of my younger sister Lisana is truly a blessing. To the other members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Especially for Natsu, Urza and others who are childhood friends of Lisana. This is also unprecedented good news. In addition to welcoming former partner Lisana. This time, Fairy Tale also has a new member joining. That is Pan Shalili, the captain of the 1st Magic Combat Unit of the former Kingdom of Edris. During the past 3 days of celebration banquet, Pansalili was forced by Gajil to drink alcohol for 3 days. In the end, he agreed to join Fairy Tale and became the cat that Gajil had been thinking about. By the time Pansalili came to his senses, he knew that he could no longer go back on his word. Just like that, half-heartedly, Black Cat really also became a member of Fairy Tale. At the same time, because I live in a different world. The originally burly Black Panther Lily turned into a cute little black cat after coming to Aslan. The atmosphere in the Fairy Tale Guild remains the same as always. Hey everyone, let's celebrate Lisana's return and Lily's participation in the party. Natsu suggested loudly. Oh, welcome back, Lisana. Chapter 372's Class Mage Assessment. All members agreed without objection. The banquet has just been held for 3 days. A new banquet is about to begin. This made Lu Yu couldn't help but feel like he was in the pirate's world. After all, for those guys in the pirate's world, banquets are commonplace. Especially those guys from the Red Hair Pirates. Once the party started, it never ended. However, the Fairy Tale party also has its own characteristics. For example, now, the originally joyful banquet suddenly turned into a fighting celebration. Not long after, all the wizards in the entire guild were involved. And then, the first floor hall was a mess. At last, the majestic fairy queen came forward. The troublemakers such as Natsu and Grey were beaten up. Then he pulled them together and started repairing the guild. Everything is as harmonious as ever. What a noisy guild. Black Cat Lily was ashamed when he saw this scene for the first time. Everyone says that for the first time. White Cat Lulu shrugged. But it's a happy guild. The Blue Cat Harpy chuckled. Sudden, Gajiel, who had been quiet for a short while, suddenly jumped up. Hey, Fire Dragon, little girl, let my Lily fight your Blue Cat and White Cat. Gajiel yelled excitedly after finally getting the cat he wished for. Plus the powerful Black Cat Lily. Gajiel was always proud of this. Wendy, just what I wanted. Natsu showed no sign of weakness. That's not good, complained the little Blue Cat Habib. Let me tell you in advance, my Lily is truly the strongest. Gajiel said, my Harpy is a real cat. Natsu said complacently. Well, I seem to have lost all of a sudden. Habibi continued to complain about himself. Time passes by little, and it finally arrived. Fairy Tail's most important day of the year. S-class wizard examination. Magnolia, a mansion belonging to Lu Yu. We have a guest tonight. Lucy, don't you have any wine here? I want to drink. Kana asked. Does anyone normally drink alcohol while taking a bath? Lucy complained. Well, Kana sighed softly. What's wrong? Kana, you look listless. Lucy asked confusedly. As he spoke, he entered the bathtub. Normally, here are her and Lu Yu. With other girls, are together. No, nothing. How are you and your father after that? Kana asked. It's nothing good or bad. In fact, we haven't contacted each other yet. Lucy said. Kana, what's wrong with you? If you have any worries or troubles, just tell me. Lucy asked enthusiastically, noticing Kana's state. Crash. Kana stood up and sighed. I want to leave the guild. Lucy. Well, alas. Night ends. It was early morning. The Fairy Tail Guild was as boisterous as ever. Lucy arrived at the guild early in the morning. Find your close older sister Mirajan and tell her about what happened last night about Kana wanting to quit the club. For the reasons, Lucy couldn't understand it. They were having a happy party and making a fuss together just a few days ago. Said he liked the guild the most. But now he suddenly wants to quit the club. How can such a thing be accepted? Don't figure out the reason. Lucy might not be able to sleep well for the next month. However, regarding Lucy's nervousness and anxiety, Mirajan, the caring older sister, simply smiled, not caring at all. Don't worry, Lucy. Kana always says the same thing every year around this time. Mirajan said. What period is this? Lucy was puzzled. By the way, Lucy, you've only been in the guild for half a year, so you might not know that Fairy Tail holds a major event at the end of every year. Look, Natsu, Gray, and everyone else who wants to participate have been working their butts off lately. Mirajan said. Hearing Mirajan say this, Lucy also reacted. I haven't seen much of Natsu and Gray these days. Upon asking, I found out that after finishing the previous task, they immediately started to tackle the next task. Very busy. Mirajan, what does that event have to do with the mission they're doing? Lucy was still confused. Well, you'll know tomorrow. Mirajan deliberately kept it a secret. Another day. At the call of President Makarov, all the Fairy Tail wizards gathered in the guild. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and so on. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, enthusiasm and eagerness to try. For the purpose of today's call, the elders of Fairy Tail all knew it very well. In comparison, Lucy, Wendy and other new members were completely confused. Is there any activity here? Black Cat Lily put her hands on her hips. Have no idea. Gajiel folded his arms. I heard the guild has something important to announce. Wendy's face was full of anticipation. The moment has finally arrived. We've all worked so hard. I don't know if I'll be able to make the list this year. I can't wait. This kind of tension is manly. Everyone in the guild was talking about it. Really? What kind of event is this? Lucy was terrified. My inner curiosity is overflowing. In comparison, Juvia on the side was much quieter. His eyes just stared at Lu Yu without blinking. Mr. Lu Yu, do you know what the president is going to say? Lucy opened her tearful eyes, wanting to know in advance. No, I don't know either. Lu Yu smiled slightly. You're lying. Mr. Lu Yu, you clearly know it. Lucy puffed up her cheeks adorably. Ha, the president is coming, there's no need to rush. Lu Yu said. Fairy Tail. All staff gathered. The guild was crowded with people. The atmosphere is warm. Everyone is looking forward to it. The Fairy Tail Guild's annual event has begun. Finally, with the unveiling of the curtain, President Makarov took the stage. Standing behind him were three S-class wizards from Fairy Tail. The Fairy Queen Urza, the Demon Mirajan, and Gildarts, who is recognized as the strongest. Oh, President, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's get started. Start publishing. The Fairy Tail wizards cheered and shouted. Ahem. Guildmaster Makarov cleared his throat. According to the rules established since the founding of Fairy Tail, the list of candidates for the S and Mage level up exams will be announced next. Finally, the secret is revealed. Fairy Tail's major end-of-year event is the upgrade assessment for S-class wizards. The whole audience cheered. I'm on fire. Natsu clenched his fist. The body really caught fire, with hot flames rising. Everyone, be quiet. The president hasn't finished speaking yet. Fairy Queen Urza spoke majestically. Then, the whole audience fell silent immediately. The burning Natsu also extinguished the fire. This year's exam will still be held on Tinlong Island, the sacred place of our guild. Makarov continued. Over the past year, I have strengthened everyone's strength, heart, and soul. The total number of participants is 8 plus 1. Listen to the number of people in Makarov's guild. Everyone was stunned. Of course, the number of people who take the upgrade assessment each year is not fixed. But there has never been a case of plus 1. Is it some new content? Everyone continued to wait with anticipation. Next is the announcement of the candidates, starting with the first one, Natsu Dragneel. Makarov pointed at Natsu. Good. Natsu clenched his fist. That's great, Natsu. The little blue cat Habib jumped 3 feet high with joy. Next is Gray Forbaster. I've finally waited for this moment. Gray smiled confidently. The third person, Juvia Roxa. Juvia. Why me? Juvia looked confused. Ever since joining Fairy Tail, she spends most of her time with Lu Yu. She will only accompany Lu Yu if he accepts the mission. I didn't expect it to be included in the list. What Juvia didn't know was, for the S-level assessment, the number of tasks is only one of the indicators. What really matters is personal strength, and the love for the guild. As one of the 4 elements of the original Phantom, Juvia is naturally qualified to challenge the threshold of S-class magician. 4th place, Elfman. If you're a man, you must become S rank. Elfman crossed his arms confidently. The 5th person, Kana Alberona. 6th place, Fred Justin. 7th place, Rebby McCarty. 8th place, Meister Glada. The above 8 will participate in this year's Tinlong Island S-level trial. Makarov rode. Oh. The whole audience cheered again. Even if they were not selected, people were still in high spirits. Except for a few Kana, all the selected ones were excited and eager to try. It's actually Fairy Tail's S-class wizard exam. How exciting. Lucy was excited when she finally knew the secret. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Wait a moment, there seems to be a stranger mixed in on the list. Lucy looked up at the last candidate announced by Guild President Makarov. Meister Glada, short black hair and a crew cut. I have been in the guild for half a year. Never showed up once. Is there actually such a person in the guild? Lucy was shocked. Excuse me for being so rude, Lucy. Lu Yu smiled. Oh, sorry. Lucy bowed her head and apologized. She thought of another thing. Wait a moment. Why isn't Lu Yu on the list, old man? Natsu spoke out Lucy's thoughts. Yes, old man, my brother is more qualified to take part in this test than me. Gray was also puzzled. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Makarov waved his hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. I previously announced 8 people, and now here's the plus 1 list. I believe you all know who it is without me telling you. Chapter 373. The assessment begins. Fairy Tail's annual event. The 8 candidates who passed the S-class wizard assessment were announced. Not to mention the last plus 1. Everyone knows it. It must be Lu Yu without a doubt. Only, why did President Makarov single out Lu Yu? Normally, wouldn't it be better to just announce the 9 participants? After all, the number of people taking the annual S-class wizard assessment is not fixed. Lucy wasn't the only one who had this question. This was also the common doubt shared by all the Fairy Tail wizards present. To this, President Makarov only said that this was related to the competition system. Nothing else was disclosed. The exam is in a week, so please adjust your physical condition. Also, considering that there are first-time candidates, let me explain the basic rules of this assessment. Guild Master Makarov then spoke. Except for Lu Yu, the other 8 selected people need to decide on a partner within a week of preparation. Partner. Lucy was stunned, because this assessment will also test the bonds between companions. Urza explained. I see. So why is Mr. Lu Yu excluded? Lucy said. If you can. He also wanted to go with Lu Yu to broaden his horizons. Take a look at Tenro Island, the legendary sacred place of Fairy Tail. Suddenly, Lucy shuddered. She suddenly thought of it. Mirajan once said, Kana's recent low mood is related to this S-level assessment activity. Compared to Lu Yu, Lucy is more worried about Kana. There are 2 rules for choosing a partner. First, they must be members of Fairy Tail. Second, you cannot choose an S-class wizard as your partner. President Makarov continued reading out the rules. In addition, the details of the assessment will be explained when we arrive at Tenro Island. This time, Urza will still block the path of the contestants to pass. The whole audience was shocked. People suffering from Urza's PTSD were frightened to death on the spot. However, what surprised everyone even more was yet to come. I'll also be playing the role of your enemy this time. Mirajan, who had a sweet look, smiled slightly. Because you have overcome the inner obstacles. Now Mirajan is no longer just a pretty face as Fairy Tail's poster girl. Equally terrifying as the Fairy Tail S-class wizard, Majin Mirajan. Doesn't it mean that I can't become an S-class wizard unless I defeat Urza and Miss Mira? Lucy was shocked, but I think they should show some mercy. The corners of the telepathic wizard Warrian's mouth twitched. Stop complaining. Everyone got promoted to S-class wizard this way. Gildarts spoke. Wait a moment. Elfman's voice gradually began to stutter. Will Gildarts also be participating? Natsu's eyes lit up and he looked eager to try. What's there to be happy about? Gray complained. The 8 selected participants and their partners will gather at Barujan Port in 1 week. That's all. President Makarov announced the final message. The conference was then dissolved. The participants of the assessment gathered in groups of 3 or 4. Start preparing for the assessment in a week. This year's assessment seems to be particularly difficult. Gray folded his arms. I can't believe it, Natsu and Gray, this is your first time participating too. Lucy said. I'm already fired up. I must become an S-class wizard. Natsu yelled firmly. Manly Elfman, you still have a long way to go before you can reach S rank. Elfman put his head in his hands. The thought of becoming enemies with Urza, her sister, and the strongest Gildarts. He couldn't help but feel frightened. But, if only Elfman knew. Finally, we need to. I don't know how desperate I am. The fairy tale tournament is over. The members who were not selected to participate in the assessment went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. 8 people were selected except Lu Yu. At this moment, he was busy looking for partners to join him. The second partner he decided on was Phalide, one of the Thunder Gods. As a member of the Thunder Gods trio, it was natural to look for a partner for Phalide among them. The partner he finally decided on was Bigasro. Please, Phalide said, leave it to me. If you are promoted to an S-class wizard, Laxus will be very happy when he returns, and the status of the Thunder Gods will also rise significantly. Bigasro responded confidently. As for the first one, or perhaps it could be said that the partner had already been decided upon when President Makarov read out the rules, and that it would naturally be Natsu. And his partner, of course, is the little blue cat Harpy. I will definitely make Natsu an S-class wizard. The little blue cat Habib raised his arms and shouted confidently. I won't give in on this, even to my companions. Natsu crossed his arms. And we can't waste any more time, go practice. Drop this sentence. Natsu and Happy ran out of the guild like the wind. Prepare to go on a week-long retreat. To prepare for the upcoming S-class wizard assessment. Juvia wants to quit. Juvia spoke shyly. Why? Wendy, who was standing by, was shocked. Because, if Juvia quits, she can become a partner of Lord Lu Yu. Juvia said weakly. That's not right, Juvia-chan, the president said before that Mr. Lu Yu didn't go. Lizanna corrected. Juvia was immediately shocked. She really didn't pay much attention to the rules that President Makarov read out earlier. At this moment, I was shocked to hear Lizanna say this. If you haven't decided on a partner, Juvia-chan, would you like me to accompany you? In that world, Juvia-chan and I have a good relationship. Lizanna smiled. Then please, Lizanna. Juvia nodded in agreement. Then please give me your guidance from now on. Lizanna giggled. Gray, have you decided yet? Partner. Lucy asked. It's been decided long ago. Gray smiled mysteriously. Ta. Footsteps were heard. A young man with orange hair and glasses, wearing a suit and a pen, appeared. Everyone, long time no see. Leo, the leader of the Zodiac, and Loki, a member of Fairy Tail, greeted. Wait a moment. Lucy was shocked. I'm sorry, Lucy. Can we cancel our contract during the exam? Don't worry, I used my own magic to get through the door. Loki negotiated. Loki and I already discussed this last year, so Lucy, lend me this thing. Gray was also very blunt. Well, okay then. After the initial shock, Lucy accepted the reality that she had contracted a willful celestial spirit and nodded in agreement. In this way, 4 teams have been formed. Next is the 5th group. Elfman was forced to face the petrification ray of Alba Green, the last of the Thunder Gods. Finally chose to partner with him. The partners of the 6th group were somewhat unexpected. Levi finally chose to team up with Gajiel, who had hurt her before. Rather say, this was caused by Gajiel's semi-forced behavior. On the one hand, Gajiel also wants to participate in the so-called S-rank trial. On the other hand, he also wanted to make up for the hurt he had caused to Levi last time. Then comes the 7th group. Also unexpected. Mester, who rarely appears in the guild, invites Wendy to be his partner. After being at a loss at first, Wendy finally nodded in agreement. In this way, in the end, there was only one person left, Kana. But from the beginning, Kana's partner has been decided. That night, I'll be Kana's partner. I won't let you leave the guild. I'll definitely help you become an S-class wizard. When I learned from Kana the biggest secret hidden deep in her heart. Lucy's mouth opened in shock. And I have made up my mind completely. Hence the bold words at the beginning. Lucy. Kana nodded in agreement with tears in her eyes. The final partner is decided. Time flies. A week passed in a flash. The Fairy Tail S-rank examination has officially begun. There are 8 participants including Natsu, Gray, Juvia, and 8 partners, for a total of 16 people. Plus the special Lu Yu, and the little white cat Sha Lulu and the little black cat Lily who came to join in the fun. The group arrived at Harjan Port and boarded a ship bound for Fairy Tail's holy land, Tenro Island. The sun is shining brightly. It's obviously winter. But the temperature is getting higher and higher. This is one of the signs of being close to the sacred grounds of Fairy Tale. Due to the special geographical location, the climate around Tenro Island is always hot in the summer. Mink, it's so hot, I feel like I'm going to melt and be eaten by Lord Lu Yu. Lucy slumped lazily on the recliner, muttering some lewd words. No, it's me who should be eaten by Lord Lu Yu. Juvia spoke seriously. Lu Yu, Kana and Lizanna, after sailing for about 3 hours under the scorching sun. A small black dot appeared at the end of the sea level in the distance. As the ship approaches, the small black spots gradually expanded and became clearer. You can vaguely see it. It is a small island with a unique shape. A super big tree with lush branches and leaves. It covers the entire island like a dome. That's where the Fairy Tale Guild originated. That is the holy place of Fairy Tale, Tenro Island. Are we finally here? Gray's fists and palms clashed. That's the legendary Tinlong Island. What a magnificent island. Amazing. Even here, I can feel the magic emanating from the island. ... The rest of the people also briefly forgot about the scorching heat. He looked at the holy land of Tinlong Island not far away with a look of shock. Certainly. Except for Naz. Because of the aftereffects of the Dragon Slayer. Natsu has been seasick since he got on the ship. If it were in the past. And Wendy can help him relieve it. But this time. Wendy is the partner invited by Meister. As a competitor. It makes sense. Even Wendy couldn't help Natsu with his seasickness. Just when everyone was amazed. It's said that that island was once inhabited by goblins. President Makarov appears and introduces the Holy Land to everyone. Also, the resting place of Fairy Tale's first president, Mavis Viviamelio, is also on this island. Now, let me announce the content of the first test. You can see thick smoke on the shore of the island. First, you need to get there. There are 8 roads there, and only one group of people is allowed to enter each road. Then 3 situations will appear in front of the road. Guildmaster Makarov pointed casually. An instruction display appears. On the path with fight written on it, 2 teams will enter and duel with each other. Only the victorious team can move on. The path labeled Fierce Battle is the most difficult path, requiring you to defeat an active S-class wizard. The final quiet is the route you can pass without fighting anyone. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Makarov introduced, while everyone was still in shock. President Makarov waved his hand. Now, the assessment begins. Chapter 374 Naz vs. Gildas. Instructions are over, the exam begins now. President Makarov waved his hand. This marks the beginning of this year's Tinlong Island S-level assessment. I see. Natsu struggled to his feet from the deck. Happy, let's find a route first. Isa, the little blue cat Happy spread his wings and soared into the sky with Natsu first. Natsu, you, so cunning. Gray and Elfman were both shocked. Hey, arriving at the test site first and choosing the route is also part of the assessment, right, old man? Natsu chuckled smugly. That's right. Guildmaster Makarov nodded. That's it, we're leaving first. Natsu waved his hand triumphantly. Just keep moving forward. However, the next second. Something unexpected happened. Before it flew far. Natsu and the little blue cat harpy duo ran headfirst into the wall. A purple ancient text appeared where there was nothing. That's a technique. Libby and the others immediately recognized him and turned around. Only then did I realize it. I don't know when. Fried and Bigasro have already set off. Don't worry, the spell will automatically be lifted in 5 minutes. Fried smiled slightly and rushed towards Tinlong Island first. Why not just keep them locked up there forever? Bigasro said. That wouldn't be considered a competitive assessment. Fried said. Damn it, Freed, you be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Gray looked at Guildmaster Makarov. Well, it's not a race anyway. Guildmaster Makarov didn't care. If that guy gets to the island first, it will be covered with spells. This is what Gray is really worried about. The first experiment may have no effect. But then the second and third games. Will have the advantage. I can rewrite this technique. Libby pulled out a magic pen. Smearing and rewriting on Freed's technique. It won't take a moment. It's done, but only Gajiel and I can get through. Libby winked playfully. Well done, little girl. Gajiel grinned. Goodbye, Fire Dragon, I'm leaving first. The second group of breakthrough techniques went to the venue first. Leaving Natsu and the others confused. The third group to break through was Elfman and Albatomlin. After all, they are all members of the Thunder God clan. Alba Green knew a little about Freed's methods. This level of blockade was quickly broken. Then the next 5 combinations. Unable to break through the spell. Just wait 5 minutes. What should I do, Master Lu Yu? Lucy looked at Lu Yu for help. To this, Lu Yu just turned over. Pretend you didn't see anything. It's against the rules to call for help. You'll be disqualified, Lucy. Chairman Makarov said. Ha ha ha. No, I'm not looking for any external help. Lucy laughed. Finally, 5 minutes are up. The magic trap set by Freed was lifted. The remaining 5 teams set off together. Natsu and Happy naturally took the aerial route. Juvia, who is good at water magic, and Lizana, who has transformed into a fish, walk underwater. Gray created a road of ice and slid along it with Loki. Kana, who thought Wendy and Mester were still at the bottom, looked back. But it was discovered. I don't know when. Wendy and Mester had teleported away. If you don't hurry up, all the routes will be taken. Lu Yu leaned against the railing and reminded with a smile. There's no other way. Kana, hold on to me. Lucy pulled out the Aquarius key. Open the door of Aquarius, Aquia. A grumpy Alanya shows up. With one move, he sent the trembling Lucy and Kana to the shore. Tisk tisk, there's this trick. Lu Yu was amazed. By the way, President, is it really okay if you don't use me up in the first few levels? Lu Yu turned and looked at Makarov. Are these levels considered a drain on you? Makarov asked back, if we had chosen the route to Gildarts. Lu Yu nodded. Forget it. If you and Gildarts start a fight, the Holy Land won't be able to hold on. X784. The first round of Fairy Tale's S-Class Wizard Assessment. The good fortune of the Kana and Lucy duo is met by the Fried and Bigasro duo. Under the deliberate release of the two Thunder Gods, Kana and Lucy were the first to pass the first round of assessment. In comparison, Natsu's luck was extremely bad. Natsu chose the E-channel, hoping to meet Urza. The person he finally encountered was Gildarts, who was known as the strongest in Fairy Tail. The probability of breakthrough is infinitely close to zero. Except for the combination of Natsu and Happy. There was also a pair of two unlucky guys who encountered an active S-class wizard. They are Juvia and Lizana, who are against the Fairy Queen Urza. Elfman and Alba Green team up to fight against the demon Mirajan. Right now, the route where Natsu and Gildarts are located. Yo, what bad luck. Natsu. Gildarts looked at Natsu, who had arrived, with a smile. After a brief silence. Very good, Natsu suddenly shouted excitedly. Compared to the fear of other groups when encountering strong enemies. When Natsu learned that his opponent was Gildarts, the whole person seemed to be in an unusually excited mood. There was no fear or panic at all. Instead, it is joy and excitement that comes from the heart. Because he had been eager to fight Urza and Gildarts from the very beginning. And after defeating them, he is truly the strongest in Fairy Tail. Only, Natsu overlooked one thing. That is what qualifies one to become a Fairy Tail S-class wizard. All of them are stronger than him. Especially Gildarts, the strongest Fairy Tail before Lu Yu arrived. Hey, Natsu, no matter what I do, the thing I hate most is letting it go. Gildarts said solemnly. Just what I want, I'm on fire. Natsu's clenched fists ignited with consuming flames. Speaking of which, Harpy, what are you doing? Needless to say, of course I'm packing my bags and getting ready to go home. The little blue cat Happy was dragging his luggage and had completely given up. There's no need for that. No matter if my opponent is Gildarts or anyone else, I'll beat him up. Natsu said confidently. Gildarts. Is this guy an idiot? I'm going to go in, Gildarts. Now I'm going to show you how strong I've become in the past 3 years. Natsu clenched his fist confidently. Wait, calm down Natsu, I'm not ready yet. Gildarts raised his hand, trying to stop Natsu. But Natsu didn't even listen. He just charged forward with his burning fist raised. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu gathered all his strength and used his strongest power. Gildarts stood still. Just raise your right hand normally. Boom. Fists and palms collided. The cave was silent at first. Next second, a strong magical white light shines. In an instant, Natsu's flames were completely devoured. Boom. Rumble. The battlefield shook violently. Endless smoke and dust rose into the sky. Wait until everything returns to calm. All that remained was a broken pit with a radius of several dozen meters. Natsu's figure disappeared under Gildarts' crushing magic. Really, I've already told you that what I'm worst at is letting people win. Gildarts shook his head softly. Natsu. The little blue cat Happy held his face and screamed in fear. It's not over yet. Natsu's voice came from the air, covered by the smoke and dust. He came to the top of Gildarts' head. A fire dragon's hook kicked towards Gildarts. Gildarts' expression changed. He blocked Natsu's fierce attack with just one hand. No matter how Natsu changed his tactics, he was completely blocked and beaten by Gildarts' fists that had no magic power attached to them. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu pulled away a little, opened his mouth, and unleashed a powerful firestorm. You've really gotten stronger, Dragon's son, Natsu. Gildarts smiled knowingly, while raising your left hand. Bright rays of light appeared in the void. The lines are crisscrossed, like a chessboard. This is Gildarts' proud super advanced destructive magic, Crush. Now, start. Just a moment. Natsu's roar was shattered. The crushing net continues unabated. Go straight ahead. It just passed through Natsu's body. In an instant. Natsu's body lit up with white light. That is a sign of being crushed. Super advanced destructive magic, Crush, explode. A shattering beam of light like a chessboard passed through Natsu's body. Next second, accompanied by a soft bang, Natsu's body shattered. The whole person disappeared from where he was. How could it be? The little blue cat Harpy, who was watching the fight, was stunned. A pair of big eyes filled with tears. No matter how you look at it, it's really too much, Natsu. It's too early to cry now, happy. Natsu isn't dead yet. Gildarts said. Huh. The little blue cat Habibi was stunned. Next second, a loud noise came. Dozens and hundreds of little Natsu, only an inch tall, fell from the sky. Facing the lovely juniors, Gildarts certainly wouldn't use cruel magic that would shatter his body. This is a branch application of the magic of crushing, decomposition. What a shame, it looks like that's the end of it, Natsu. Besides, you will recover soon, but as for the assessment, you can only not. Gildarts was just about to announce Natsu's test results. Wait a moment, Natsu screamed as he struggled. I haven't given up yet. Yeah, don't underestimate me just because I've become smaller. It's burning. Watch this. There's strength in numbers. Now, we'll definitely win. Yes, you miscalculated, Gildarts. Even you can't win against hundreds of me at once. Hundreds of little Natsu spoke together. The situation suddenly got out of control. It's a mess. Yeah, you're the first one who dares to shout in this state. Gildarts shook his head helplessly. Next second. But the little Natsu were not only shouting. The body also moves. They come in large numbers. Gildarts unfurled his cloak. With a flick of his hand, dozens of little Natsu were blown away. But soon more little Natsu rushed up. They hung on him and punched, kicked, and even bit him with their teeth. It's really so annoying. Even Gildarts. He also couldn't stand hundreds of Natsu buzzing around his ears like flies. With a wave of his hand, white light blooms. Hundreds of little Natsu became one again. Next second, once again, something Gildarts had not expected happened. At the moment when the bodies merge and become one, Natsu grinned. Unleash your most powerful move without hesitation. Dragon slaying secret technique. Red Lotus Blade. Raging. The blazing flames suddenly covered the entire battlefield. Natsu's hands transformed into flaming blades. It spun like a tornado. Boom, boom, boom. A minute-long barrage of attacks. A large pit with a radius of several hundred meters appeared on the battlefield. Natsu landed breathlessly, looked towards the center of the battlefield. Then the pupils contracted again. Gildarts remained unharmed. Just took a few steps back. This result, both the little blue cat Happy and Natsu were shocked because the previous Dragon Slayer secret technique is already Natsu's strongest move. He was at his wit's end. That's amazing, Natsu, I now fully understand your power. Gildarts smiled slightly. Originally, as an examiner, I can consider you qualified now. You're kidding. There's no point in becoming an S-class wizard if I don't defeat you. Natsu retorted sharply. As that's so, then, I won't show mercy to you from now on. Gildarts' expression suddenly changed. Boom. The atmosphere vibrated under his momentum. Countless pieces of rubble shot back into the sky. In order for you to reach the pinnacle of the Devil's Way, you still lack something. That is terror. I must let you know it. As Gildarts' words fell, the light around him suddenly shone brightly. It was a magical light so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. It's not just their battlefield. The entire Tinlong Island trembled slightly at this moment. Faced with Gildarts, who is 100 times more terrifying than the monster. Natsu slowly clenched his fists. He boosted his momentum by shouting and moved forward step by step. But Gildarts just gave a look. All of Natsu's fighting spirit melted away. His pupils were trembling. His body was shaking unconsciously. An unprecedented fear, or rather a fear that he had never experienced before, took over his whole body and mind. I lost. Natsu fell to his knees, sweating profusely, admitting his defeat. Very good, Natsu. Gildarts smiled. I won't blame those who muster the courage to challenge me, but there are definitely not many people who have the courage to sheath a sword that has already been drawn. Terrorism is not a sin. It is the process of understanding one's own weaknesses, and it will make people stronger and gentler. This is what it takes to become an S-class wizard. Gildarts said earnestly. Now you already know this, so you pass. But, Natsu bit his lips tightly with his teeth, but tears still couldn't stop flowing. Go become an S-class wizard, Natsu. Chapter 375 Breakthrough. Except for Lucy and Kana. The team that drew the other PK fighting level was Gray and Loki. And their opponents are the mysterious Meister and the dragon girl Wendy. The roar of the heavenly dragon. Little lowly Wendy opened her mouth and spit out a tornado, blowing it towards Loki. Leo, give me strength. The fist of Leo Loki, leader of the Zodiac, shines with brilliant golden light. Astonishing magical power surged out from his fist, facing Tianlong's storm head-on. Meister, I won't let you down. Gray folded his hands. The azure magic circle of ice and snow took shape. Ice make. Hammer. A huge hammer of ice and snow smashed down on Meister. Just what I wanted. Meister smiled slightly and spoke. The voice came. Gray's expression changed, because the sound came from behind him. The fierce confrontation continues. The offense and defense are constantly changing positions. Final. Gray and Loki's combination is even better. While Meister was distracted by Wendy's fall, Gray fired an ice cannon, hitting Mest right in the middle. The rest of Wendy, Gray and Loki showed no mercy either. They mercilessly pulled out a can of sour plums. She started eating in front of Wendy, while making a sour plum-loving grandmother-in-law expression. Just looking at Gray and Loki's expressions, Wendy just felt a sharp pain in her teeth. In the end, defeated. The winner has been decided. The winner is the team of Gray and Rocky. The other side. Coastal battle level. The unlucky duo Elfman and Alba Green were still reciting poetry with Mirajan, who had transformed into a demon. Strike first. Petrifying eye. Alba Green took off her glasses. His eyes flashed with a petrifying light. She once used this trick to catch someone off guard. He easily petrified everyone, including Mirajan and Urza. But for Mirajan in demon form, naturally, this little trick will no longer work. Well, how about trying this trick? Goblin machine gun. Goblin. Alba Green waved her hand. Countless magic bullets flew out. It's useless. Demon Mirajan smiled slightly. He raised his hand and shot out a pitch-black magic ball. Break through with force and hit. Just one blow knocked Alba Green down. Sister, are you serious? If so, I'm coming too. I'm absorbing the Beast King's soul with my whole body. Elfman enters Beast King soul form. Even so, he is still no match for Mirajan in her demon form. Demon Mirajan simply waved her hand. In the Good King form, Elfman flew backwards. It fell heavily onto the magnet on the coast. Just as Mirajan was about to put an end to the two of them, Alba Green stepped forward and revealed a certain secret to Mirajan. Hearing what Alba Green said, even the powerful demon Mirajan was stunned for a moment. There's a flaw. Elfman seized the opportunity and punched his sister immediately. Mirajan, still in shock, exited her demon form immediately. Is this true? Elfman, Alba Green, are you two really getting married? Mirajan asked repeatedly. It is still hard to imagine that my younger brother is about to find a wife. Mira, we've passed this competition. Alba Green asked with a smile. Yes, but you have to answer me, was what you said before true? Mira asked repeatedly. Of course it's fake. Alba Green smiled slyly and made a cross gesture. This is a ploy to distract you. Alba Green said proudly. But soon, she just couldn't laugh anymore. Boom. Terrifying magical power erupted near the coast. I see, it turned out to be a lie. Mirajan reverts to her demon form. Wait a moment, Mira, you already said we passed. Alba Green panicked. That's true, you've passed the test, but you actually hit my lovely sister in the face. Wake up, Elfman. Boom. Boom boom boom. A gathering place on the lakeside of the first floor of Tenro Island, the sacred place of Fairy Tale. Those who successfully passed the first round of S-level assessment gathered together. Is everyone here? Then I will announce the results of the first round of assessments. President Makarov, wearing a floral shirt, and Lu Yu walked slowly over. President, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy's eyes lit up. First, Kana and Lucy defeated Freed and Bigasro. Pass. Makarov spoke. Yeah, Lucy proudly made a victory gesture to Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Nani. Gray was shocked. After all, in his understanding, the Thunder God combination of Bigasro and Fried is one of the favorites to win this assessment. I originally thought they hadn't appeared yet because we encountered active S-class like Urza, Mirajan, and Gildarts. But I never thought about it. What stopped them from advancing was the seemingly weakest duo of Kana and Lucy. Next up is Natsu and Happy teaming up to overcome Gildart's difficulty. President Makarov continued. You must be kidding. Gray's voice was more than an octave higher than before. Compared to Kana and Lucy defeating Freed and Bigasro, it would be truly incredible if Natsu and Happy were able to break through Gildart's blockade. To Gray's yelling, Makarov still ignored it. Then he announced. Next up is Levi and Gajiel. Choose the quiet route and pass safely. Tisk, Gajiel said with an unhappy look on his face. In the end, Gray and Loki defeated Mester and Wendy and successfully passed the level. By the way, Juvia and Lizanne are facing a female knight who will show absolutely no mercy. Everyone. Needless to say, it was Urza. In this way, the matchups for the last group are also clear. Thinking of Team Elfman encountering Mirajan in her demon form, everyone couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence for them. Just then, wait a moment, Elfian's rough voice came from the forest. We have passed my sister's blockade. The wounded Elfman limped over. Although a successful breakthrough. But the consequences of angering Mira are still serious. Ahem. Guildmaster Makarov cleared his throat. Announced the passing of Elfman and Alba Green. The whole place was in an uproar. Confidence is high in all groups. Well then, I will now announce the contents of the second test for the provincial level S-class wizard examination. Makarov's words attracted people's attention. The second test involves finding the tomb of first-generation leader Mavis, which exists on this island. The time limit is 6 hours. I'll be waiting for you at Mavis's tomb. That's all. As Makarov's announcement fell, here we go, Harpy. Natsu, who had recovered with full health, was the first to rush out. The other 4 teams were not willing to be outdone and ran forward one after another. It won't take a moment. Only Makarov and Lu Yu were left there. Where are you going? Come with me to the first generation and wait, or go meet up with Urza and the others. Makarov asked. Let's just wander around the island for now. There's an ominous smell in the air. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Sensed the subtle magic of the atmosphere. An ominous smell. Makarov frowned slightly and sensed it carefully. But nothing was found. But I had a premonition in my heart. Lu Yu, Everyone will be safe if you are here, Makarov said. Oh, of course, Lu Yu nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Makarov waved his hand and left first. Watching Makarov walk away, Lu Yu turned and faced southeast. Dark Mage Zirf, I didn't meet him last time in Albaraz, but I won't miss him this time. Tinlong Island, temporary base. The first round of S-level assessment is over. Guildarts, Freed, and Bigasro team up to return to the guild. Wendy is on an adventure with the mysterious Meister. The remaining 4 people, Urza, Mirajan, and the unsuccessful Juvia and Lizana, were resting here temporarily. Now, Urza, wearing an apron, is cooking a delicious dish. Mirajan used an ice pack to cool the left side of her face that was hit by her brother Elfman's fist. Now, the second round of experiments is about to begin. Mirajan spoke. It has already started. According to the communication I received from the president earlier, the second round of assessment is to find the tomb of the first-generation President Mavis. Urza said. First-generation Mavis, I miss you so much. Mirajan's face showed a look of nostalgia. This can almost be regarded as a routine program for S-level assessment. Mirajan, Urza, and other S-class characters all had similar experiences. Ms. Urza, speaking of which, where is Lord Lu Yu? He should have landed on the island with the president. Juvia asked. Lu Yu, he should be waiting at the first generation's tomb with the president. Mirajan guessed. No, Urza shook her head. The president said earlier that Lu Yu planned to walk around the island alone. Maybe he'll come to our side later. Urza smiled slightly. She was ready to treat Lu Yu with the best food. Wow, is Lord Lu Yu coming? Juvia's face suddenly lit up with anticipation. But, if Lord Lu Yu knew that Juvia was so useless and couldn't even break through the first round of assessment. Thinking of this, Juvia couldn't help but feel uneasy. A little heart is beating fast. Right now, no one would have expected it. Lu Yu is about to have a direct meeting with the most terrifying black magician in the world. Chapter 376. Black Mage, Zirf. The second round of Fairy Tail's S-rank examination is still in full swing. As the holy place of the Fairy Tail Guild, the unique geographical environment of Tinlong Island has also given rise to a large number of powerful creatures. Even the powerful Fairy Tail S-class candidates. It is never easy to break through. 1 or 2 magical creatures pose no threat to them. But when the horrible creatures come in droves, even Grey and others had no choice but to run away. Right now, Elfman and Alba Green are being chased by a powerful overlord creature. After realizing that even the soul of the Beast King could not do anything to the other party, Elfman and the other man immediately ran away. They discovered a catacombs. He jumped without hesitation. Only then did he finally escape the pursuit of the terrifying overlord creature. Survived the disaster, just as Elfhau and Alba Green were secretly rejoicing. Suddenly, rustling footsteps were heard in the nearby forest, and the two of them were instantly alert. Following the sound, I looked. A black-haired young man appeared in their sight. People, why are there people? Why are there people on this island? I thought no one would be here. The black-haired young man muttered to himself softly as if possessed by a demon. Who are you? Elfman asked. This is a place that only people from our guild can enter. Alba Green said. Guild, I see, this is an island managed by the guild. I get it, I'll leave. The black-haired young man muttered to himself. Hey, you. Elfman wanted to go forward to check the situation and find out the other party's origins. Don't want, the black-haired young man shouted. Don't come near me, please, don't come near me. After saying that, his eyes suddenly widened, and he held his head in his hands in pain. No, it's coming, it's too late. Death Predator, it's coming. The words fell. Black Uzumaki appeared out of thin air around the young man. Devour all life, even a fallen leaf. The moment it touched the black gas, it shattered into dust. The black-haired young man screamed in pain. The dark aura of death suddenly spread out in all directions with him as the center. It was about to consume Elfman and Alba Green's lives. The two of them felt their vision flicker. A familiar figure stood in front of them. He raised his hand to block the terrifying breath of death. Before they could react, next second, another person suddenly appeared and pinned them to the ground. We finally meet. Zirf. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Tinlong Island, Northwest Forest. A thick smell of death filled the air. Beneath that dark storm of death, everything turns to dust. The originally lush forest. In this moment of silence, countless fallen leaves turned into ashes in an instant and disappeared. All because of the black-haired young man who suddenly appeared. Lu Yu, and Naz, why are you here? We're saved, but Natsu, please get off us. Elfman and Alba Green screamed. Natsu, what's wrong all of a sudden? Don't you want to go up there? Asked the little blue cat, happy, in confusion. I don't understand what's going on, but I smelled something very bad earlier. Lu Yu must have noticed it, so he appeared here. Natsu spoke solemnly. Lu Yu remained silent. What the hell is going on? Finally, the little blue cat Habibi noticed something strange around him. Looking at the dead forest, his voice couldn't help but rise more than an octave. Was it a good deed done by that man? Elfman was ready. Lu Yu, do you know what's going on? Who on earth is that person? Alba Green looked at Lu Yu and asked anxiously. Lu Yu didn't answer. She just smiled at the black-haired young man opposite her. More than half a year ago. First time in the fairy tale world. Lu Yu's novice village is the kingdom of Ulbaras in the western continent, which was founded by the black-haired young man in front of him, the black magician Zirf 400 years ago. Initially, Lu Yu originally planned to find the 12 holy shields one by one to play with. Finally, meet their emperor, Zirf. It's just that there was a small accident along the way. He encountered Irene of Scarlet Despair, one of the two pillars of Alberith. After a series of changes of this and that, finally, he came directly to Ishgar on the eastern road from the western continent. He also met Lucy, Natsu and others and joined Fairy Tail. Although Lu Yu was also interested in Jelil. But there is no need to force a meeting. Anyway, as long as we are in this world, we will see each other again. Just like today, as an outsider traveler, Lu Yu who knows everything. It was not surprising at all that I could see the dark mage Zirf here. Only, what happened next was still far beyond Lu Yu's expectations. Without waiting for Lu Yu to say Jalal's name, the black-haired young man opposite suddenly changed his expression. There was a hint of confusion and reminiscence in his lifeless eyes. Are you Lu Yu? Zirf, the dark magician who had lived for 400 years, spoke. Listening to Jelil say his name, even Lu Yu was shocked. The smile on his face froze slightly. In his memory. This should be his first meeting with Jelil. He should have known Jarif. But it was right that Jelil didn't recognize him. However, the development of events was somewhat beyond expectations. Jelil actually said his name right away. Suddenly. Lu Yu reacted. The situation is the same as when I first met Irene. In addition, Irene and Jelil both lived 400 years ago. Perhaps, 400 years ago, they actually met. Just words like that. Why don't I have any memory? Could it be that someone sealed this memory? No, no, no. In this world, no one can interfere with my memory. This shows Lu Yu's absolute confidence in his own strength. Lu Yu, he said your name. So you two really know each other. Alba Green said. Who is this man? Elfman spoke again. This time, Lu Yu no longer ignored their questions. This man is the dark mage, Zirf. Nani. Lu Yu did not hide it. He said Jalal's name straight away. After saying that, the vast forest fell into deathly silence. A moment later. Nani. Elfman and Alba Green's screams, filled with shock and horror, broke through the sky. Dark mage Zirf. Then, isn't that a figure from 400 years ago? How could someone who lived 400 years ago be alive today? Elfman yelled in disbelief. The dark mage who created Larabai and Deliora. The little blue cat Harpy staggered. Under the control of horror. It was almost impossible to even fly. Although it's unbelievable, but, since it was Lu Yu who said it, he must have a basis for it. We actually encountered the legendary dark wizard who created countless demons. Alba Green's delicate body shuddered suddenly. She just felt cold all over. A chill rose from the soles of my feet. All the way to the top of the head. The whole body was stiff. About the legendary black magician Zirf. It was the first time she had seen it with her own eyes. But I have read about his terrifying nature countless times in books. The previous death storm also happened to confirm his terror. This is a demon, whose very breath can steal lives. The more I think about it, the more Alba Green feared. However, it was at this moment. A warm breath suddenly enveloped the three people and the cat, including her. Dispel the haze and fear in their hearts. Alba Green looked up subconsciously. Looking at Lu Yu standing in front of them. I just felt that the figure in front of me was infinitely tall. Yes, so what if he's a dark magician? But they still have Lu Yu on their side. No matter when, Lu Yu's back is always so reassuring. It will be fine. Alba Green clenched her fists and strengthened her confidence. I don't care if you're a dark mage or something else, this is our guild's island, don't disturb our exams. Natsu mustered up the courage to scold. Natsu, even though Lu Yu is here, don't provoke him now. The little blue cat Habibi said weakly. The words fell. Something that shocked everyone happened again. The dark magician Jelil shifted his gaze away from Lu Yu. Then it landed on Natsu. Just when the little blue cat Happy thought that Zirf was going to attack Natsu. But I never thought about it. The terrifying black magician suddenly cried. What's going on? Could it be that he was frightened to tears by Natsu's aura? How could this happen? The opponent is a dark magician. You really have grown up, Natsu. The dark mage Zirf spoke in a choked voice. I've always wanted to see you, but not right now. You can't do that right now, Natsu. What did you say? Are you looking down on me? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* shoulders, jumped up in anger and punched Zirf in the face. Sudden. The dark breath of death once again surged out from Jelil. It quickly turned into a terrifying dark tornado. Hurry, run, I really don't want to kill anyone anymore. The dark mage Zirf held his head in his hands and screamed in pain. The black wave just now. It's coming again. The magic that takes life. Elfman and Alba Green were speechless with horror. Retreat quickly. Lu Yu waved his hand. Atmospheric flow. Pushing Natsu, 3 others and the cat to fly backwards quickly. He himself was completely swallowed up by the dark death storm. Lu Yu. The 3 people and the cat screamed in shock. I'm fine. A powerful momentum bursts out. Dispelled the terrifying death storm. Lu Yu was the only one left in the dead silent forest. Go report this to the president. I'll track down Jelal. Leave this sentence. Lu Yu strode forward. In addition to wanting to weigh the dark magician Zirf, Lu Yu wanted to know more about what happened 400 years ago from him. He wanted to know about the past that did not exist in his memory. Chapter 377. Jelal seeking death. The sky about 10 miles away from the fairy tale Holy Land, Tenro Island. The huge magic spaceship floated in the air supported by 2 magic circles. Go straight towards the direction of Tinlong Island. They are the largest force in the Dark Guild. One of Balaam's allies, Demon Heart. Finally found it. President Hades, the time has come. Urusha, the daughter of Uru, the leader of the 7 families of Purgatory, smiled slightly. Dark Mage Zirf. Born in ancient times, he pushed dark magic to its ultimate level, creating countless demons and plunging the world into chaos. He is undoubtedly the strongest and most evil in the history of the magic world. Precht, the former president of Fairy Tail 2nd Generation. The current Demon Heart Guild leader Hades smiled gravely. The abyss of magic is within reach. All the keys are in my hands. Today is the day when the legendary black magician Zirf awakens. But, there's still a problem. Urusha raised the crystal ball in her hand. The main members of Fairy Tail, the wizard guild that reigns supreme in the Kingdom of Fury, are now gathered on that island. That's nothing. It's not a big deal at all. I can burn all those guys to ashes by myself. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The blonde, red-eyed young man laughed triumphantly. A pitch-black flame ignited all around him. It was a god-destroying fire that could slay even gods. It's so hot, Zancro. Urusha frowned. Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's not talk about other people for now, but a tricky character has recently joined Fairy Tail, so we must pay attention. The goatman Garp Liko said in a deep voice. I feel the same way. Although I haven't met the man named Lu Yu from Fairy Tail, my intuition tells me that I must pay attention. The young man with a crew cut, Rusty Ross, pushed up his sunglasses. Oh wow. The big, fat man, Wasigal, uttered a series of meaningless syllables. Let me explain. The pink-haired little Lolita spoke seriously. Wasigal said I felt the same way. Actually, I feel the same way. Urusha, you are the only one among us who has come into contact with that man. What is his background? The pink-haired lowly Meldy looked at Urusha. Uh-huh. Urusha smiled charmingly. He's truly a dangerous and charming man. It's best not to encounter him. If you can't avoid him, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Urusha rode. What did you say? Urusha, are you saying we can't defeat that man? The God Slayer Mage Zancro shouted. Who knows? Urusha smiled slightly. Interesting. Isn't this interesting? Hades, the Demon Heart Guild leader, smiled. Fairy Tail, those guys don't know the absolute darkness lurking beneath the abyss. Today is a turbulent battle between demons and monsters. The decisive battle is about to begin. Right now. Deep in the forest of Tinlong Island. Dark Mage Zirf held his head in his hands. Sitting helplessly on the tree trunk. Silent crying. Crying because the world has rejected you. Ta-ta. Footsteps were heard. I already told you, don't come near me, or you'll die. Dark Mage Zirf said without even looking up. I won't die. Lu Yu spoke softly. Listen to Lu Yu's voice. Only then did Jelal realize who was coming. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on Lu Yu who was walking slowly towards him with hope. Lu Yu, you have been thinking about this for 400 years. Can you kill me now? The Dark Mage Zirf asked. Lu Yu. The Dark Magician Zirf looked at Lu Yu with hope and expectation, and spoke with a pleading tone in his words. The vast forest fell into deathly silence, listening to the Black Magician's outrageous request. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. But it will be very quick. He then reacted. 400 years ago. Because it touches on taboos. Zirf, cursed by the god Anxelram to be immortal, kills everything he loves. All he wanted for the past 400 years was death. The world only knows that the Black Mage is the originator of dark magic. He created countless demons to wreak havoc on the world. But no one knows. Zirf never had any thoughts of ruling the world through demons. He created demons, all to kill oneself. But it has never been successful. The last of all. He created his dead brother into the strongest demon, and I hope my brother can bring closure to me in the future. These things, others don't know, but Lu Yu, as a time traveler, knew it very well. And after knowing this, it is not so difficult to understand why Jelal wants to die now. Only, what even Lu Yu didn't know was, 400 years ago, Dark Mage Zirf once had another hope, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Like now. I have no grudge against you, why should I kill you? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Hearing this, the Dark Mage Zirf smiled bitterly. A look of disappointment appeared on his face. It's the same thing again. The same answer again. It's the same as it was 400 years ago. Zirf sighed. Before I decide whether to kill you or not, I have one more question for you. Lu Yu spoke in a deep voice. Go ahead. Jello lowered his head. Have we met before? Lu Yu asked. Hearing this, Jello was stunned. Have you forgotten me? Jello said in surprise. Then he reacted. Previous words. It's because I forgot. That's why Lu Yu said the same thing. Let me ask you another question. Did you meet me 400 years ago? Lu Yu asked again. Yes. Jeff nodded. There's no mistake. The man I saw 400 years ago was you. Only your strength can kill me and free me from the infinite cage of death. So kill me. Zirf begged. Don't worry. There's something else I want to know. Lu Yu waved his hand. Irene Belsarian, you should know her. Yes, she is in my country now. Jeff nodded. So do you know what happened between Irene and me 400 years ago? Lu Yu asked hopefully. However, Jello just shook his head blankly. For 400 years, Zirf has only wanted death. He has no interest in anything in the outside world. He didn't even know that he had a son. Naturally, they will not pay attention to the stories between their subordinates and others. I see. Lu Yu shook his head in disappointment. I thought I could learn something from Jello, who also lived 400 years ago. As a result, this breakthrough was also blocked. Hey, Lu Yu, I've answered your question. Can you kill me now? Zirf urged. But I didn't get the information I wanted, so I reject it. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Are you kidding me? Jeff was angry. Boom. The terrifying dark death storm rises again. Sweeping and wreaking havoc in all directions. Plunder. All lives. The dark mage Zerif's death storm swept across a corner of the fairy tale Holy Land. The other side, the southwestern area of Tinlong Island is also not peaceful. Suddenly, a rooster and a swordsman dressed as a samurai appeared in front of Gajil and Levi. Where on earth are these two bastards from? Gajil asked in a deep voice. That emblem is. When Levi saw the special emblems on the rooster and the warrior, her pupils suddenly shrank. There's no mistake, that's the emblem of the Devil's Heart, the strongest guild among the dark guilds. Why would it appear on this island? Levi screamed in shock. Could it be that the president is considering the Dark Guild as part of the trial assessment? Gajil asked. This is impossible, these guys must be invaders. Levi looked serious. Well, never mind. Accidents at work are perfectly normal, especially on an S-class wizard's mission. If you can't even handle this, you're not qualified to be an S-class wizard. Gajil grinned, full of fighting spirit. But the opponent is Demon Heart, one of Balamu's allies. If we act without authorization, the council will. Levi didn't finish her words. Ha 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 ha. The man dressed as a samurai suddenly burst into laughter. Is this a proper union? The rules, they're just suffocating. There are no rules in war. The rooster mage shrieked. War. What exactly is your purpose? Gajil and Levi shouted. I am Yuma's, the demon heart mage. Kawa's, who also has a demon heart, as for our purpose. The warrior and the rooster introduced themselves one after another. Hunting all the goblins on this island. Nani. What did you say? Taking advantage of the moment when Gajil and Ray are distracted. Samurai Yumazu swung his katana with all his might. A pitch-black materialized word, boom, appeared. At the same time, a deafening and piercing roar was released. Ah, it's so noisy. Gajil shouted, covering his ears. Magic appears in the text. Is this the same magic you use? This magic is solid text from the east. Gajil, get out of the way. Levi quickly shouted a reminder. Giggling, Kavaz the CK man leapt to his feet. He opened his mouth and spit out egg bombs in pieces. Blast Gajil and Levi to the ground. Solid text. Silence. Levi waved her slender hand. Solid magical words appeared out of thin air. The power of silence soothed the rumbling of the warrior Yumas. It actually cancelled out the text below twice. Ah. Warrior Yumas didn't finish his words. The steel rod shot out. Flying backwards against his body. Hateful. Warrior Yumas shouted angrily. He swung the samurai sword in his hand. The pitch-black word, cut, appeared out of thin air. The invisible slash spreads. The forest fell silently. Even Gajil's body, which was as hard as steel, was cut open. The other side. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Facing the continuous egg machine guns of Rooster Man Kavaz. Levi's flame words couldn't block them all. Levi. Gajil saw this and hurried to help. When distracted. The warrior Yumas found an opportunity. A violent storm of slashing attacks came. Even a body of steel cannot completely stop it. This is the last one. Dark sword, Mingyao. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of countless slashing blows, the Iron Dragon Gajil was restrained and his defense was broken. If they were all just small fry like this, we could have wiped them out before the main force arrived. Warrior Yumas scoffed. What is the main force? Gajil struggled to get up. It's okay to tell you now. The so-called main force is the combined strength of our guild, the Demon Heart. Warrior Yumas laughed triumphantly. I see. So this is what war means. Gajil said solemnly. As he spoke, he gestured to Rebecca behind him. I'm enough to handle these two guys. Levi, go tell the president and everyone else this now. The S-class wizard exams have been suspended. War is about to begin. Chapter 378 Enemy Attack. after leaving Solid Steel to assist Gajil with supplies. Without hesitation, Libby turned and ran. He wanted to inform others of the Demon Heart's attack as soon as possible. At the same time, crunch, the wounded Gajil held the steel letter. Open your mouth and take a bite, eating it one bite after another. The aura around him also gradually grew stronger. After eating a full meal, strength will flow out continuously. Gajil forced himself to stand up. He looked at the vanguard captain of Demon Heart with a ferocious look. They're actually talking about an all-out war with Fairy Tail, just like that time. Gajil's mind flashed back to the all-out war between Phantom and Fairy Tail half a year ago. Only, at that time, he was on the enemy side. But now it is different. He has also become a member of Fairy Tail. He has many reliable partners by his side. Trash like you don't need that person to help you. I'm enough. Gajil roared with full force. The Iron Dragon's roar. Roar. A powerful iron tornado shot out. Defend. Warrior Yumas shouted. A materialized solid word, defense, appeared in front of the samurai sword. The Iron Dragon roared as it struggled to stop Gajil. CK Kavaz took a deep breath. Shoot a machine gun of eggs into the sky. It covered the sky and smashed towards Gajil. Fog time. The explosion sent smoke and dust billowing everywhere. I am Gajil, the Iron Dragon Slayer. How could my steel be defeated by you? Gajil roared. The Iron Dragon stick swept in all directions. The Rooster Man Kavaz was swept away dozens or hundreds of meters. There's a flaw, go through it. The warrior Kavaz took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The enchanted katana that could penetrate even steel attacked Gajil. Critical moment. Gajil only had time to dodge and fight back. Clang. Under the sharp enchanted blade of the warrior Yumas. Gajil's iron rod pierced his right hand. Most of the samurai sword was embedded in the iron rod. Hateful. Even Gajil. At this moment, he couldn't help but scream in pain. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Because the warrior Yumas pierces not only steel, but his real right arm. But, even so, Gajil still didn't give up. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene after Phantom's defeat and disbandment. Being homeless, he was at the most confused moment of his life. The person who appeared in front of him at that time was Fairy Tail's President Makarov. Makarov did not forgive him for what he had done. But in the end, she accepted him. It provides a clear path for confused children. This was also the first time that Gajil felt warmth from others in the 7 years since he came to this world. I won't lose. With the power of nostalgia, the expression on Gajil's face gradually became firm. I will never lose. Click. The sound of a heavy load rang out. ... It wasn't just Gajil's right hand. The same sound also came from the samurai's long sword. Bang. The strongest blade refined and enchanted by the warrior Yumas broke. Gajil bit it hard and swallowed it. Ah, my sword, my soul. The samurai captain, deprived of his samurai status, was immediately devastated. I didn't know what to do for a moment. The other side. Gajil, who ate the special steel, unleashed new power. Dragon Slayer's secret technique. An iron sword hundreds of meters long appeared out of nowhere. Karma Demon. Iron sword. Boom. Rumble. The other side. Levi, who successfully escaped from the battlefield, met Urza and Juvia who were out looking for Wendy. Something terrible is happening, Urza. Levi felt like she had found a life-saving straw. What the hell happened, Levi? What's wrong with your injuries? Urza and Rongbia asked anxiously. Urza, Juvia, hurry up and inform everyone that the Dark Guild Evil Devil's Heart has attacked in full force, and Gajil is now fighting their advance team. Rebi quickly informed. Nani, what did you say? Without waiting for Urza to ask for details. Next second. Rumble. The hundreds-meter-long iron sword cut through the forest and reached the coast. The secret of dragon slaying, the iron sword of Karma Demon. Under Gajil's full-power dragon slaying secret technique. Half of Tinlong Island trembled. Very quickly, Urza and her 3 companions followed the vibrations to the battlefield. The Demon Heart's advance team was defeated. Gajil also fell down helplessly. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the warrior Captain Yumas laughed out loud in a moment of relief. It's useless. Even if you defeat us, it's useless. Everything will be over soon. The main force will soon land, and the wizards who are beyond my reach will arrive. 7 followers of Purgatory. Prepare to face despair. After saying the last line, the warrior captain's head tilted and he fainted completely. Exams are temporarily suspended. Red combat posture. Everyone, prepare for battle. Urza took out a magic warning signal and shot it into the sky. The dazzling red light filled the entire Sirius Island. Anyone and anywhere can see it clearly. Enemy. Why are they on this island? President Makarov was suddenly startled. Red flares are a sign of an enemy attack. Why are you here? Gray and Loki were shocked. Is it really because of the dark mage Zirf we encountered? Elfman guessed. No, probably not. Even Natsu can't reach that direction now. It's probably another enemy. Alba Green said. Nani, are there other enemies besides the dark mage Zirf? What on earth is this exam going to be like? Elfman held his head and screamed. Is this because of that dark mage from earlier? Damn it, he keeps interfering with our assessments. Natsu clenched his fists. Probably not, Natsu. That direction is completely opposite to the direction we encountered the Dark Mage before. It's another enemy. Besides, that flare is telling us that the enemy will attack us next. The little blue cat happy analyzed. Other enemies. Natsu was stunned. Immediately, a raging fire ignited all over his body. Although I don't know which bastards they are from, they dared to provoke us. We will definitely beat them to a pulp. Natsu said confidently. The coast of Tenro Island, on the edge of a cliff. Mr. Meister, what does that flare mean? Wendy, the blue-haired little loli who had just joined Fairy Tail, asked in confusion. Oh, that. Meister rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The significance of the signal flare for Fairy Tail. He had no idea either. Because of Fairy Tail, he even rewrote his own memories. He was originally a member of Fairy Tail. To prevent the council from doing anything to Fairy Tail, volunteered to go undercover in the council. And in order to avoid arousing suspicion from the council, he even overwrote his own memories. And the result is what we have now. By order of the council, he became an undercover agent of the council and rooted in the Fairy Tail Guild. This time, he also participated in the trial of Tenro Island by rewriting the memory cognition of the Fairy Tail members. Just when Meister was panicking, Wendy, the white cat Sha Lulu and the black cat Lily flew over. Sha Lulu, why are you here on the island? The president should have asked you to wait on the boat. Wendy asked in confusion. Don't ask so many questions, just stay away from that guy. Sha Lulu shouted anxiously. From Mr. Meister. Why? Wendy was puzzled. Meister, who are you? Sha Lulu asked loudly. I'm Mistgang's younger brother. Without waiting for Meister to finish. Boom. The huge black fist smashed into the stone beside Meister's ear. Black Cat Lily enters his true form as a Black Panther. Prince Mistgong cannot accept a disciple in this world. Your idea of using those who disappeared from this world is good, but it shouldn't be Mistgong. Tell the truth, who are you? Lily, transformed into a muscular Black Panther, stared at Meister with sharp eyes. You're probably using magic that controls other people's memories to cast spells on the guild members, disguising yourself as a member. Even the incident with Mistgang is incredibly suspicious if you think about it. What's more, the most important thing is that as a veteran of the guild, you don't even know the meaning of a flare. At this point, you should have no excuses. Black Panther Lily analyzed that it made sense. From beginning to end. Meister remained silent, not a word of excuse. Sudden. His expression changed. Before Black Panther Lily could react, Meister's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the little lowly Wendy. Wendy, the white cat Sha Lulu screamed in worry. Just when they thought Meister was going to do something to Wendy. Next second, accidents happen again. All I heard was a loud bang. A terrifying explosion occurred in the area where Wendy was standing. Black smoke rose up. What on earth is going on? This man protected Wendy. Lily and Sha Lulu, who had always thought that Meister was a bad guy, were stunned at this moment. I can't understand the situation. If Meister is a good person. So who were the enemies behind the previous signal flares in this attack? Next second, the answer is revealed. Meister, Wendy, Lily, and Sha Lulu all locked their eyes on the big tree at the end of the cliff. A pattern of a human face emerged from the rough tree trunk. It's amazing that you could find it. The human face spoke. Who are you? Black Cat shouted loudly. My name is Azuma, Demon Heart, one of the 7 families of Purgatory. Azuma answered honestly. What? Demon Heart. Dark Guild. The white cat Sha Lulu was horrified. Was the flare just now warning you of an attack? Meister finally reacted. It's too late to realize it now. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, emerged from the tree. I originally thought that if we could invade Fairy Tail's holy land, we would definitely get a handle or two. Dark Mage Zirf and Demon Heart, I'm so lucky to have encountered such a big thing. Meister smiled sinisterly. Mr. Meister, who are you? Wendy asked in panic. Haven't you figured it out yet? I'm from the council, sneaking in here to get evidence that will help me defeat Fairy Tail. Meister rode. Even the council is here, this is really lively. Azuma, one of the 7 families of Purgatory, grinned. Everything ends here. I didn't expect that even the missing Demon Heart would appear here. If I defeat you, then success will no longer be a dream. Meister laughed triumphantly. Just in case, it was a wise decision for me to have the council forcibly seize the main force's battleships and place them nearby. Mest pointed overseas. A group of warships were heading straight towards Sirius Island. Battleships. You mean those things? The curve of Azuma's mouth gradually widened. Next second, one after another, golden dots of light flew towards the warships overseas. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosion, which was 10 times more terrifying than the previous one, shook the earth. Under Meister's horrified gaze. Just a moment. The battleship unit belonging to the council was completely destroyed. Chapter 379 Second Generation President. Boom. Rumble. A horrific explosion occurred in the center of the Senate's warships. It only took a moment. All the battleships were sunk. Well, I'm almost ready to start work. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, spoke coldly. You, what did you do? Wendy's eyes widened, her face filled with panic. The council's warship was sunk in an instant. Meister was shocked and speechless. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. You guys are next. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, stretched out a big hand. Burst. As Azuma's voice fell, the brilliant light of the explosion shines. Rumble. Amidst the loud noise, Mester, Wendy and the others were all blown back. The air was filled with dark smoke. In that, Black Panther rushed forward with all his might. He swung his sandbag-sized fist at Azuma. Don't wait for the hit. A golden light floated over. Nani. Black Panther Lily's expression changed. Golden light spots exploded. Just a small one. But the power of the explosion was extraordinary. Mr. Meister, I have a battle plan. Please help me. Wendy spoke seriously. Huh, what did you say? You already know that I'm from the council. I've infiltrated Fairy Tail to get ahead and destroy your guild. Meister's face was full of absurdity. I will never let you destroy it. Wendy said firmly. Really? What kind of people are you Fairy Tail wizards? Meister compromised. While Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, was distracted by the Black Panther Lily. He took Wendy and used teleportation magic. He came silently behind Asma. Tianlong's. Wendy's mouth puffed out. He was about to give Azuma a hit from the dragon's roar at close range. However, before her dragon roar came out, Azuma took the lead. With both hands wide open, his entire body flashed with brilliant explosive light. The giant tower exploded. Boom, boom, centered on Azuma's body. The terrifying explosion spread out in all directions like a tall tower. Just a moment. Black Panther Lily, Tianlong Wendy and Meister were all defeated. This is the legendary 7 followers of Purgatory. There are actually 6 people like him. Fairy Tail has no chance of winning. Mest whispered intermittently. At the same time, the sky about 3 miles away from the Fairy Tail Holy Land. The main force of the Dark Guild Demon Heart is about to arrive. Ms. Arusha, you're different than usual. Are you very motivated? Zankro said, a young man with blonde hair and red eyes with a sloppy appearance. Of course, I take this war very seriously too. Garp Rico, the goatman who had merged with the Protoss, folded his arms. Go. To the Eden called battle. The young man with a crew cut held his forehead with one hand, striking a pose that he thought looked very handsome. Everyone, look over there. What is that? Melty, the purple-haired little lowly, exclaimed and pointed forward. The fairy island is right before our eyes. However, just then, without any warning, the surface of the sea was covered with a brilliant golden light. A giant rose into the wind with light. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, until 500 meters. A huge old man stands above the sea. Stand in front of the holy place. It has the momentum of one man blocking the way for 10,000 men. This person is the 5th among the 10 holy mages. This is the power of Fairy Tail's leader, Makarov. 500 mi ji ju ma ka luo fu, kan shang. Hey, is this true? Giant. And it's huge. How can a giant of this level exist? Looking at the giant that stretches between heaven and earth. The people of Demon Heart on the magic spaceship couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. Even the powerful cadres of the 7 families of Purgatory are no exception. Only President Hades. At this moment, the corners of his mouth actually raised, a slight arc. That was the feeling of reuniting with a long-lost junior. Disappear. From now on, you won't be allowed to take a single step forward. The giant Makarov's voice was like thunder, rumbling. He raised his arms, which were as muscular as a dragon, and smashed them down fiercely. Under the giant's unparalleled strength, the magic spaceship's reinforced armor, which Demon Heart was so proud of, was instantly broken. The front half of the spacecraft exploded and fell into the sea. Don't panic, launch the magic cluster cannon Jupiter. Guildmaster Hades ordered. Next second, boom. The terrifying black spiral magic cannon hit the giant Makarov's arm, leaving scars on his giant arms. Fall. Makarov endured the pain. Kicked the magic spaceship. The magic spaceship, which suffered 2 heavy blows, was on the verge of disintegration. Just then, the arc of time, restored. Lost magic. Time Mage Arusha's eyes flashed red. Next second, amazing things happen. The spacecraft, which had originally disintegrated, returned to its original shape in an instant, without a single scratch. Garp Liko, send everyone to the island now. Guildmaster Hades ordered. Lord Hades, what about you? The goatman Garp Liko asked. I'll deal with Makarov. Guildmaster Hades spoke coldly. Learn. The goatman Garp Liko clapped his hands. All the Demon Heart members on the deck disappeared. A magic thruster appeared behind the goatman Garp Liko. His figure soared into the sky in an instant. It's no use running away anywhere. Makarov shouted in a deep voice. Fold your hands. A brilliant golden ball of light emerged. According to the Fairy Tail trial rules, you will be given 3 seconds to consider. The law of the super magic fairy, charging begins. Is this the law of the supreme magic fairy that will destroy all beings that the caster identifies as enemies? Guildmaster Hades grinned, while folding your hands. A dark ball of light took shape between his palms. That is the opposite of goblins. The law belongs to the devil. Stop it, Makarov, this magic is a suppressive force, you can't release it at will. If you don't stop, it will bring the worst consequences to both of us. Guildmaster Hades had a relaxed smile on his face. To the younger generation who inherited his position as president. He knows it best, even if the fairy law can destroy all members of Demon Heart. But the Devil's Law can also wipe out all the fairy tale members on the island. Makarov would never watch the children of the guild suffer such a tragic outcome in vain. As expected, next second, the bright ball of light in Makarov's palm went out. That's right, you have perfectly inherited the virtues of fairy tale, Makarov. Guildmaster Hades grinned. President Precht, why is it you? Wait until you can see the figure on the magic spaceship clearly. Recognize the identity of the Demon Heart Guild leader. Makarov's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. An expression of extreme shock and disbelief appeared on the old man's face. Because he is the leader of the strongest Dark Guild. It was the second-generation president of Fairy Tail. The one who passed on the position of leader and the spirit of Fairy Tail to his guild master, Precht. President Precht, why you? How did you become the president of Devil's Heart when you were once the president of Fairy Tail? Giant Makarov's roar, filled with shock and disbelief, resounded throughout the sky. Hee. Hades sneered, taking advantage of Makarov's distraction. He raised his hand and waved. 2 sharp claws shot out from the magic circle. Stabbed into Makarov's shoulder blade. Swung it violently. Makarov fell to the ground with a thud. Giant magic cancelled. Return to the old man form. Why are you in the Dark Guild? Makarov asked in a deep voice. I still can't accept the fact that I see before my eyes. What is the difference between appearance and reality? Makarov. This world cannot be measured only by good and evil. Hades folded his arms and looked down at Makarov. Whether good or evil, the spirit of Fairy Tail will never change. Makarov shouted. The little brat has become quite eloquent now. Hades smiled. I'm no longer a brat, and you're no longer a member of the guild. Can you please leave this island? I don't want to fight you. Makarov said in a deep voice. Me too, Makarov. Even though it's very faint, my heart does ache. I'm going to have to destroy Fairy Tail with my own hands one day. Hades said hypocritically. I will never let you succeed. I will never let you destroy Fairy Tail. Golden magic overflowed from Makarov's body. What are you going to do to me, little brat? A powerful flow of magic also surged around Hades. Drive out the darkness, rain of light. Makarov raised his hand and waved. A golden magic circle took shape. A large number of golden light arrows rained down towards Hades. You're so naive, Makarov. Hades calmly raised his right hand. A pitch-black magic circle appeared. Swallow all the light rain. That is the shadow of everlasting darkness. Next is this, you should know it. Hades casually drew a line in the air. Nani, is that the Amaterasu 28 magic circle? It's so easy. Makarov was shocked. You can't beat me. Hades grinned. The index finger and middle finger of the right hand were further upgraded in the 28 magic circle. Amaterasu Hyakushiki. Makarov's pupils suddenly contracted. The supreme magical defense formation, the 3 pillars of God. Magical power exploded around him. Without hesitation, he deployed his strongest defensive magic. Boom. Rumble. Amaterasu's 100-style magic circle clashed with the 3 pillars of defense. The terrifying magic beam connected the sky and the earth, and soared into the sky. The ground of Tinlong Island trembled and shook under their impact. I don't know how much time has passed. The tremors of the island subsided. Relying on the strongest defensive magic, Makarov barely held on. But compared to President Hades, who was unharmed, his condition is obviously worse. He truly is the man I've chosen. He's been supporting the guild for the past 48 years. Hades sneered and stepped forward. ... Suddenly. Makarov suddenly covered his heart in pain. This is not Hades' attack taking effect. But there was something wrong with his heart. It seems you've grown old too, Makarov. President Hades said, you were once a remarkable guild leader, teaching us the spirit of harmony and guiding us onto the right path. What on earth has happened to you over the years? Makarov tried to wake up the former second-generation president through verbal persuasion. However, what he got in return was just Hades' ruthless crushing. Magic is born from darkness, its power to destroy everything is terrifying. As time went on, magic became part of people's daily lives and became a part of culture. But when I traced the source of magic and found Zirf, I saw the true essence of magic. Guildmaster Hades spoke with a fanatical look on his face. Sleep in peace, the history of Fairy Tail ends here. Hades left without looking back. No. It won't end. Makarov forced his head back and smiled. Right now, on this island, in Fairy Tail, there is a mountain that you can never cross. Disappear. Hades frowned. Point out. The magic beam pierced Makarov's body. Makarov, defeated. Chapter 380. God Slayer. The other side of Tinlong Island. Lu Yu suddenly looked up. Sorry, Jelal, I probably don't have the time to keep wasting time here with you. At the same time that Makarov and Hades were fighting for the chairmanship. Hundreds of golden balls of light fell from the sky. Bring members of Demon Heart to various locations on Tenro Island. Fairy Tail and Devil's Heart. Light and darkness. The all-out war between the 2 top guilds has begun. Right now. Coastal battlefield. The roar of the fire dragon. Fire dragons wing attack. The fire dragons. The raging flames danced like a whirlwind. That was the fire dragon slayer, Natsu Dragneel, attacking. The ordinary demon heart minion wizards were scattered in all directions under Natsu's fierce attack, terrified and fleeing in a panic. Just then, ha 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 ha, an unpleasant, duck-like laugh was heard. On the coastal cliffs, a man with messy golden hair like a lion's mane slowly appeared. Zankei Luo Da, it's Lord Zankro. Great, Lord Zankro is here. One of the 7 dependents of Purgatory. Now the goblin can finally stop being so arrogant. All the demon heart minions were excited, shouting with excitement. That's enough. This guy is no match for you. Just go find Jelil. I'm enough to handle these guys by myself. Zankro, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, gave the order. Yes, I am truly saved, Lord Zankro. That fire dragon is too strong. Fighting that guy is really unbearable. It's the legendary fire dragon after all. All the demon heart minions breathed a sigh of relief. They retreated in a hurry while talking. Little do people know that villains always die because they talk too much. If they leave quietly, everything will be peaceful and harmonious. However, did you say that Salamander was very strong? Zankro's voice sank. Ah, sorry, I'm so sorry. The minions who knew Zankro's character best suddenly panicked and apologized repeatedly. But it was still a step too late. There is no guild in this world more powerful than the Devil's Heart. Dark flames ignited from all over Zankro's body. We are the strongest. Weaklings like you are no longer needed by the Devil's Heart. Ha 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 ha, accompanied by a roar of wild laughter, pitch-black flames covered the sky and the earth, enveloping all the minions of the Devil's Heart, and then burning them all. You actually killed your own partner. Natsu clenched his fists and glared at Zankro. Companions, don't act like a weak guild knows everything. Zankro scoffed, with a wave of his hand. The terrifying black flames enveloped Natsu. Fire won't work on me. Natsu didn't dodge. Let the black flames come. Next second, Natsu's expression suddenly changed. Because he had already discovered it. His own fire dragon slayer magic was unable to devour the dark flames. What on earth is going on? This flame, you're just a dragon slayer, don't be so arrogant. Zankro was high above, looking down at Natsu. A-hole. Are you planning to surpass the dragon's flame and consume the divine flame? You will be punished for this. Zankro said proudly. Your magic is on a different level than mine. You're just a dragon slayer, but I'm a god slayer, a god killer. Death god, god killer mage. Listening to Zankro's triumphant words, Wendy and the 3 cats all widened their eyes in shock. Hateful, Natsu clashed his fists. Hot flames burst out. I don't care if you are a god-killing mage or some other kind of magician, take it, the fire dragon's iron fist. The fire dragon's iron fist, surrounded by blazing flames, attacked Zankro mercilessly. Ha 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 ha, come on, come on. Zankro laughed wildly. He met the attack head-on with a fist wrapped in black, god-destroying fire. Is this the extent of a dragon slayer's power? How disappointing. Zankro spoke contemptuously. Stop talking so much. I just finished warming up and am about to start the real action. Natsu showed no sign of weakness. No problem. Natsu will never lose. Habibi spoke up, showing complete confidence in his partner. Ha 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 ha, how dare you say that, but Dragon Slayer Natsu Dragneel, your reckless behavior is also well known among the dark guilds. But you weren't the main force in the destruction of Larabai, the erasure of Deliora, the R system, Nirvana, and the 6 demon generals, right? After all, he's just a small fry. If possible, I'd rather fight that guy named Lu Yu. The God Slayer Zankro grinned. Ha ha, Natsu wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled. What's so funny? Zankro frowned. For a small character like you, there's no need for Lu Yu to help. I'm enough. Natsu said. That's right. If Lu Yu were here, you wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Harpy the little blue cat echoed. Oh, yes, Mr. Lu Yu is also on this island now, so there's nothing to worry about. Little lowly Wendy reacted and felt relieved. The little black cat Lily and the white cat Shalulu both nodded. It's so infuriating. The veins on Zankro's forehead bulged. I was just trying to give you fairies a little face, but you actually, don't get carried away. Furious, Zankro launched a violent attack on Natsu. First, the so-called Dragon Slayer. After defeating you, the next one will be that guy named Lu Yu. You are the one. Don't be so arrogant. What kind of god-killing mage is this? Did God teach you this magic? Natsu faced the attack head-on without showing any weakness. You're right. To some extent, President Hades is a godlike existence. My magic power is the lost magic taught by God. Zankro said proudly. Never thought. Natsu couldn't help but laugh again when he heard his words. What? In the end, wasn't it taught by humans? My magic is the genuine dragon-slaying magic of the dragon cult. Natsu's body was engulfed in flames. A dragon is a big lizard that can fly in the sky, and you are a small lizard that can't even fly, crawling on the ground. Zankro said sarcastically. Igneel is not a lizard, and neither am I. Natsu yelled. Fire Dragon's Claw. The inverted golden hook wrapped in flames fell down with a loud bang. Zankro raised his hand to block with ease. Natsu put his right hand on the ground. Retreat more than 10 meters. At the same time, blazing flames ignited on both hands. At the same time, the God Slayer mage Zancro also clasped his hands together. The black fire was blazing. Combine the flames of your right and left hands into one, the brilliant flames of the fire dragon. The breath of God burning from the western sky to the eastern sky, the flame god's fire attack. Black and fiery red, the two huge balls of fire collided most violently. It shocked the heaven and earth. Boom, rumble, the brilliant flames of the fire dragon. The flame god's fire attack. Fiery red and pitch black. The two colored flames pressed against and crushed each other. It fell into a white-hot stalemate. Final. Natsu's fire dragon flame was at a disadvantage and had no power to continue. Defeated by Zancro's dark flames. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? This is the power of God's flame. It's just a mere lizard, there's absolutely no way it can win. Zancro laughed triumphantly. Hateful. Natsu wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Still didn't give up. He took a deep breath. The roar of the fire dragon. A raging fire burst out of Natsu's mouth. It covered Zancro like a blanket. Regarding Naz's attack, Zancro did not dodge or evade. A teasing smile appeared on his face. Just as Natsu's fire dragon roar was about to overwhelm him, Zancro opened his mouth and sucked. Next second, the overwhelming flames seemed to be pulled by some force. They all went into Zancro's mouth and were completely devoured by him. Nani, how is this possible? Watching this scene, even Natsu was completely dumbfounded. He actually ate Mr. Natsu's flames. Wendy's delicate body trembled slightly. How could it be? The little blue cat Habibi was stunned for a moment. Your fire tastes pretty good. Zancro smacked his lips. But even if you possess the power to slay dragons, you cannot slay gods. Look, this is the magic of the demon's heart, the roar of the flame god. Zancro's mouth dropped open. The terrifying black flames roared out. It was about to devour Natsu, Wendy and the others. At this critical moment, snap, it seemed as if golden lightning was falling from the sky between heaven and earth. Next second, the dark, god-killing fire that was powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas suddenly vanished into thin air. Nani. The smile on Zancro's face disappeared. Take a closer look. I don't know when. A slender figure appeared on the battlefield. Mr. Lu Yu. Wendy exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu. Lu Yu is here. That person is coming. The little blue cat Happy, the little white cat Sha Lulu and the little black cat Lily also looked happy. Lu Yu, didn't you go after that black magician? Did he escape? Natsu asked. It's okay to leave that guy alone for now. Lu Yu waved his hand. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The God Slayer recovered from his shock. So that's how it is. You are the man named Lu Yu. Esbarasi. It's really Esbarasi. Zancro laughed maniacally. I originally thought that after defeating the fire dragon, you would be the next one, but I didn't expect you to show up so soon. The fire dragon is useless now, so it's your turn to fight me now. Zancro's aggressive gaze locked onto Lu Yu. Sorry, kid, I'm very busy right now and don't have time to play with you here. Lu Yu put his hands in his pockets and smiled teasingly. What did you say? Zancro's face suddenly darkened, and veins on his forehead bulged. Natsu, you should still be able to fight. Lu Yu asked. Certainly. Natsu stood up bravely. Mr. Lu Yu, Naz has already. Wendy wanted to say something. Next second, Lu Yu suddenly appeared in front of her. Pick her up by the waist. That's enough to leave this to Natsu. Drop this sentence. Lu Yu hugged Wendy and jumped directly off the cliff. Wait a minute, where are you taking Wendy? Sha Lulu hurried to follow. Why is it like this? Habib was dumbfounded. I thought the strongest reinforcements had arrived. As a result, the reinforcements just left. Just then. Oh, Natsu, I almost forgot, this is for you. Lu Yu waved his hand casually. A ball of blazing fire shot up into the sky, landing in front of Natsu. That is the Flame Dragon King's fire that belongs to Lu Yu. Chapter 381 Capricorn Star Spirit. This familiar smell. Natsu's nostrils flared. Then he swallowed Lu Yu's Flame Dragon King's fire without hesitation. Next second, raging. After eating it, strength surges out continuously. Natsu grinned. The intense fire of the Fire Dragon King ignited on Natsu's body, transforming into the shadow of a fire dragon. Release the terrifying dragon power that can destroy the world. Nani. Zancro screamed. He originally wanted to chase Lu Yu. After feeling Natsu's growing momentum, his originally calm and composed expression couldn't help but change. Thanks, Lu Yu, your flames are indeed delicious. And very powerful. Natsu yelled with full force. He opened his mouth and spit out a pillar of fire, which shot straight into the sky. The explosive power of fire continued to surge in his body. Amazing. I've never seen Natsu so powerful. Maybe this will work. The little blue cat Harpy murmured in shock. Happy, is that man named Lu Yu also a fire wizard? Black cat Lily asked. I don't know. Anyway, it seems like Lu Yu knows a little bit about all kinds of magic. The little blue cat, Harpy, tilted his head. What an incredible man. Black cat Lily sighed. The time it takes to speak. The battle between Natsu and Zancro resumes. Under the blessing of Lu Yu's flame dragon King's flame, Natsu was like a god. No longer suppressed like before. Instead, it completely suppressed Zenkro's dark flames. Victory is just a matter of time. The other side. Mr. Lu Yu, where are you taking me? Wendy's face turned slightly red as she was held by Princess Lu Yu. My little heart is beating like a deer. I just felt that my whole body was unusually comfortable. Physical injuries and strength recovered quickly. Hold on. The little white cat Sha Lulu chased at full speed. However, he could never catch up with Lu Yu's speed. Lu Yu landed on a ruined battlefield below the cliff. President. When he saw President Makarov lying on the ruined ground, barely breathing. The complicated thoughts in Wendy's mind were suddenly swept away, and she couldn't help but scream anxiously. Such a serious injury, who did it? Looking at Makarov's condition, Wendy couldn't help crying. How could this happen? The president is a holy 10 mage. The little white cat Sha Lulu also had an expression of disbelief on her face. Just when the man and the cat were at a loss, Lu Yu spread out his hands. The healing light from the hazy sky fell on Makarov. His originally disordered breathing gradually calmed down. The wounds also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watch this change. Wendy and Sha Lulu were stunned once again. Mr. Lu Yu, do you also know sky magic? Wendy asked in surprise. Lu Yu didn't answer. His eyes fell on Makarov, and the next second, Makarov's eyes narrowed slightly, then opened faintly. Wendy, Sha Lulu and Lu Yu, are you here? Looking at Lu Yu in front of him, Makarov felt relieved. President, you are still very weak, don't force yourself. Wendy said with concern. Makarov nodded. Look at Lu Yu. Don't worry, I'll be there for everyone. No one will be in trouble. President, just rest assured. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yu spoke calmly and confidently. You're so reliable, I'll take care of the rest. Makarov said. Wendy, I'll leave the guildmaster in your care. Leave this sentence. Lu Yu's figure floated away like the breeze. This time he appeared at the ancient ruins battlefield where Lucy and her group were. Sirius Island. Ancient ruins. Appearing in front of the two teams of Lucy, Kana and Loki, Gray was one of the 7 followers of the demon heart purgatory, the goatman Garp Rico. What's going on with this guy? I feel a strange magical power. Gray frowned. What are you talking about? It's just a goat, isn't it? Kana asked back. Could it be? Loki seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on his face changed again and again. I am Garp Rico, one of the 7 followers of the demon heart purgatory. The goat man, wearing a suit, tie, and sunglasses, introduced himself. Garp Rico. It's just like that. A little cold sweat broke out on Loki's forehead. Even if the magic feels different. But the name. As the leader of the Zodiac, he knew it all too well. Garp Rico. The Zodiac sign Capricorn star spirit Garp Rico. In Loki's memory, he once signed a subordination contract with Lucis' mother, Layla. Later, Layla gave 3 of the Zodiac keys she had to her 3 subordinates. Among them, the one who got Capricorn was a man named Zoodle. But it was from that time that it started. The Capricorn star spirit Garp Rico disappeared without a trace. Never appeared in the star spirit realm again. Loki never expected this. Seeing Garp recur again, it turned out to be such an occasion. Garp Rico, a Capricornus spirit, unexpectedly became one of the cadres of the Dark Guild. Okay, let's get to work. Garp Rico, one of the 7 families of Purgatory, grinned. Even when facing multiple powerful enemies at the same time. Still very confident. A-hole, don't underestimate us, Ice Make. Gray launched the first attack. However, before the ice shape was formed, the goatman Garp Rico had already arrived in front of him. A kick landed on him, sending him flying and smashing into the rock wall. There are flaws. Kana seized the opportunity. Use your favorite card magic. But in the end it failed. River of Stars. Lucy wields the dazzling celestial weapon. But he was also unable to touch Garp Rico at all. Loki, let's go together. Gray greeted. Oh, Loki responded. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, launched an attack on Garp Rico. However, it was still easily avoided. What the hell is going on? That goat man is just too much. Kana couldn't help but doubt her life. Here we go again. Lucis' expression froze. What exactly is this abnormal sense of presence? As a celestial wizard, Lucy vaguely sensed the identity of the enemy. Don't be ridiculous, we don't have time to bother with a goat like you. Kana gritted her teeth and launched a desperate attack on the goatman Garp Rico. However, all failed. Obviously, the goatman Garp Rico did nothing. Just standing there. But their magical attacks could not touch it at all. This is not an illusion. In front of me, your attacks are in vain. I can't cope with it, I can't resist it, there's nothing I can do. The goatman Garp Rico folded his arms, looking very proud. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Why do I feel like I can't beat him? Even Gray, who never gives up, couldn't help but doubt his life at this moment. I just felt that the goat man in front of me was too strong. What exactly is your purpose? Garp Rico. Loki clenched his fists and shouted. Hee. Good question. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The goatman Garp Rico nodded. There are simply too many ordinary people in this world, and they're completely useless. We, Demon Heart, want to create a great magical world where only wizards can survive. The Goatman Garp Rico grinned cruelly. What a joke. Gray snapped. There are only 10% of wizards in this world. The other 90% don't know magic. That's right, in the great magical world, 90% of ordinary people will cease to exist. The Goatman Garp Rico said coldly. Isn't that weird? It's just a horrible world that's not good for anyone. Lucy said. How can I let you succeed? Kana gritted her teeth and yelled. Although I don't know the true meaning of President Hades's actions, this is probably the realm of those who understand the abyss of the devil. Goatman Garp Lickadao. Zeph is on this island right now. When we get him, the world will be enveloped in magic and reborn. How boring. Gray assumed his usual offensive stance. You should be prepared to face the consequences of breaking into someone else's home without permission and causing trouble. Gray said coldly. We have two missions. One is to capture Zerf alive and present him to President Hades. The second is to annihilate Fairy Tail. Garp Liko, the Goatman, was unhurried. Annihilate us. If you can, then try. Etc. Loki raised his hand to stop Gray. Leave this guy to me. Since he has 7 followers, there should be 6 more powerful enemies like him. You guys go support the others. Loki spoke firmly. What nonsense are you talking about? This guy is someone that even the 4 of us together might not be able to defeat. Gray was puzzled. That's because of this guy's magic. Loki pushed up his glasses. I have seen through everything. The ancient magic of human subordination is a magic that can temporarily weaken the fighting power and magic power of humans. It is also known as the magic of the ruler. So far, your attacks have been ineffective not because he is too strong, but because you have been weakened. Loki slowly began to explain. But, his magic won't work on me as a celestial spirit. And Lucy, you've probably noticed that this guy is also a celestial spirit like me. Garp Liko, the celestial spirit of Capricorn. Star Spirit. Gray and Kana were both shocked. How could this happen? We are all friends from the Star Spirit realm, but we have two. A look of sadness appeared on Lucy's pretty face. Sudden. Just then, a warm and strong hand fell on Lucy's shoulder. Give her strength and confidence. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy was like a traveler who had found a harbor. Big brother. Gray, who also noticed Lu Yu's arrival, his eyes lit up. Lu Yu, why are you here? Kana was stunned at first. Immediately, my heart was at ease. Fairy Tail's problematic newcomer, the man who defeated Phantom and Saint Joseph. Even you are useless. Human attacks will never work against my subordinate magic. The sheepman Garp Liko spoke confidently. Don't worry, I never intended to kill you. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Because my Lucy loves star spirits the most, and you are the star spirit of Lucy's mother. Now hurry up and recognize your ancestry. Lucy's beautiful eyes were immediately filled with emotion. What did you say? The Goatman Garp Rico locked his gaze on Lucy. Finally, he reacted. As this little girl Layla's daughter. This is unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The Goatman Garp Like showed a fierce look. However, next second, without waiting for him to make the slightest move, without any warning, a purple-red magic beam enveloped his body. Separate edition. 12 Deciseconds Chapter 382 Lu Yu's appearance one separate and attach. Lu Yu said indifferently. The moment the words fell, a purple beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Garp Liko's body. Next second, something unexpected and surprising happened. Under the shocked and stunned gazes of Lucy, Gray, Loki, and Kana, 2 shadows appeared on the body of the Goatman Garp Rico. One is the Capricorn star spirit Garp Liko. The other was a man with a cleft lip and an afro. What on earth is going on? Lucy cried out in disbelief. The Goatman turned into 2 people. Gray was dumbfounded. I see. Loki's face showed enlightenment, as if he had seen through everything. Loki, what's going on? Kana asked anxiously. There's no doubt that Garp Liko is the Capricorn star spirit I know, but he has another personality within him. The human personality occupies the dominant position. He has merged with humanity. Loki said. Humans and Protoss fusion? There's actually such a thing. Gray's eyes widened in surprise. So what Lu Yu is doing now, could it be that? Kana guessed the truth. Yes, I don't know what kind of magic this is, but Garp Liko and the human that merged into his body are separating. Loki said. The words fell. All I heard was a loud scream. The Capricorn star spirit Garp Liko was completely separated from the wizard Zoodle who had merged into his body. You. What did you do? You actually managed to separate me who had touched a taboo. Zudir looked at Lu Yu not far away with horror, very quickly. The look of fear on his face turned into joy again. I'm back. I'm finally back. I finally don't have to be a goat anymore, I'm human again. Zoodle shouted excitedly, but the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Joy turned to fear again. Ha 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 ha, accompanied by shrill screams. His body, like a star spirit returning to the star spirit world, turned into countless points of light and disappeared. This is the end of those who touch the taboo. Every kind of magic has rules that cannot be violated. Breaking the rules will eventually lead to serious consequences. Watching Zudir disappear completely, Gray, Kana, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay, Garp Liko? Loki came to the goatman who was kneeling on one knee. Lucy also stepped forward, looking at Garp with a worried look on his face. I'm fine. Garp shook his head. Garp, what's going on? Why did you merge with a human? I heard from Crux that you should be Layla's spirit. Loki asked in a deep voice. 20 years ago, Master Layla retired from the world of wizards due to poor health, and the three of us, including me, were succeeded by 3 servants, one of whom was Master Zoodle. But Meow and Lady Layla also made another contract. Meow will always protect Lady Layla's family, and if her descendants embark on the path of magic, she will definitely lend a helping hand. Garp looked at Lucy. Don't just stand there. Lu Yu patted Lucy's beautiful back and walked her forward. Well, Lucy seemed a little at a loss. Wait a moment, Loki, Garp is the Lady Layla you mentioned earlier my mother? Loki smiled and nodded. You are truly worthy of being Lady Layla's daughter. I can deeply feel that you are loved by the star spirits and that you love them deeply. Garp rode. Oh, no, where do I have? Lucy scratched her head sheepishly. Then you will lend your power to Lucy. Loki laughed. No, Garp shook his head seriously. Maya's power can no longer be lent to Miss Lucy. Because of Ba's power, it now belongs to Miss Lucy. Lucy and the Capricornus spirit Garp the contract was successfully completed. The 7 followers of Purgatory were defeated. Another key to the Zodiac has been added. Everyone is happy. Ahahaha, then, Lucy, Garp and I will go back to the Celestial Realm to inform everyone and restore some magic power. As Loki spoke, his body gradually turned into photons. To this, Lucy naturally had no objection, only. Wait a moment, Rocky. Gray on the side suddenly became excited. What will I do if you leave? What about the assessment? The S-level assessment isn't over yet. Gray held his head. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, Gray. Forgive me. Gray threw a coquettish glance and disappeared. S-level assessment. Kana's face looked slightly dazed, and her slender hands clenched subconsciously. Gray, now is not the time to think about the assessment. There are 6 more of the 7 followers of Purgatory besides this one. We must go and support the others. Lucy spoke anxiously, and then her eyes fell on Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, what should we do next? Don't worry. Lu Yu touched Lucy's little head. You guys just rest here and recover your magic power. Leave the demon heart and the 7 followers of Purgatory to me. Leave this sentence. Suddenly, a breeze blew through the field, in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu's figure suddenly disappeared. The other side. Fairy Tale Temporary Camp. A tree-like man appeared before Mirajane and Lisana. He was none other than Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Hell who had easily defeated the Council's fleet not long ago. Oh my, look, I drew the worst lot. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, shook his head. A bad sign? What does that mean? Mirajane's expression darkened slightly. I told you, after the cat and the child, I actually encountered a woman. I really want to fight a stronger opponent. Azuma Dao, the 7 dependents of Purgatory. Cats and children, could it be Happy and Wendy? What did you do? Lisana cried softly. I think it's better for you not to know. You don't need to know, because you will be defeated by me here too. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, calmly raised his right hand. Brilliant golden light lights up, next second, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. A terrifying explosion followed. Lisana, that guy is a strong enemy, you retreat first. Mirajane said solemnly. No, I want to fight with Layla-Jen. Lisana spoke firmly. Receive, animal soul. Lisana's body was surrounded by magical light. Transform into an agile half-human bird and take the lead in attacking. At the moment of being blocked, instantly switches into a powerful rabbit. Next are penguins and snow leopards, in just a few tens of seconds. Continuously switch between different animal souls. Even Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, nodded in approval. I see. You're more capable than I imagined. However, in the face of absolute strength, all your efforts are in vain. Azuma raised his hand. Countless explosions burst out from the earth. Once again triggering a terrifying series of explosions. You can't defeat me with courage and determination alone. You have to fight for your life. Azuma, the 7 dependents of Purgatory, taught the Tao. It doesn't matter how powerful you are, we just want to protect Natsu and everyone else's home. Lisana said firmly. Is this what they call faith? What a shame, to have something like this before me. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, didn't finish his words. Next second, a pair of Baiji's jade feet appeared silently behind him. Kicked Azuma several meters away. What's going on? This woman who has almost no magic power actually put such a huge pressure on me just now. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, narrowed his eyes and looked at Mirajane again. Looks like there's no need to show mercy. If you underestimate the power of the guild and family, you'll suffer. Powerful magic gradually surged around Mirajane. The demon Mirajane appears. This magical power. I see, you are the demon Mirajane. You are truly Sabaasi. Boom. Boom. Horrible explosions rang out in the forest. What's wrong? Demon Mirajane, aren't you going to transform? You can't defeat me like this. Azuma, one of the 7 familiars of Purgatory, spoke calmly. Fairy Queen Urza, Demon Mirajane, I'm really looking forward to fighting you with all my strength. I didn't want to do this in the first place. I can only blame you for not giving it your all. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, waved his hand. The Arc of the Lost Magic Tree activated, accompanied by a rumbling tremor. The earth cracked. Thick and large tree roots broke through the soil, entangling and binding his younger sister Lisanna. A green timer emerged from the center of the tree root. 180 seconds countdown. What the hell is this? Mirajane shouted. It's a simple matter. If you don't solve it in 3 minutes, your sister will be killed. By the way, the only way to undo this is to defeat me. Come on, Demon Mirajane. Azuma Dao, the 7 dependents of Purgatory. Damn it, if that's the case, then do as you wish. Mirajane took a deep breath, forcefully condensed the little magic power left in the body. Receive the soul of Satan throughout your body. A purple-black magic circle passed over Mirajane's body. Originally a cute and lovely girl, instantly transformed into an angry demon. Boom. The earth trembled slightly. Mirajane's jade feet crushed the ground. His figure suddenly shot out like lightning. With one kick, he kicked Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, dozens of meters away. That's the feeling, it's just amazing. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, was not angry but happy. Wave your right hand lightly. The arc of the tree starts. The concentrated magic power hidden between the roots and the earth is revealed. It transformed into one explosive light spot after another, gathering around Mirajane, causing a series of explosions. Damn it! Let Lisanna go! Mirajane shouted angrily. While avoiding the explosion, he moved forward decisively. Engage in fierce close combat with Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. As long as you keep close to him, you can block his explosive skills to a certain extent. Mirajane's battle strategy was correct. Only, the power of Ozma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, goes beyond simply mastering lost magic. His physical skills should not be underestimated either. Even in the face of Mirajane's violent attack, Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, can still reciprocate with them. The fighting spirit and strength are growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 383 Lu Yu's appearance too. So strong. You're truly worthy of being the legendary demon. I haven't felt this excited for a long time. Let me enjoy this for a while longer. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, was filled with excitement and enjoyment. Gradually adapted to Mirajane's offensive during the battle. In comparison, over time, Mirajane, who has been unable to be conquered for a long time. I couldn't help but feel irritated. The countdown for Lisanna was approaching the last minute. Mirajane couldn't help but feel flustered. The originally foolproof offensive also became disrupted. Then Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, seized the opportunity. Countless tree roots shot out, forcing Mirajane into the air. Don't look around when you're fighting me, iron claws explode. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, shouted in a deep voice, causing a terrifying explosion. A whole soul exterminator. Mirajane quickly adjusted herself. Deliver your strongest attack. The terrifying purple-black energy cannon rushed out with the power to destroy all life. Wait until the smoke and dust clears. The defenses of Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, were tattered and his body was injured all over. But he was still standing. You truly live up to your reputation. Keep going, Demon Mirajane. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, is becoming more and more eager to fight. But the next second, something happened that stunned him. Mirajane displayed a terrifying strength that even made him nervous. At this moment, instead of advancing, we are regressing. What are you doing? Don't waste your energy. I've already told you that this spell cannot be lifted unless you defeat me. Time is running out, hurry up and show your true skills. Azuma, one of the 7 dependents of Purgatory, admonished. But Mirajane remained unmoved. He even took the initiative to cancel his demonic stance. I'm sorry, but the magic power I have left is not enough to defeat him, at least. Don't worry, I will never let you die a second time. Mirajane raised the corner of her mouth into a smile. She transferred all the remaining magic power in her body to her sister, turning it into a magic shield. The moment the shield is completed, the countdown returns to 0. Boom. Rumble. A terrifying explosion followed. At the same time, a sacred white light descended from the sky, cover and swallow everything. Rumble. An explosion of super concentrated earth magic, causing a terrifying explosion, spreading and wreaking havoc in all directions. Just then, mutation and regeneration. A beam of sacred white light that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly fell. Release a grand aura that is the most powerful, divine and holy. The white light beam spread rapidly. In an instant, it was annihilated and covered by the light of the explosion. Become the only one in the world. What's going on? This force is so huge. Who is it? Azuma, one of the 7 clans of Purgatory, broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but scream in shock. Very quickly, his face was once again filled with extreme excitement and excitement. Different from ordinary Dark Guild members, Azuma is a true warrior. Yearning to fight with the strong. The stronger the opponent, the more he can stimulate his potential and fighting spirit. Now, Sparasi. It's really Sparasi. This magic power is so terrifying that even I can't help but tremble. It's simply amazing. Azuma trembled and screamed with excitement. A moment later, The sacred white light that penetrated the sky and the earth dissipated. A white ball of light enveloped the white-haired sisters Mirajane and Lisana. Protected them from all harm. At the same time, Chi's figure slowly fell down. The moment of landing, the white ball of light shattered. Mirajane and Lisana slowly landed on the ground. Sister Mira, it's okay, it's Mr. Lu Yu who's here. Lisana quickly supported her staggering sister and cried out excitedly. Mirajane opened her beautiful weak eyes. Tears of joy filled my eyes. Looking at the back of the man in front of me, she unconsciously felt a sense of peace of mind. Sorry, I'm a little late, Lu Yu said softly. No, thank you so much. Under Lisana's wide open eyes, Mirajane opened her arms and hugged Lu Yu from behind. Hot tears soaked Lu Yu's back, feeling Mirajane's tears. The expression on Lu Yu's face gradually became solemn. Who on earth made our guild's lovely poster girl cry? Lu Yu's eyes were fixed on Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. The sound was like the thunder of the gods. It exploded in Azuma's ears. This made him turn pale unconsciously and take several steps back. This pressure is unprecedented. Not even Guild Master Hades has ever made me feel this way. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, looked at his hands that could not help but tremble. The legendary newcomer of Fairy Tail, an existence that surpasses the 10 holy wizards, the shocked Lu Yu must be you. Come on, you're someone I've always wanted to meet. The words fell. Azuma clapped his hands, screaming B. Commission time. The old trees in the entire dense forest battlefield seemed to have come back to life. The branches turned into sharp spears. At the top, there are dazzling explosion spots of light. Facing Ozma's offensive, Lu Yu remained unmoved. He clenched his fist. Snap. The atmosphere crackled as it was overwhelmed. The most powerful Paramecia shock fruit ability that can destroy everything in the world is activated. Throw a punch. The atmosphere shattered. The unparalleled vibration spread in all directions, detonating all the explosive branches. Leaf sword. Azuma, the 7 followers of Purgatory, launched another offensive. Countless blades converged. Transformed into a storm of leaf blades, it enveloped Lu Yu and the other 2. Lu Yu remained unmoved. One force can break all laws. A unique trick. Eat all over the world. He threw a shocking punch, and the leaf storm dissipated instantly. The powerful shock force continues unabated. In front of the wide eyes of Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, the attack hit his body. Puff. Shocking. The earth cracks. The strongest Paramecia shock fruit ability that can destroy everything in its path. Even in the fairy tale world, it still has the strongest attack. The ultimate shocking punch from Lu Yu easily destroyed all attacks and defenses of Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Then the castration continued, hit his body. Under the impact of the residual vibration force, Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, suddenly bulged his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was even arched like a shrimp. The whole person involuntarily flew backwards dozens or hundreds of meters. Finally it fell heavily to the ground, so strong. The pupils of Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, trembled. For the first time, he personally experienced the terrifying shock magic that was enough to defeat the 10 holy mages. This man's strength is beyond imagination. My body is shaking unconsciously. Is this fear? No, it's excitement and exhilaration. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, struggled to stand up and return to the battlefield step by step. The other side, after seriously injuring Azuma with one blow, Lu Yu turned around decisively, looking at the girls behind him. Smile slightly. Are you okay? Lu Yu asked. Mirajane nodded slightly. I have to go to another battlefield to provide support. I'll leave this place to you. Lu Yu's warm and powerful hand fell on Mirajane's shoulder. Mira couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. He saw Ozma stand up. The other party has not completely lost the ability to move. There is no one here except Lu Yu. With her magic power exhausted, she and Lisana were no match for each other. Just when Mirajane was so conflicted, suddenly, Mirajane only felt a warm current flowing into her body along Lu Yu's big hand. As warm as the sunshine, as warm as the spring breeze. The magic power in her body had been completely exhausted. This moment is like a rising tide that lifts all boats. Keep climbing. At one point, he surpassed his peak. Feel the magic power surging in your body like a mighty river. Mirajane couldn't help but close her eyes in comfort. Is this Lu Yu's magic? So warm, Mirajane whispered to herself. You're one of the S-rank members of the guild, so go and win victory for everyone. Lu Yu smiled. Mirajane nodded confidently. Mirajane the demon at her peak. No matter what opponent you face, you will never be afraid. Then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Lu Yu took a slight step and was about to leave. Etc. A slender white hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Lu Yu turned his head suspiciously. I was just about to ask if there was anything else. Without waiting to speak, a heady fragrance blew towards me. Flowing into his mouth and nose, those were Mirajane's fragrant lips. Wow! Lisana cried out softly and subconsciously covered her face with her slender hands. Okay, it's okay. Mirajane finally realized what she had done only after the kiss. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and a cloud of red appeared on her face. No, don't get me wrong, this is just a thank you gift. Lu Yu smiled. Okay, then I'm leaving. After saying that, accompanied by the breeze, Lu Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. Watching Lu Yu go away, the blush on Mirajane's pretty face gradually faded away. Her beautiful eyes were fixed again on Azima, the seventh follower, who was dozens of meters away. Why did that man leave? Azima asked unhappily. Lu Yu is gone. You should be glad now, Mirajane spoke indifferently. I will still be your opponent from now on, the seventh follower, Ozma, shook his head. I was just about to say you guys are no match at all. Next second, the terrifying demonic power was surging. He stopped talking before he even finished speaking. Whole body reception, Demon Shutley, a brand new demon form, explosive appearance. This is Demon Mirajane's strongest form. In the past, due to limitations in magic power, it was not possible to receive it smoothly. Now, with the support of Lu Yu's magic, finally received successfully. Chapter 384 Lost Magic Sirius Island, the second level mountaintop ruins. Go, my guardian beast, the lightning-fast Belkuses, and defeat the stubborn fairies. Lastiros, the man with a crew cut and one of the 7 families of purgatory, pushed up his glasses. A behemoth in human form, created from the imagination of a lost ark of magical embodiment, its eyes glowing red. He mercilessly attacked Elfman and Alba Green with a violent storm. "Ahole, if you're a man, fight me squarely," Elfman shouted angrily. "Belkuses, fight them fair and square," Rastilos gave the order immediately. Roar, 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 the giant humanoid beast roared to the sky. "Receive the whole body, the soul of the Beast King." Elfman enters Beastmaster form. Face the behemoth's attack head on. Take this opportunity. Alba Green spread her fairy wings. Rapidly closing the distance with Lastiros, he wanted to deal with the weak summoner, Lastiros. However, it is fundamentally different from a simple summoning magician like Lucy. Rastilos's lost magic can also be manifested in his own body. I am the king of the underworld. These hands are dark swords that can cut through everything. Scatter. Towards the darkness. The flamboyant man with a crew cut, Lastiros, chanted an unnecessary, second-year curse. His right hand transformed into a monster's big hand as his imagination allowed him to. The unsuspecting Alba Green was knocked back, the other side. Elfman was also beaten back to his original form when he was distracted. See? This is magic that's close to the abyss of the devil. But even if I tell you losers, you won't understand it, because you're losers. Rastilos said arrogantly. It's time to deal the final blow to the ugly goblin. Go, Thunderbolt Belkuses, and start with that woman first. Roar, the giant humanoid beast roared and galloped. The figure jumped high. He was about to give the seriously injured Alba Green the final blow. Get out of the way, Alba Green, Elfman yelled anxiously and fearfully. I know this without you telling me, Alba Green gritted her teeth and tried to dodge with all her remaining strength. Sudden. Just then. Accidents happen again. A sharp sonic boom sounded above the sky. Attracted the attention of 3 people on the battlefield. What's wrong? Rastiros pushed up his glasses, looking at the figure falling straight down like a meteor with a brilliant tail flame. The expression on his face was unconsciously moved. Next second, all I heard was a loud bang like thunder. The lightning bolt that fell from the sky hit the giant humanoid beast. Countless golden lightning flashes exploded and moved in all directions. Amidst the rumbling sound, the guardian beast that Lastiros manifested exploded. This thunderbolt, could it be Laxus? Alba Green's face lit up with joy, and excitement and cheer appeared on her face. But soon, she overturned this imagination again. Although both are thunder and lightning, but this was not Laxus's lightning. The power of this thunder and lightning, even above Laxus. Lu Yu, is that you? Alba Green's eyes widened. Yes, that's right, Lu Yu is here, Elfman shouted excitedly. The lightning disappeared, the smoke and dust dissipated. The figures among them also appeared. Is Fairy Tail threatening a new monster that's even scarier than S-rank? I'm so lucky. Rastilos pushed up his glasses, a smile of delight appearing on the corner of his mouth. Wake up, Demon Heart. We are no match for you, but you will never defeat our guild's ace either. Alba Green exclaimed excitedly. That's how it should be. If I don't have an opponent of comparable strength, how can I show how powerful I am? Rastiros remained calm and composed. Yeah. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Next second, the surging Conqueror's hockey exploded in all directions, centered around him. Boom. Conqueror's hockey, surging like the sea, exploded. With Lu Yu as the center, it radiates in all directions. The smile on the face of Lastiros, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, disappeared. What emerged instead was only deep shock and horror. Under the shock of Lu Yu's Conqueror's aura, although he didn't faint on the spot like the other minions. However, the body and mind are inevitably under tremendous pressure. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Weren't you so arrogant before? Alba Green clenched her fists and waved them angrily, feeling a surge of pride. Devil's Heart, as long as we, Fairy Tail, are here, we will never let your so-called great magic world succeed. Elfman shouted. Any last words? Lu Yu took a calm step and approached Rastilos. Damn it. Rastilos unconsciously took half a step back. It's not over yet. In my left hand resides a golden shield that can block anything. Dark magic gathered in Rastilos's palm. Lost magic, Arc of Manifestation, activated. Following Rastilos's imagination, a golden shield appeared out of thin air in his left hand. However, next second, before Rastilos could be happy, there was only a slight clicking sound. A crack slowly emerged from the surface of the strongest shield that he was proud of. A pitch-black finger pierced through the thick golden shield. Immediately following, the shield crackled under the weight of the heavy load. The cracks on the shield gradually increased. Finally, under the horrified gaze of Listeros, the entire golden shield was covered. Accompanied by a loud bang, the strongest defensive shield he manifested suddenly exploded. Lu Yu waved his hand gently. A terrifying tornado hurricane appeared out of nowhere. Wei held Lastero's body and soared up to 9,000 meters. It's really amazing, Alphian couldn't help but marvel. That Lu Yu. Alba Green stepped forward, just wanted to say thank you. You guys go back to the camp and gather, I'm going to the next location. Leave this sentence. A flash of light. Lu Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. Looking at Lu Yu, who came and went in a hurry, Alba Green sighed softly and kicked the gravel on the ground with her jade feet in a listless manner. Right now, Tenlang Island, first floor, East Blue Shore Forest. A girl wearing tight combat uniform and a black princess cut hairstyle followed her intuition and moved forward step by step. It's so long, Urusha, the leader of the 7 followers of the Devil's Heart Purgatory, whispered to herself. The road to finding Jelal is too long for me, but today, my wish can finally come true. As long as I can get Jelal, I can be redeemed. I can go back to the past, back to the time when my mother abandoned me. The expression on Urusha's face gradually became sick. Just then, despair, footsteps were heard. Who? Urusha turned around suddenly. Wait until you see the person behind you. The expression on her face froze. The pair of beautiful eyes gradually opened wide. Urusha, the woman with short black hair, opened her gentle eyes and called softly. This moment, disgust, hatred, resentment, excitement, joy, excitement. All kinds of emotions surged into Urusha's heart. The person who appeared in front of her at this moment was the mother she had been thinking about day and night. But she didn't want to see her mother now. What she really wanted to see was the kind mother who had never abandoned her and thrown her into hell. Don't show up in front of me. I don't want to see you. You abandoned me so cruelly, and you already have a replacement like Gray, so why do you still have such an expression now? Urusha screamed repeatedly. Urusha, I never abandoned you. I sent you to the Magic Development Bureau to solve the problem of your innate magic power, but when I went to pick you up, they said you were dead. Uru tried to explain. Stop it, I don't want to hear these excuses, I don't want to. Urusha covered her ears like a little girl, at some point. Her delicate body suddenly froze, his eyes gradually lost their focus. Compared to verbal explanation, it's better to let her see it directly. Lu Yu smiled slightly, as a finger fell. Urusha, who had been in a state of rage, instantly calmed down. Memories of Uru's past flowed into Urusha's heart like water. She finally knew, Mother Ulu never abandoned her. Even though I know she is dead, I still miss her. Gray and Leon were never her replacements. 2 lines of tears were still falling down her cheeks. It's so wonderful to see you again in this life, my daughter Urusha. Wooloo held back tears of joy and gently embraced his daughter Wooloo in his arms. Finally, Urusha could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. Just then, ta-ta, footsteps were heard in the woods not far away. Finally found you, Lu Yu. The dark magician Zareth opened his blood-red eyes. There was a sickly look of excitement on his face. Come on, kill me, Lu Yu, otherwise. It's coming, death predation. Jelal suddenly covered his head in pain. The dark storm of death centered around him, spreading out in all directions, mercilessly devouring all tangible life forms. Urusha Uru exclaimed. He quickly used his body to completely protect his daughter. Next second, all I saw was a warm, divine light shining. In an instant, the dark, evil, and death storm was purified. You should go somewhere else and calm down for a while. Lu Yu waved his hand. The terrifying tornado carried Jalal's body back into the sky. Then it fell into the dense forest hundreds or thousands of meters away. What a coincidence. It just happened to fall in front of a silly man who was having a barbecue outdoors. The man was so scared that the ice cream in his hand fell to the ground. What happened? Yun Zikr, one of the 7 dependents of Purgatory, looked around in panic. Finally, his gaze locked onto Zareth. Sir Zareth. The mother-daughter reunion of Ulu and Urusha was not disturbed. Lu Yu's figure floated away like the breeze, rushing to the next battlefield. At this moment, Tinlong Island Stream Battlefield. The one who appeared in front of Urza and Juvia was Melty, a pink-haired little loli from the 7 families of Purgatory. Juvia Roxas, one of the 4 elements that originally ruled the Phantom. And the other one is Urza Scarlet, the Fairy Queen. Little loli Melty spoke expressionlessly. Sign up your name too. Urza shouted. No need to answer. Magical energy was surging from Melty's body. The battle begins, the Bible, the number of the abyss of sin. As the little lowly Melty finished speaking, dozens of swords formed from magic power were neatly arranged behind her. Then it shot towards Urza and Juvia. It's useless. Juvia's body is made of water, this kind of attack. Juvia hadn't finished her confident words, next second. Her arm was hit by one of the magic swords. The piercing pain came over her, causing Juvia to scream out loudly. My magic sword directly stimulates the pain nerves, hence the name, Blade of Sensation. Melty said expressionlessly. I see. Are you also one of the 7 families of purgatory? Urza said. I don't need to answer you. My mission is to annihilate all enemies. Melty said. The words fell. The magical blade that can directly reach the pain is condensed again. No waiting to be shot. Next second. Melty's eyes suddenly widened, and her pink pupils shrank suddenly. All the muscles in my body are stiff from the inside out. Even the blood flow in the blood vessels slows down. Her intuition told her. Now, behind her, it was as if a giant dragon was standing there, looking down from a high place. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu, Urza and Juvia cried out in joy. Chapter 385 All members gather stream battlefield. Lord Lu Yu, looking at Lu Yu who suddenly appeared. Juvia instantly forgot about the pain, like a little blue female kitten. Her pretty face was full of joy and excitement. Lu Yu, why are you here? We're fine here, go support the others. Urza asked anxiously. 7 followers like Melty. There are 6 other people. In comparison, it seems that they are relatively easier to deal with. Don't worry, Urza, I've been to other places, and this is the last one. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Ah, Urza was immediately shocked. You are indeed worthy of being Lord Lu Yu, Juvia praised without reservation. Then Lu Yu, have you dealt with all the other 7 followers? Urza asked. I just provided some help. It's enough to deal with the 7 followers, Natsu, Mira and the others. Lu Yu said. The words fell. All I could hear was a loud rumbling sound coming from the battlefield in the distance. A flame shot up into the sky, transformed into the phantom of the Fire Dragon King. It burned the pitch black, god-destroying fire to ashes. Is that Natsu? Urza's eyes widened, next second. Another loud bang. The demon's figure soared into the sky. A demonic blow descends upon the earth, Ms. Mira. Juvia recognized the identity of the demon in his new form. All right, you're the only one left, little girl. Lu Yu looked down at the little lowly Melty with a kind smile on his face. You, I know what you are. You're the man Arusha was talking about, you. Melty's eyes widened in fear. The petite body couldn't stop shaking. In front of Lu Yu, she didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Let's get some sleep for now. Bang. Lu Yu clapped his hands lightly in front of the little lowly Melty. Next second, Melty paused. His eyes slowly closed. Completely fell into a coma. Lord Lu Yu is so amazing. Juvia jumped up and took the opportunity to throw herself into Lu Yu's arms, acting coquettishly. All right, all that's left is the demon heart's base. Let's wrap everything up quickly and start the assessment again. Lu Yu smiled. Yeah, I understand, Urza nodded. Take out a flare representing assembly and shoot it into the sky. Natsu, that's the signal to assemble for a counterattack. Said the little blue cat Habibi. Oh, that's just what I wanted. I seem to be very powerful now, I can still fight. Natsu was so excited that he was breathing fire everywhere. He marched towards the final battlefield without caring about his relatives. Lisana, please take care of the camp, I'm leaving now. Mirajane said in the demon's Shudley form. Yes, Sister Mira, we must win. Lisana nodded heavily. It looks like the situation is basically under control. Lucy, Kana, let's go too. Gray was eager to fight. Wait a moment, Gray, I. Kana spoke shyly. It's okay, Kana. If you're not feeling well, just continue to rest here. We'll go over and take a look. Lucy said caringly. Thanks, Kana pursed her lips. Watching Gray and Lucy walk away, she took a deep breath. Run wildly in the other direction. Wow, President, please rest well, you can't move your body right now. Wendy admonished in a panic. I'm fine now, don't worry, Wendy. President Makarov forced himself to stand up. How can there be any parents in this world who can still fight and just watch their children go into battle? I can still go on. West blue shore of Tenro Island. A huge magical airship was quietly anchored. This is the headquarters of the Dark Guild Demon Heart. Right now. Ha, this is such an unexpected development. Hades, the former fairy tale second-generation president and Demon Heart president, sneered. What's wrong, old man? It's my turn now. A man with high braids walked over calmly. 5 of our 7 infernal families have already been killed. Those Makarov kids are really capable. The expression on President Hades' face gradually faded. That's wonderful, the middle-aged man with high braids grinned. His name is Bluno Testigao, a great wizard who single-handedly destroyed an entire army of wizards during the Cabrian War. I've waited so long, it's finally my turn. If I wait any longer, my body will become numb. Bluno said. Don't worry, Bluno, Guildmaster Hades sneered. Makarov's children are now gathering here, towards the Devil's Mouth. I allow you to go and have some fun with them. This is so unbearable. Today I can finally feel like I can fly. The great wizard Blueno grinned with great pleasure. Somewhere in the forest about 500 meters away from the West Blue Bank. Wendy, is that the president? What happened to the president? Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, who met up on the way, walked quickly with the little blue cat happy. Mr. Natsu, Mr. Gray, and Miss Lucy, I'm so glad everyone is okay. Wendy cheered happily. Hey, what the hell is going on? Who hurt the old man like this? A vein popped up on Gray's forehead. Don't worry, Gray, I'm fine. Makarov waved his hand. The devil's heart will never be spared. Natsu clashed his fists together, flames blazing. President, Natsu. Everyone. Just then, Mirajane, Urza, and Juvia, who also met up halfway, came from another direction. Looking at the seriously injured Makarov, while Urza and Mirajane were worried, they were also furious. Juvia, where is Mr. Liu Yu? Lucy asked with concern as she looked at Juvia. Mr. Liu Yu has gone to take care of other things. He will come and meet us as soon as he finishes it. Juvia replied. Is that so? Then how about we? Without waiting for Lucy to suggest, wait a moment, he said. Let's go, everyone. We must make sure those guys from Devil's Heart know the price of messing with us, Fairy Tail. Natsu shouted with full momentum. That's right, we can't always rely on Big Brother to protect us, we have to do something too. Gray nodded in agreement seriously. That's right, we have Natsu, Gray, and 2 S-Class Urza and Miss Mira, they can fight. Lucy nodded. And I want to go too. Makarov struggled to stand up again. Old man, what are you doing? Lie down and rest. President, just stay here and recuperate, and wait for our good news. Yeah. Everyone in Fairy Tail hurriedly and frantically tried to persuade them. Natsu and the others didn't know, but Makarov knew it all too well. The horror of Precht, the former Fairy Tail's second-generation president. After falling into darkness, he even developed demonic laws that rivaled those of goblins. If it really happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. If he were there, at least it can be slightly restricted by the laws of the fairies. Just when everyone was arguing, suddenly, there was a flash of light not far away. A man appeared out of nowhere without warning. The man who suddenly appeared immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Fairy Tail. The person who came was none other than the council commissioner who had infiltrated Fairy Tail as an undercover agent not long ago. Who are you? Black Cat Lily's face darkened slightly. Where the hell have you been? You be *****D. Natsu said bluntly. Meister, who the hell are you? Gray snapped. You actually manipulated all of our memories. What is your purpose? Urza unsheathed her sword. This guy is from the council. Said the little blue cat Habibi. Nani, what did you say? Gray and Urza's eyes widened in shock and they were instantly speechless. As a member of Fairy Tail, there is a natural fear of the Senate. After all, they have too many criminal records. The Council of Representatives is specifically responsible for them. My real name is Duranbert. Don't worry, I'm here to save you this time. Dolenbert said seriously. Huh? What did you say? Natsu, Gray and the others were all stunned on the spot. My magic is teleportation. As long as you gather all the people together, I can use my magic to take you away from this island. Dolenbert explained. However, next second, something happened that he didn't expect. I refuse. Natsu refused with a look of disgust on the spot. Why do we need the people of the council to rescue us? Isn't that strange? Gray asked back. We appreciate your kindness, but we will resolve the guild's problems ourselves, as always. Urza spoke seriously. That's not the case. The biggest problem right now isn't just the demon's heart. If headquarters knew about this, they would definitely attack this island. Dolenbert rode. Are we going to launch Adelio again? The little blue cat Habby jumped 3 feet high in fright. Adelio, what is that? The little black cat Lily was puzzled. I've heard rumors that Adelio's magical spirit power is a terrifying destructive magic capable of wiping out an entire island in an instant. Little white cat Sha Lulu said. If I get hit by something like that, what will happen? Wendy's face was filled with panic. There's no need to be afraid of this kind of thing. As long as everything is resolved before that, the council will have no reason to launch an attack. Natsu said as a matter of course. Don't be silly. There are even scarier guys in the demon's heart. Even Makarov was defeated. You can't win. Dolenbert rode. No, we will definitely win, because we still have our big brother. Gray said firmly. That's right, we still have Liu Yu. As long as he's here, we won't lose. We might even be able to fix everything. Whether it's Demon Heart or Adelio, I'm not afraid of any of them. Lucy, Juvia, and the others spoke confidently one after another. This island is Fairy Tail's sacred place, and it houses the first generation's president's tomb. We won't let anyone else do as they please. Mirajane spoke firmly. Whether it's the Devil's Heart or the Council, as long as they are Fairy Tail's enemies, we will defeat them all. Fairy Tail will never lose. Natsu Haki yelled. Let's go, everyone, oh. Everyone responded in unison. No, why are you giving orders? Gray reacted. What's the problem? Nasdaq, of course there are problems. They're huge problems. Not to mention the president is here too. Gray argued. Next second. Plan, you two, enough is enough. Urza grabbed her old enemy Natsu and banged his head against Gray's. Ha ha ha. Looking at this scene, everyone else couldn't help but laugh. The originally heavy atmosphere was swept away in an instant. What the hell is going on with these guys? Do they even know what's going on? Durandbert held his head in his hands, looking devastated.